This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Bang! The bullet fired from the flintlock of the black sail pirate sailor hit Chu Cheng's chest at close range, splashing a large amount of blood, but he gritted his teeth and cut the pirate's throat with a knife, taking away the pirate's last vitality. This is not a game. Chu Cheng covered his wound with his hand, and sat on the 3 bodies piled up in a mess. He immediately took out a roll of linen bandage from his personal space, and tied it neatly to the wound to stop the blood from flowing. Another one less, for chances left. Putting the linen bandage into his personal space, he sighed heavily. After waiting for a while, Chu Cheng felt the bandage take effect and his injury eased a little. He suddenly whispered to himself, "Check the battle information." The next second, a light screen that only he could see appeared in front of him, and a series of data on it slowly slid down. Based on your perception, you will get the following detailed data statistics of the battle. Battle replay begins. Your attack caused 28 points of physical damage to the Black Sail Pirates, and the target's defense deducted 7 points of physical damage, and finally suffered 21 points of physical damage. You were shot by the Black Sail Pirates' flintlock, causing 30 points of physical damage to you, and your defense deducted 16 points of physical damage, and you finally suffered 14 points of physical damage. Your attack caused 27 points of physical damage to the Black Sail Pirates, and the target's defense deducted 7 points of damage, and finally suffered 20 points of damage. The damage you caused exceeds the target's remaining life, and the target dies. You gain 12 kill experience points. Fortunately, your level is not high, otherwise it would be a disaster. Chu Cheng exhaled, closed the light curtain, turned his head, and looked at the huge 3-masted pirate ship on the sea in the distance, and his mind fell into deep thought. This is not a game. Since Chu Cheng could remember, he often heard his father and mother say this, and heard his teachers and classmates say it after school. At first, he had no idea what this sentence meant until he successfully obtained the Chaos Mark, condensed the body of database laws, and officially entered the Chaos Realm. Then he knew what this sentence meant. All this started with the advent of the Chaos Realm. More than 10,000 years ago, the Chaos Realm suddenly descended. This is a world that humans can't imagine at all. In the Chaos Realm, all scientific means have lost their effect, and powerful guns are not as useful as a knife in this world. All kinds of missiles and nuclear weapons cannot be used in this world at all, and they are no different from a pile of scrap metal. Various mechanical and electronic devices also cannot operate in the Chaos Realm. Science is no longer the truth here. Humans, who originally stood at the top of the food chain on Earth because of their wisdom and technological power, have become a weak race at the bottom of the food chain in the Chaos Realm. Any Chaos Realm monster can kill them. At the beginning of the Chaos Realm, countless humans died at the hands of Chaos Realm monsters. But there is always a way out. Soon after entering the Chaos Realm, humans discovered that some of them would obtain the Chaos Realm Mark, and then be given a digitized body of law by the laws of the Chaos Realm. The body of law has a lifespan of 150 years. The body of law is free from disease and disaster. The body always maintains its peak state, and keeps getting younger until the end of its lifespan. Like all creatures in the Chaos Realm, when you have a body of law and kill Chaos Realm monsters, you will gain experience and level up, thereby gaining attribute points to improve your strength. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will undergo a qualitative change, possess extraordinary power, and have a longer lifespan. This discovery shocked the entire human race. From the initial fear to the desire, only 2 years have passed. Since then, more and more humans have descended on the Chaos Realm for the Chaos Mark, hunting chaos monsters, upgrading their levels, and evolving themselves. As the exploration of the Chaos Realm deepens, humans slowly come into contact with many indigenous races deep in the Chaos Realm, and obtain various cultivation methods, alien bloodlines, heroic inheritance, etc. from them. As they become more and more familiar with the rules of the Chaos Realm, the strength of the top human beings becomes stronger, and their lifespan becomes longer. Until the 50th year of entering the Chaos Realm, the first legendary strongman was born in the human race. The lifespan of up to 1,000 years makes everyone crazy. Then, in the 500th year after humans entered the Chaos Realm, the first god-level warrior was born, and people discovered that humans could become gods. At this point, human civilization completely entered the Chaos Era. Levels, professions, digital panels, battles, killings, upgrades, loot, death, just like a game. But this is not a game. This is the main reason why Chu Cheng went to the Black Sail Pirate Sailor area, which is only level 5, to upgrade, even though he has 9 levels, and there are many high-level monsters in this dungeon world. Safety. Although level 9 only has half the experience against level 5, it is safe. In the Chaos Realm, the monsters inside are real, and they are not bad in terms of combat power or IQ. Alone, without a job change, without learning combat skills, and with poor equipment, it is very dangerous to fight against monsters of the same level. It is difficult to deal with one, and most monsters come in groups. Once you encounter more than 2 monsters of the same level, you will definitely not be able to defeat them. Keep going. Try to reach level 10 today, and then change your job when you go back. Chu Cheng took a deep breath and looked at a black-sailed pirate wandering behind the bushes not far away. He bent down and sneaked over, using the bushes as a cover to get closer, carefully looked at it for a while, took a deep breath, took out a throwing knife from his arms, aimed at the target's back and threw it fiercely. The throwing knife passed through the bushes and accurately hit the black-sailed pirate's back, and a blood flower of -17 flew up. The pirate screamed in pain from the attack, and choked and pulled out his scimitar to kill him around the bushes. Chu Cheng went up without hesitation, just one, a sure win. Going around the bushes, the pirate pulled out a flintlock from his chest and pulled the trigger. Snap! Chu Cheng subconsciously dodged to the side, but the next second his chest hurt, and a stream of blood spurted out. His consciousness caught up, but his agility attribute was not enough to dodge the flintlock bullet in front of him. Luckily, he had expected it. Usually, he would only succeed once or twice out of 10 times of dodging. It was normal if he couldn't dodge. He rushed forward with tense muscles, skillfully blocked the pirate's scimitar with his left-hand scimitar, and stabbed the pirate's shoulder with his right-hand scimitar, and a 21- damage sword. Black Sail Pirate Sailor, useless, level 5, 55 HP. 1 flying knife plus 2 knives. Done. Easily solved this pirate, with very little loss of his own health, and he can continue to fight. Chu Cheng specifically looks for those who are alone. Occasionally, if he sees someone who can't be seduced and separated, he will go as long as there are no more than 2. If there are more than 3, then he dare not go, not even to seduce. The seduction was successful, but if it failed, it would be very dangerous. I was just unlucky to encounter 3 pirates, and I almost lost the fight. Chapter 2. Dang! Puff! After a series of fighting sounds, there was a heavy fall. Huh? Trophy? A fist-sized ball of light appeared on the body that had just fallen to the ground. Chu Cheng picked it up with great surprise. The ball of light shattered, revealing a flintlock rifle and a yellow brass bullet that were exactly the same as the pirates. It's this? Chu Cheng opened his hand, and a translucent weapon panel appeared in front of him. Black Sail Flintlock, ordinary, equipment type, long range, firearms. Equipment requirements, none. Basic range, 45 meters. Basic attack, 30 piercing. Evaluation, Black Sail Pirate standard firearm, average power. A blank weapon, nothing to say, Chu Cheng equipped it casually. This thing is single shot, takes half a minute to reload, and can only be used once in a battle. This is an additional attack method for Chu Cheng, who lacks attack methods. He starts with a flying knife, and then a gun. The level 5 Black Sail Pirate basically loses half of his life. Then he can kill one with a casual knife, which greatly increases the efficiency. In the Chaos Realm, the use of weapons and armor has nothing to do with the profession, but is related to the attributes. As long as the attributes meet the requirements, they can be equipped. If the magician is strong enough, he can also equip plate armor. But whether it is easy to use, and whether it can exert its power is another matter. Then Chu Cheng continued to sweep back and forth on this beach, looking for the Black Sail Pirate, who was alone. He killed from morning to noon, and simply ate some dry food he brought with him. I am now level 9 plus 91% of experience. I only need 9% of killing experience to upgrade to level 10, and then go back to change my job. It just happened to catch up with this month's small test. I have been at the bottom for so long, it's my turn to be strong. In addition, my time travel golden finger is about to be activated. Chu Cheng closed his eyes, his consciousness sank, and he could clearly feel the colorful ball of light deep in his brain. What exactly this thing is still unknown. In the previous life, he found a very smooth stone bead from a scenic spot. There are many complex patterns on it. The scenic spot said that it was dug out from the ancient rock layer hundreds of millions of years ago. He sneered and thought it was just a commercial bragging of the scenic spot. But he didn't expect that an accidental breakage would suddenly turn the bead he was wearing into a dazzling ball of light that wrapped around his soul and tore through the space and entered the space-time tunnel. When he woke up again, he was already a baby who only knew how to eat and sleep. He didn't feel anything when he traveled to this world. He just went with the flow. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life and had nothing to worry about. I don't know if it was because the energy consumption of traveling through time and space was too high or for some other reason, but this beat has been sleeping in his soul until he got older and slowly woke up. Until recently, it was just a little bit away from completely waking up. He was looking forward to it. He had read too many novels in his previous life, and time travelers were equipped with a golden finger to help them reach the pinnacle of life. This thing in his mind was his golden finger at a glance, and his future was bright. With this thing, what were the monsters in the chaos realm? What was the school assessment? What was the college entrance examination, which was known as the watershed of life? When Chu Cheng thought of this, he was full of energy. He ate something simple, drew out his two swords, and continued to kill monsters. Pop! First a flying knife sneak attack, then a flintlock shot. The level 5 Black Sail pirate sailor was only left with a dozen points of blood. He went up to wave his two swords and easily cut him down. Even if he occasionally encounters two pirates, he can use this burst to kill one first, and then kill the second one with all his strength, which is almost no threat. After several attempts, Chu Cheng became bolder and included the two pirates together in the attack range. In this way, he swept back and forth, moving forward along the beach, and killed all the way until the afternoon. Finally, after killing a pirate, the accumulated killing experience finally reached a certain critical point, and the level was upgraded from level 9 to level 10, and he gained 3 free attribute points, which he added to agility. Open the attribute panel. He silently thought in his heart, and a light screen that only he could see popped up, showing a series of data. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Level, level 10. Talent, unknown, 99%. Main attributes. Constitution 6 plus 8, Strength 6 plus 10 plus 1, Agility 7 plus 10, Perception 8 plus 2, Intelligence 8, Spirit 8. Secondary attributes. Toughness 1, Reflex 1, Will 0, Life regeneration plus 1 per second. Health, 140 points. Stamina, 140 points. Mana, 80 points. Melee attack, 17 plus 11, slash, 17 plus 9 stab. Ranged attack, none. Physical defense, 7 points. Magic resistance, 0. Movement speed, 107 points. Skills, dagger entry, one-handed sword mastery. Life occupations, primary fishing, primary first aid, primary cooking. This is Chu Cheng's attribute panel, which is still very simple. The attributes are easy to understand. The front is the initial basic attribute. According to the physical fitness scan, the human limit is 10 points. It is quite reasonable for an ordinary teenager to have this basic attribute. The plus sign at the end is the free attribute points and equipment additional attributes gained from upgrading. Before level 10, each level up gives 3 free attribute points. Chu Cheng plans to switch to a strength and agility type warrior, and the main attributes are basically added evenly. In the Chaos Realm, before the extraordinary level, each 1 point of Constitution equals 10 points of health, 10 points of Constitution equals 1 point of toughness, and 10 points of Constitution equals 1 point of basic defense. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of basic physical attack. 1 point of strength equals 10 kilograms of load. 10 points of agility is equivalent to 100 points of basic speed, and each additional 1 point of agility will add 1 point of speed, and 10 points of agility equals 1 point of reflex. 1 point of intelligence equals 10 points of mana. 5 points of intelligence equals 1% magic damage bonus. 10 points of intelligence equals 1% basic magic resistance. 1 point of spirit equals 1 point of mana recovery per minute. 10 points of spirit equals 1 point of will. Toughness is equivalent to resistance, which can weaken the duration of negative spells, curses, dizziness and other enemy buffs that act on the body. If the toughness is strong enough, it can directly be immune to low-level spell effects. Reflection can be understood as reaction. If the reflex is high enough, the reaction to any sudden situation is fast enough, and it is not easy to be attacked. Willpower is for mental resistance, which corresponds to toughness that only acts on physical resistance. The attributes are easy to understand. Chu Cheng has read many articles a long time ago, and has no expectations. The only thing he is looking forward to now is the unknown talent, with a progress of 99%. After years of exploration, he has known that the progress of unlocking this talent is probably related to the awakening of the gold finger. Now 99% is just 1 step away, and his gold finger awakening is also just 1 step away. He guessed that this talent is probably attached to the gold finger. He is quite looking forward to this. Talent is not common. Most of the adventers do not have innate talents, and only a very small number will awaken. Either awaken when you just open the body of digital law, or awaken when you change your job at level 10, or awaken when you advance to extraordinary. Generally speaking, there are 3 chances to awaken in life. Chu Cheng's awakening at level 10 belongs to the middle stage, which is not too late. Talents are all kinds of things. Most of them will give individuals extremely powerful abilities, or active abilities, or passive effects. If you use talents as the core to match equipment and skills, you can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Chu Cheng is looking forward to the awakening of talents in the near future, hoping to give himself a surprise and awaken a powerful talent. Chapter 3. Finally, after reaching level 10, Chu Cheng had no motivation to continue leveling and decided to go back. Going back was simple. Just return to the teleportation points in the dungeon world. As long as you don't fight or get attacked within 60 seconds, you can leave the dungeon world and return to the main world. The nearest teleportation point is not far from here. There is a coastal town about 2 kilometers south. It is one of the 3 teleportation points in this dungeon world, and the starting point for entering the dungeon. Go around and avoid it if you can. If you can't avoid it, fight it all the way. It's just a level 5 monster. He is only thinking about running away, and these level 5 pirates will not chase him all the time. Soon, he came to the vicinity of the town, and saw a small bay in front of him. There was a large coastal town on the flat seashore. Many ships were moored in the port, most of which were various fishing boats. There was a 5-masted ship, 3 3-masted warships, and 7 2-masted medium-sized warships. This is the kingdom's naval fleet. In this dungeon world called Black Sail Pirates, the core is the war between the Black Sail Pirates and the kingdom fleet. The way to pass this dungeon is to destroy the Black Sail Pirates fleet. The main quests and the like have nothing to do with them. They are just students. The first echelon of the same grade is only more than 10 levels. Now the highest level in the whole grade is less than 15, and some are less than 10. They have no ability to contact the main quests of the dungeon. Every time they descend on these small dungeon worlds, they basically just pick some small monsters to level up. Only the strongest group in the class will form a team to explore the world, do some simple tasks, and kill some small bosses to get some benefits. This class is the same. Chu Cheng honestly went to fight the level 5 Black Sail Pirates. Other students either formed a team to fight those elite pirates of more than 10 levels, or went to sneak attack the pirate strongholds, which is much more advanced than him. Chu Cheng was relieved when he saw the patrolling militia team in the town from afar. These militiamen of more than 10 levels will kill the pirates approaching the town, so there will be no monsters nearby. He came to the town entrance and saw several classmates fishing by the dock. They looked surprised when they saw Chu Cheng jogging by, and some of them were whispering to each other. Fishing is also a life skill. Fish can be used as cooking materials, some special fish can be sold for money, and with a high level, some precious fish and water treasures can be caught. Some materials required for some advanced props can only be caught by fishing. He also learned this life skill. After all, the Black Sail Pirates dungeon is one of the dungeons they often enter. It is close to the sea, and most of the students have learned to fish, but their levels are uneven. Chu Cheng is the worst one among them, and he is only at the elementary level now. In addition, he also learned first aid and cooking, and the linen bandage is the product of the first aid skill. After entering the town, Chu Cheng went straight to the largest and tallest building in the center of the town. The head teacher and 2 teaching assistants were staying there. It was class time now, so he had to inform the teacher when he left the Chaos Realm to change his job. He came to the door and took out the token that all students had. The 2 native guards let him in. There was a martial arts arena inside. When he came in, he happened to see 5 men and 3 women coming out. The leader was the class monitor Wang Weilong, a level 14 weapon warrior with a high-level professional template. He was the strongest in the class, and ranked in the top 20 in the whole school. The few people next to him were also the best students in the class. They always went in and out together. Every time they had a big class, they would not be lonely and do something big. This time was probably the same. Chu Cheng had not changed his job yet, and his grades were always the last in the class, so he had little contact with them. Chu Cheng, who came in hurriedly, saw them and subconsciously stopped and stepped aside, as usual, to wait for them to leave first. Everyone just glanced at him and looked away. But when they passed by, one of the acne-covered boys suddenly shouted exaggeratedly, "Hey, isn't this Chu Cheng? You are level 10? Finally, I don't have to drag the class down, congratulations." Chu Cheng's mouth twitched, and he walked away without saying a word. Fuck that star. Wait until I change my job and then dare to do something bad to you. This person is called Sun Kong, and he is also a classmate, but he is very narrow-minded. He holds a grudge because of a small thing in the past, and likes to do something bad to himself for no reason. He has been patient for a long time, but he is not as skilled as others, and has no confidence to fight back. While gritting his teeth and walking through the martial arts arena, he saw the assistant Lu Weifei holding a two-handed sword in one hand and maintaining a stabbing posture. He did not dare to disturb him, and stood aside for a while. Lu Weifei exhaled a long breath, and the white air shot out 4 or 5 meters away like an arrow. Is Chu Cheng okay? Teacher, I am already level 10 and want to go back to change my job temporarily. Oh! Lu Weifei looked at him straight in the eye at this time and nodded. Okay, you go. Remember to come back after changing your job. This class is not over yet. Student, remember. Well, go. Bidding farewell to the teacher, he chose to exit the Chaos Realm directly outside the martial arts arena. Return. The next second, a 60-second countdown appeared under his eyes. The countdown ended quickly, and with a slight distortion of space, a white light shot up into the sky and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already on a huge platform. Behind him was a huge light gate, and a stream of light like lightning gathered and entangled into a huge portal, extending to the top and turning into a lightning column rising into the sky. There were many such light gates in the square, and from time to time, a teenager, who was not much different from Chu Cheng in age, would be seen walking out of or entering the light gate. Each of these light gates represented a copy of the Chaos Realm anchored by the school, which was unique to the school and could not be entered by outsiders. The so-called Chaos Realm was a huge chaotic sphere composed of countless large and small realms. These large and small realms were entangled together and constantly changing positions, and it was extremely chaotic inside. Most of the large and small realms were independent, even if the world boundary membrane was separated from the boundary membrane, and the hand passed through the boundary membrane to another realm. But after a period of time, passing through the boundary membrane again at the same position might be another new realm. The Chaos Realm is like a creeping monster composed of countless realms. Every moment, some tiny worlds will break or be swallowed by other large realms. There will also be countless realms of different sizes that break and divide into several new realms of different sizes. Soon after humans discovered the Chaos Realm, they found that if they used the origin of the world to condense a special mark, they could fix and anchor a realm. The coordinates of the fixed realm are located and can be fixedly teleported into it through teleportation spells. The definition of anchoring means that the state of this realm is anchored at a certain stage, and this realm is transformed from the Chaos Realm to the copy world, from chaos to order. The Chaos Realm is chaotic and changeable, but the copy world is like a copy in the game. Everything in the entire copy world is ordered, and it can be constantly refreshed like a game under the rules. The descender can descend into the copy world like a game player to gain experience and trophies by killing monsters in it. Chapter 4. Every once in a while, the copy will absorb the source power to refresh. Everything inside will return to its original state, and the dead monsters and native creatures will be resurrected. The smaller the copy world, the faster the refresh speed. The larger the copy world, the slower the refresh speed. Among them, the refresh time is less than 1 month, which is a small copy world. More than 1 month, less than 1 year, which is a medium-sized copy world. More than 1 year is a large copy world. The Yuntai No. 2 Middle School, where Chu Cheng studied, ranked second among the dozen middle schools in the city. It has a lot of resources, and has 5 medium-sized copy worlds and 38 small copy worlds. The copy world he just experienced is called Black Sail Pirates, which is one of the 38 small copy worlds. I'm finally going to start changing my job. Chu Cheng exhaled lightly, full of expectations. In the Chaos Realm, the strength of the 10th level adventures, and those who have changed their jobs above 10 levels is not at the same level. Not to mention other things, each level from 1 to 10 is only 3 free attribute points. After changing jobs, you will get 5 free attribute points for each level up, plus many professional expertise and skills. Your strength will change qualitatively. You need a job change certificate to change jobs, or go to some large dungeon worlds and ask the natives for advice. In the Chaos Realm, there are extremely many types of professions, and they are ever-changing. The common warrior profession alone is divided into dozens of categories. If some rare hidden professions are added, the total number is estimated to be hundreds. Generally speaking, the school will provide some basic job change certificates, but if your family can provide better professional certificates, you don't need the schools. Chu Cheng was born in a medium-sized family in Yuntai City. The family is quite powerful, and has mastered several small and medium-sized dungeon worlds. As a member of the family's direct line, he can get better professional credentials than the school provides. However, it is not the best. Speaking of this, we have to mention his current embarrassing position within the family. Chu Cheng is one of the third-generation direct sons of the Yuntai Chu family, but his biological mother has passed away. Later, his father married a stepmother, so the bloody things that the wealthy families love to see came. Under the pillow wind of his stepmother, Chu Cheng's life is getting worse and worse. Especially after the birth of his two half-brothers, his status in the family and the resources he obtained plummeted, and he was completely unlike a direct descendant of a noble family. In 2 lives, Chu Cheng did not make a big fuss. He knew that quarreling would not have any results, but would instead wipe out the little father-son affection in his father's heart. His plan was to complete his studies in a low-key manner, and when he became an adult or was admitted to a higher education institution, he would take advantage of this little affection and guilt to take the opportunity to ask for a large amount of resources, and then become self-reliant. Back in the dormitory, the golden finger seemed to be a little short of time. Chu Cheng first opened the Chaos Realm network and prepared to browse the flea market to look at the level 10 equipment. He now has a level 6 hard leather armor, green excellent quality, plus 5 points of defense. Both scimitars are green quality, 11 slashing attacks. One adds 2 extra attacks, and the other adds 1 extra strength. They are all equipment below level 10, and the power is 1 major level lower than that of those above level 10, so they must be replaced. It just so happens that I have some money saved. Over the years, I have accumulated 28 silver and 55 copper. They are all spoils of war after leveling up. Some are directly exploded chaos copper coins, and some are accumulated from selling miscellaneous items. Gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are the common currencies in all realms of the Chaos Realm. However, they are not the common gold, silver, and copper coins, but the currencies that contain a trace of chaos power. No matter which realm, the indigenous race or alien race recognizes this currency. 100 chaos copper coins equals 1 chaos silver coin. 100 chaos silver coins equals 1 chaos gold coin. 1000 chaos gold coins equals 1 chaos stone. Chaos stone is also called life stone, or resurrection stone. After the person dies, he can consume the power in the chaos stone to reunite the body and soul and revive. This thing is extremely rare and generally does not appear on the market. Chu Cheng walked around the flea market and soon saw 2 level 10 scimitars and a level 10 hard leather armor, all of which are green quality. Chaos equipment from low to high are gray garbage, white ordinary, green excellent, blue excellent, red rare, purple epic, orange legendary, and golden myth. The purple epic grade is a watershed. There are very few such equipments, and their attributes are very strong. Holding one piece can greatly improve your strength. But it is very rare and expensive. At least Chu Cheng has never seen this grade of equipment in his life. The best he has seen is a rare boot, which was shown to them by a senior who was specially recruited. It has super high speed bonus and jumping distance, and comes with the special effect of walking on water, which is dizzying. He didn't buy anything for the time being, but just looked at the goods and put them in the shopping cart. He had to wait for the gold finger to awaken first to see if the awakened talent matches the profession. If it doesn't match, he has to change to another profession and the weapon. It's useless to buy it now, and he has to change it. Not long after waiting, the gold finger in Chu Cheng's mind finally awakened at a certain moment. The light ball in his mind suddenly exploded, and then an indescribable force swept through his body, as if his whole body was washed, and he felt like he was reborn, and his whole body was full of strength. At this moment, Chu Cheng's mind flashed with inspiration, and he immediately opened the attribute panel. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Level, level 10. Talent, not selected, 1%. Main attributes, Constitution 10 plus 8, Strength 10 plus 10 plus 1, Agility 10 plus 10, Perception 10 plus 2, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10. Secondary attributes, Toughness 1, Reflex 2, Will 1, Life Regeneration plus 1 per second. Health, 180 points. Stamina, 180 points. Mana, 100 points. Melee attack, 21 plus 15, slash, 21 plus 14, stab. Ranged attack, none. Physical defense, 9 points. Magic resistance, 0. Movement speed, 110 points. Skills, dagger entry, one-handed sword mastery. Life occupations, primary fishing, primary first aid, primary cooking. Talent has been awakened, But what the hell is it that has not been selected? Chu Cheng fell on it with a puzzled mood, and immediately a light screen popped up in front of him, showing, "Tip. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your personal talent within 60 seconds, and the timeout will be random." Option 1. Space Refraction LV1, forming a layer of space crystal wall around the body, absorbing 30 points of full damage, and rebounding to up to 10 enemies within a radius of 30 meters. Tip. The rebound damage is pure damage, ignoring physical defense and spell resistance, and is full damage. Tip. The talent can be turned on and off freely, and the rebound target can be controlled. Tip. This talent cannot be dispelled or sealed, and the priority is domain level. Option 2. Fury Blast LV1, each attack will add Fury Mark to the target, causing it to receive more damage than the last attack, lasting 15 seconds. Hint. Each damage increases by 20 points, and each hit refreshes the duration of the Fury Mark, limited to physical attacks. Hint. Fury Mark can be dispelled, with priority at the domain level. Option 3. Gift of Relief LV1, your attack has a certain probability of adding Destruction Mark to the enemy unit, and this attack will cause a devastating critical hit. Hint. The probability of applying Destruction Mark is 15%, and the critical hit damage is 300%, limited to physical attacks and physical-related skills. Hint. Destruction Mark can be dispelled, with priority at the domain level. Chapter 5. Hiss. When Chu Cheng saw the 3 optional talents, he was stunned, and then ecstatic. All 3 talents were stronger than he could imagine, and any one of them was a super skill he had never seen before. At this moment, a lot of combat systems built around these 3 talents suddenly appeared in his mind, and he imagined that he would get excellent results in the upcoming exams with this talent, and even in the more distant future, he would make a splash in the college entrance examination with this talent, and be admitted to those top universities. Higher education institutions are related to the resources obtained in the future. Apart from other things, the most intuitive difference is that top universities have some powerful dungeon worlds. Whether it is leveling up after a high level in the future, or changing jobs at a higher level, the top loot is stronger than ordinary universities. Yes, changing jobs above extraordinary, or even becoming a legend, all require going to those top worlds. There are very few resources at this level in ordinary universities. But the fantasy did not last long, because he could only choose one. He needed to choose one of these 3 talents that made him drool. 3 talents, one is both offensive and defensive, the other 2 are all offensive, and the last one is explosive, all of which are ridiculously strong. But Chu Cheng did not hesitate for too long and made a choice. Space Refraction. With a thought, the space refraction of the 3 talents lit up, and the other 2 talents gradually dimmed until they disappeared. The reason is simple, saving life is the first priority. No matter how many means you use, you only have one life, and the first priority is to save your life. Only by staying alive can you have everything. LV1 Space Refraction can completely absorb less than 30 points of damage. The attack of wild monsters around level 10 is only 30 to 40 points. After absorbing 30 points, the remaining damage minus defense is only a single digit. With this life-saving ability, there is no need to worry. After reading the talent, Chu Cheng looked at other changes on the panel. The changes were not big, just the initial attributes changed slightly, all became 10 points, which is the limit of the human race. Other than that, there were no other changes. But Chu Cheng knew that this was not the full effect of the gold finger, but other effects were hidden, and they would be triggered when the conditions were met. In addition, the gold finger can be upgraded, but the upgrade conditions are temporarily unknown. He felt that something was needed, but he didn't know what it was until he saw it. He had a strong premonition that the current gold finger had just been unlocked and only had basic functions. After unlocking, it would give him a great surprise. Now you can change your job. Chu Cheng opened the address book and sent a message to his father Chu Huaisheng. Dad, I want to change my job. After a long time, Chu Huaisheng responded, which job? Double Blade Warrior. It was quiet again, and after a long time, there was a response, wait. After that, he hung up. With just such a short sentence, Chu Cheng could even see his father's cold face behind the signal. He couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and the excitement of awakening the golden finger was extinguished a lot. Since when did they become like this? I vaguely remember that before my mother passed away, my father still loved me very much and often played with me. After my mother passed away, my father spoke less, but he still cared about me. Until he married another woman, his care began to decrease. Until the birth of my first brother, I no longer felt my father's care. Sure enough, it's better to rely on yourself than to ask others. He chuckled and closed the communication. Not long after, the career certificate arrived, which can be directly transmitted through the Chaos Network at a very fast speed. Chu Cheng opened the package, and there was a palm-sized jade plate with a double-sword warrior on it. Career certificate, medium double-sword warrior, a warrior with 2 light weapons, good at close combat, known for his agility. Careers are divided into ordinary careers, intermediate careers, advanced careers, and super careers. Ordinary career transfers have 10 free attribute points and 1 specialty. Intermediate career transfers have 15 free attribute points and 2 specialties. Advanced career transfers have 20 free attribute points and 3 specialties. Super career transfers have 30 free attribute points and 5 specialties. The school only provides ordinary careers. Although the double sword warriors provided by the family are not as good as the advanced careers of the 2 younger brothers, they are already good and better than civilians. Fortunately, this previously reserved career does not conflict with the awakened talent and does not need to be changed. I found the job transfer book of the dual blade warrior. Do you want to change your job? Chu Cheng nodded in his heart. Yes. The next second, the job transfer book in his hand shattered, turned into a warm current and flowed into his body, and then a light curtain that only he could see unfolded in front of his eyes, and a series of data emerged. Hint: use the job transfer book of the dual blade warrior to successfully become a dual blade warrior. Hint: you have successfully changed your job and obtained the professional specialty introduction to dual wielding weapons. Hint: you have successfully changed your job and obtained 15 free attributes depending on your professional grade, intermediate. Hint: you have successfully changed your job and can choose 2 specialties from the following 5 professional specialties as your professional specialties. Feature 1. Savage Constitution, rare add 200 HP, 5 defense. Feature 2. Agility, normal add 20 movement speed. Feature 3. Savage Strength, normal add 20 basic attack power. Feature 3. Savage Strength, normal add 20 basic attack power. Feature 4. Weakness Sense, rare add 2% critical hit rate, 20% critical hit damage. Feature 5. Crazy Life, excellent add 300 HP, 3 life regeneration per second. This is the difference between those who have changed jobs and those who have not. With extra free attribute points and extra professional expertise, how can those who have not changed jobs win? Chu Cheng's eyes fell on these 5 professional expertises. He was about to choose 2 of them. Suddenly, the light ball in his mind lit up, and a stream of light flew out of his eyes and fell on the light curtain in front of him. The next second, the light curtain in front of him was distorted, and all the data became blurred. Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then dumbfounded. In just a moment, the light curtain became clear again, but the data on it had changed, which was completely different from before. Specialty 1, Extraordinary Constitution, Epic HP plus 500, Defense plus 5, HP Regeneration plus 5, Toughness plus 5. Specialty 2, Extraordinary Agility, Epic Movement Speed plus 50, Jump Distance plus 100%, Reflex plus 5. Specialty 3, Extraordinary Strength, Epic Basic Attack Power plus 50, Strength Judgment plus 20, Critical Hit Rate plus 3%. Specialty 4, Extraordinary Perception, Epic Perception Range plus 100%, Perception Judgment plus 20, Critical Hit Rate plus 3%. Specialty 5, Extraordinary Life, Epic HP plus 1000, HP Regeneration plus 10. Wow, it can be operated like this? At this moment, Chu Cheng was already shocked by his own golden finger. I was still wondering what the hidden function was before, but it turned out to be like this. This is too. I like it so much. He looked up and down at these 5 specialties with a happy face, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. But the excitement did not last long, and he began to look entangled because he could not select all of them. It would be nice if I could choose all of them. He scratched his head and hesitated for a long time. Superb physique is a must, which matches his talent. The only thing he was confused about was the second professional specialty. 2, 3, and 5 would be fine. Using the elimination method, the 5th one was kicked out first. With the first one, the demand for the 5th super life would not be so high. Then, there was speed and strength. He hesitated a little, but finally chose from the perspective of saving his life and chose superb agility. Chapter 6. After completing the career specialty selection, this job transfer is not over yet, and there are still 15 free attribute points to choose from. There is nothing to worry about, 5 points each for Constitution, Strength, and Agility. After clicking this job transfer is over, and then Chu Chung immediately opens the Chaos Network and pays for the 3 pieces of equipment and 2 rolls of linen that were previously added to the shopping cart on the campus network. Cutting scimitar, excellent. Equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements, level 10, agility 12. Attack speed, very fast. Basic attack, 18 slashing, 17 piercing. Additional attribute, agility +1. Evaluation, a common scimitar for wilderness wanderers. Exquisite thick leather armor, excellent. Equipment type, light leather armor. Equipment requirements, level 10, strength 12. Basic attribute, defense +8. Additional attribute, /-3. Evaluation, a very excellent leather armor. Weapons generally have different attack power according to their attack type. Light weapons generally have little difference between slashing and stabbing. If it is a heavy weapon, the power of slashing is much greater than piercing. Some heavy weapons cannot even stab, and can only slash. In addition, the attack type of hammer weapons is blunt attack, and catapults, and the like are siege damage, which have additional damage to certain armor types. 2 scimitars for 4 silver each. Leather armor for 6 silver. And 2 rolls of linen cloth, which can be made into 2 rolls of linen bandages, which can restore 75 health points in 15 seconds, 1 silver per roll, and can be used 12 times. All in all, I spent 16 silver, and the remaining funds were 12 silver and 55 copper. Then I sold the 2 scimitars, level 6 leather armor, and some sundries on my body, and sold them for 1 silver and 25 copper. The storage space only has 2 rolls of linen cloth, one of which is mostly linen bandages, and a first-level escape scroll. The escape scroll is a life-saving item for everyone. It can be activated in 3 seconds to teleport out of the dungeon regardless of whether there is a battle or not. The first-level escape scroll can only be teleported out of the small dungeon, and it costs 1 gold per scroll. Chu Cheng's scroll was issued by the school, which is a school welfare. Although the 3-second activation time is long as you calculate the time in advance and use it before death, you can usually escape. So far, it has been completely renewed, as if reborn. With so many bonuses, I should be able to enter the first echelon in the class in terms of strength now. The level and equipment are still a bit behind. When the level and equipment are caught up, even the class monitor is probably not my opponent. Chu Chung looked around in front of the mirror, wearing leather armor, with 2 scimitars in various fighting postures, his eyes flashing, and his heart full of confidence. Start again! After a simple packing, Chu Chung returned to the school landing point. When entering the light gate, the space changes, and a series of data emerges in front of you, entering the Chaos World. Anchoring Realm Selection. Beginning the assimilation of characters with Chaos Realm laws. Entering the anchored Black Sail Pirate Realm. Time, May 10th, 2258 in the Chaos Calendar. Location, Black Sail Bay, Linhai Town. Additional note, this scene is an anchored order scene. The damage between the adventures will be reduced by 50%, and the adventures can check their personal attributes at any time through the Chaos Mark. Tip, get the temporary skill insight, which can check the target status, and the detection range is determined by the perception gap. Tip, your appearance has been processed, and will automatically recover when you return to the main world. The martial arts arena where he left was the same one he appeared in again, but Assistant Lu Weifei was no longer there. He ignored all this, and immediately opened his personal panel, and found that the team channel had indeed been activated. Entering the Chaos Realm is like entering a game, with both attribute panels and upgrades, and naturally other auxiliary functions, such as making friends, trading, and teaming. It's just that there is no human rights without job transfer, and many functions are not open to those who have not changed their jobs, such as teaming and various chat channels. The team channel is also a kind of chat channel. He is now entering the team channel of his 5th class, and can communicate in real time in the same copy. Chu Chung opened the channel, and happened to see someone chatting inside. Damn, the flagship of the Black Sail Pirate King is so big, with 7 masts, more than 50 meters long, and many cannons on it. It looks so scary. Where did you go to see the flagship of the Pirate King? Did you go to Black Sail Island? How dare we? We were doing a mission, and saw it by chance at the beach. It seems that he went to the right place. According to the plot of the copy, this is the time when the Black Sail Pirate Fleet attacked Brad Town. Is it starting now? Damn, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. It seems that it is indeed this time. By the way, is anyone going to watch? Already in Brad Town. Damn, why are you still staying in Brad Town at this time? Go to another place to watch the show. It's too dangerous in the town. If the pirates invade the town, Be careful of being caught in the crossfire. Hee, is it possible that there are more than just me? Another person asked. Fuck, what do you want to do? Challenge the Pirate King? Are you crazy? That's a terrifying boss. And with the bonus of the final boss of the dungeon, the blood volume will not be inferior to the Lord level boss of the same level. Hee. No one answered this question, but it left endless reverie. Chu-Chung also saw their chat, and his heart was calm. Blood Town is one of the 3 towns in this dungeon. Its scale is not much different from Lehigh Town, and there is also a naval fleet stationed. The Black Sail Pirate Dungeon is refreshed once a month, and each time it will go through the main storyline, and it will continue to cycle. The natives and monsters in it are also reincarnated once a month. No matter whether they are dead or not, they will be resurrected again after a month, and their memories will be reset at the beginning of the month. The Black Sail Pirate Dungeon is a private dungeon exclusively for the school. It is a teaching dungeon. Students are allowed to participate in the main storyline and some side stories. Although the school does not recommend it, it is indeed too dangerous for students. Generally, at the end of the month, if the main plot has not been cleared, the school will send a team of teachers to enter the school's private dungeons, clear the main plot and important branches one by one, and obtain resources. Killing the big and small boss in the dungeon will reward you with loot. There will also be a lot of extra rewards and treasure chests at the end of the level through the main plot, including rich experience, skill scrolls, various rare props, skill points, and even free attribute points, etc. Cleared once a month, over time, the benefits that a private dungeon can provide will be very considerable. Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with students. They are not strong enough and cannot fight against the pirate fleet at all. The plot of Brad Town belongs to the middle part of the main plot. The premise is that the son of the Black Sail Pirate King was killed by the Kingdom Patrol fleet of Brad Town. The Black Sail Pirate King led the fleet to attack Brad Town for revenge. After completing the massacre, he retreated. Soon after, the kingdom issued a mobilization order to mobilize the nearby navy to eliminate the Black Sail pirates. After many battles in the nearby waters, they finally attacked the Black Sail pirates' lair and killed the Pirate King on Black Sail Island. Chapter 7. In the past, teachers would wait until the end of the month to enter the field, and students would follow behind to cheer and help, besieging some small boss on the edge. No one has ever been so bold as to enter Brad Town and change the plot. Chu-Chung certainly had no intention of joining in the fun. Although he had awakened his talent and gained 2 very powerful professional expertise, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted in the dungeon. Relying on the spatial refraction talent to kill small monsters is invincible, but it is not the case with Boss, whose attack is too high. His plan is to first familiarize himself with his own abilities and understand his current strength and position, and then decide whether to participate. Target, Black Sail Pirates. Going back to the old way, first go to the north to see the old leveling place. Passing by the town dock again, the group of fishermen were still there. They also saw Chu-Chung. One of them, Duwenjia, shouted, Chu-Chung, are you level 10? Yes. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. He touched his head, waved, and left the dock. There's nothing to say. We weren't very familiar with each other before. But from this, it can be seen that level 10 and above are indeed 2 completely different levels. 5 minutes later, Chu-Chung left the town and came to the beach where he often leveled up. He saw several black-sailed pirates wandering on the beach from afar, and he felt a little excited and nervous. It's not that he was afraid of these pirates, but he was just too excited. Take 3 deep breaths to calm down his excitement. Chu-Chung drew out his 2 swords and strode towards the 2 black-sailed pirates. Let you be the first sacrifice for my takeoff. His undisguised footsteps quickly alarmed 2 black-sailed pirates, who were chatting, and they quickly drew their flintlocks from their waists and aimed at him. Bang, bang. 2 crisp gunshots echoed on the beach, and a faint crystal light flashed on Chu-Chung's body. 2 spatial fluctuations exploded with him as the center, and in the blink of an eye, they swept over the black sail pirates more than 10 meters away. In an instant, 2 blood flowers with a reduction of 30 flew up, and the 2 pirates fell back halfway after drawing their scimitars on their waists. That's it? He fell before he got close, and this speed made Chu-Chung unable to react for a while. Check the data playback. The light screen popped up, and a series of data appeared in front of him. Based on your perception, you will get the following detailed data statistics of the battle. Battle replay begins. You are shot by the flintlock of the black sail pirate, causing 30 points of physical damage to you. Your talent space refraction absorbs 30 points of physical damage, and you finally suffer 0 points of physical damage. Your talent space refraction takes effect, rebounding 30 points of pure damage to the Black Sail Pirate. Your talent space refraction takes effect, rebounding 30 points of pure damage to the Black Sail Pirate. The damage you caused exceeds the target's remaining life, and the target dies. You gain 3 points of killing experience. Too strong. The space refraction absorbs 30 points of damage, and the refraction damage is 30 points. The pure damage ignores defense and resistance. The level 5 Black Sail Pirate has only 55 points of health. 2 shots of 60 points of pure damage that ignores defense turn into 2 invisible space blades that directly cut it in half. After reading the statistics, Chu-Chung no longer had any doubts or worries. He looked up at the pirates on the beach ahead and shouted excitedly, "Little guys, here comes my grandpa." He rushed forward with a wild laugh, charging straight at the pirates one by one, deliberately luring them over. This is a pure talent for group killing skills. If the level 5 pirates can't break the defense, then what's there to fear? In just 20 minutes, he had rushed to the deepest place he had ever been to level up, leaving a pile of corpses behind him. And he himself was not hurt at all, not even a scratch. It was cool, but it was a pity that the experience was too little. At level 9, there were 12 points of killing experience, but now there are only 3 points of killing experience, a sharp drop. We still have to deal with higher level monsters. Chu-Chung looked up, and the area ahead was the area where the level 8 to 9 Black Sail Pirates were active. Beyond this area was Brad Town. Let's kill for a while first, and then go to Brad Town to have a look. After making a decision, he took a firm step. Pop! 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 The series of crisp gunshots scared the birds in the jungle and lifted the morning mist. After the gunshots disappeared for a long time, the birds returned to their nests and saw 7 or 8 Black Sail Pirate corpses lying under the big tree. Still no threat. Black Sail Pirate Sailor, useless, level 8, 105 HP. Normal attack does not break defense, and the flintlock damage is 35 points, which is only 5 points higher than the talent absorption value. After deducting defense, there is only 4 points of damage. Compared with his current 730 HP and 6 points of life regeneration per second, it can be said to be negligible. The killing experience that a level 8 Black Sail Pirate can obtain is 8 points, but it is still not much. Level 10 is a big hurdle. The experience gained by killing monsters below level 10 will be greatly weakened. Even at level 9, it will be cut in half. The road was completely flat. At some point, Chu-Chung suddenly heard a dull cannon sound from afar, and then he realized that he had arrived at Brad Town. He immediately accelerated forward. When he crossed a large area of dense jungle, he suddenly heard dense flintlock gunfire and chaotic shouting in front of him. "Line up, don't be chaotic. Child, run quickly, you must survive." "Father." Chu-Chung quickly rushed up, bypassed a vine, and saw an open area behind. A group of militiamen were guarding a group of refugees to resist the siege of a large group of Black Sail Pirates. Chu-Chung noticed the difference between these Black Sail Pirates at a glance. Their eyes and expressions were more lively. Compared with the wild monsters he had just brushed along the way, they looked more like living people, and their levels were also higher, all above level 10. He immediately used the general skill insight to check. Black Sail Pirate, normal level 10, 220 HP. They are legitimate pirates indeed. The difference lies in the templates. The useless templates are all experience babies. They are wild monsters condensed by the dungeon master through the dungeon core with source power. They have low attributes and low IQ, and are used by students to level up. The templates above ordinary are legitimate dungeon creatures, and their IQ and behavior are the same as those of ordinary people. The elite, horror, lord, and other templates above are just stronger in strength and status, and their IQs are almost the same. It is obvious that Brad Town has been breached, otherwise there would be no refugees. Chu-Chung took a rough look. Although the militia level is higher than the pirates on average, the number is too small, and they will definitely not be defeated. He thought quickly, and made a decision soon. He quickly jumped out of his hiding place, and shouted loudly, "I am an adventurer from Linhai Town. I think you need my help now." The two sides in the melee looked over at the same time. When they saw that he was the only one there, the militia captain Hans was disappointed, but still said, "Adventurer, we need you to escort these civilians to Linhai Town in the south." The pirate leader on the other side laughed. "Another one is here to die. Guys, kill this stupid adventurer." Chapter 8. Everyone get out of the way. Chu-Chung rushed towards the pirates with 2 scimitars in his hands, while the others looked at him like a fool. Where are the fools? The 3 pirates on the periphery quickly came forward, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle, and chopped at him with 3 scimitars. Then Chu Cheng went forward without dodging, while the other side looked at him like a fool, and took the knife with his face. Many refugees saw the scene, and the timid ones couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. But the next second, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. 3 knives chopped Chu Cheng's face, leaving 3 blood marks on his left and right face and neck. 3 transparent blood lines in the flying blood spread to a radius of 30 meters with him as the center. All the pirates in it were shocked, and 3 huge wounds appeared on their bodies. -30, -30, -30. In an instant, dense blood-colored damage numbers jumped up and swiped the screen, which was extremely spectacular. Fuck. I was careless. Chu Cheng exclaimed and covered his face. He forgot that the pirates in front of him had not been able to break through the defense. The general attack of the level 10 pirate has more than 40 points, which can already break the defense. He took it with his face, and was disfigured on the spot. Luckily, the damage after breaking the defense was not high, only 3 minor wounds. But it's not a big problem. The wounds in the battle will usually be refreshed when you level up, so you don't have to worry about leaving scars all over your body, unless you leave them deliberately. The HP of the Black Sail pirates above level 10 is more than 200, and 3 rebounds are not fatal. But Chu Cheng protected his face, and rushed directly into the pirate group. They subconsciously raised their knives to chop, and some flintlocks that were already loaded subconsciously pulled out their flintlocks and fired. In an instant, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the pirates fell to the ground like wheat being cut. Only a few leaders, and 1 leader were still able to hold on, but they were already at a low level. Not only the pirates were confused, but also the refugees and militiamen. Only Chu Cheng was not confused, and he was looking at the 3 leaders and the pirate leader with shining eyes. Pirate Captain, Ordinary level 13, 240/480 HP. Ethan, Elite Pirate Leader, level 15, 1360/1600 HP. He was a leader with a name, and must be a small boss. He immediately raised his knife and called the militiamen. The pirate leader is here. Surround him quickly, don't let him run away. Then he rushed towards the pirate leader without hesitation, and the knife flashed in front of him. His extremely high reflex attribute reacted subconsciously, crossing his 2 knives, and a spark flashed. A strong force forced him to step back, and he raised his foot and kicked the pirate leader's foot just raised, and the 2 of them took a step back at the same time. The strength is a little bit lacking, but not Want to run? The pirate leader had a very high IQ. Seeing that all his men were dead, he took a step back with the help of his kick, and took advantage of the hesitation of the militiamen to complete the encirclement, and decisively turned around and ran away. Chu Cheng certainly would not let go of the boss in front of him, and immediately chased after him. Superb agility gave him 50 points of movement speed, and 100% of the jumping distance. He jumped and caught up with the pirate captain with a big stride, but he ignored him, and stared at the pirate leader, who was running in front. The pirate captain slashed his waist with a knife, and a 20 damage reduction floated up. The pirate captain staggered, and a 30 damage reduction floated above his head. After a few jumps, he caught up with the pirate leader, and the 2 knives stabbed his kidneys on the back of his waist. The pirate leader twisted his body greatly to avoid the 2 knives that attacked his kidneys, and shouted angrily, "You are courting death." He clasped his hands together, and held the curved blade. The blade shone, and a streak of lightning appeared. The speed suddenly increased several times and chopped over. Chu Cheng's reflexes far exceeded those of his peers, but his body could not keep up. He only had time to lean back, and the curved blade had already slashed his chest with a flash of light like lightning. -114. The huge force tore a huge gap in his body, and the blade even cut into his bones. You are attacked by the pirate leader Ethan's combat skill Thunder Slash, causing 190 points of physical damage to you. Your talent absorbs 30 points of damage, your defense absorbs 46 points of damage, and finally bears 114 points of physical damage. Pirate leader Ethan's Thunder Slash rips your wound, and you gain the primary passive bleeding effect, losing 15 points of life every 3 seconds, for 15 seconds. Chu Cheng endured the severe pain and fell to the ground without hesitation. He rolled to avoid the pirate leader's kick, and the 2 swords crossed and cut the pirate leader's ankle, and 2-36 damage floated up. Although the weapon is not very good, it has a high enough basic attribute, and it is a dual-wielding weapon with 2 attacks in 1 round, so the output is still good. -56, -30, -36, -36, -57, -30, -36, miss. The front is the pirate leader's normal attack, and the back is Chu Cheng's talent rebound plus the dual blade normal attack. Occasionally, the normal attack is dodged or blocked by the body movement. The pirate leader's flat attack is as high as 110, and after the talent reduction and defense reduction, there are still 56 points. If it is replaced by other people, it will be at least 70 or 80 points. The health of students at level 10 is only about 200, and some long-range and agile routes may not have 200. Facing such high damage, 3 knives will kill it in seconds. If he is hit by the thunderbolt, 1 strike will leave him crippled, and 2 strikes will kill him. This kind of boss that requires a team of strong students to besiege, Chu Cheng can fight alone. The extraordinary physique and agility given by his professional expertise played a huge role at this moment. His extremely high toughness can exempt him from all kinds of stiffness and slowness caused by the opponent's heavy blows, and his reflexes far beyond this level allow him to make various reactions to the opponent's attacks, and even dodge the opponent's attacks with his body skills. It can be said that except for the attack and blood volume, he has already surpassed the pirate leader in other aspects. At this time, the 2 pirate captains have already fallen to the street, and there are always a few fast ones among the remaining militia who can catch up. How can they resist the siege with their remaining blood? The militiamen who have freed their hands have already surrounded them, opening a large encirclement and watching them fight alone. After Chu Cheng took 4 or 5 hits, he rolled to the side and got behind the militia, letting them block the attack. Then he quickly took out the linen bandage to restore a certain amount of blood. With his own life regeneration of 6 points per second, he could restore more than 100 blood points in just 10 seconds. After resting for 20 seconds, his blood points were almost restored, and he grabbed the 2 swords and rushed forward again. The blood points of both sides quickly narrowed until they surpassed each other. After only 2 rests, Chu Cheng killed the pirate leader with a blood-fighting method. When the pirate leader fell, Chu Cheng sat on the corpse and collected the trophy light ball. Only then could he not help but cry out in pain. It's still too much. Without the help of the militia, it would not be difficult to run away faster than the pirate leader, but it would not be easy to kill him. The burst is not enough. We need to get better weapons and skills. I hope this boss can drop some good stuff. After taking a short break to recover his strength, Chu Cheng first went to pick up the loot light ball on the body of the other pirate captain. The 2 captains dropped loot one by one. The militia did not stop him, and they could not see the loot light ball. Then he came to the militia captain, and an elder standing next to the captain saluted him. Respected adventurer, thank you for saving so many civilians. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Cheng saw a line of translucent text sliding past the corner of his eyes. Tip: you have received thanks from the refugees of Brad Town, and the reputation of Brad Town has increased by 200. Now the reputation is 265-500 friendly. Chapter 9. The refugees left quickly, leaving behind 5 silver coins as a thank you. Chu Cheng didn't care. They were refugees, so who would expect anything good? 5 silver coins were good enough, and the big prize was the spoils. He rubbed his hands excitedly, and took out the black sail captain's spoils chest first. The light ball turned into a wooden treasure chest, and there were 2 things inside. A scimitar and a small purse. Open the purse first, and there were 1 silver and 24 coppers inside. The scimitar was a level 12 equipment, but it was a blank, worth about 40 or 50 coppers, and the total value was 1 silver and 70 coppers. The value of this spoils was only average. Next was the pirate leader's spoils chest, a blue chest, and the difference in spoils could be seen from the material of the chest. Chu Cheng opened the chest with anticipation, and took out 3 things from it. It was still a small purse, a scroll, and an exquisite little box. The purse opened, and there were 3 silver coins inside. When the scroll was held in his hand, a transparent light screen immediately appeared with an introduction. Skill scroll, Thunder Slash. Attributes: slash the target with the power of thunder, causing physical damage of 150% of its own maximum attack, with a certain chance of tearing the wound, triggering primary bleeding, and a cooldown time of 1 minute. Tips: learning this combat skill requires 15 points of strength and 15 points of agility, requires a melee profession, and a 2-handed weapon. The last requirement made him speechless. 2-handed weapons can be bought, but without 2-handed weapon skills, the corresponding combat skills of this weapon cannot be activated, which means that the 2-handed weapons required by the skill actually include 2-handed weapon skills. So if he wants to use it for himself, he must buy a 2-handed weapon scroll to learn the skill, and then buy a 2-handed weapon, and then he can learn and use it. What a hassle. I could only put the scroll away first, Then take out the exquisite wooden box and open it, and a blue light suddenly spurted out of it. Sapphire, fine magic gem, can be embedded in equipment to increase attributes. This is a good thing. Chu Cheng remembered that sapphire was a frost attribute, and embedding it in weapons of fine quality could increase the damage of frost elements by a considerable amount, and also have a deceleration effect. However, the equipment needs to be drilled before embedding gems, which requires the forger to first drill holes in the equipment, and then find a jeweler to cut out the magic gems, and then embed them in the holes. The number of holes that can be drilled in different equipment varies. The core factor is the type of equipment, and the secondary factor is the quality of the equipment and the craftsmanship of the forger. Generally, weapons and armor have more holes than equipment such as gloves and boots, and two-handed weapons have more holes than one-handed weapons. Most equipment needs to be drilled manually, but some equipment comes with holes as soon as it explodes. This kind of equipment with holes reaches the limit of holes as soon as it comes out, and no more holes can be opened manually. Chu Cheng put away the sapphire first, and planned to embed it in a better piece of equipment later. Once this thing is embedded, it cannot be removed. The price of a magic gem is as high as 40 or 50 silver coins. Ordinary green equipment is not qualified to embed it. Unless it is a green suit with 4 holes, you can invest in it and embed a few better magic gems, which can be used for a long time. After collecting the spoils, Chu Cheng clapped his hands with satisfaction, looked at the burning and smoking town of Brad in the valley ahead, and continued forward along the path left by the refugees. After walking a short distance, they came to the edge of the canyon. They parted the grass, and saw the town covered by flames and thick smoke in the valley below. There was chaos inside, and the massacre was still going on. Many militiamen and young men took up weapons, and fought and retreated with the pirates relying on the houses in the town. Chu Cheng saw the figures of students inside, and it seemed that there were quite a lot of them. He looked at the other side of the town. A huge fleet was anchored on the sea outside the port. In the center was a 7-masted ship flying a pirate flag. There were many gun muzzles on it. From time to time, there were lights on and thick smoke was gushing out. One after another, shells flew through the air with billowing smoke and fell into the town. You really dare to go up. Aren't you afraid of being hit by a shell? Although this artillery is far inferior to modern weapons, such a large solid bullet coming from such a distance is not something that a flesh and blood body can resist. At least Chu Cheng didn't dare to, even if he was hit by a hit with his current health. If he was unlucky and hit by a large caliber, he might be GG directly. Such a short time is not enough to activate the escape scroll and run away, and there is a high probability that they will be killed on the spot. But in this short period of observation, there are already more than 30 students who appear in his field of vision, and if you add the students who have not appeared, the total number is probably more than one class. Could it be that several classes are acting together? Chu Cheng immediately opened the local channel, and everything was normal inside. Only a few people were talking, and it seemed that they were not in Brad Town. Then he opened the class channel, and there were quite a few people chatting inside, also talking about the plot of Brad Town being massacred, but it was clear at a glance that they were not in Brad Town either, and the content had nothing to do with the current battle. He waited for a while, and simply asked directly in the channel, "By the way, does anyone know the current situation in Brad Town? Why do I see so many people fighting with the pirate landing troops in the town? Are they from our class? Why is the channel so quiet?" The channel was silent for a few seconds, and a classmate named Zhang Ning said, "Don't you know? Class 1, Class 2, Class 4 and our Class 5 monitor have joined forces to do something big." Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and asked in great surprise, "No way, what they said before is true. They want to snipe the Pirate King in Brad Town? Aren't they afraid of danger? That's not the case. The Pirate King is so powerful. With our ability, how many people will die to do it? Even if they want to do it, the teacher will not allow it. What big thing do they want to do? It's not convenient to tell you this. You will know it later. Mao." Chu Cheng closed the channel and looked at the burning town again, hesitant. According to the information released by the school, there will be an important branch plot in Brad Town to save Bryan Town. As long as you can ensure that Bryan Town is not massacred within 3 hours, you will complete the task. The more townspeople survive, the higher your performance score in this plot, and the higher the reward will be. It is said that if the score reaches 3 stars or above, skill points will be awarded, which can be used to upgrade skills. If the score reaches 4 stars or above, additional free attribute points will be awarded. If you can reach the highest 5-star score, in addition to the skill points and free attribute points, You will also be awarded a rare quality equipment that is completely suitable for you, with very powerful attributes. This reward is not bad, but the risks that come with it are too great. This is not a game. Although there are many resurrection methods in the Chaos realm, whether it is the Chaos Stone or the Resurrection Scroll, they can be resurrected, but they are not what he can get, and the school cannot pay such a high price for him. Most students die accidentally during class, which means they are really dead. Chapter 10. Chu Cheng finally made up his mind to go down after observing for several minutes, and found that most of the pirates' naval guns could not reach the back of the town, and even if they did, they would not be accurate. In addition, most of the naval guns were blocked by houses, and it was difficult to threaten the adventurers and militia hiding behind the houses, so he officially made up his mind to go in. He didn't force the plot. He came too late. He just took it as a way to gain some experience and see if he could get some loot. Even a mosquito leg is meat. There was a small path on the edge of the canyon. He went down the path directly. There were some scattered shanties below. It was the area where the poor people of the town lived. The rich lived on both sides of the central street of the town. There were no pirates on the edge. Most of them were concentrated in the back of the town, and were attacking the defense line built by many classmates and militia. Chu Cheng went into the town and saw all the dilapidated houses. The doors of many houses had been knocked open, and the inside was turned upside down. Occasionally, he saw civilians who had not had time to escape died under the swords of pirates. After entering the town, Chu Cheng realized that the threat of the shells could be ignored. Walking in the alley, there were houses on both sides. The first step of the solid shells was to hit the roofs. With their reaction and speed, they had enough time to dodge. Moreover, the shells hit the houses after being buffered, and the lethality plummeted. It was difficult to kill people directly. Knowing this, Chu Cheng felt relieved and began to look for the pirates. Walking along the edge of the house, turning a small corner, he saw 4 pirates, who were wearing all kinds of looted property and looking happy. Both sides were stunned at the same time, but Chu Cheng took the initiative to meet them. The 4 pirates hurriedly drew their guns and knives, and with 2 crisp sounds, 2 long blood marks appeared on the 4 pirates. Dang! The scimitar blocked one of the pirates, and another one slashed through his armpit. Another pirate slashed his back with a knife, and all the pirates shook. Pirate? ? A few seconds later, the 4 pirates fell to the ground and fell asleep. There was no loot, but the looted property could be collected and used to build relationships with the natives. Continuing along the alley, he heard a cry for help from one side when passing an intersection. He immediately turned and saw an open courtyard on one side of the alley, and a woman's cry for help came from inside. Bang! The door was kicked open, and 3 pirates were seen holding down a naked female townsman. There was also a man's body next to him, probably the woman's husband. No nonsense, the 3 pirates drew their swords and went up. After more than 10 seconds, he slept very peacefully on the ground. Then Chu Cheng was followed by a burden. 2 minutes later, 2 children, who were hiding in the stove, and were rubbed black not far away, were rescued. Each time you rescue a survivor, you can get 50 points of Bradtown reputation. After walking around this area for more than 10 minutes, a total of 12 survivors were rescued. Most of them either escaped or were killed, and those who stayed could not escape. After a final walk, it seemed that there were no survivors, so Chu Cheng led them along the alley to the back of the town to meet up with other refugees. Pa, pa, pa! A series of flintlock gunshots came from behind a row of houses, and from time to time, there were pirates shouting and hacking. Chu Cheng stopped, looked back at the 12 burdens behind him, looked around for a while, pointed to one of the stone houses, and said to them, "You stay inside, I go see the situation ahead." Fortunately, these civilians were very obedient, and hid in the stone house. In order to avoid being detected, the door of the house was not closed. Of course, these precautions were unnecessary. Now most of the pirates were attacking the last line of defense of the townspeople, and there were not many people wandering around in other areas. After dealing with the burden, Chu Cheng quietly walked around the row of houses and stuck his head out from the corner of the wall. He saw a street behind, and a row of houses on the other side of the street. The houses were filled with all kinds of messy furniture and demolished wall bricks. Only a few alleys that were too wide could not be sealed. A large number of pirates gathered at these alleys and confronted the militia and adventurers inside. Every once in a while, a group of pirates would gather under the order of the leader, raise shields or table door panels and rush in. Then after a burst of crackling gunfire, sword chopping and shouting, the pirates left a pile of corpses and retreated. Rubbish, After watching for a while, Chu Cheng could only comment like this. The pirates' attack was completely unsystematic, and there was no tactic to speak of. They just gathered their men and charged forward. Although the method was simple, the effect was not bad. The pirates didn't have much else, but they were numerous. Hundreds of them rushed into the town, and the town could hardly resist them. To be honest, if there were no dozens of students to support them, the town's militia would have been unable to stop them. These students were not much higher in level than the pirates. With their equipment and professional advantages, they could fight 2 or 3 at a time. A few of them could fight 4 or 5 at a time, but more than that was not possible. But they formed a formation to defend, with tanks standing in the front row, kitchen knife professions raiding the formation, other professions in the back to output, and a few auxiliary professions at the back, and even 2 extremely rare magic systems and treatments. How could these pirates with no rules attack this lineup? Of course, the professionals had no way to push back. Without favorable terrain, they were at a disadvantage in street fighting with pirates, who had an absolute advantage in data. After all, there was only one life, and they would not dare to take risks without sufficient confidence. It's a pity that I came too late, and I am destined not to get a high evaluation. I can only wait for next time. Chu Cheng knew very well that if he went up directly now, even if he repelled the pirates, the total score would not be too high, because this group of students had been fighting for so long and stabilized the situation. He was just a supporter now, and the bulk of the credit would still be counted on others. To get a high evaluation, you must open up a new battlefield and occupy a dominant position. But in the current situation, it is difficult to open up a new battlefield. Either he ran to the back of the pirates, that is, the seaside of the town, and copied their retreat, leading all the pirates in front back to the seaside, focusing everyone's attention on himself, and then defeating the pirates head-on. Or now this line of defense cannot stop the collapse, and he jumped out to turn the tide. Both of these can ensure that he is the core of the battlefield and achieve the greatest results. But the problem is that the former method is too risky. If you intercept them from the front and take the back route, you will be under the cannons of the pirate warships on the sea. Most of the cannons are within the range of the cannons. With hundreds of cannons firing randomly, the probability of being hit is too high. The latter method is not risky, but he doesn't know when the defense line will fail, or that the defense line may not necessarily collapse. The premise of the 50 students and 20 or 30 militiamen mentioned above that the pirates can't stop them is that the pirates will fight to the end regardless of casualties. But the fact is that the pirates will not fight to the end if they have a certain number of casualties. Pirates are just dead soldiers, not dead soldiers. How can they fight to the end? They will collapse if hundreds of people die. So, the timing is wrong. It's a bit late. If you come earlier, it will be easy. With my ability to gather a group of militiamen, not to mention stopping the pirates, it's no problem to push back the pirates. But there is no way. I didn't think there would be such a thing before. This is also a sudden impulse. Chapter 11. Without a chance, Chu Cheng would not jump out, and he would not cheat other students for the sake of profit. He did not dare to do so. This copy was a private copy of the school, and there were teachers watching it. The teachers would not spend time observing some personal behaviors, but such a large-scale action involving a large number of students would definitely be watched by the teachers. If he dared to deliberately destroy the defense line for a little benefit and let the pirates attack, it would be equivalent to deliberate murder, and the consequences would be serious. Since there was no way to maximize the benefits, he could only try to get the benefits as much as possible. Let's do this for now, and plan the operation in detail in the next class. Next month, when we enter this copy, everything will start from scratch again, and we can think of ways to do something big. Thinking of this, he walked straight out of the alley, and was immediately discovered by a nearby injured pirate leaning against the wall. There's someone there. A pirate leader looked over and pointed his scimitar. Kill him. The 5 nearest pirates immediately rushed over, and collided with Chu Cheng head-on. After a series of sword slashes and 2 musket shots, the 5 pirates, who were besieging him did not fall, but the injured pirates on the side were chopped. Boss, this guy is a bit weird. The pirates certainly could not see his transparent blade refracted by space, but his men fell to the ground inexplicably, and the others were all injured, which was quite weird. But facing Chu Cheng waving 2 swords at his face, the boss had some knowledge, and knew not to fight back, but the younger brothers did not have this knowledge. They only believed in the swords in their hands, and they chopped them up without hesitation even if they knew something was wrong. Then they all lay down with their companions. The ordinary pirates were about level 12 or 13, with a health of just over 200. In just a short while, 20 to 30 of them were killed by the rebound, and the rest were left with little health. On the hill to the north of the town, 3 men and 1 woman were overlooking the town, and this scene naturally fell into their eyes. One of them was very surprised and asked, "Which class is this from? Is this a skill or a talent?" "Not from class 2. Not from class 4 either." The 3 of them looked at the only female in the team. Duan Yuqin, the head teacher of class 5, was still charming at this time, with surprise and confusion on her face. The man who spoke first asked, "Why, not from your class either?" Duan Yuqin shook her head and said, "It's from my class, but what? He was only level 9 a few days ago, and he is so powerful just after changing his job?" A possibility immediately emerged in the minds of several teachers. He has awakened his talent. It looks quite powerful. It's also quite interesting. Several head teachers looked at the bottom with interest, while Duan Yuqin opened the communication while watching. At the same time, a surprised voice was heard in a temporary channel of a certain activity. "Damn, what's going on?" A student standing on the rooftop was responsible for observation. During routine observation, he found that the street on the other side of the alley was full of pirate corpses. He asked in the channel with great surprise, "Why did so many pirates die? Are there reinforcements coming?" "No, the regional channel is very quiet. They are attacking Black Sail Island now, and no one has been sent over." "Then how?" Before he finished speaking, he saw a large group of pirates on the other side of the alley retreating in a hurry, and a bloody figure holding 2 scimitars was chasing a group of pirates. "What the hell? What the hell? I think I saw someone chase away all the pirates at the left alley." "One person? Are you kidding me? Who else can do this dungeon except a few teachers? There are still 10 days until the end of the month. How can the teachers act so quickly?" "It's true just now. No need to explain, I saw it." A row of players lined up at an alley looked at a person chasing a group of pirates in front of them with surprise. The group of students and militiamen in the formation looked at each other, and one of them said, "Go and have a look." Soon, several students with good strength came out of the alley on the left, looking at the pirate corpses on the ground. Their expressions were solemn and a little surprised. Carefully groping out of the alley, they saw the bloody figure at the other end of the street chasing a group of pirates into the main street, and soon disappeared. A group of people looked at the corpses on the street and looked at each other. Where did this tough guy come from? On the main street, Chu Cheng chased a large group of pirates to the seaside. When he arrived less than 100 meters from the port, he suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He immediately stopped and turned back. Bang! 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 In an instant, more than a dozen solid shells fell in a long arc and hit him just where he was. He ran away, but many pirates were swept by the bouncing solid shells and screamed in pain. Chu Cheng was startled and turned into the alley on the right without saying a word. Too brutal, even his own people were bombarding. He pulled the corner of his mouth and retreated along the alley to the outside of the town. There was no room for maneuver. The pirates had suffered heavy losses and probably dared not continue the attack. He also did not dare to attack the seaside. There was no point in staying in the town. He rushed to the edge of the town in one breath, climbed up along the path beside the valley, and sat down behind a bush. After waiting for about half an hour, the pirates retreated to the ship one after another, and the pirate fleet slowly left the town. When the pirate fleet disappeared in the sea outside the town, Chu Cheng received a prompt. Tip: the plot of the Battle of Brad Town has ended, and the settlement is now starting. Settlement is in progress. Tip: basic evaluation is 10 points. Tip: save 12 civilians, score plus 12. Tip: kill 128 Black Sail pirates, score plus 64. Tip: kill 1 pirate leader, score plus 5. Tip: final score is 91 points, total evaluation is 2 stars. Finally, reward 1 blue treasure chest, 3,000 killing experience. Oh, not bad. This was within his expectations. It came too late, and it was unlikely to get a rating of more than 3 stars. Open the treasure chest. Chu Cheng rubbed his hands excitedly, and lined up the blue treasure chest in his hand, and the 4 wooden treasure chests. There were more than 100 pirates, who died in his hands just now, including some pirate captains, and a total of 4 loot treasure chests exploded. The drop rate is quite low. Ordinary monsters basically don't drop loot. Only elite monsters or small bosses have a higher drop rate. First open the 4 treasure chests one by one, a total of 4 wallets, and a white scimitar, a mana pearl, and a pair of green quality boots. The 4 wallets added up to 3 silver and 88 bronze. The mana pearl is also green quality, but it is not a magic gem, but a one-time consumable. After use, It immediately restores 250 mana points, and restores 25 mana points per second after the next 10 seconds, which is equivalent to a total of 500 mana points. This thing is quite valuable, and it is not a problem to sell it for a few silvers. Light Pirate Boots, excellent/green, equipment type, feet. Equipment requirements, agility 12. Basic attribute, movement speed +8. Additional attribute, movement speed +4. Evaluation, a pair of boots that the Black Sail Pirate leader likes very much. It can give you faster speed. Not bad. Chu Cheng immediately put on the boots and walked back and forth a few steps. He felt much lighter indeed. The last one was the blue treasure chest. He rubbed his hands back and forth to make them warm, then reached out and pressed on the treasure chest and opened it. Chapter 12. A faint light flashed, and two things appeared in his hands, a two-handed sword and a bag of money. It was expected that there was a huge sum of 12 silver in the wallet, but the weapon surprised Chu Cheng. Pirate Nemesis, blue/excellent, equipment type, two-handed sword. Equipment requirements, level 13, strength 20, mastery of two-handed sword. Basic attack, 32 slashes. Additional feature, restore 20 health points for each pirate monster killed. Additional feature, increase damage by 20 when attacking pirate monsters. Evaluation, a weapon that drinks the blood of pirates, containing the power that makes pirates fear. Forget it, another piece of equipment that can't be used. However, he was not frustrated. It was normal to be useless. There was no such good thing as getting something when you lack something. If you can't use it, you can sell it, or replace it with a weapon you can use. The attributes of this weapon are very powerful in the Black Sail Pirates dungeon, and it can definitely be sold at a good price. Patting his butt, Chu Cheng put away his things and stood up, ready to return to Linhai Town. It is worth mentioning that after killing a large number of pirates in Brad Town, including a pirate leader, plus a lot of experience from completing the plot, he has now upgraded to a level and obtained 5 free attribute points. He was not in a hurry to add points, anyway, the attributes were enough now, but he reserved them first and added them when needed. Returning along the original route, he encountered a lot of refreshed experienced babies along the way, and he rushed over without dodging. An hour later, Chu Cheng returned to Linhai Town. Everything was normal, and the channel was very quiet. The next main plot had nothing to do with him. The big plot of the Kingdom Navy attacking Black Sail Island would last until the last few days. If no one participated in this plot, the teacher group would take action on the last day. Chu Cheng definitely wouldn't dare to play this kind of plot, as his level is too low now. In the following days, apart from waiting for the main plot, he basically had nothing to do. There was no place to level up. There were only 2 places in this dungeon specifically for leveling up. One was the experienced treasures below level 10 on the seashore, and the other was the Black Sail Island, which had a large number of experienced treasures above level 10. However, Black Sail Island was the pirate base camp, and he didn't dare to go there alone. It is worth mentioning that the main plot of this dungeon is the Black Sail Pirates, but it does not mean that there are only these monsters. In fact, there are many wild monsters in the dungeon, including a large-scale fisherman tribe, and there are also many powerful beasts and monsters on land. It's just that these bosses were solved by other people's team as early as the beginning of the month when they just entered the dungeon. Next, Chu Cheng had nothing to do, so he simply took out the fishing rod and prepared to practice fishing skills. There are also many benefits to raising this skill level. Many precious fish are of high value, and if you are lucky, you may catch a treasure chest. The fishing spot is at the port, and many classmates are fishing here. Chu Cheng just found a deserted place and sat down. He threw a handful of bait down to make a nest, cast the rod and waited quietly. His current fishing skills are only elementary, and his proficiency is 33 out of 100. Generally, proficiency will increase after catching fish, but not all fish will increase proficiency. You need to catch many different types of fish to increase proficiency. There is a decay value for the same type of fish, which means that only the first few fish of the same type will increase proficiency, and no matter how many fish are caught later, it will not increase. Unless there are some special rare fish, as long as you can catch them, the skill proficiency can be increased. Chu Cheng has experienced 4 dungeons in school over the years, but only the small dungeon Black Sail Pirates is close to the sea and has many fish. 2 of the other 3 dungeons are inland, and there is only 1 river in 1 dungeon. There are not many fish resources, so the skill level is not high. Fishing is the most suitable activity to calm down and relax. Chu Cheng sat on the dock with a fishing rod in his hand, occasionally chatting with other classmates. He didn't catch many fish, but his mood has gradually calmed down, and the evil spirit generated by the previous killing has slowly disappeared. After an unknown period of time, one of the fishing friends suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Wow!" Several people looked over, and the man said loudly, "Look at the class channel." Chu Cheng puzzledly opened the team channel of Class 5, which was extremely lively, with various shocking comments one after another. He scrolled up the information with doubts, and soon saw a pinned message at the end. Class Monitor Wang Weilong and 17 classmates, together with the elites of Class 1, Class 2 and Class 4, jointly captured Black Sail Island, killed the second in command of the Black Sail Pirates, and successfully rescued the captured civilians on the island. Below was a bunch of exclamations of wow and awesome. Chu Cheng was also very surprised. At this time, he suddenly thought of the previous attack and defense of Brad Town. Now he suddenly understood that the reason why the Black Sail fleet withdrew early was not because they killed a large number of pirates, but because the pirates' hometown was raided. Really bold. However, they also paid a heavy price. He carefully browsed the information, which was at least several hundred, and learned from the words of the parties involved that although this operation was successful, many students were forced to use escape scrolls to leave the copy early. In addition, 2 classmates died on the spot because they were unable to escape in the fierce battle. I can't tell anything from the comments. Anyway, they didn't die, so there was no sadness in the comments. However, their bodies have been brought back, sent out of the dungeon, and their families have been notified. If their family has a resurrection scroll or a true world stone, they can be saved. However, the price of the true world stone is extremely expensive, up to 1,000 gold coins per piece, but the effect is very powerful. Not only can it perfectly revive, but it can also specify the resurrection location, and after resurrection, a powerful buff that lasts for a long time will be left on the body. In addition, resurrection scrolls or resurrection spells can also revive. There are 2 types of resurrection scrolls. One is a complete resurrection scroll, and the other is a secondary resurrection scroll. The secondary resurrection scroll is a limited resurrection, which can only be used below the extraordinary level, and it only helps you revive. Injuries such as broken limbs on your body before resurrection will not be restored, and you will lose 5 levels after resurrection. So it only costs 100 gold coins to buy it. The full resurrection scroll can revive all descenders below the legendary level. Not only can it revive, but it can also completely recover from injuries, expel all negative states, and the level will not drop. The only difference from the True Realm Stone is that the resurrection scroll cannot be used automatically, and you need others to help you revive, and there is no buff after resurrection. The price is 300 Chaos Gold Coins. Expensive. Just one word. But being able to revive yourself is equivalent to having an extra life. As long as the conditions allow, everyone will buy one. Chu Cheng looked at it for a while, and closed the communication. There is no room for reference. However, while he was squatting at the dock fishing peacefully, Duan Yuqing came back to the castle in the town and immediately found the assistant Lu Weifei and asked, "Do you know about Chu Cheng's situation?" Lu Weifei nodded and said, "I know, he just reached level 10 yesterday, and asked me for leave to return to change his job. He changed to a melee physical double-blade warrior, a good melee profession." The head teacher Duan Yuqing nodded and asked again, "Then do you know his specific situation? Has he awakened his talent?" Lu Weifei was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "He didn't report to me, so I'm not sure. Ask him to see me." "Oh, okay." Coming out of the office, Lu Weifei was still a little surprised. He awakened his talent, opened the communication, and sent a message to Chu Cheng. "Chu Cheng, please come to the castle." Chu Cheng, who was fishing, didn't think much and quickly put away his rod and left. When he came to the castle again, he saw the assistant Lu Weifei standing at the door of the martial arts field and waved to him to follow. Chapter 13. Sit down. Pour yourself some water. When he entered the office, Chu Cheng saw the head teacher Duan Yuqing sitting behind the desk. Lu Weifei beside him was also curiously looking at him and asked directly, "Did you awaken your talent when you were at level 10? Chu Cheng was not surprised how the teacher knew. How could the teacher not know after the killing spree in Brad Town before? He nodded and said, "Yes." "What type of talent?" It's a tank type." You can see that the eyes of the head teacher and assistant Lu are obviously brighter. Duan Yuqing asked, "Can I take a look?" He nodded, of course. After speaking, he opened the attribute panel and only shared the talent effect. Option 1. Space Refraction LV1, forming a layer of space crystal wall around the body, absorbing 30 points of full damage, and rebounding to up to 10 enemies within a radius of 30 meters. Tip: The rebound damage is pure damage, ignoring physical defense and spell resistance, and is full damage. Tip: talents can be turned on and off freely, and the rebound target can be controlled. Tip: this talent cannot be dispelled or sealed, and the priority is domain level. After reading it, the two of them looked up and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This talent. Very good. Duan Yuqin looked at Chu Cheng with a much gentler look at this time, the kind of look a teacher gives to an outstanding student. She pondered for a moment and said, "Don't return immediately at the end of the month, stay in the town." Chu Cheng's eyes lit up, and he nodded seriously. Okay. This was a very obvious hint of a special treatment, which was only given to the best students in the class in the past. At the end of the month, the teacher's group will wipe out the Black Sail Pirate King. The most elite students from each class will follow behind. They are not capable of dealing with the Pirate King, but they can get a lot of experience and some small and medium boss. This is also the main reason why the level of the whole class is mostly around 11 or 12, but the class leader Wang Weilong is as high as 14. Every time you follow to get some experience, and get more experience, the gap will be widened. Fishing, keep fishing. In the following days, he stayed at the port dock to fish every day. And as the boss monsters in the dungeon were gradually wiped out, there were no other important plots, and other students had nothing to do, so most of them started to practice various auxiliary professions. There are 3 common auxiliary professions: fishing, first aid, and cooking. Among them, fishing has the lowest cost. A fishing rod and some bait are enough, and the main profession is the most, and it is everywhere by the dock every morning. That day, he suddenly received a message from the class teacher, followed by an attachment. Here is a list. Take a look and see if you have any needs. According to school regulations, I have the authority to let you choose one for free. You can choose multiple ones, for 2 gold each. Remember not to spread it to others. When Chu Cheng opened it, he was excited. It turned out to be a skill list. The dozen skills on it were all skills required by various melee professions. It was obvious that this was also a special training. Although there were occasional people selling skills they didn't need on the campus network, the randomness was too great, and everyone was a student. They couldn't kill the final boss, so it was impossible for them to get any powerful skills. But teachers were different. They would kill the final boss of a dungeon every month, and the probability of getting good things was very high. These gains are usually in the hands of teachers, and the school will not take them back. They are used as rewards for various exams, and as special training for students that teachers are optimistic about. Chu Cheng, as the 3rd student in the class to awaken his talent, and such a strong talent, has obviously been included in the key training list by the class teacher. For teachers, regardless of ancient and modern times, performance is the only criterion. How many 985 or 211 college students they can train is actually related to their performance. In this era, although there are number 985 or 211, there are also various key higher education institutions, and there are also top institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. As long as one is trained, the school can get great benefits, and the teacher can also get huge benefits. It is a win-win situation. Chu Cheng naturally would not be polite. He carefully checked these skills, and soon took a fancy to one. Jump Shock LV1, intermediate charge for 1 second and jump up to 15 meters and fall, causing 75 plus strength *3 physical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter diameter of the falling point, and causing 30% deceleration to all affected enemies, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Tips: learning this combat skill requires 20 physical fitness, 20 strength, and 20 agility, and requires a melee profession. This is a skill that combines displacement and soft control, which is very useful whether chasing or escaping. He sent the choice to the teacher, and the other party responded quickly, "Don't you choose one more?" Chu Cheng answered honestly, "No money." Duan Yuqin was silent for a long time before replying, "According to the regulations, there is only this benefit. But you can choose again when you have money." "Thank you, teacher." 10 minutes later, he got the jump shock scroll and immediately chose to learn it. With a thought, the scroll shattered and turned into light and merged into his body. Then, as he expected, the light ball in his mind burst into countless streams of light. Chu Cheng immediately opened the panel, and saw the streams of light converge on the panel, and injected into the jump shock he had just learned. The skill instantly turned into a ball of light with no name. It took more than 10 seconds for it to slowly take shape. The name was also changed to another extremely domineering name, Thunder Shock, as he expected. Thunder Shock LV1, advanced charge for 1 second, turn into a thunderbolt, and jump to a maximum of 30 meters and fall, causing physical damage of 200% of its maximum attack to all enemies within a 6-meter diameter range of the falling point, and stun the enemy for 2 seconds, consuming 200 points of physical strength, and cooling time for 3 minutes. Too awesome. It's not the skills that are awesome, but the cheats that are awesome. According to the situation after awakening, all skills and expertise will be strengthened through the light ball in the mind. The price of intermediate skills is between 2 and 5 gold depending on the type and effect, and the price of advanced skills is at least 20 gold or more, which is a complete profit. The power of the Thunder Shock is determined by its own attack power. With a range of damage of nearly 100, minus defense, monsters below level 10 can basically be killed in seconds. The power is not strong, but it is not a big problem. This skill is mainly about displacement and control, and the size of the lethality is not critical. As soon as he learned the skill, Chu Cheng immediately left the town and went north along the coast to the usual leveling area. Seeing the 2 level 5 Black Sail pirates gathered in front of him, he bent his leg slightly to accumulate power, and immediately a wisp of lightning rose from under his feet. After a short second of accumulation, there was a bang, and a figure wrapped in lightning rushed into the sky, smashing into the distance like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shook, and the violent air waves exploded, shattering the weeds, gravel and trees on the spot, and the pirates were naturally crushed to pieces. Very good! Then a huge shock sound came from the sea every once in a while, like a muffled thunder. He didn't return until he was exhausted. Chapter 14. Ding! 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 A huge bell suddenly echoed in the town. Chu Cheng, who was fishing on the beach outside the town, turned around in surprise. He was a little confused when he suddenly received a message from his class teacher. He opened it and saw, "Return to the town immediately. The fleet of the Black Sail Pirate King is coming. It will arrive at the port in about half an hour." Chu Cheng was full of surprise and asked, "According to the plot, didn't the Black Sail Pirate King never attack Linhai Town?" This is also the main reason why the school chose Linhai Town as the landing point among the 3 towns in the copy. According to the plot, after the Black Sail fleet massacred Brad Town, the kingdom was furious and would gather a fleet to attack Black Sail Island and eventually destroy it. Duan Yuqin explained, "Normally, it won't happen, but if the plot is greatly changed, there will be a very small probability of this happening. The school has anchored this copy for hundreds of years, and there will be 1 or 2 times every few years. Okay. I'll be back soon." He quickly packed up his fishing rod and returned. Fortunately, he was fishing outside the town and could get back in a few minutes. When I returned to the town, I saw that the dock was full of students, who were discussing fiercely and looking at the sea in amazement. Most of the fishing boats in the port had already evacuated in an orderly manner. The kingdom warships that had been anchored at the port were now gathering, and the ships were full of kingdom soldiers. A large number of small town garrisons and militias gathered in the square not far from the dock. There were about 100 regular garrisons, all of whom were level 15 soldiers, ordinary templates, equipped with standard chainmail and sword and shield weapons, and there were 20 archers at the back. Several garrison commanders and officers at levels 20 to 30 were giving loud speeches in front of the garrison. The commander is level 35, elite template, with a health of several thousand. Several squadron leaders are around level 27 or 28, also elite templates. There are about 50 militiamen, with a variety of weapons, and the militia captain is also level 22, elite template. The town garrison plus the militia, as well as the soldiers on the warship, add up to about 400 to 500 people. And the pirate fleet. According to previous estimates, it is estimated to be over 1,000. The troops are not superior, and the fleet is not superior. Because of the plot change, the main force of the kingdom's navy will not arrive until the end of the month. Now it can only rely on the garrison in Linhai Town. There is only 1 5-masted large ship, 3 3-masted medium-sized warships, and 7 2-masted small warships. It is definitely not able to beat the pirate fleet. At this moment, Chu Cheng received another message that seemed to be sent to a group, all students in Class 5. Due to the change in the plot, Linhai Town is no longer safe. Everyone must return within 5 minutes. Then he received another private message. You stay and gather at the Castle Martial Arts Arena. Okay. After closing the panel, you can see that many students are obviously disappointed, and some people are leaving the dock and walking into the town. Quickly returning to the castle, Chu Cheng found that there were already many people gathered in the martial arts arena. In addition to the class monitor Wang Weilong and several other elites in the class, there were more elites from other classes. Chu Cheng waved to Wang Weilong and several classmates as a greeting, and found a stone to sit down. As time went on, more people came in and gathered. After a while, several teachers came out of the castle, and one of them shouted loudly, "Everyone has it, divided by class." Those who were chatting and resting stood up, and divided into 4 groups. Chu Cheng had scanned the group before. There were 38 people in the 4 classes, 1, 2, 4 and 5. Classes 3, 6 and 7 were concentrated in another copy. One class accounted for most of the people, a total of 20 people. Class 5 had the least number of people, with only 5 people including himself. When he walked to stand beside Wang Weilong, several people were very surprised. Zhang Chunlei asked in surprise, "You are staying too?" Chu Cheng nodded. "Teacher Duan asked me to stay." Wang Weilong asked, "Have you awakened your talent?" Chu Cheng was quite surprised. "How do you know?" "You just changed your job to level 10 a few days ago. You can only be favored by the old class because of your awakening talent." Chu Cheng raised his thumb. "You are worthy of being the class leader. Your observation ability is extraordinary." At this time, Zhang Qing, the only magic profession among the 5 people, asked with interest, "What type of talent? Is it convenient to say?" Chu Cheng smiled. "Tank." Several people were stunned, and their faces were visibly taking it seriously. Squad leader Wang Weilong smiled and said, "You have a good tank talent." He became visibly enthusiastic and pulled him to introduce. "This is your first time participating in this kind of activity. I tell you some precautions. Those who stay in the martial arts field are the elites of each class. They are all qualified to stay and get some benefits, but how much benefit they can get depends on themselves. The power of one person is too small here. Only by gathering the power of the team can you get more benefits." Chu Cheng. He agreed with this a little bit. Although he was invincible in killing small monsters, he couldn't do anything to the boss, and the best loot usually came from the boss. The 5 of us can just form a 5-person team with a very complete configuration. You have a tank talent, so you can be the main tank. My profession is a weapon warrior, the main output, and a part-time deputy tank. At this time, Zhang Chunlei also introduced himself. "My profession is a ranger, I have talent, and I mainly do long-range output." After he finished speaking, the only girl in the team also introduced herself. "Cheng Mingwei, berserker, main output." Chu Cheng looked up at the extremely strong long-legged girl, who was at least 1.9 meters tall and nearly 2 meters tall, and nodded seriously. "I have heard a lot about you." "Yes, I have heard a lot about you." Her strong figure that makes barbarians ashamed is particularly eye-catching in the class, and it is hard not to notice her. At this time, the last boy wearing a robe and holding a red short staff also introduced himself. "Zhang Qing, the fire mage." "Hello." Zhang Qing is one of the only 3 talented people in the class, and the only magician, so he will naturally be trained by the class teacher. It is worth mentioning that the reason why magic professions are so rare in the Chaos Realm is mainly because the conditions for changing jobs are too strict. The initial intelligence and spirit must be above 9 points. According to the human attribute limit of 10 points, 9 points is already very high, and most ordinary people can't reach it. It's rare to have 9 points in a single item, and it's even rarer to have 2 items above 9 points, so 99% are directly screened out. There are more than 50 people in Class 5, and there is only one magic system. Even the so-called elite class has no more than 5 people. There are 300 or 400 people in the 7 classes of the whole school, and there are only a little over 10 people in total. There are even 2 classes without a single magic system. Chu Cheng can theoretically switch to the magic system after the Golden Finger awakens, but his talent is not compatible with the magic profession, and he couldn't get the magic profession certificate at that time. However, the profession can be part-time, and when the 30-level profession is changed, it can be part-time in other professions. However, it should be noted that the prerequisite for the mage profession is that the initial intelligence and spirit are above 9 points, and the attribute points added by upgrading are not counted. So if you are not qualified to be a mage at the beginning, you can't be a part-time mage later, unless you find a way to improve the initial attributes like him. Wang Weilong and the others were so enthusiastic that Chu Cheng naturally didn't pretend and started chatting with them. They had no conflicts before, but he was not even level 10 before, so he was not at the same level as them and couldn't play with them. Chapter 15. It is worth mentioning that Sun Kong and Wang Weilong and others, who have a grudge against Chu Cheng, are just ordinary classmates, not friends. It's just that Sun Kong ranks in the top 10 in the class, and occasionally he will team up with them for activities. Chu Cheng believes this point. When Sun Kong mocked him before, no one else reacted. The head teachers of several classes gathered together and just counted the number of people, then briefly explained the situation, and routinely reminded them to pay attention to safety before disbanding. No special tasks were assigned. There is no need to assign them. Everyone is not stupid, and knows what can and cannot be done. As soon as the instructors left, the students from each class gathered in groups of 3 or 2 at the venue to prepare to form a team. The upper limit of the number of people in a small team is generally 5, and Class 5 has exactly 5 people. Chu-Chung also officially saw what a team invitation looks like. The system panel saw the team invitation sent by Wang Weilong. After he agreed, he found that a new team channel appeared in the channel. In addition, he saw 2 team features. The first is experience sharing, but it is limited to monster experience, and task plot rewards are not included. The second is immunity to friendly fire. The temporary team only has these 2 characteristics. I heard that if you have the opportunity to get some special contracts, you can form a formal fixed team, which will have additional team buff bonuses in addition to these 2 characteristics. Boom! The sudden sound of a cannon startled everyone. Everyone looked towards the port and knew that the pirate fleet had attacked. At the same time, Chu-Chung and everyone received a prompt at the same time. Tip, breaking plot, the revenge of the King of Black Sails has begun. Then, nothing more. This kind of plot is usually like this. There will be no task requirements. It depends on what you do in this plot. The final evaluation determines the reward. Chu-Chung closed the panel and immediately ran to the castle wall with everyone. On the wall, which is higher than most houses in the town, you can clearly see the 2 fleets facing each other on the sea outside the town. On one side are the Black Sail Pirates, 1 7-masted ship, for 5-masted ships, 16 3-masted ships, and 22 2-masted boats. On the other side are the kingdom's garrison in Linhai Town, a 5-masted ship, 3 3-masted warships, and 7 2-masted boats. The strength of the 2 sides is completely unequal, and the naval artillery battle is also one-sided. They can't help in the naval battle, and can only watch the Kingdom Navy being beaten. The Kingdom Navy only held on for more than 10 minutes before it began to flee. The fleet quickly withdrew to the dock, and many naval forces on the ship abandoned the ship, and fled ashore to join the garrison on the shore. Next, the pirate fleet rushed to the port, squeezed out the Kingdom warships, and then fired rounds of artillery to force the shore defenders back. Then the densely packed pirates jumped off the ships, and gathered at the dock, shouting, and attacking the town under the leadership of the pirate leaders. At this time, Wang Weilong, who was observing on the city wall, said in a deep voice, "Wait for the pirates to attack the town, and we can wait for an opportunity to move out." Chu-Chung immediately asked, "What should we do? Help the defenders?" Zhang Chunlei shook his head and said, "Of course not, that is the task of the indigenous defenders. What we have to do is to find the right opportunity to surround and kill the pirate boss." Zhang Qing on the side saw that Chu-Chung was still a little puzzled, and explained with a smile, "Strictly speaking, it can be done, but we have too few people and too many pirates. We are too disadvantaged in large-scale battles. Once we attract the attention of the enemy boss to mobilize a large force to siege, it will be difficult for us to resist. But besieging the boss is different. We only look for those bosses that are alone, and we will not be surrounded by a large army." "Oh! By the way, this is your first time participating in this kind of activity. There is one thing to be said first. For team actions like this, the distribution of spoils is not based on the point system, but the gold group model, which determines the distribution based on contribution and performance. It is divided into full gold, half gold, and no gold. Generally speaking, if you fight hard and complete the assigned tasks, you can get full gold. If you slack off in the battle, or fail to complete the assigned tasks, you may only get half of it or no income depending on your contribution. In addition, if you make a decisive contribution in the battle or save your teammates, you can get an extra share. In addition, the main tank and the healer can get an extra share." Wang Weilong looked at Chu-Chung and said with a smile, "You are the only main tank in our team, and there is no healer, so you can get 2 shares after the battle." "Oh, there is such a good thing." Wang Weilong nodded and said, "Of course, the main tank needs to face the most dangerous boss, which is the biggest risk, and the healer can save your life in the battle, so it is natural to get an extra subsidy." "Okay then." Chu-Chung would certainly not refuse the distribution that is beneficial to himself. According to this model, their team is 5 people. After the battle, all the spoils will be divided into 5 parts according to the total value. In addition, he is the main tank and gets an extra share, a total of 6 shares, and the others will each get 1 share, and he will get 2 shares alone. Of course, The premise is that everyone performs well and can get full gold. If someone slacks off and gets half gold or no gold, that share will be evenly distributed to the rest of the people. This model can basically ensure fairness and eliminate slacking. When they were forming teams with other classes, the pirates had already entered the port. With the support of the cannons on the pirate ship at the dock, the pirates, who had an absolute advantage in numbers, quickly defeated the defenders near the dock and forced them into the town. When the street fighting began, student teams had already come down the castle wall. Wang Weilong also called them to set off and prepare for battle. At the gate of the castle, Wang Weilong and the monitors of several other classes gathered together to discuss for a while. After returning, he said to them, "We have discussed it. With the central main street as the axis, our class 5 will be assigned to the southern half." The few people didn't say anything and walked straight out of the castle gate. The seaside of Lehigh Town is the east, and the north is where Chucheng usually levels up. There is no human town in the south, but there is a fisherman tribe more than 10 kilometers south along the coastline, but it has been wiped out now. The 5 people turned left and right along the streets and alleys, passing many fleeing civilians, and soon saw pirates and soldiers fighting at the alley in front. The team stopped, and Wang Weilong said to Zhang Chunlei, "Go over and scout, be careful." Zhang Chunlei nodded, ran to the corner of a small building nearby, pressed the wall, climbed to the second floor very lightly, and soon disappeared. His profession is a ranger, and he is better than the others in climbing. But Chucheng is not included. His agility is not low, plus the 100% jump distance bonus of extraordinary agility. It is easy to jump up a 2-story building like this. But his profession is now a tank, so don't steal other people's jobs. Not long after, Zhang Chunlei returned from the original route and jumped down directly from the second floor. He said, "I took a look and found that the pirates have already attacked from all sides and are advancing through alleys. The central main street has the most people, at least several hundred people gathered there, and there are several big bosses over level 30. The situation does not look optimistic. Can't the defenders stop them? The pirates are out in full force, and the main fleet of the kingdom has not arrived yet. The defenders of Lehigh Town alone will definitely not be able to stop them." Chapter 16. Several people stayed in the corner, talking about what to do next. Chucheng listened, and no one dared to go up. They all wanted to wait for the kingdom soldiers and militia to take over first, and then they would fish in troubled waters. He pinched his chin and said to the few people who were discussing in a low voice, "I go up and take a look too." He stretched out his hand to press the corner of the wall to gain leverage and jumped directly to the second floor, and then jumped to the roof with leverage. The height of the roof of the second floor is very high in the town. You can see most of the town and easily see the battles in the alleys not far away. He jumped back and forth on the roof and soon came to the main street in the center of the town. He saw the defenders and pirates fighting in a mess on the wide main street. There were at least 700 to 800 people on both sides gathered in the main street and several alleys on the side to fight. The strongest on the defender side was the commander of level 35. The pirate side had 2 big leaders above level 30, who were also elite templates. This kind of melee. Chucheng looked up at the port. The ship's guns were still firing, but they were only shelling the houses in the town, not the battlefield. It's not that he didn't want to support, but now the 2 sides have been fighting hand to hand. According to the accuracy of this cannon, the probability of hitting friendly forces is definitely higher than the probability of hitting the enemy. I really want to go down and fight. In this scale of battle, rushing down to kill 1 or 200 pirates can upgrade 1 level. If you are braver, you may upgrade 2 levels after 1 wave. But this idea is just an impulsive idea, and it is actually very risky. How many big and small bosses of 20 or 30 levels are concentrated here? If he dares to jump like that, he will be immediately focused on by the pirate boss. Even if his HP is as high as 730, he can't withstand so many bosses beating him up. After watching for a while, Chucheng returned from the rooftop along the same route. Wang Weilong asked casually, "How is it? Do you have any ideas?" Chucheng smiled and said, "I want to go to the main street to get some experience, but the risk is too great." Several people rolled their eyes. "Don't even think about it. If you want to go, the class teacher will persuade us not to go." Chucheng: "But to be honest, what exactly is your talent? Can you introduce it in detail, so that we can have a better idea?" "Well, absorb any type of damage below 30 points, and rebound it to up to 10 targets around." Several people's eyes lit up. "Doesn't that mean that you are almost immune to all the damage of the monsters?" "Almost. The monsters only have single-digit damage." "Then how much HP do you have?" "More than 700. Everyone was slightly surprised. I was wondering why you had this idea. So that's how it is. But if you have this talent, we can change our idea a little bit and make it a little more radical. Wang Weilong pinched his chin and said, it's definitely not possible on the main street, but we can go to the small battlefields with about 100 people on the side. You block the main force, and we will hold the pirate boss for you. When you kill the monsters, you can join us and kill the boss. That's a good idea. I think it's feasible. All 5 members of the team nodded and set off immediately. There was no need to scout. There was a small-scale battlefield at the alley in front of him on the left. 30 or 40 kingdom soldiers and militia were relying on the alley to resist a pirate group of more than 100 people. After turning a corner, he saw the alley where the battle was going on. A group of 5 people came to the captain, who was supervising the battle behind him. He said loudly, Commander, we are willing to join the battle. The captain forced a smile on his serious face, and said yes loudly. Chu Cheng led the way, and rushed into the alley. Wang Weilong followed behind with a sword in one hand, and a shield in the other. Even Chang Mingwei, the berserker, put away the two-handed sword and replaced it with a sword and shield set. Different weapons are suitable for different battles. Using two-handed weapons to deal with boss is more lethal, but in such a large-scale battlefield, two-handed weapons are not as useful as swords and shields. Chu Cheng squeezed the front-row infantry with stronger power and quickly faced the pirates. He rushed into the pirate group and immediately chopped them down. He stretched out his hand to protect his face, and the scimitar chopped on his arm. A layer of imperceptible crystal light appeared to block most of the damage, leaving only a few single-digit damage without even breaking the skin. But the rebounding space blade swept over, and 3 huge wounds immediately appeared on the bodies of the 10 pirates closest to him, and 2 of them fell down on the spot with insufficient blood volume. Zhang Chunlei and Zhang Qing, who were in the back, were surprised to see the few killing experiences they had received out of thin air. Damn, this talent is a bit abnormal. A magical skill for leveling up. Zhang Qing's mouth twitched. It's more efficient than the group brushing with spells. While they were talking, Chu Cheng had killed a group of pirates with his rebound talent and rushed into the pirate group alone. The surrounding pirates did not learn their lesson and continued to kill him. Although the talent limit can only rebound 10 targets at most, it is enough. There were pirates all around, and 4 or 5 knives slashed at him in an instant, and 7 or 8 could be killed in a few seconds, and there was an endless stream. With his joining, the front line where the pirates had an advantage quickly collapsed. Although many soldiers were puzzled as to why the pirates died so quickly, it did not prevent them from crowding behind Chu Cheng and killing him. The pirate leader in the rear soon discovered something was wrong, and his first reaction was to gather a dozen pirates and use flintlocks to fire. There was a crackling sound, and Chu Cheng was lying on the ground in an instant. This scene made the pirate leader dumbfounded. His little brain was confused, and he couldn't think of how to deal with this hedgehog-like enemy. He couldn't order his men not to attack. Chu Cheng rushed directly to you and waved his 2 swords. The pirates instinctively counterattacked and couldn't be restrained at all. In less than 2 minutes, the pirates were almost unable to hold on. Seeing this, the leader immediately ordered a retreat and asked for help from the surrounding pirates. But the 20 or 30 pirates who gathered around could not solve the problem at hand. As Chu Cheng went deeper and deeper, more and more pirates died inexplicably. The remaining pirates were finally scared to death, shouting devil, and turned around and ran away when they saw him rushing over. The pirate leader and his close men supervised the battle in the back to stop the rout, but there were too many fleeing and they couldn't stop them at all. After beheading several deserters in succession and failing to stop the fleeing, the pirate leader could only retreat. But other pirates could run, but he couldn't. Chu Cheng bent his legs and accumulated strength for a second, then turned into a lightning bolt that shot up into the sky and hit the pirate leader heavily. The pirate leader rolled back to avoid the lightning bolt, but several of his men did not escape. With a loud bang, a violent air wave exploded and stunned everyone on the spot. Good opportunity, get ready to kill the boss. Wang Weilong, who had been following Chu Cheng before, raised his shield and took a stance. A white light flashed on his body, and he charged like lightning, breaking through the fleeing pirates at an extremely fast speed, and hit the dizzy pirate leader with a shield. Then he raised his long sword high, shouted softly, and a layer of red light appeared on the sword, like a burning flame, and chopped it down fiercely. Chapter 17. On the other side, Cheng Mingwei put away the sword and shield in his hand, took out the two-handed sword, and also charged to knock down the pirate leader, who was about to wake up, and raised the sword to chop the pirate leader with a heavy blow. Zhang Chunlei, who was at the back, also reacted. As a ranger, he didn't need to come over. He jumped directly onto a small building next to him, pointed his hand, and a flame mark appeared above the pirate leader's head. Then he drew an arrow from his back, and put it on the bow to start charging. This is Zhang Chunlei's talent. He can cast a mark on a target. The marked target cannot be invisible or stealth. He causes 50% additional physical damage to the marked target, and friendly forces cause 20% additional physical damage to the marked target. Zhang Qing, the only mage in the team, paused his staff in front of him and began to chant a spell. A ball of invisible flame gathered in front of him. The scorching heat scared the ordinary soldiers away and showed awe. At this time, Chu Cheng had circled behind the pirate leader and separated him from his men. When several pirate captains saw that it was Chu Cheng who was blocking them, they looked at each other and turned around and ran. Pirates don't have to count on loyalty. The warriors with favorable winds are full of morale, and the ones with unfavorable winds run faster than anyone else. After several captains ran away, only the pirate leader was left. This pirate leader was higher level than the one Chu Cheng encountered outside Brad Town before. That one was only level 15, while this one was level 20, with a much higher HP and basic attack. He definitely couldn't beat him alone. But with 5 teammates working together, that was another matter. Chu Cheng, Wang Weilong and Cheng Mingwei surrounded him with 3 melee groups. He stood in the front as the main tank, while Wang Weilong and Cheng Mingwei were at the back, ensuring that the pirate leader could only face Chu Cheng. Knowing that he had no hope of escaping, the pirate leader could only turn his fear into anger and launched a fierce attack on Chu Cheng. This time, Chu Cheng did not exchange injuries like he did before. He only defended and did not attack with 2 scimitars, blocking the attacks. With 4 teammates, there was no need to exchange blood at all. As long as he defended well, his teammates could output. His extremely high reflexes allowed him to often parry the pirate leader's attacks, and he could bear the rest. After blocking for a while, he and Wang Weilong would alternate to cover. He blocked with a shield, retreated to take out the bandage to recover blood, and came up to take over the boss when he was ready. This pirate leader was level 22, with a flat attack damage of more than 200. After deducting the talent and defense damage reduction, there was still about 130 left. Chu Cheng could actually take 4 or 5 swords. The premise was that he did not use skills to burst. So just in case, he would ask Wang Weilong to block it every time his blood loss exceeded half. Cheng Mingwei was a berserker and could block it twice. In this time, his health was pulled up again and then back up. The 3 of them took turns to press the pirate leader to the corner of the alley and prevent him from escaping. Zhang Chunlei in the back calmed down and shot arrow after arrow. Zhang Qing only rubbed a fireball every 10 seconds. The frequency was very slow, but the lethality was extremely high. Each fireball had a power of 200 or 300, and it was a range explosion. The output was extremely exaggerated. The only flaw was that the mana consumption was extremely high, and the casting bar was very long. The 4 or 5 seconds of chanting time was destined to find a frontline teammate who could withstand it to exert its power. The pirate leader had a health of 2,600, but he was beaten to death in less than a minute in the face of their siege. Finally, a green treasure chest dropped, which was temporarily kept by the captain Wang Weilong. In the Chaos Realm, treasure chests are divided into wooden, green, blue, red, purple, orange, and gold grades according to their quality. It is said that there are higher quality treasure chests above the gold ones, but Chu Cheng has never heard of it. The level of the treasure chest determines the quality of the loot inside, but it is not absolute. The value of the blue treasure chest in the small copy is definitely not as good as the blue treasure chest in the medium copy. In addition, a wooden treasure chest was dropped when dozens of monsters died. This time the fight went quite smoothly. As expected, a professional tank with MT talent is different. Wang Weilong said with emotion, "I have a shield, and the armor I wear is of rare quality. My tankiness and health are not as good as yours." Chu Cheng said modestly, "My talent is good for fighting small monsters, but I can't fight boss as well as you." Wang Weilong shook his head and said, "Equipment and skills can be acquired later. If you don't have talent, you don't have it. If you play a few more dungeons and follow the class teacher for a few special lessons, your tankiness can easily surpass mine." Chu Cheng smiled and said nothing more. It's enough to be modest once, but it's too fake to be modest all the time. And what Wang Weilong said is right. Apart from other things, with this talent and extraordinary physical specialty, his tankiness is indeed one of the best in the same level. Especially his gold finger can strengthen skills and specialties. When he collects enough money, he can buy a few suitable skills, as well as a good armor and shield. By then, he will be a blood cow and even more tanky than boss. By then, even without a team, you can still kill ordinary bosses alone. After a short rest and full recovery, they followed the previous team of soldiers to another nearby battle site. Chu Cheng and Zhang Chunlei jumped onto the roof and took a look. The soldiers here had blocked the pirates head-on after receiving support, and they had a slight advantage. If nothing unexpected happened, they would eventually win. The two jumped down and told the other members of the team the intelligence they had scouted. Wang Weilong said without hesitation, "Since the defenders have the upper hand, we can just go straight to Huanglong and go around to kill the pirate leader." "Okay." Several people looked at Chu Cheng, and he nodded. "Then I go first." "Okay." Several people decisively went around and came to the back of the battle point along the alley. They saw many injured pirates lying on the side of the alley behind. Chu Cheng drew his sword and rushed up without hesitation, scaring the wounded soldiers to take out their flintlock rifles. There was a crackling sound of gunfire, and all the spearmen fell asleep peacefully again. Wang Weilong, who was following behind, put down the shield he had just raised, and Zhang Chunlei retracted his open bow. "Your talent is really abnormal, a killer of small monsters." Chu Cheng's mouth curled up slightly, and he strode to the front of the wide alley. The gunshot just now alarmed the front, and several pirates looked over. A little further ahead, a pirate leader was commanding the pirates to attack with several team leaders. Chu Cheng did not attack immediately, but waited for his teammates behind him to get in place. At the same time, he waited for more pirates to come, but these few were not affected. After a burst of shouting, a team leader commanded a dozen pirates to rush over. He raised his knife to meet him, stretched out his hand to cover his face, and slashed him 7 times. -3, -30, -30, -30, -4, -30, -30, -30. The crystal light, that was not noticeable to the naked eye, exploded 7 layers in a row, and 7 huge wounds suddenly exploded on the 10 pirates in the front. The people fell back unconscious, and went directly into a state of near death. Chu Cheng raised his foot and stomped down, stepping on one on the spot. The other pirates retreated in fear, turned around and ran after a few steps. When Wang Weilong and others came up, they harvested the remaining dying pirates. He said with some emotion, "This is the easiest battle I have ever had." "Me too." "Add one." Chu Cheng also turned around and smiled. "Me too, at least I don't have to be afraid of the boss." After saying that, he bent his legs slightly, and a trace of lightning wrapped around his body. After accumulating power for a second, it turned into a lightning bolt that shot up into the sky. Chapter 18. Boom! A huge rumble exploded in the wide alley, and the ground shook slightly. His thunderous kick knocked the pirate leader unconscious, and many pirates around him, who were more than 10 levels, were directly shocked to death. Then Zhang Qing, who had accumulated power early, fired a fireball and exploded. The violent flames exploded, and all the pirates around except the pirate leader turned into charcoal. Zhang Chunlei immediately marked the boss, and Wang Weilong rushed forward and knocked the pirate leader, who had just woken up unconscious. Zhang Mingwei swung his sword and charged a slash to deal nearly 200 damage. The arrow was like a meteor, and it hit the pirate leader with a full 3 seconds of charging, and it burst out with an even more terrifying burst than Zhang Mingwei. This round of burst alone knocked off nearly 1,000 HP of the boss. After waking up, the pirate leader shouted for help, and was met with a more ferocious attack. A dozen pirates came to support, and Chu Cheng decisively said to them, "You two hold the boss, 10 seconds will do." The two nodded solemnly. 10 seconds is no problem. Chu Cheng nodded, and turned around without hesitation to block the dozen pirates. When a dozen pirates surrounded him, and slashed at him, Chu Cheng saw the pirate leader not far away in his peripheral vision, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. More than a dozen knives slashed at the same time, but this time, he did not let the talent take effect automatically, but for the first time controlled the talent to rebound the target. It did not rebound the ordinary pirates around, but only rebounded to one target, the pirate leader. Each attack rebounded once, 13 attacks rebounded 13 times, and all rebounded to the pirate leader. At this moment, he clearly saw that the pirate leader, who was attacking Wang Weilong, suddenly appeared 13 blood marks on his body when he was attacked, and a series of 30 damage reductions instantly floated up. It doesn't benefit from the mark bonus? However, when he saw the 300 points of pure damage that ignored defense at that moment, the pirate leader's body was directly cut. Chu Cheng immediately put aside this small problem, and was very happy. A sudden flash of inspiration actually allowed him to find a more sophisticated use of the golden finger. The passive rebound was too rough. It was always effective in killing small monsters, but it was not effective in killing boss. But with this method now, there is the ability to kill boss alone. Although this method has certain limitations, it must have a boss with many small monsters, and the boss is only limited to melee, but it is indeed very powerful. A round of up to 300 pure damage, 2 rounds of 600 have already crippled the pirate leader. The third round of slashing, the remaining blood of the pirate leader did not have time to escape, and died on the spot. Once the boss died, these small monsters had no use value. The fourth round of slashing, one after another rebounded and died. After picking up the treasure chest, the 5 of them rushed forward and attacked the garrison from the front and back, easily defeating them. At the alley entrance, the 5 of them sat down to rest. Although they were on the battlefield, everyone looked very relaxed. For Wang Weilong and others, this battle was the easiest one in their history. The many ordinary pirates, who were usually the most troublesome, did not cause them any trouble. It was so cool. It turns out that a serious tank is still needed. After several battles, everyone gave a very high evaluation of Chu Cheng's performance, and they were even thinking about forming a team next time. But Chu Cheng was thinking about the alternative use of the golden finger just now, and was thinking about whether he could do it alone next time. I have tried this method to kill the boss outside the monsters, and I can kill the boss alone. Why do I need to ask teammates to share part of the profit? Unless there are no monsters around the boss to be dealt with, there is no choice but to form a team. Okay, I will do it alone in the next class. As for this class, there is no way, I have already formed a team. The few people rested for a few minutes, got up again, and began to look for new targets. However, what they did not expect was that thanks to their excellent performance, after liberating 2 teams in succession, these 2 teams joined the battle in other places, resulting in other battlefields gaining advantages one after another, and the second team also solved a place. As a result, they looked around and couldn't find the opponent. So we only have the main street on our side? Zhang Chunlei nodded speechlessly. That's true. What about the north? Class 1 is in the north. They have more people, and are strong. The pirates of about 100 people are definitely not their opponents. Hearing this, Chu Cheng was surprised. It doesn't seem very difficult. Why doesn't the school allow us to unite to pass the main plot? Not difficult? Wang Weilong smiled. That's because it's only the first stage now. The Pirate King and many big bosses over level 30, as well as a group of elite pirates over level 20, have not come on stage. When this group of pirates are almost dead, the Pirate King will come on stage. Then you will know what danger is. He looked at Chu Cheng and smiled. Those elite pirates over level 20 are slightly weaker than the 2 bosses we just surrounded and killed, but there are dozens of them in total. Even if you have the talent to absorb 30 damage, you can't withstand it. At that time, everyone must retreat to the castle, and then it will be handed over to the teachers. Oh! Chu Cheng stopped talking. If it was really as he said, it was indeed not something he could resist. The average level 20 pirate leader was close to 200, and the elite pirates were a little worse, with 150 for sure. Even after deducting talent and defense, there was still nearly 100 damage. With such a high attack, he would definitely not be able to withstand the concentrated fire. If that's the case, then we can't waste time. Hurry to the main street and eat the last piece of meat first. Let's go! 3 minutes later, a group of 5 people came to the main road along the alley and jumped onto the roof of the small building. They could look down at the fierce fighting in the wide street and the surrounding alleys. There were too many defenders and pirates, and the wide main street couldn't accommodate them. Chu Cheng and Zhang Chunlei stood on the edge of the roof, carefully observing the battlefield below. Zhang Chunlei asked, "How do we go? Go around or head on?" Chu Cheng's eyes were looking at the back of the main street at this time. A large number of pirates were surrounding a very tall, bald man with scars all over his body. His name was displayed under the insight skill, Mike, Elite Black Sail Pirates Pirate Leader, Level 32, 5,500 HP. The Commander-in-Chief of the Pirate Vanguard this time, the level is over 30, and the HP is as high as 5,500. This. Chu Cheng pointed at the tall pirate leader and said in a deep voice, "To capture the thief, first capture the leader. Do you think it's possible to behead this guy?" Zhang Chunlei was stunned for a moment, and immediately shook his head. Impossible. Will the tactics I used just now not work? The tactics are feasible, but the problem is that no one can stop the boss, and the small boss next to it. The few of us in front can stop the boss of level 20, but we definitely can't stop the big boss of more than level 30, and the elite template. If you don't need to take action, what if I jump in by myself? Stay among the monsters, and let the monsters stop the boss. However, Zhang Chunlei still shook his head and said, "It's still not feasible. How do you think the monsters can stop this boss with its size and strength?" Chu Cheng scratched his head and finally sighed. "Okay. It's really useless. The monsters can't stop the boss, unless you use the terrain card bug that the boss can't change." Chapter 19. Chu Cheng suddenly had an idea and looked around. This method can also solve the terrain bug. Find a place where the boss can't get in, surround yourself with a group of monsters, and only bounce the damage to the boss, as long as... No, it won't work either. The boss will avoid being attacked and can't hit anyone, and it's impossible for it to stay there stupidly and be completely killed by him, unless the boss is also trapped there and can't leave. But if you can do this, you don't need talent, just kite the boss to death from a distance. It still doesn't work. In the final analysis, it's because you are too weak. You just changed your job at level 10, and your skills and equipment are not complete, so you can't do many operations. Let's just stay in class. Chu Cheng let out a breath and said to Zhang Chunlei, "Then let's deal with this pirate group first. Face on face? Face on face. Okay." The two of them agreed and jumped down from the roof to join Wang Wei along. They discussed their ideas with the rest of the team, and all three agreed. No fancy moves, just following the army to join the battlefield. Chu Cheng rushed in first, squeezed into the front row of pirates, and then chopped them with a familiar scimitar. But this time, he didn't bounce randomly like before, but controlled the rebound target to be the pirates behind the surrounding pirates, and gave priority to the pirate captains or pirate leaders who were mixed in. The surrounding pirates were not injured by the rebound, so they would not be afraid and flee, but would focus on swinging their swords. That's it. Under his intentional control, the pirate captains and pirate leaders within a radius of 30 meters with him as the center were in trouble. Inexplicably, countless invisible space wave blades cut crazily, as if being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. It was horrible to watch. In less than 2 minutes, the pirates around him began to become chaotic. The captains and leaders of the pirates, who were in command, were all dead, and they temporarily lost their command. Without the captains and leaders, the ordinary pirates would be the next to suffer. It seemed that there were invisible monsters killing crazily in the crowd. Every few seconds, a group of pirates suddenly fell down like wheat being cut. In this way, dozens of people died in a few rounds, and a large vacuum appeared on the street. This scene was seen by several teachers watching the battle on the top of the castle, and they couldn't help but smack their lips and say, "What a weird talent. It's really outrageous. If there is no boss, he can block and kill thousands of ordinary pirates by himself." He Xiao, the head of Class 1, looked at Duan Yuqin and smiled. This student is good and has the potential to be admitted to a first-class school. However, Duan Yuqin asked back, "Only a first-class school?" He Xiao smiled. "First-class foundation, top-class hope." But the next second, he changed the subject and said, "But this is only potential, actual. Whether he can pass the exam depends on his own development, and whether he has enough resources. As far as I know, he changed his job to a double-blade warrior, which is only an intermediate job, not even an advanced job, and his innate foundation is inferior. In addition, as far as I know, although his background is okay, he is not valued by the family, and does not receive any resources from his family. Combined with all these factors, he is not good at anything else except this talent. With this talent plus points, it is indeed not a problem to enter a first-class school, but it is not so easy to enter a top-tier school." Duan Yuqin pursed her lips and remained silent. At this time, He Xiao said again, "Class 5 ranks at the bottom of the school. You have limited resources. Now there are only 5 students worth training in Class 5. It is difficult to distribute the resources in your hands evenly. It is better to change your thinking, and maybe you can get a change. I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it?" Duan Yuqin did not even raise her head, as if she knew what he wanted to say, and shook her head directly. "It's better not to mention this suggestion." He Xiao asked seriously, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." He Xiao shrugged and said, "Okay, as long as you are happy. But I want to remind you that the resources you have are not enough to support you to train these students at the same time, especially if you want to train a student who impacts the top schools. If the students in your class know your idea, they will definitely not be willing. Don't regret it when they want to transfer to other classes. I know it in my mind." He Xiao spread his hands and said nothing. While they were chatting, the battle situation on the main street had changed greatly. A large number of pirates were secretly killed by Chu Cheng with his talent. The pirates didn't know what happened, and they couldn't hold on. The battle line slowly collapsed. 10 pirates could be killed in about 10 seconds, 50 or 60 in a minute, and 5 or 600 in 10 minutes. It was impossible to kill 5 or 600, but 2 or 300 would be no problem. The efficiency was amazingly high. There were only 5 or 600 pirates on the main street in the center. Nearly half of them were killed inexplicably in 10 minutes. The situation changed immediately, from attack to defense, and they were defeated step by step. Mike, the pirate leader who commanded the offensive, immediately took out a flare and lit it. A ball of fireworks exploded in the air, and turned into a blood-red skull that hung in the air for a long time. A deafening bell rang from the direction of the castle, and everyone knew that the Pirate King and his main force had landed, and the final battle had begun. At this time, Chu Cheng, Wang Weilong and others received a communication from the class teacher, ordering them to retreat immediately. Chu Cheng also wanted to see how strong the Pirate King was, and what the difficulty was. He followed the team to retreat very obediently, and hit on a small building facing the street. After jumping up, he was surprised to find that many students from other classes were standing on the roofs of the small building and several houses next door. They had dealt with the pirates from other roads and joined here. The pirates retreated, and the defenders also withdrew to reorganize the army. The two sides confronted each other hundreds of meters apart on the main street. Not long after, Chu Cheng saw a group of pirates rushing over from behind the pirates. His eyes fell on one of the pirates, who looked like a soldier, and immediately a piece of information emerged. Elite Black Sail Pirate, Ordinary Level 20, 800 HP. The health is not as good as the pirate leader, and the strength is also inferior, but not much. The key is that there are more people than the leader. Among the more than 300 pirates, there are 60 or 70 elite Black Sail Pirates. However, his eyes were not attracted by these elite pirates, but fell on a very thin old man in the center of the many pirates. The old man's clothes were extremely exquisite, like a dress and a robe, and he held an equally exquisite black staff in his hand, with several huge gems embedded on it. Black Sail Pirate King, Horror King of Black Sail Pirates, Level 39, for 1000 health. A dignified horror template, the health is not as high as the leader of a lower level template, but only an elite. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a Pirate King, but no one dares to underestimate it, because this Black Sail Pirate King is actually a mage. It is normal for a mage to have less blood. The higher the rank, the less blood, the more terrifying it is. At this moment, Chu Cheng has given up all his plans, and stayed in the back to watch the show. Chapter 20. All students did not participate in the following plot, and everyone stayed on the city wall and watched the show. The teachers had already set out. For head teachers and one assistant teacher from 4 classes, a total of 8 elite professionals with a level of more than 30, formed a team. However, they did not take action immediately, but found a place to hide. On the main street, the Pirate King and the garrison commander exchanged a few words, and then ordered an attack. The men of both sides fought in a melee. After most of the men around the Pirate King were sent out, the teachers took action. 2 teachers were also magic professions. They used a high-level spell counter, and a high-level magic removal to break the Pirate King's defensive spell in one fell swoop. Then 3 melee professional teachers flashed to the Pirate King's side, and 1 storm hammer, 1 kidney shot, and 1 punishment hammer relayed, and controlled the Pirate King for 6 seconds. During this period, other teachers charged their big moves, and a round of bursts reduced the Pirate King's health to less than half. In fact, the outbreak was far more than that, but as a mage, the Pirate King had many life-saving methods that were triggered one by one, absorbing thousands of damage and releasing the control at the same time. But the teachers had fought the Pirate King countless times, and they were already familiar with his methods. As long as he raised his hand, they knew what he wanted to do, and responded calmly, accurately defending against the Pirate King's many methods. However, although the teachers dealt with it very easily, Chu Cheng was sweating profusely when he saw the spells with a power of up to 500 or 600, and couldn't help but smack his lips and said, "Is this Pirate King so powerful? If it were us, we would have no chance of beating him at all?" Wang Weilong, who was standing beside him, laughed and said, "There was no way to fight it in the first place. You don't think that we can pass the final boss of the dungeon with our level? This dungeon is specially designed for 5-person teams, with a reasonable team configuration, and above level 20. We are still a long way from that." Well, okay. There were no surprises in the following battles. The Pirate King used all his methods, but couldn't do anything to the 8 teachers. It's not that the spells were not powerful enough, nor that every teacher could easily deal with the Pirate King. It's that the teachers are too familiar with the Pirate King's methods, and they have ways to deal with each of his spells. Direct killing spells, shields, and various control spells. Negative buffs can be removed by 2 mages, or they have various props or spell scrolls in their hands to remove them. If they can't resist them, they can also resist them with their blood volume. Chu Cheng stood on the city wall and watched the whole process. A final boss that he couldn't resist at all now had no power to fight back under the siege of the teachers, and was killed on the street. When the Black Sail Pirate King fell, Chu Cheng immediately received a message from the class teacher. The Pirate King is dead. You are free to move around. If you have the ability, you can try to surround and kill the fleeing boss. After turning off the communication, he looked up and saw Wang Weilong and others looking at him with shining eyes. He raised his head and said, "Let's go. Whether the boss can be snatched is another matter. Let's follow the big team to get some experience first." When the 5 people went downstairs, they saw that more than 20 people in the first class had rushed out of the castle and rushed to the main street. They quickly followed and rushed into the crowd. At this time, the pirate army had collapsed after the Pirate King died in battle. Now they were fleeing madly, rushing to the warships anchored at the dock, trying to seize the ships and escape from here. In this rout, the morale of the pirates plummeted, and they dared not to fight at all. It was the best time to hit the fallen dogs. Soon, Chu Cheng caught up with the fleeing pirates, pointed to the 7 elite pirates, who fled into the alley on the right and shouted, "Let's go with this wave." At this time, he saw from the corner of his eye that the group of people ignored the other group of pirates, who fled into the alley in front of them, and rushed straight to the front, apparently wanting to surround and kill the pirate leader, who was more than 30 levels in front. Wang Weilong also saw it, curled his lips and said, "They are also greedy. They dare to surround and kill the pirate leader, and they are not afraid of being killed in return." After that, he rushed into the alley. Zhang Chunlei raised his bow and shot an arrow into the alley, saying, "Who cares? If they are not afraid of accidents, then go ahead. Anyway, I don't want to take that risk." Boom! A lightning flash fell from the sky, and a violent air wave exploded, and all the pirates within a radius of 6 meters were stunned. 2 flashes of sword light flashed, quickly piercing the eyes of the stunned elite pirate, and blood spurted out. At this time, Cheng Mingwei had also rushed over, knocking down the pirate with bleeding eyes with a heavy chop, and then shouted softly, and his body quickly spun. Berserker Classic Combat Skills, Whirlwind Slash. Quickly turn the body, and swing the sword blade to cause continuous damage to the surrounding enemies, a rare AoE combat skill for melee physical professions. At the same time, Zhang Qin finally completed the charge, and a huge fireball flew over and exploded. The huge amount of spell damage plus the previous accumulated damage, 2 elite pirates fell on the spot. These elite pirates had suffered more or less injuries in the previous battles, and they were not full of blood, so it was easier to kill them. However, after they killed 2 pirates, the remaining 5 had no intention of fighting, and they actually split into 2 and fled. Chu Cheng didn't hesitate and chased the 3-man team directly. With the power given by his extraordinary agility, he quickly caught up with one of the pirates, crossed his 2 swords, and twisted the pirate's neck, and a huge injury jumped out. It was too easy for the 5 people to deal with 3 pirates, who had no intention of fighting, and they quickly killed them one by one. Unfortunately, there was no loot. Instead of chasing the other 2 pirates, who fled, they turned back to the main street, and continued to chase forward. However, just after leaving the alley, they saw a commotion in front of them. Many students gathered in front of a 3-story building, and several teachers were also there. Several people came over in surprise, and through the crowd of onlookers, they saw an open space inside, with 2 broken bodies lying on the ground. Chu Cheng was shocked. This was a student. Someone died? They were crowded together, and the smiles on their faces had long disappeared, and they were extremely solemn. At this time, Zhang Chunlei, who squeezed in, had returned and whispered, "It was from Class 1. They were going to surround and kill a pirate leader, but they were killed in return." The level 33 elite boss stunned 7 people with a large-scale control, and then a big move burst over 400, with a total damage of more than 500, which killed him instantly. Fortunately, there was a teacher nearby, otherwise another person might die. Everyone looked solemn, and Chu Cheng whispered, "Can he be saved?" Wang Weilong shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It depends on whether Class 1 has extra class resources to get a secondary resurrection scroll, or his family can pay to buy one. But even if there is a resurrection scroll, the level of the dead will drop to level 10 this time, and the accumulation of nearly a year will disappear. The elite class will definitely not be able to stay, and the college entrance examination will be greatly affected in the future. It is hard to say whether he can be admitted to a first-class university." Chu Cheng. Chapter 21. It is worth mentioning that after resurrection with the secondary resurrection scroll, the level will drop by 5 levels, but there will be rank protection at the 10th, 30th, and 50th levels, and the first level will not drop below the realm. For example, if you die once at level 16, after resurrection with the secondary resurrection scroll, the level will drop by 5 levels to level 11. But if you die once at level 12, after resurrection with the secondary resurrection scroll, the level will not drop by 5 levels directly, but will drop to level 10. But if you die again within the next year, the resurrection will become level 5, and the occupations and skills that have been employed will be temporarily sealed and cannot be used. In other words, this rank protection has a 1-year CD and takes effect once a year. As long as the interval between deaths does not exceed 1 year, the rank will not drop. But it should be noted that this does not mean that you can resurrect infinitely. After tens of thousands of years of data accumulation, it has long been known that the number of times each descender can be resurrected in his lifetime is limited, depending on talent and strength, but roughly in a range. Generally speaking, the maximum number of resurrections for a descender in his lifetime will not exceed 10 times. If there is an awakening talent, this number will increase, but it will not exceed 100%. In other words, under normal circumstances, even if the descender has a strong talent, the number of resurrections in his lifetime will never exceed 20 times. But this does not mean that the second generation of wealthy and powerful people can spend money at will. On the contrary, the richer the second generation, the more they should avoid death. The reason is simple. Every death will reduce the upper limit of the individual soul essence. Or to put it another way, the soul essence of each person is fixed, and every death will lose some. As long as you die once, you will not be perfect, which means that you will never reach the top in this life. This is an unbearable pain for those second generations, who come from wealthy families and have good talents. Even if most people cannot reach the top, young people are full of vigor and confidence before they are beaten by society. They have this drive. Even if they are destined not to reach the top, they can rely on this spirit and drive to move forward and become powerful, extraordinary, or even legendary strongmen. But once there is a death experience, this spirit will be dispersed. Even with the same experience and resource supply, it is difficult to become a top strongman. This sudden accident scared all the classmates and poured a basin of cold water on their excitement. Then no team dared to intercept the escaped pirate leaders. Chu Chung didn't have that courage, and even the pursuit of those elite pirates was conservative, and he didn't dare to chase them because the scale was too large. I just changed my job not long ago, and my strength is not strong enough, so I'd better be careful. After going through a few more copies and raising my level, I will consider this again. Then the 5 of them agreed, and went into the alley to kill the pirates, who had fled into the alley. However, in just a short while, most of the pirates had already fled. They turned around for several times, but didn't find a single pirate. Zhang Chunlei jumped down from the building, put away his bow and said, "Let's go. The remaining pirates have boarded the ship. The battle should be over." Several people looked at each other and shrugged. Chu Chung put his 2 knives into the box, and was about to turn around when he suddenly received a new message. He opened it, and it was from the class teacher, "Come to the dock." He looked up in surprise, and Wang Weilong and the others also looked up. He smiled and said, "Let's go together?" "Let's go! Is there any good news for the teacher to call us?" "Generally speaking, there is good news." The few of them quickly arrived at the dock, but found that the dock was full of soldiers. Many kingdom garrisons actually attacked the pirate warships and stopped them. At this time, Assistant Lu Weifei, who was standing next to one of the 5-masted pirate ships at the dock, was waving at them. "Come here quickly." The few of them looked at each other, quickly came to the edge of the pirate ship, grabbed the rope and jumped up. The deck was full of pirate corpses, and a group of kingdom soldiers were surrounding the entrance of the cabin. There was a huge sound of fighting from inside. Lu Weifei pointed to the cabin and said to them, "There is an injured pirate leader who is blocked by the boss. You guys go down to help solve it." Everyone was surprised, and then excited. There is such a good thing. The 5 people passed through the hatch, stepped on the soft corpses on the wooden stairs, and went down to the cabin. They saw a wounded one-eyed pirate in the huge cabin being trapped in a corner by Duan Yuqin and a group of shield-bearing soldiers. Seeing them coming, Duan Yuqin pointed at the boss and said to them, "You guys join forces to take him down." Wang Weilong rushed over without hesitation. Zhang Chunlei marked the one-eyed pirate and took out a special magic arrow to charge. Cheng Mingwei was a little slower, and Zhang Qing had already started to cast spells. So fast. At this time, he reacted and rushed up quickly, stabbing 2 scimitars through the gap between people. Your attack caused 44 points of physical damage to Dulong Rosen, and the target defense deducted 22 points of physical damage, and finally suffered 22 points of physical damage. The damage you caused exceeds the target's remaining life, and the target dies. You gain 842 kill experience points. You have accumulated enough kill experience points to level up to level 12. An indescribable power surged from deep within his body, restoring all his states to perfection, sweeping away all the energy and fatigue he had consumed. Another level up. Without bothering to check the attribute changes after the upgrade, he looked at the loot light ball that emerged from the corpse with excitement. There was a blue treasure chest inside, but it was glowing with a faint red light. This means that this loot has exceeded the limit of the blue treasure chest, but it is still a little short of the red treasure chest. The reason for this is that this boss was not killed by their team alone. If they had killed it alone, it would definitely be a complete red treasure chest, and there is a high probability that a rare quality equipment or item would appear. Now it is just blue with a reddish glow, and there is a high probability that only blue equipment will appear, but it is very likely to be a top quality item. After the battle, Duan Yuqing waved her hand as if to indicate, and the treasure chest was collected by the temporary captain Wang Weilong. The other people did not say anything, as if it was a common thing. Chu Cheng naturally would not mention it. If he guessed correctly, this should be a special class for them. At this point, this big class has completely ended. When they returned to the castle, they received a reminder of the end of the plot as soon as they arrived at the door. Reminder: the revenge of the Black Sail King is ended, and the settlement is now starting, and the settlement is in progress. Reminder: basic score is 10 points. Reminder: kill 266 Black Sail pirates, score plus 133. Reminder: kill 2 pirate leaders, score plus 20. Reminder: kill 18 elite pirates, score plus 36. Reminder: kill Dulong Rosen, one of the big pirate leaders, score plus 50. Reminder: final score 249, total rating 4 stars. Final reward: 1 blue treasure chest, 5,000 killing experience, 2 free attribute points, for skill points. Chapter 22. 4-star rating, not bad. Generally speaking, a rating of less than 50 is a 1-star rating. A rating of 50 to 100 is a 2-star rating. A rating of 100 to 200 is a 3-star rating. A rating of 200 to 300 is a 4-star rating. A rating of more than 300 is a 5-star rating. A rating of 249 is a 4-star rating, which is a pretty good rating. Chu Cheng took a look at the ratings, and the most difficult thing was killing ordinary pirates. He killed 266 ordinary pirates by himself, which was extremely outrageous. This is difficult for others to do, and this is a time-limited kill. At least Wang Weilong and others in his team can't do it. Including many elites in Class 1 and Class 2, some of them may be stronger than Wang Weilong, but they can't kill more than 200 monsters like him. So in this wave of plots, Wang Weilong and others should all be rated 3 stars, and only he is rated 4 stars. If so, maybe I can use this method to get a 5-star rating in Bradtown next time? 2 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Free attribute points are not many, but they are extra, and they can be accumulated. For skill points should be able to increase the Thunder Shock by 1 level. But he has not decided whether to upgrade it yet. After all, the power of LV2 is not qualitatively improved compared to LV1. 5,000 killing experience points are quite generous, but he has just reached level 12, and these 5,000 killing experience points are not enough for him to reach level 13. The biggest gain is the blue treasure chest, and judging from its quality, it will not be worse than the one dropped by the pirate leader, so it should be able to produce good things. The group returned to the castle, and the 5 of them gathered together. Zhang Chunlei asked impatiently, "How much did you get this time?" Wang Weilong took out the trophy treasure chests one by one, and placed them on the stone table. There were a total of 3 wooden treasure chests, 2 green treasure chests, and 1 blue treasure chest. He said, "Who of you thinks you are lucky can open it? My luck is average." The other people looked at Chu Cheng, and he shook his head and said, "My luck is average." "Me too." "Then why don't you let the captain open it?" "Okay. Then I won't be polite." Wang Weilong didn't refuse, and picked up a wooden treasure chest and opened it. He took out a flintlock rifle from it, and looked at it, and smiled. It's still a green suit. Everyone smiled knowingly, watching Wang Weilong open the remaining treasure chests one by one, until the last blue treasure chest was opened. When everyone saw a hint of deep blue inside, they all sighed. No red means that no rare quality equipment was opened, which is a little disappointing. There are 6 treasure chests in total, and there are 5 equipment or props in total besides the money bag. Wang Weilong arranged the items according to their value, and said in a deep voice, "According to our previous agreement, we will auction them directly, and the highest bidder will win. How about that?" "Okay." Wang Weilong first opened all the money bags, counted all the money inside, and said, "There are 21 silver and 55 copper in total, and we will divide them later." Picked up a flintlock and said, "Green quality flintlock, 45 piercing damage, additional attribute is to add 5 piercing damage, the minimum price is 1 silver, who wants it?" Everyone looked at each other, and Wang Weilong raised his hand and said, 1 silver and 10 copper. Zhang Chunlei chuckled and also made an offer, 1 silver 20 copper. 1 silver 30 copper. Chu Cheng also raised his hand and said, 1 silver 50 copper. 2 silver. 2 silver 20 copper. 2 silver 50 copper. Everyone looked at Cheng Mingwei, who made the offer. Wang Weilong shrugged and said he would withdraw. The other people did the same. Chu Cheng also did not bid. 2 silver 50 copper was almost the market price. There was no point in bidding further. He bid just to replace the white flintlock on his body, but he did not force it. His main output method did not rely on this. If he had it, he would have it. If he did not have it, he would not force it. After completing the transaction, Wang Weilong took out the second piece of equipment, which was a green belt. Add 1 physical fitness, starting price 1 silver. 2 silver. 2 silver 50 copper. 2 silver 60 copper. 2 silver 80 copper. 3 silver. Chop. The one who took the belt was Chu Cheng. He was still wearing a blank. The others were much richer than him, and they already had better ones. Combo skill book, 75% damage 3 combo, requires 15 agility and melee physical profession, starting price 3 silver. 4 silver. 5 silver. 6 silver. Chop. Cooking recipe delicious sage tail fish, restore 600 health and physical strength in 15 seconds, get a temporary buff after eating a full meal, increase physical fitness by 5, increase strength by 5, lasts for 30 minutes, starting price 2 silver. I didn't expect this thing to have all. Wang Weilong was surprised for a moment, and then said directly, I make a price first, 2 silver. 3 silver. 3 silver and 50 bronze. 4 silver. Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei were the only ones who made bids. No one else, including Chu Cheng, made a bid. Although he had learned the life profession of cooking, he had only studied it, and had not refined it. Not only was his skill level not high, but his recipes were only the most common ones. People have limited energy and resources, so it is impossible to learn all life professions. His idea was to major in fishing, which was the cheapest. If there is a chance in the future, he can also upgrade first aid. Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei probably majored in cooking, or simply wanted to take the recipe and sell it for money. The two sides bid back and forth, and the first part was very fast. It was not until the 5 silver that the bid was not as bold as before. In the end, it took 6 silver to decide the winner, and Wang Weilong won. After putting the things away, Wang Weilong took out the next item, looked at Chu Cheng, and said, You will definitely use this one. Silver scale heavy armor, blue equipment, see the attributes yourself. Then he shared the equipment attributes with everyone. Silver scale heavy armor, excellent/blue, equipment type, heavy armor. Equipment requirements, level 15, constitution 25, strength 25. Basic attributes, defense plus 12. Additional attributes, / piercing minus 14. Additional attributes, magic resistance plus 20%. Evaluation, well-made heavy armor, with extremely strong defense. Heavy armor with excellent attributes, starting price 5 silver. Chu Cheng bid without hesitation, 6 silver. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Weilong raised his hand and said, 7 silver. Then he explained, Don't get me wrong, I'm not bidding the highest price. Although I have better ones than this armor can be sold for more than 10 silvers. Chu Cheng smiled and said, I understand, the gold group speaks 8 silver. This is a very normal thing. Although Wang Weilong and Cheng Mingwei have better ones that can be equipped, and they don't need this heavy armor, it is impossible for him to get a bargain for only a small amount of money because of this reason. They can just bid it, and sell it outside, and make a few silvers. This situation is very common in gold groups. Although Chu Cheng has never been in a gold group before, he has heard of it. The two sides bid back and forth, and finally when he bid 18 silver, Wang Weilong stopped bidding and let him take it. This price is lower than the market price. He made some money, and Wang Weilong and his team would not suffer any loss, so everyone is happy. Next is the last item of this auction, which is a special item, the military talisman. Everyone can take a look at the properties for themselves. Chapter 23. Pirate Token, special, a one-time consumable item. After use, you can summon a team of 10 to 20 Black Sail pirates with levels between 15 and 25 to fight for you for 1 hour. Damn, there is still this thing? Which treasure chest did it come from? The final boss treasure chest. This thing is a bit outrageous. So many of them can be used to surround and kill a boss. Even Chu Chung was a little surprised by its value. Theoretically, if it reaches the maximum value, summoning 20 level 25 Black Sail pirates, except for the magic system, it is possible to surround and kill the small dungeon level boss. For example, in this dungeon, except for the Pirate King, other big bosses over level 30 can basically be surrounded and killed. This item is extremely valuable. If used well, it can bring great benefits. Therefore, the starting price is set at 50 silvers. Each bid should not be less than 1 silver. I will bid 50 silvers first. Everyone looked at each other, and Zhang Chunlei decisively bid 55 silvers. Cheng Mingwe, who had rarely bid, also raised his hand, 60 silvers. Zhang Qing also smiled and said, with so many brothers blocking the gun, I can also single-handedly kill the boss, 65 silvers. Then everyone looked at Chu Chung, and he waved his hand and said, don't look at me, I'm poor. He only had more than 30 silvers on him, not even enough for the starting price. 70 silvers. 75 silvers. 80 silvers. Several people bid back and forth, and the price instantly reached 100 silvers, and none of the 4 people backed down. After a while, the price had reached an extremely high price of 150 silvers, which was quite beyond his expectations. Moreover, after the price reached this point, the 4 people did not quit and continued to bid, which surprised Chu Chung and made him a little confused. Is this thing so valuable? The answer to him was the rising price. When it reached 180 silver, Cheng Mingwe and Zhang Qing withdrew from the bidding, but not because they thought it was expensive, but because they had no money. The remaining Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei were wealthy and continued to bid. It was not until half a minute later, when Wang Weilong directly offered a super high price of 260 silver, that Zhang Chunlei had to give up. The treasure chest has a total of 21 silver and 55 copper. Flintlock rifle 2 silver and 50 copper. Belt 3 silver. Combo skill book 6 silver. Cooking recipe 6 silver. Heavy armor 18 silver. Military talisman 260 silver. Total 317 silver and 5 copper. According to the previous agreement, it is divided into 6 parts, 52 silver and 91 copper each, right? Yes. Everyone performed very well in this operation, and there was no slacking, so it was all gold. Student Chu Chung served as the main tank and performed very well. According to the agreement, he received 100% of the main tank subsidy. Do you have any objection to this? Everyone laughed and said, no objection. Well, student Chu Chung will get a total of 105 silver and 82 copper, and the 4 of us will each get 52 silver and 91 copper. Wang Weilong calculated the account and traded with everyone one by one. Chu Chung soon received a dividend of more than 1 gold. Not bad. This was the biggest gain he had ever made since he obtained the Chaos Mark and condensed his body of law. After deducting the 3 silver belt and 18 silver heavy armor, there were still 88 silver and 82 bronze left. Adding the previous gains and the principal, the total was now 129 silver and 74 bronze, more than 1 gold. In addition, I changed to a green belt, a blue heavy armor, a sapphire, a mana pearl, a skill thunder slash, and a blue weapon pirate buster. Well, there is still a blue treasure chest that has not been opened. He was thinking about whether to open the treasure chest, and heard Wang Weilong say, this class is over, you can go back now, see you next class. Goodbye. Everyone waved and began to go back. Chu Chung thought about it, and was too lazy to fish anymore, so he simply chose to go back. I don't know how long it took. When he fell down to earth, he opened his eyes, and saw the lightning portal that kept exploding. From the teleportation point, go straight back to the dormitory. After a simple wash, he came to the desk, and took out the blue treasure chest rewarded by the plot. Reaching out to touch the treasure chest that was flashing with a hint of red luster, Chu Chung put his hands together, and said in his heart, 3 pure Buddhas, bless me to get a good product. Then he reached out, and pressed on the treasure chest, and opened it with force. A thick white light shot up into the sky, then dispersed a little, revealing 3 items inside. He reached out and grabbed the items to check, a hint of joy on his face. A skill scroll, aim and shoot. A pair of blue fine quality plate armor boots. 3 fine quality magic gems, all sapphires. Not bad. Not to mention the magic gems, they will definitely come in handy. Although the boots are plate armor, their attributes meet the requirements and can be equipped. Aiming and shooting is most suitable for ranged professions, but warriors can also learn it, but it is not very useful. Although melee professions can also equip ranged weapons such as bows, crossbows, guns, or flying knives, they cannot exert the power of weapons without special skills and expertise. They are mainly used to pull monsters alone or make up for the loss. Trampling boots, excellent/blue, equipment type, feet. Equipment requirements, agility 15, strength 20. Additional attributes, strength +2. Additional skills, trampling, slamming the ground with your feet, causing physical damage of strength *5 to all ground targets within a radius of 3 meters, slowing down by 30%, lasting for 3 seconds, and cooling down for 15 seconds. Plate armor boots are different from leather boots. They do not increase acceleration and agility, but only increase physique and strength. They are 2 different types. This equipment comes with a good soft control skill, which is among the best. Chu Cheng took into account that he was agile enough, so he took off his original light boots and replaced them with this blue outfit. After changing the equipment, Chu Cheng opened the flea market again and hung up all the equipment he had replaced, including 2 white scimitars, skill scrolls thunder slash and aiming shooting, and the weapon pirate buster. The white scimitars were casually marked with a price. The skills thunderbolt and aiming shot cost 20 silver and 15 silver respectively, the latter being relatively cheaper. The weapon pirate buster costs 25 silver. After that, Chu Cheng opened the flea market skill template again, browsed carefully, and saw 2 good small skills, namely acceleration and slam. Acceleration, primary increases movement speed by 20%, lasts for 15 seconds, cools down for 2 minutes, and is sold for 15 silver. Slam, primary slams the target with great force, causing physical damage of 150% of its maximum attack, cools down for 30 seconds, and is sold for 15 silver. 1 acceleration, 1 single output, both are small skills. He bought the skills at a fixed price, and soon transmitted them to his hands through the Chaos Network. Chu Cheng did not hesitate to learn. Just like before, the golden finger in his mind was triggered, and the stream of light merged into the skills. After a change, the 2 ordinary small skills immediately became 2 powerful skills that were much stronger than he had ever heard of. Swiftness, intermediate increases movement speed by 50%, and has a 50% chance to dodge physical attacks while running, lasts for 15 seconds, and has a cooldown of 2 minutes. Power Slam, intermediate slams the target with great force, causing physical damage of 200% of its maximum attack, with a chance to trigger the crushing effect, and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Tips: the greater the power difference, the higher the triggering probability. Chapter 24. Skills can be upgraded. Intermediate skills only need 2 points before LV5. Chu Cheng now has only 4 points, which can be upgraded by 2 levels. He glanced back and forth between the 2 skills of Swiftness and Powerful Blow, and after a little thought, he decided to upgrade Powerful Blow first. With a thought, the skill on the panel slightly twisted, and it was upgraded from LV1 to LV2, and the skill effect also changed slightly. Powerful Blow LV2, intermediate hit the target with great force, causing physical damage of 230% of its maximum attack, with a chance to trigger the crushing effect, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. Tip: the greater the difference in power, the higher the triggering probability. Compared with LV1, the difference is not very big. The basic damage changes from 200% to 230%, and the single level increases by 30%. A single level of improvement is not big, but if the level is upgraded to LV1 or even LV5, the cumulative improvement is quite exaggerated. The key is that this is just a small skill, and the CD is very fast. 1 minute later, the remaining 2 skill points were added to the Giant Force attack, which was upgraded from LV2 to LV3, and the damage bonus became 260%. After finishing the skills, Chu Cheng's eyes fell on the free attribute points. He was now at level 12, and had 71% experience, not much away from level 13. 2 levels gained 10 free attribute points, plus 2 free attribute points as a plot reward, a total of 12 free attribute points. Without much hesitation, he divided it into 2 and added it to physique and strength, 6 points each, and no points were added to agility. At this stage, speed and reaction are enough, so it is better to increase the upper limit of life and attack power first. In this way, the basic life value is jumped to 800 points, and the basic attack is as high as 52 points, which is quite impressive. After closing the panel, Chu Cheng lay straight on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, he slept until noon, and then he got up from the bed refreshed, stretched himself on the balcony, basked in the sun for a while, and then turned back to the house. Wash up. Eat. It was rare to be relaxed and leisurely, and Chu Cheng enjoyed this kind of life very much, but it was a pity that this kind of relaxation could not last long. Although the next big class would take another month, he could not really be idle for a month. He had to find something to do. There was no way to enter any dungeon at school for the time being, so he planned to go back to the family, register first, report that he had awakened his talent, and receive a subsidy by the way. According to the family regulations, no matter the main branch or the side branch, no matter the legitimate or illegitimate, any family member who awakened his talent could get a very high subsidy. Anyway, talent was something that could not be concealed, so it was better to exchange it for a benefit. In addition, he was also prepared to confront his father and stepmother, give up all inheritance rights, and get a benefit from him. The opportunity must be seized now. After all, the family is only a local medium-sized family with limited resources. If he wants it now, it will be a rich resource for him, who is only in his teens, just to help him. If he waits until he is in his 20s or 30s to ask for it, the help provided by those resources will not be so great. After making a decision, he immediately packed up and prepared to go out. As soon as he opened the door, he suddenly received a call from the head teacher. "Come to my office for a while." "Come right away." He immediately turned around and went to the head teacher's office first. "Knock, knock." "Come in." When he opened the office door, he saw the head teacher Duan Yuqin, who was in casual clothes, checking a document at the desk. Seeing Chu Cheng put down the information, she pointed to the chair behind the table and said, "Sit down." After Chu Cheng sat down, she crossed her fingers and asked, "I called you here today to ask about your thoughts. What plans do you have for your life? Or to put it another way, which university is your ideal?" Chu Cheng answered without hesitation, "Any first-class university will do." "First-class university?" She nodded with a look of understanding and asked, "Do you have any bolder ideas?" Chu Cheng tilted his head with a puzzled expression. "Bolder? Teacher, do you mean the top universities?" "Yes. Do you have any ideas?" Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "It would be a lie to say that I haven't thought about it, but I developed too slowly in the early stage. I have just reached level 10 not long ago. I am not from the direct line of the family, and my support is limited. It is too difficult to get into the top universities." But although he shook his head, he actually thought about it in his heart. Although it is less than a year away from the college entrance examination, with the help of the golden finger and talent, it is not impossible to catch up with those talented people in the next 6 months. It's just that he is not sure now, and he dare not brag about it to avoid being ridiculed in the future. "You can try," Duan Yuqin said seriously. "The teacher is very optimistic about your talent and thinks you can try. I can provide you with some support within my ability, and apply for some resources and opportunities that other students cannot get from the school to the maximum extent. As long as you can seize the opportunity and maximize the opportunity to turn it into benefits, and perform well in the college entrance examination in 6 months, you are not without the qualifications to enter the top universities." Chu Cheng: "I do my best. It's impossible to refuse." "How can you refuse the benefits that are delivered to your door?" He agreed first. Anyway, he tried his best not to waste the opportunity, but he would never guarantee whether he could be admitted to a top university in the end. He didn't stay in the teacher's office for long. He chatted for a while. Duan Yuqin asked him about his talent and understanding of talent, as well as the skills he was learning now, and promised to prepare a suitable skill for him before leaving. He was looking forward to it. After saying goodbye to the teacher, Chu Cheng went home directly. The Chu family is located in Yuntai. It is a medium-sized family. The family has several private copies, but they are all small copies, and there are no medium-sized copies. Chu Cheng returned to the family, and went to the family ancestral hall as soon as possible. He first burned a stick of incense to his ancestors, and then found the family elders to register. "Well, Chu Cheng, you have awakened your talent?" A white-haired elder looked at him curiously, quite surprised. Chu Cheng didn't talk nonsense and shared his talent directly. The elders of the tribe and several other elders around saw it, and were all surprised. "This talent is good, you can cultivate it well." The white-haired elder stretched out his hand to stroke his beard, smiling and saying, Child, according to the family rules, any tribe member who awakens his talent can get a growth gift package. What do you need from the gift package resources? Chu Cheng immediately replied, I don't lack anything else, I just lack skill points to improve a few skills. The elder nodded and smiled. This is a good choice. A powerful skill can have a great advantage in the early stage. He pondered for a while and said, if all the resources in the resource package are exchanged for skill stones, a total of 10 skill points can be exchanged. Are you sure? Chu Cheng nodded quickly. I am willing. Okay. The elder was also very straightforward. After he agreed, he immediately registered, verified, took photos and saved them, and completed a set of procedures. It took an hour. It's true that it's good to have a family behind you. One talent subsidy is as high as 10 skill points, which is estimated to be more than 10 gold if converted into currency. Chapter 25. It is worth mentioning that the skill points in this skill stone have the same effect as the skill points he obtained by completing the plot in the dungeon, but they are slightly different in nature. The skill points obtained in the dungeon plot belong to the individual and cannot be traded. The skill stone he has now obtained comes from the skill stone condensed by the dungeon master's harvest of the dungeon domain origin. It is a tradable resource, and the general market price is 1 gold coin 1 point. But this kind of good thing has always been in short supply. His 10 skill points can be easily sold for more than 12 gold if placed outside. He also has the benefit of being backed by the family. The family has several small dungeons. At the end of each year, the dungeon domain source power harvest can condense a large number of rare resources, such as skill points, free attribute points, etc. After leaving the ancestral hall, Chu Cheng went straight back to the third room where he lived, and sent a message to his father on the way. Father, I'm back. After a long while, Chu Huaixing responded coldly. What's going on? I have something to talk to you about. I'm at home. Then, there was nothing else, just a few words, like a stranger. This calm tone further strengthened Chu Cheng's idea, to get the last bit from his cheap father, and then be self-reliant. Of course, it doesn't mean to leave the family, nor to sever the father-son relationship, but just to take the opportunity to make a bit of money. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the father-son relationship is broken or not, the main thing is that the family relationship is still quite useful. No matter how the relationship with the father is, as a member of the family, you can get the family's protection and some benefits. You can get a gift package when you awaken your talent, and you will also get a gift package when you successfully upgrade to an elite professional after level 30 in the future, and the family can also help you when you upgrade to an extraordinary professional at level 50. These are all extra help that don't require much effort. He would be stupid to give up. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. The family will have to pay back for all these free efforts in the future. If he is promoted to extraordinary in the future, he will need to protect the family in return. When the family faces a crisis, he has no choice but to do it. But this is not a problem. When he is promoted to extraordinary, he will have enough strength to dominate his own destiny. If the crisis faced by the family can be solved, he will naturally take action. If it is beyond his ability, the family elders will not let him take risks even if he wants to. At that time, he was already the pillar of the family, and the elders were reluctant to let him take risks. While thinking, he had returned to the familiar courtyard. A 3-courtyard villa, the main building of the main hall, has 3 floors, and the left and right wing rooms have 2 floors. There are gardens, small bridges and flowing water inside, which are extremely beautiful. Chu Cheng grew up here since he was a child, and the home, that should have been very familiar to him now feels extremely strange. Passing through the hanging flower gate, looking through the open courtyard, he saw his cheap father Chu Huaixing sitting in the main hall talking to his stepmother. He strode across the courtyard, stepped onto the steps, and came to the main hall. The man turned around, revealing a face that was quite similar to Chu Cheng but more mature. A beautiful woman sat next to him. The 2 half-brothers were not there, and they should be in school now. They were several years younger than Chu Cheng, and it was not time for them to condense the body of law. They were now studying cultural courses. Chu Cheng stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Father!" Antly. Chu Huaixing looked at his son expressionlessly, and asked impatiently, "What's the matter? Please tell me quickly." Chu Cheng sneered in his heart, and was too lazy to lay the groundwork. He said directly, "My son has changed his job now, but he will take the college entrance examination in more than half a year. This is related to my son's life. I came back today, and asked my father to support my son with some resources." Chu Huaixing pondered for a while, and asked, "How much do you want, and what do you want?" Chu Cheng glanced at his stepmother, who was secretly pulling his father's clothes, and said expressionlessly, my son is willing to give up all inheritance rights. As soon as the voice fell, he saw the surprise and suppressed surprise on his stepmother's face, and she quietly pulled her husband's clothes again. Chu Huixing was also a little surprised, and his face was moved for the first time. He pondered for almost half a minute, and asked, "You have thought it through. You are the legitimate son of my third room. What you can inherit in the future includes 5% of the dividend rights of a small copy of the family. This is a considerable income." Chu Cheng said in a very firm tone, "I have thought it through. In this way, it is not certain whether the inheritance can be successfully inherited in the future. It is possible that the father and son will turn against each other for the sake of interests in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to make a fortune before the turn." He got the benefit. Chu Huixing didn't have to get entangled between his eldest son and his wife, and his stepmother got what she wanted, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There was nothing to say next. Chu Huixing took him to the ancestral hall to prepare for the formalities. This kind of thing must go through the ancestral hall and register with the elders of the clan, which is considered notarization, so as to avoid regrets on both sides. Although the elders were surprised by their intention, they were not surprised, because their family's affairs were not a secret in the clan. After routinely asking both parties, and confirming that everything was correct, the elders came forward to write a distribution document in triplicate, and the ancestral hall kept 1 copy. An hour later, Chu Cheng received 10 gold coins and 20 skill stones. This is certainly not as good as 5% of the income from a small copy, but he only has the right of inheritance, which does not mean that he will definitely inherit it. If his father is determined not to pass it on to him, he will not get it. So it is actually very good to get this material equivalent to 30 gold, and he is very satisfied. 20 skill points, plus the previous accumulation, he now has 30 skill points left, which is enough to improve 2 skills to a very high level. Chu Cheng was relieved to get the resources. Next, he can develop well, and try to narrow the gap with Li Weilong and others. He saw it when he formed a team before. They not only have luxurious equipment, but also powerful skills. Not only are there many skills, but also high levels. He has such a powerful talent, and 2 extraordinary expertise bonuses. His performance is not much better than theirs. It can even be said that except for the abnormal talent of brushing small monsters, they are more powerful in dealing with boss. Both normal attacks and bursts are very powerful. Their own survivability is not weak either, and their health and defense are far superior to other students. They changed their jobs 3 classes earlier than me. If there is no family support, it is impossible to open such a big gap in 3 classes. But that was in the past. 30 skill points can greatly narrow the gap, and 10 gold coins can also buy a lot of equipment. A whole set of blue equipment of more than 10 levels can be equipped, and even a piece of red rare equipment can be bought. Chu Cheng did not stay at home for long. He stayed for 2 days, and returned to school. When he returned to the dormitory, the first thing he did was not to study, but to find the class teacher to buy 2 skills. This is a special class for the most elite students in the class. The standard for intermediate skills is 2 gold coins. Duan Yuqing did not ask anything, but quickly sent a form, which not only had skills, but also various equipment and props, and even several red rare equipment. Chu Cheng lay on the bed, opened the form, and slowly checked it. Chapter 26. I now have 3 skills, 1 for displacement and control, 1 for acceleration, and 1 for burst, but the CD of displacement is too long and it is a big move. I need some normal small skills, which can be used alternately with a great force attack, and add an AoE skill for group damage. The talent is indeed a group damage talent, but it does not conflict with an additional AoE. He glanced back and forth at the many skills provided by the class teacher, and after a careful look, he found that the skills on the list were twice as many as the last time he saw them. There are 4 more intermediate skills alone, and 2 advanced skills, and the rest are all elementary skills. He glanced at the advanced skills, and then retracted his gaze. It is powerful, but the price is desperate, starting at 50 gold. Intermediate skills can be bought for 2 or 3 gold, and powerful ones cost 7 or 8 gold. The class teacher charges 2 gold regardless of the type. Don't be too proud. This one is good. This one is also okay. After browsing back and forth twice, Chu Cheng finally made a decision. Random/LV1, primary launch 3 attacks on the target within 1 second. Each attack causes 50% of the maximum attack physical damage, and the cooldown time is 25 seconds. Whirlwind/LV1, intermediate quickly rotate the body. Swing the weapon to cause 100% of the maximum attack physical damage per second to the surrounding enemies, lasting 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. Tips: During the whirlwind slash, the movement speed is increased by 20. After getting the skills, Chu Cheng immediately learned them. The light ball in his mind turned, and the stream of light flew out. The panel shook slightly, and the two skills transformed as he expected. Frenzy LV1, intermediate launch 5 attacks on the target within 1 second. Each attack causes 50% of the maximum attack physical damage, and the cooldown time is 25 seconds. Blade Storm LV1, advanced dance a destructive blade storm, causing physical damage of 150% of the maximum attack per second to enemies within a radius of 3 meters around, lasting 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Tips: during the blade storm, the caster will gain primary hegemony, increase movement speed by 50, and reduce all damage by 30%. Tips: the skill can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. Great! Although he was mentally prepared, Chu Cheng still felt very shocked every time. Frenzy is fine, this blade storm is really a bit abnormal. In his opinion, it seems to be much more powerful than Thunder Shock. Both are advanced skills, but Blade Storm is almost close to the top skills in terms of power and effect. Well, now you can upgrade the skill. He had already prepared how to use it. First, his eyes fell on the giant power strike, and he started to hit points without hesitation. First, 2 skill points were upgraded to LV3. Then 2 skill points were added to upgrade to LV4. Still 2 skill points to upgrade to LV5. Then trigger the rule, all skills will gain an additional skill specialty to strengthen this skill at LV5, LV10, LV15. Massive Smash LV5. Intermediate smash the target with great force, causing physical damage of 320% of its own maximum attack, with a chance to trigger the crushing effect, and a cooldown time of 30 seconds. Tip: the greater the difference in strength, the higher the probability of triggering. As the skill flashed, 3 optional specialties quickly appeared under the Massive Smash in front of him. Your skill Massive Smash is upgraded to LV5, and you can choose one of the following 3 options as your skill specialty. Feature 1. Increase maximum attack by 30%. Feature 2. Add 2 points of strength damage coefficient. Feature 3. There is a very small chance to trigger a critical hit. The expertise has been revealed, but Chu Cheng did not move and did not choose. In just a few seconds, a thread of light flew out of his pupils and fell into the light curtain. The panel flashed and the data on it changed drastically. Your skill Massive Smash has been upgraded to LV5. You can choose one of the following 3 options as your skill expertise. Feature 1. Increase maximum attack by 100%. Feature 2. Add 5 strength damage coefficient. Feature 3. There is a very high chance to trigger a critical hit. Sure enough, there is nothing to worry about. Just choose one and increase the maximum attack by 100%. LV5 Massive Smash has a 320% critical hit, which becomes a 420% critical hit after adding the expertise, greatly increasing the power. He spent 6 skill points to upgrade the Power Smash, and there were 24 points left. He looked at Frenzy, a small skill that was destined to be used frequently, and he could upgrade it. He praised and clicked randomly, consuming 8 skill points, and successfully upgraded to LV5. Frenzy LV5. Intermediate launch 5 attacks on the target within 1 second. Each attack causes 70% of the target's maximum attack physical damage, and the cooldown time is 25 seconds. 5 times in 1 second, 70% each time, a total of 350% burst. Your skill Frenzy is upgraded to LV5, and you can choose one of the following 3 options as your skill expertise. Expertise 1. Extra attack plus 1. Expertise 2. Each maximum attack plus 10%. Expertise 3. Cooldown time 3 seconds. Then, as he expected, the panel blurred for a while, and the 3 expertises changed and strengthened as he expected. Your skill Frenzy is upgraded to LV5. You can choose one of the following 3 options as your skill specialty. Specialty 1. Extra attack plus 3. Specialty 2. Each maximum attack plus 30%. Specialty 3. Cooldown time 10 seconds. No need to hesitate, decisively choose the first one, extra attack plus 3. It's not that this specialty has a stronger burst, the key is the increased number of attacks. You should know that this number of attacks is a normal attack, which can trigger various attack effects, such as critical hits, deceleration, bleeding, stun, crushing, etc. 3 more attacks can greatly increase the probability of triggering. Although he doesn't have these triggerable effects at this stage, he will choose it first, so he won't suffer in the future. 16 skill points remaining. Damn. You can upgrade an intermediate skill to LV5 in one go, but there is still some extra, but it is not enough to upgrade an advanced skill to LV5, nor is it enough to upgrade an intermediate skill to LV10, otherwise you have to upgrade one of them. In the Chaos Realm, all skills have 5 levels, and each level is a qualitative change. The upper limit of low-level skills is level 5, so there is only one specialty. The upper limit of intermediate skills is level 10, and you can choose 2 specialties, and you can have 2 stage specialties. The upper limit of advanced skills is level 15, and you can choose 3 specialties, and you can have 3 stage specialties. The power of high stage specialties is much stronger than that of low stage specialties, and it is not just a little bit stronger. If a high-level skill can be upgraded to LV15, the power will be incredibly strong. Unfortunately, the remaining skill points are a bit off, and there is no way to upgrade the intermediate skills to LV10, nor is it enough to upgrade the advanced skills to LV5 first. Another swiftness is also an intermediate skill, but he did not consider upgrading it. 50% acceleration is enough for the time being. It is worth mentioning that normally, below the professional level 50, that is, below the extraordinary level, all skill levels cannot exceed LV10. Only those above the extraordinary level can be upgraded to LV10 or above and below LV20. Only legendary professionals can upgrade their skills to LV20 or above. Chapter 27. Chu Cheng's eyes went back and forth between the 2 advanced skills, Blade Storm and Thunder Shock, for a long time. Considering that he couldn't upgrade to LV5 in one go, he simply divided them equally, upgrading Blade Storm and Thunder Shock by 1 level each, spending a total of 10 skill points. The remaining 6 skill points are temporarily saved for backup. Thunder Shock LV2, Advanced Charge for 1 second, transform into a Thunderbolt, and leap to a maximum of 35 meters and fall, causing 230% physical damage to all enemies within a 6-meter diameter range of the falling point, and stun the enemies for 2 seconds, with a cooling time of 3 minutes. The maximum distance increases by 5 meters for each level, and the damage increases by 30%, and the rest remains unchanged. Blade Storm LV2, Advanced Dance, a Blade Storm with destructive power, causing physical damage of 170% of the maximum attack per second to enemies within a radius of 3 meters around, lasting 7 seconds, with a cooling time of 2 minutes. Tips: during Blade Storm, the caster will gain primary hegemony, increase movement speed by 60, and reduce all damage by 30%. Tips: skills can be dispelled, with priority at the authority level. Each level up increases the maximum power by 20%, movement speed by 10, and other things remain unchanged. After upgrading the skills, Chu Cheng was not idle, and opened the flea market to continue shopping. 2 level 12 blue scimitars with both top quality attributes, 20 silver each. A blue helmet 18 silver, a blue shoulder armor 16 silver, a blue cloak 15 silver, a blue belt 16 silver, a blue flintlock 18 silver, and 2 blue attribute rings 20 silver each. All added up to 163 silver. Normally, the price of blue equipment between levels 10 and 20 is between 15 silver and 30 silver. Weapons, armor, and ring accessories are generally more expensive. If the attributes are very top quality, the price can double. The silver scale heavy armor he bought before is a top quality item. It is no problem to sell it for 25 to 30 silvers at the market price. It is definitely a profit to buy it for 18 silvers. Sell all the retired equipment. The green belt he bought before can be sold for 3 silvers and 50 coppers. He made 50 coppers, and did not lose money. Swift Scimitar, excellent/blue, equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements, level 12, agility 14. Basic attack, 21/20 pierce. Additional attribute, agility +2. Additional attribute, reflex +1. Evaluation, a short sword commonly used by wandering swordsmen. Silver scale heavy helmet, excellent/blue, equipment type, helmet/plate. Equipment requirements, level 11, strength 15. Additional attribute, constitution +2. Additional attribute, strength +2. Evaluation, well-made heavy armor with extremely strong defense. Silver scale shoulder armor, excellent/blue, equipment type, shoulder/plate armor. Equipment requirements, level 12, strength 14. Additional attributes, constitution +2. Additional attributes, strength +2. Review, well-made shoulder guards with extremely strong defensive power. Blue vein cloak, excellent/blue, equipment type, cloak. Equipment requirements, level 12. Additional attributes, agility +2. Additional attributes, Movement speed plus 5. Review, none. Exquisite silk belt, excellent/blue, equipment type, belt/leather armor. Additional attributes, agility plus 2. Additional attributes, perception plus 2. Review, exquisite silk belt. Blackstone flintlock, excellent/blue, equipment type, range/firearms. Equipment requirements, level 12, agility 15. Basic range, 50 meters. Basic attack, 60 piercing. Additional attribute, strength plus 2. Basic attribute, agility plus 2. Evaluation, elite black sail pirate firearm, extremely powerful. Gemstone ring, excellent/blue, equipment type, ring. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment attribute, strength plus 2. Equipment attribute, agility plus 2. Evaluation, a simple gemstone ring. He did not choose those equipments with various fancy features. The above equipments are all simple and unpretentious to increase attributes. In addition to the original equipment, all his equipment has increased his defense by 12, 5 points of constitution, 12 points of strength, 14 points of agility, 2 points of perception, 2 points of reflection, 20% magic resistance, and 5 speed. Check the attributes. The light curtain popped up, and a rather luxurious attribute panel was projected in his eyes. Name, Chu Chung. Race, human. Level 12. Talent, space refraction LV1, 1%. Features, extraordinary constitution, epic, extraordinary agility, epic. Main attributes, constitution 10 plus 14 plus 5, strength 10 plus 16 plus 12, agility 10 plus 10 plus 14, perception 10 plus 2 plus 2, intelligence 10, spirit 10. Secondary attributes, toughness 2 plus 5, reflex 3 plus 5 plus 2, will 1, life regeneration plus 1 plus 5/second. Health, 290 plus 500 points. Stamina, 790 points. Mana, 100 points. Melee attack, 38 plus 21, chop, 38 plus 20 stab. Ranged attack, none. Physical defense, 5 plus 5 plus 12 points. Magic resistance, 20%. Movement speed, 132 plus 50 plus 5 points. Basic skills, dagger basics, one-handed sword mastery, dual weapon basics. Occupational skills, swiftness LV1, intermediate, frenzy LV5, intermediate, power attack LV5, intermediate, blade storm LV2, advanced, thunder shock LV2, advanced. Life occupations, primary fishing, primary first aid, primary cooking. All attributes are listed first with the basic attributes, the second with the attributes added by points or skills, and the third with the attributes added by equipment. Although he has not seen other people's panels, Chu Chung can roughly estimate that his attributes will not be much worse than those at level 20. It is really that the attributes granted by the two extraordinary specialties are too strong, which allowed him to take advantage in the early stage. This makes him look forward to the job transfer at level 30, also known as career promotion, which can promote the existing profession to an elite profession, and then he can get 1 or 2 specialties, and then be strengthened by the golden finger, which is too cool. It is worth mentioning that in the Chaos Realm, the profession is not fixed. Not only can it be changed, but also multiple professions can be held part-time. You only need to get the water of the Styx to wash away the existing profession and change to a new one. For example, if he had the opportunity to get a top-level professional certificate, he could get a drop of Styx water to wash away his current profession and change to a new one. Styx water is a top-level treasure, and the price is as high as hundreds of gold. Top-level professional certificates are even more expensive, and you may not be able to get them even if you spend hundreds of gold. So Chu Chung has not thought about changing his profession at all, unless he has a top-level profession, or even an extremely rare hero profession, he can consider it. Otherwise, even if he has a high-level professional certificate, he will not consider spending hundreds of gold to buy a drop of Styx water to wash away his current profession. As for part-time jobs, this is not considered at all. There are no restrictions on part-time jobs. If he can get a mage professional certificate now, he can be a part-time mage, and then obtain 1 or 2 mage professional specialties. This looks very cool, but why haven't I seen anyone doing part-time jobs? Not to mention that Wang Weilong and others in Class 5 have better backgrounds than Chu Chung. There are so many people in the elite class of Class 1 who have better backgrounds, but I haven't seen any of them doing part-time jobs. There are naturally reasons for this. There are flaws, and there are more than one flaw. The most critical flaw is the allocation of attribute points and skill points. No matter how many professions you have, the level will not increase with the number of professions. From level 10 to level 30, there are a total of 20 levels, 100 attributes, and it will not become 200 attributes because of taking on one more profession. There is no need to explain how important attribute points are. Attributes are extremely critical for a profession to exert its power. If you have multiple jobs, these attribute points will not be enough to allocate. If you are a melee fighter and a mage, you must allocate certain attributes to spirit and intelligence. Many spells have intelligence and spirit requirements, and you can't learn them without enough attributes. At this time, if you allocate attributes on the above, the original melee profession does not have enough attribute points, so won't it be useless? Whether it is a melee fighter and a mage, a melee fighter and a ranged fighter, or even an agile fighter who is also a melee physical tank profession, it is difficult to distribute attributes evenly. Chapter 28. Don't even mention extra attribute points to make up for it. Indeed, some top families have many copies, and can continuously harvest free attribute points and skill stones, and can indeed supply a top-level strongman with multiple roles. However, with such a large investment, how many can you provide? Can you keep going? In addition to attribute points, there are also skill points. Part-time dual professions require dual professional skills, and more skill points are needed to upgrade skills. You must know that the more attributes you get from upgrading later, the more exaggerated the attribute requirements and skill point requirements will be. This kind of part-time job has no way out from the beginning. You have to keep providing it in the back, and keep providing it to the end. Except for a very small number of direct descendants of big wealthy families, who can do this, most of them are not qualified. In addition, there is a second problem, that is, the experience required for upgrading part-time jobs is also higher than that of single jobs, and it is not twice the requirement, but 3 times the requirement. In other words, if you work part-time in one profession, you need 3 times the experience to upgrade. If you work part-time in 2 professions, you need 5 times the experience to upgrade. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of part-time jobs, but spending so many resources only to exert the normal combat power of 2 professions. But if so many extra attribute points and skill points are all invested in one profession, the combat power exerted is definitely much stronger than 2 normal professions. Because of this, basically no one has a part-time job. Even those top wealthy families are mostly single professional, and only a very few have a part-time job. Next, go practice some skills. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Chung closed the panel and went out, ready to go to the school practice room to practice weapon skills. Weapon skills cannot be upgraded with skill points. This thing only has proficiency, and it is possible to improve proficiency after each successful use. When the proficiency accumulates to 100%, it can be upgraded to the next level. Weapon skill levels are not common LV levels, but entry, mastery, proficiency, expert, master, grandmaster, and god level. Chu Chung has now learned 3 weapon skills, namely dagger entry, one-handed sword mastery, and dual-wielding weapon entry. Weapon skills can improve the proficiency and combat skills of such weapons. The higher the skill level, the stronger the skills, and the more powerful the weapons can be in combat. Most combat skills have certain requirements for weapons, which are sometimes not written in the data, but do affect the performance of certain combat skills. For example, Chu Chung is now learning Frenzy. There is no weapon restriction in the skill introduction, but after testing, this skill can be better used with light weapons. On the contrary, using heavy weapons such as two-handed swords and heavy axes to cast this skill will consume additional physical strength. The heavier the weapon, the greater the additional consumption. Normally, skill proficiency is improved through regular dungeon battles. Outside of dungeons, it is either improved through mutual competition between adventures or through customized opponents. There is no way to improve skill proficiency by hitting wooden stakes, unless you use a scroll to summon monsters to fight. In short, weapon skills cannot be fake, they are all honed through real battles. Thanks to the student status, the school has a special practice room where you can spend money to summon monsters for practice. These monsters come from the dungeons controlled by the school, and the monster type and level can be customized. If it is a humanoid monster, you can also specify the configuration of equipment and weapons. Too lazy to queue up for the free training room, Chu Chung directly spent 10 silver coins to rent a high-end room. As soon as he entered, an opponent customization screen popped up in front of him, with detailed opponent data customization on it. Level adjusted to level 15, elite template, skills. His fingers kept operating on the light screen, and the settings were completed soon. I hope it's worth the price. After he customized it, he had to pay a customization fee of up to 15 silver, but he thought it was worth it. The more powerful the skills, the better the practice effect. After the payment was completed, accompanied by a summoning light column falling, a little light screen disappeared, and a level 15, elite template, one-handed sword weapon skill reached the first level of mastery appeared in front of him. The swordsman template is extremely high, and the equipment on his body is very sophisticated, but the weapons configured are only 2 level 5 blank one-handed swords, and the actual attack power is greatly weakened, only 52 points. Deducting 30 points of talent absorption and 14 points of plate armor absorption on his body, and then deducting defense, the actual damage is less than 10 points. As soon as the isolating light curtain disappeared, the swordsman rushed towards him like an arrow from a bow with 2 swords in his hands. Ding ding dang dang. A series of metal-iron collisions sounded, and the 2 figures holding 2 swords instantly fought into a group. Chu Chung did not configure additional skills for this opponent, nor did he use any skills himself. He only activated his talent, but it only absorbed the attack without rebounding the target. With extremely high defense and life regeneration, he withstood all kinds of fierce attacks from the target. This custom opponent is proficient in one-handed sword, which is only 1 level higher than his mastery. His skills are stronger, but not overwhelming. He is the most suitable opponent for practice. As long as he doesn't kill his opponent, he can stay in the room forever. The total cost is 25 silver coins, and he can practice almost forever. Of course, it is impossible. He will be hungry if he stays there forever, but it is no problem to practice for 7 or 8 hours at a time. Because the school stipulates that he cannot rashly enter non-school dungeons during the big class, Chu Chung will focus on improving his weapon skills every day in the following days, and go to the training room every day. Spend 25 silver coins to book an advanced training room and practice with an opponent who is proficient in one-handed sword for 7 or 8 hours at a time until he is exhausted and quits. I don't know if it's because of his concentration. His proficiency in one-handed skills has improved very quickly, and it can improve by no less than 10 percentage points every day. In less than a week, the skills have accumulated to 100%, and he has been successfully promoted to proficient in one-handed sword. Even because he has been fighting with 2 weapons, he has also improved the skill of dual-wielding weapons to mastery. Then he changed his weapons, bought 2 level 5 blank daggers, and began to practice dagger weapon skills. During this period, he also bought several other weapon skill scrolls that he might use, namely one-handed axe, fist gloves, firearms, bow, and throwing weapons. It took 10 days to upgrade the dagger skill from entry level to mastery in one go, and more than half a month has passed. Then it took another 10 days to upgrade the firearm skill from entry level to mastery in one go. This progress is a bit too fast. Could it be accelerated by the golden finger? So far, 28 days have passed in a month, and there are less than 2 days left before the next big class, but Chu Cheng's mind is not on the big class at all, but on counting the gains of this month. In just 28 days, dagger, one-handed sword, firearms, dual weapons, a total of 4 weapon skills have reached mastery, which is a bit exaggerated. Although I didn't have such luxury to go to the advanced training room and customize opponents because I was too poor before, I heard from teachers and other classmates that I had never heard of such an exaggerated improvement. Weapon skills are pure water grinding skills, and the improvement is very slow. I have never heard of such a fast improvement speed like him. From entry to mastery in 3 days. From mastery to proficiency in 7 days. A bit outrageous. But I like it. Whether it is the super fast progress granted by the golden finger or not, this is a good thing. Chapter 29. A new class is coming soon, and it is still the Black Sail Pirates dungeon. Chu Chung quickly bought some supplies and 2 rolls of silk bandages, and then entered the dungeon. Silk bandages can restore 500 health points within 15 seconds after use. 1 roll can be used 12 times, and 20 silver per roll. In addition to the money I spent on renting a training room every day to practice weapon skills, I spent almost 8 gold this month. The money I got from the family before is now only 2 gold and 34 silver. I can't train so crazy next month. Fortunately, such crazy spending is worth it. My current strength is much stronger than before, and I have enough confidence to deal with more dangerous situations. I have to plan well this time, and make a lot of money. Entering the dungeon, it is still Linhai Town. Everyone gathered at the martial arts arena, and the class teacher said to them as usual, "This class is free to move, but you must do what you can. You only have 1 life, so don't let greed lead to irreparable consequences. It is best to report to me in advance if you want to team up to fight the boss. If you want to leave the dungeon temporarily, or have a conflict with other classmates, you can find me or the teaching assistant. Disband now." After saying this, Chu Cheng received a message from the class teacher. Come to my office. The other students left the castle martial arts arena in 2s and 3s, and Chu Cheng entered the castle. On the first floor, he saw Zhang Chunlei waiting there. He waved and asked, Student Chu Cheng, do you want to team up again? He nodded. Let's talk about it later. Okay. After chatting for a few words, Wang Weilong and others also came over. His eyes on Chu Cheng were a little complicated. He just said hello, and the group came to the second floor of the castle. As soon as they met, Duan Yuqin said to Wang Weilong, this time, Class 1 did not enter the dungeon. Only Class 2, Class 3, Class 5, and Class 7 are far less powerful than the last class. You are not allowed to take risks like in the last class. You are not allowed to sneak attack Black Sail Island. Wang Weilong nodded quickly. Chu Cheng immediately asked, what about Brad Town? Can we go? Duan Yuqin nodded and said, you can participate in the plot of Brad Town, but it is best to help out and not participate too much, especially not to lure out the Black Sail Pirate King. I know. Well, go. Coming out of the office, several people gathered on the first floor. Wang Weilong's face had returned to normal. He smiled and asked, Student Chu Cheng, do you want to team up to kill a few boss first? Sure. Looking at Cheng Mingwei and Zhang Qing again, Zhang Qing shrugged, as a mage, I must team up. Cheng Mingwei also nodded. Okay, let's just do it with a few of us, just enough for a standard team. Which one should we kill first? Zhang Chunlei immediately said, first kill the Fishman tribe in the south, then go to the Black Sand Island on the sea, where there is a Black Sail pirate base, and there is a pirate leader of more than 30 levels on the island. After killing these two, it's almost done, and then we have to wait for the plot of Brad Town. Just these two? Zhang Chunlei looked at Chu Cheng and said with a smile, although there are many bosses in this dungeon, there are 4 classes in this dungeon, and we can't kill them all. The 2 bosses I chose are the ones with the richest rewards and the highest difficulty. No one competes with us. Zhang Qing also smiled and said, it's because of you. Your talent can ignore the siege of small monsters, so we dare to choose you. Before, we had to gather a team of 20 people to dare to kill them. The group chatted as they went out. The town was still quite lively at this time. They had just entered the dungeon. Most of the 200 people in the 4 classes were still in the town. Most of them formed teams of 3 or 2, and were ready to go out to kill boss. The Black Sail Pirates dungeon, which had just gone through a reincarnation, had a lot of monsters at the beginning, and it was still quite dangerous in the wild. Not to mention the far ones, there were actually quite a few wild monsters such as crocodiles, and fishmen on the beach, and there were also some wild small boss. But these wild monsters and small boss would be killed by the locust-like descenders in less than a week, and they would not be seen after 10 days. After the 5 people went out, they went straight to the dock and went south along the coast. They saw many teams going out along the way. Chu Cheng walked in front and saw fishermen wandering on the beach from time to time. Ignoring the scattered ones, they went straight to the southernmost part of the dungeon. After crossing a 100-meter-long boulder standing on the beach, they saw the endless messy seaside reefs behind them. Among the reefs submerged by the sea, there was a huge fisherman tribe. A large number of branches and vines, relying on the reefs, built a series of simple houses immersed in the water, connected one by one, extending to a very far place. A group of 5 people stood on the shore and looked out. This was a fisherman tribe, with a total of 500 to 600 people. Chu Cheng came here for the first time. On the way here, Wang Weilong had already given him basic information about this fisherman tribe. Most of the ordinary fishmen were level 7 or 8. About 1/3 of the fisherman warriors were level 11 or 2. The fisherman leaders were above level 15 and below level 20. The fisherman leaders were above level 25, and there were not many of them. There were 2 fisherman priests above level 25. The biggest boss in the Murloc tribe is the 30-level Murloc chieftain, who will at least drop a dark blue treasure chest, and there is a very small chance of dropping red rare quality equipment, which is said to have been dropped before. This scale is no worse than the Black Sail Pirates in the Brad Town plot, and it is impossible to deal with it without more than 20 people. Chu Cheng put his hand on his forehead and looked around, saying, there are quite a lot of Murlocs, and this water is the home ground of Murlocs. Can we deal with it? Wang Weilong said in a deep voice, there are certain risks, but what is risk-free? He looked at the others, all of whom looked determined, and shrugged and said, let's make it clear first, if I encounter danger, I will save my own life first. Of course. Then go. There was no tactics to speak of. Everyone was ready. Chu Cheng rushed up with a knife, and was immediately discovered by the Murlocs on the shore, who rushed up with a scream. picked up various bone knives and stone sticks in their hands and smashed them up, and occasionally some murlocs threw wooden spears or bone javelins. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds. As everyone expected, he did not move, and the murlocs fell. He pushed forward all the way, and pushed to the middle of the murloc tribe in one breath, attracting dense murlocs to pounce on him, and then he fought and retreated, moving in a certain direction. No need to consider defense. He had enough energy to control the target of the talent rebound. The surrounding murlocs were densely surrounded, but he only needed to control the rebound target to the direction he wanted to leave, and a round of rebound would instantly kill 10 murlocs blocking the way, quickly freeing up a large space, and then forcefully squeeze forward with a force far more powerful than ordinary murlocs, and soon came to a few 3 or 4 meter high boulders on the edge of the murloc tribe and stopped. It was not used to share the pressure, but to prepare to escape from the boss later. The talent damage absorption was limited, and the blood volume was also limited. Now he certainly couldn't carry a bunch of level 20 or 30 bosses alone. This is why he teamed up with Wang Weilong and others. Without their help, he would definitely not be able to clear this tribe with several magic bosses alone. Absorbing the damage, the rebounding space wave blade passed through the circle of murloc warriors in front of him, and frantically cut the murloc leaders in the back row who were trying to squeeze in. There is no need to look. As long as you see the murloc whose body and size are much taller than other murlocs rebounding, you will never make a mistake. Chapter 30. Kill as much as you can. Kill like crazy. Run away. Whether it was the murlocs below level 10 or the murloc warriors above level 10, they all fell down like wheat under a sickle. The murloc leaders, who were stronger than their peers, could not hold on for long. Under his control, sharp space wave blades fell on the murloc leaders at intervals of 30 meters. Even if he squeezed through his fellow tribesmen with his powerful strength, there were too many murlocs around him, and Chu Cheng fought and retreated to delay time. When he finally squeezed through, he could not hold on. I don't know how many of them fell on the way in. At this moment, the large number of ordinary murlocs surrounding him in layers became his most powerful shield, protecting him from the attacks of the murloc boss. With such a highly efficient harvest, the murloc tribe had shrunk by half in less than 5 minutes. Many murloc leaders were unable to squeeze through the murloc group and were shot dead by him. Several treasure chests floated on their corpses and were very eye-catching. Even the 2 murloc priests were not spared. They cast spells outside the natural rebound range. Chu Cheng, who had been prepared, hid behind a stone after charging, and a large piece of frost exploded on the stone, and the temperature dropped sharply. He stuck to the terrain to avoid spells, rushed out, and advanced layer by layer to approach the 2 murloc priests, and cut the space wave blades frantically, and soon killed the murloc priests with high attack and low blood. The huge amount of killing experience accumulated, and the 5,000 killing experience rewards from the previous dungeon plot had already filled most of the experience bar, and he was upgraded to level 13. The 5 attributes gained from the upgrade allowed him to add to his constitution. 5 points of constitution are equivalent to 1 point of toughness and 50 points of health, which can make him more durable. Wang Weilong and others were now staying behind several rocks more than 50 meters away from here. Most of the time, they sat behind the rocks and waited. Occasionally, they looked up and looked at the fishmen who fell one after another with a numb face. This scene was numb to them, and they had nothing to say. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Zhang Chunlei, who routinely stuck his head out to watch, suddenly said, "Not good, the fishman leader is going to charge." At this time, the others picked up their weapons and stood up, walked out of the hiding place, and saw that in front of the densely packed fishmen forming dozens of circles, a very tall fishman was violently pushing aside the fishmen and rushing towards Chu Cheng. Fishman Chief, elite chief of the Fishman tribe, level 30, 6,200 blood. This boss is 3 meters tall, covered with thick scales, and sharp bone spurs on the back and joints. Its strength is very high, and it easily pushed aside the small fishmen blocking the way and rushed towards Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng was well prepared. He immediately retreated between the 2 boulders behind him, and breathed his teammates in the team channel. "Hold on, coming soon." At this moment, the fishman leader, who was a little annoyed with the little fishman in front of him, suddenly shouted softly, and stabbed the fine steel harpoon in the water fiercely. A circle of waves surged up, forming a 2-meter high and 3-meter wide wave that rushed out. All the fishmen along the way were blown away, and rushed to Chu Cheng in the blink of an eye. Chu Cheng, who was well prepared, circled behind the boulder and exploded with a bang. The huge wave hit the boulder and shattered. The fishman leader snorted angrily, and stabbed the fine steel harpoon in his hand again. This time there was no huge wave, but countless sea water surged from afar and gathered, and the sea water in this area rose rapidly. The seawater, which was only knee-deep, rose rapidly, soon submerging the surrounding fishmen. But Chu Cheng was well prepared. He did not stop after hiding behind the boulder, but had already started to escape from behind. The seawater only rose in this area, but he escaped outside the rising waters. The fishman chief stabbed again, with the harpoon in his hand, and circles of ripples spread out. The rising seawater formed circles of waves, and quickly rose into waves, and rushed towards him. The fishman chief, and many fishermen leaders hid in the waves, and rushed towards him quickly. Chu Cheng, get out of the way first. This fishman chief only has these 3 tricks. Zhang Chunlei, who had already arrived, said loudly, in this skill, all fishmen's attacks and speeds are greatly increased, and the life recovery speed is also very fast. If we fall into it, it will be greatly slowed down, the healing effect will be halved, and we can't fight at all. Chu Cheng knew the severity of the situation, and quickly turned on the rapid acceleration, quickly leaving the water, and coming to the shore. The waves, which were nearly 3 meters high, were extremely powerful, but they were too small, and soon after they came ashore, they collapsed due to exhaustion. Again and again, when all the waves came ashore and collapsed, the seawater driven by the magic of the fishman chief slowly retreated back into the sea, and the nearby area returned to normal. At this time, the group of people went back into the sea to prepare for battle. Chu Cheng took the lead again, seduced another circle of fishmen, and then took out the flintlock gun and shot the fishman chief, and all the damage was concentrated and rebounded on him. The angry fishman chief squeezed in again, but this time he did not dodge, but faced it head-on. At the same time, Zhang Chunlei, who jumped onto a boulder, immediately gave the fishman chief a talent mark, then took out a magic arrow with a blue light all over it, and put it on the bow, and began to charge. Zhang Qing climbed up to the top of another huge rock nearby, and also began to cast a spell and chant. The two began to accumulate strength, and the huge threat they created attracted the attention of the fishman chief. The fishman chief, who had just stabbed Chu Cheng with a fork and caused a high damage of 142, turned his head and looked over, with a hint of hesitation on his ferocious face. Chu Cheng did not hesitate to start the frenzy, swinging his hands in succession, 8 swords in 1 second, and the sword light was about to form a phantom, and stab the fishman chief frantically. In an instant, 8-25 damage floated up. What a high defense! His basic attack was 59, and the damage of each sword with frenzy was 70%, which was 41. With the 20% bonus of Zhang Chunlei's talent mark, it was 50. Theoretically, 8 swords caused 400 physical damage, but in fact, it only caused 200 physical damage, and the defense was cut in half. However, although the damage was not very high, it successfully attracted the hatred of the fishman chief. A fork was stabbed down, and another high damage of 143 floated out. Fortunately, he changed into a blue suit, with a very high accumulated defense. If he had changed into a big class, this fork would have cost at least more than 200 blood. After 2 consecutive forks, the fishman chief raised the fork, and a blue light emerged. A vortex emerged from Chu Cheng's feet, and trapped him. The fine steel harpoon was suspended in the water, and streams of sea water gathered, seemingly charging a big move. At this time, Zhang Chunlei and his team had completed the charging. After charging for a full 5 seconds, the blue light flashed and hit the fishman chief. The cold air of the arrow exploded, directly freezing the fishman chief and the sea water under his feet, and a super high damage of -655 exploded. At the same time, Zhang Qing on the side also finished chanting, and an ice crystal more than 3 meters long and as thick as a thigh condensed and formed, and shot the frozen fishman chief. -728, -354. The front is the ice spear damage, and the back is the collateral damage of the fishman leader being frozen and broken. As soon as the ice-breaking fishman leader fell, Wang Weilong had already launched a charge, and Cheng Mingwei followed him. While the boss was standing unsteadily, they each used a big move to cut him down, and he lost several hundred more blood. One round of burst, killing 1/3 of his blood. Combined with Chu Cheng's previous concentrated rebound, the fishman leader only had half of his blood left. Chapter 31. After the fishman chief recovered, he roared to the sky and waved the harpoon in his hand. The fishmen who were besieging Chu Cheng rushed to the rest of the team after being summoned by the chief. At the same time, he urged the seawater to rise again, and a tidal wave swept Wang Weilong and Cheng Mingwei in front of him, and swept towards Zhang Qing like an arrow from a bow. The steel fork was swung continuously, and 3 water arrows were gathered and shot at Wang Weilong. In just 3 seconds, he cast multiple spells continuously. This Fishman Chief is a magic boss. Wang Weilong turned over in the seawater and stood still. A circle of translucent human-shaped light shield appeared on his body, with a flash of white light. He took 3 arrows hard, and the transparent human-shaped light shield shattered. The remaining arrow hit the shield, knocking him back 2 steps. He quickly took out a scroll and cast it. A layer of blue light floated on the surface of his body, and he turned and ran like a fish in the water. Cheng Mingwei, who was standing by, also had a blue light flashing on her body. She stabilized her body in the rising sea water, and quickly approached Chu Cheng as if she were walking on flat ground. Zhang Chunlei and Zhang Qing were still standing on the top of the 3-meter-high boulder, motionless. This height could block the huge waves. The furious Fishman leader frantically urged the seawater, pointed the harpoon in his hand, and a vortex emerged and wrapped Cheng Mingwei up, and she couldn't get out immediately. Her body shook, and a circle of invisible ripples on her body exploded in the water, like an explosive acceleration skill. But to everyone's surprise, this skill did not break free from the vortex, and she was still trapped in the same place and unable to move. At the same time, more than 10 points of damage continued to appear on her body. Not good, save her quickly. Wang Weilong immediately turned around and counterattacked the Fishman leader, but failed to knock the target unconscious. He was knocked away by a fork. He raised the fork and stabbed the vortex. The steel fork went straight into Cheng Mingwei's towering chest, and a 218- damage sword. He swung the fork again to lift her up. Just as he was preparing for a combo, a flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and a figure wrapped in lightning fell like a meteor, knocking the Fishman leader back on the spot. The figure on the steel fork was also blown away by the shock wave and rolled into the sea. Giant force. The 2 swords were raised high and smashed down fiercely, and a 165 damage reduction floated up. When the Fishman leader woke up, he stomped on a circle of water waves, and then slashed wildly, and a series of damage floated up in an instant. The awake Fishman leader waved his claws, and a vortex appeared beside Chu Cheng and trapped him. Blade Storm. After trying to break free but failing, Chu Cheng decisively activated the big move, and his body turned quickly. The domineering effect directly broke free from the vortex, and his arm swung the swords at a very fast speed to form a blade storm, which cut dense wounds on the Fishman leader. Equals 62, minus 63, minus 30, minus 62, minus 63, minus 30. Dual Blade Warrior, 2 attacks per second, dense damage constantly emerges. And Chu Cheng stabbed 3 blood holes in a row under the counterattack of the Fishman Chief, minus 142, minus 143, minus 142. So fierce. Break it. The blade storm lasted for 7 seconds, but Chu Cheng could not bear it for only 4 seconds, and turned on the quick acceleration to retreat. The Fishman Chief was about to chase and kill, but an arrow shot from a distance, and the Fishman Chief paused and leaned back. The skill Poison Dragon Sting can make the target sleep for 3 seconds. But the boss's resistance was too high, and he woke up after sleeping for more than a second. But when he floated up again from the water, Chu Cheng had already run more than 20 meters away with the Blade Storm acceleration and quick acceleration, and had taken out the silk bandage, and was recovering blood quickly. This boss's attack is too high, with more than 300 points of normal attack. Even with his talent and defense, he still has more than 140 points. He can't withstand more than 800 HP for a few hits. Cheng Mingwei is even worse. With her HP, she will be on the verge of death after 2 hits, and the 3rd hit will definitely kill her. Boom! A big fireball hit the Fishman leader, who was about to continue chasing Chu Cheng. The huge impact knocked him back on the spot. When they recovered, everyone had already run away without looking back. Chu Cheng even went back into the group of fishmen, and pulled the group of fishmen to block in front of the Fishman leader. The fishmen were very angry, and attacked him frantically, but they didn't realize that they were doing a disservice to their own head. There are still 1,600 HP left, another round to burst. At this time, all the spells of the Fishman leader were on CD, and he could only use brute force to break through the fishmen and kill Chu Cheng. But he fought and retreated to the back to try to delay time. On the boulder, Zhang Chunlei took out another magic arrow and began to charge it, while Zhang Qing beside him also chanted a spell again. 5 seconds later, a blue light penetrated the sea surface, freezing the Fishman chieftain, who had already rushed to Chu Cheng with 1 blow, and the ice spear that followed exploded. In an instant, the explosion of 2 skills, with a total value of 1,800 directly blew the Fishman chieftain, who had only a little over 1000 HP left, into pieces. Tip: kill the Fishman Chieftain and gain 1715 killing experience points. As soon as the Fishman Chieftain died, the morale of the remaining fishmen plummeted, and they fled in all directions. Chu Cheng exhaled and did not continue to chase him. Hurry up and collect the spoils. Chu Cheng, who was closest to the Fishman Chieftain's body, ran forward a few steps and saw a treasure chest with a strong blue light and a hint of red light condensed on the broken body. In addition, there were many treasure chests on the corpses. Collect and count them all: 1 dark blue treasure chest with a reddish tint, 2 ordinary blue treasure chests, 4 green treasure chests, and 4 wooden treasure chests. Open the boxes, open the boxes. Everyone returned to the shore, rubbing their hands excitedly and gathered together. Who will open it this time? I do it. Zhang Chunlei volunteered to raise his hand. Okay. He smiled and took out a wooden treasure chest to open it. He opened the 4 wooden treasure chests and the 4 green treasure chests one by one, put the things aside, and then took out the 3 blue treasure chests with great expectations. The first 2 blue treasure chests were fine, no one cared much, and after opening them, it was not unexpected, each of them contained a blue outfit. Only when the last treasure chest from the boss was opened did everyone look forward to it. Click! The treasure chest opened, a deep blue light emerged, and everyone sighed in disappointment. Still nothing. But just after sighing, Zhang Chunlei took out 2 things from the treasure chest, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. Damn, good stuff. The treasure of the Murloc Chief, excellent/dark blue, equipment type, accessory. Equipment requirements, none. Basic attributes, all physical attacks carry 20 points of water element damage. Additional special effects, allows you to breathe underwater, and swimming and diving speeds are increased by 50%. Additional skills, used to summon an elite Murloc of the same level as the wearer to fight for you, lasting 1 hour, mana consumption 200, cooldown time 24 hours. Tip: the upper limit of the summoned Murloc is no more than level 30. Evaluation: the treasure of the Murloc Chief of the Black Sail Sea. This thing. After reading the attributes, Chu Cheng was directly shocked. This is too strong. Not only is it an extremely rare accessory, but the attributes are also so powerful. Not to mention Chu Cheng, it is a perfect match for everyone. Each attack carries 20 points of water element damage. The LV5 Frenzy can hit 8 times in 1 second, which is equivalent to instantly increasing the damage per second by 160 points. Combined with the attack of the skill itself, it is simply too exaggerated. The 5 people looked at each other, and they could see the desire in their eyes. Chu Cheng smiled bitterly. Everyone wanted it, so he probably had no chance. He only had 2 golds on him, so how could he compete with them? Chapter 32. When this ornament appeared, everyone's breathing became rapid. The first few auction items were sold very quickly, and even the 2 ordinary blue items in the other 2 blue treasure chests were quickly skipped and passed when the price reached a certain level. Everyone looked at Wang Weilong with burning eyes. He smiled slightly, put the ornament in front of everyone, and said, "Blue ornament, starting price 50 silver, each increase in price must not be less than 1 silver, I will bid 100 silver first." Zhang Chunlei smiled, 120 silver. Cheng Minghua also bid, 130 silver. Zhang Qing also bid, 150 silver. Everyone looked at Zhang Qing, he spread his hands. Although I don't need it, I can sell it. That makes sense. I bid 180 silver. 190 silver. I bid 234 silver. Chu Cheng reported a number with both decimals and integers, and it was obvious that he was going all in. But unfortunately, Wang Weilong bid 251 silver in the next second and beat him in seconds. Chu Cheng spread his hands to show his helplessness, and could only watch them fight. There was no way, the money was not enough. Then several people took turns bidding back and forth, and the price quickly soared to 300 silver. The bidding slowed down here, and soon Zhang Qing withdrew from the bidding. After a while, Cheng Minghua also withdrew from the bidding, leaving only Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei. The 2 sides bid back and forth, and slowly grinded to 382 silver. Wang Weilong shouted helplessly. After getting the accessories, Zhang Chunlei laughed and equipped himself happily. Then Wang Weilong bid for the last 3 magic gems, 20 silver each, a total of 60 silver, plus the previous few pieces and accessories, a total of 464 silver, divided into 6 parts, each part of 78 silver and 66 copper. Chu Cheng can get 157 silver and 32 copper with additional subsidies. Wang Weilong handed them the bill and asked, "Is there any problem? If not, I will pay you." Everyone shook their heads, no problem. A few seconds later, the transaction was completed with Wang Weilong, and 157 silver was received. It turns out that killing big bosses makes money quickly. As long as you are lucky enough to get a good item, you can earn more at one time than you have accumulated in more than a year. Let's go to Black Sand Island. There is another big boss to deal with. After a break, the 5 of them set off again. First return to Linhai Town, rent a boat at the pier, and go straight to Black Sand Island. This island is located between Black Sail Island and Linhai Island. The island is not big. There is a pirate base on it, with a Black Sail pirate leader, and about 200 Black Sail pirates. Wang Weilong and his men are very experienced in dealing with the pirates on this island. After their ship docked, they intercepted the pirates on their daily patrol route. One team of pirates will be eaten, and 2 teams will be eaten. After eating several teams in a row, a pirate leader will lead a large group of pirates to search, and they will also be eaten halfway. Wang Weilong and his team's previous experience was to form a team of 20 people and ambush on the road. Now there is no need to be so troublesome. Chu Cheng directly blocked the road and attacked head-on. Anyway, there is only one pirate leader, and a few level 20 pirates, who can break the defense, and the others are ordinary pirates, who can't do anything to him. After eating this team, more than half of the islands were killed and wounded, and no more pirates will be sent out later. At this time, they came to the stronghold to provoke. This stronghold was built on the shore, with a port next to it, and several pirate ships were parked. There were also cannons on the stronghold, but they were all facing the sea. They had no cannons on the shore, only the pirates' flintlock rifles. Chu Cheng stood under the wall of the stronghold and provoked him, but he couldn't do anything. Pa! 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 A series of explosions from the flintlocks. Chu Cheng was unharmed, and a row of pirates fell on the city wall. After a while, there was another series of explosions, and another row fell. Soon the pirate leader rushed out, took out a long spear and threw it down. Chu Cheng rolled back and dodged, took out a flintlock and shot at the pirate leader, making him scream in anger. The city gate below opened with a creaking sound, and a large group of pirates rushed out. The leader on the city wall also drew out a big knife, and jumped directly from the city wall. Wang Weilong's voice came from the channel, "Get ready to fight." But at this time Chu Cheng refused, "Don't come out yet, I try some tactics." After speaking, he bent down to accumulate strength, and jumped up to the city wall like lightning. The pirate leader, who had just jumped down, was dumbfounded. Jumping down is easy, but there is no way to jump back. The pirates on the wall, who had not yet had time to leave the city, immediately rushed up and chopped with their knives. -30, -30, -30. 10 consecutive injuries floated above the pirate leader's head, and he suddenly raised his knife and rushed to the gate. But at this time, the gate was full of returning pirates crowded together, and they couldn't rush out for a while. At this time, Chu Cheng was surrounded by pirates and chopped randomly, and layers of space wave blades swept 360 degrees without dead angles. The surrounding pirates were fine, and the pirate leader, who was about to squeeze back at the door, was constantly emitting space ripples, and cutting back and forth, and wounds kept flying out. Damn, this tactic is too cool. Zhang Chunlei and others, who were ambushing in the distance, were stunned. We don't even need this, he can handle it alone. It was easy for the pirate leader to come down, but it was not so easy to return. After finally squeezing back from the door, he had to climb up to Chu Cheng's gate. During this period, there were pirates everywhere, and he had to squeeze through. This period took at least 20 to 30 seconds. Even if there was a round of attack every 2 seconds, there were more than 10 rounds, with 300 pure damage ignoring defense in each round. 10 rounds would be 3,000, and 15 rounds would be 4,500. And the big boss had a total of 5,500 HP. When he finally rushed to Chu Cheng, there were less than 1,000 HP left. At this time, he was greeted by a well-prepared explosion. Swift acceleration. While increasing the speed by 50%, there was a 50% chance of dodging physical attacks when running. Then a trampling made the surrounding pirates dizzy, slowing down by 30%, and a huge force attack came to the front, followed by a frenzy combo, and a second later, the sword storm was open to cut crazily, and the surrounding ordinary pirates fell instantly. With space cleared, the pirate leader was finally able to counterattack. He raised his sword, and the blade suddenly lit up. A blue light appeared on the blade. A blue blade light slashed into the blade storm like lightning. The fan-shaped blue wave light slashed into the blade storm. The aftermath passed through the body and slashed to the ground 10 meters away, cutting a deep gully in the hard stone wall. Minus 286. A huge damage floated up, but after the blade storm was turned on, he gained a primary hegemony, immune to the additional knockback effect of this attack, and the skill lasted. Minus 30, minus 62, minus 62, minus 62. And this knife was also the swan song of the pirate leader. There was no time to combo, and the crazy cutting blade storm had taken away his last bit of blood. Tip: kill the Black Sail pirate leader and gain 1145 killing experience points. When the blade storm ended, Chu Chung let out a long breath and happily picked up the blue and red loot treasure chest from the corpse. As soon as the big boss died, the morale of the surrounding pirates plummeted. Some rushed up frantically, and some turned and fled. But Chu Chung did not let them go. This was all experience. He rushed up with a strange cry. Outside the city gate, Wang Weilong and others had received the notification that the pirate big boss had died. The four of them looked at each other, feeling quite embarrassed. We agreed to team up to kill the boss, but you killed the big boss alone. What should we do? Chapter 33. After the battle, on the boat back to the town, Wang Weilong pushed back the loot box that Chu Chung handed over, and said awkwardly, "You killed this boss alone, and we didn't help at all, so the loot belongs to you alone." Chu Chung shook his head and said, "Since we have formed a team, it belongs to the team, this is the rule." But, no buts, that's it. This. Wang Weilong wanted to say something, but for some reason, he suddenly stopped and smiled. "Since you insist, it's okay." He opened the loot box and took out 3 things from it, and smiled. The things are good, there is an intermediate skill, and a top quality weapon. Then let's auction it. First, take out a few green clothes that exploded from killing small monsters and small bosses, and auction them one by one, and soon won the loot from the pirate leader. Raging Wave Slash. Intermediate, charge the power of the Raging Wave to slash out a fan-shaped blade light, up to 10 meters away and 3 meters wide, causing physical damage of 150% of the maximum attack, and triggering the primary tearing effect, with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Primary tearing. The powerful attack tearing the wound for a long time cannot heal, the recovery and treatment effects are reduced by 20%, and an additional 10% physical damage is taken, which lasts for 15 seconds. The starting price of this skill is 5 silver, and the price is increased by 1 silver each time. I will bid 5 silver first. Zhang Chunlei smiled and offered a price. 6 silver. 7 silver. 8 silver. Chu Chung offered a price. 9 silver. IP. Several people smiled and looked at the somewhat confused Chu Chung, and he finally reacted. After a slight hesitation, he nodded. "Okay, but the next piece of equipment can't be like this." Of course. The next weapon was a blue, high-quality 2-handed saber, which had a much higher attack than the same level, and also had the skill of Thunder Slash. Wang Weilong and Cheng Mingwei, who could use this weapon, bid madly, and finally reached a high price of 320 silver, which was won by Cheng Mingwei. The last item was the head of the pirate leader, which could be handed in at any town, and could gain a lot of reputation. Chu Chung spent 10 silver to bid for it. After the auction, the gold was divided, and Chu Chung got 113 silver and 33 bronze. After 2 waves, a total of 270 silver was divided. An hour later, the boat returned to the dock of Linhai Town, and the 5 people parted ways. Next, they were free to move around. They would not go to brush the boss before the plot of Brad Town. In addition, they would not form a team for the plot of Brad Town 10 days later, and he planned to go alone. Now he is different from the past. His strength has greatly improved compared to the last time. He can already brush this plot by himself, and there is no need to cooperate with others to share the benefits. Returning to the martial arts arena in the town, he first learned the newly acquired skill, Raging Wave Slash. As always, a ball of light appeared in his mind, and a trace of spiritual light sank into the skill panel. After a blur, Raging Wave Slash disappeared, replaced by an advanced skill called Raging Sea Tide. Raging Sea Tide LV1, advanced, charge the power of the Raging Sea to slash out a fan-shaped blade light, up to 15 meters away, and 5 meters wide, causing physical damage of 200% of its maximum attack, repelling targets with less power than itself, and triggering the intermediate tearing effect, with a cooldown of 150 seconds. Intermediate tearing. The wound torn by a strong attack cannot be healed for a long time, the recovery and treatment effects are reduced by 40%, and an additional 20% physical damage is taken, which lasts for 15 seconds. Not bad. This is a rare long-range AoE skill, which is very effective in clearing distant monsters. Although the talent is a magical skill for killing monsters, the talent will only take effect after being hit. If you encounter an enemy who does not actively attack you, you have to fight with real swords and guns. After learning the skills, Chu Cheng sent a message to the class teacher to report his whereabouts to her. He planned to stay in Brad Town until the plot unfolds and prepare to participate in the Brad Town battle plot. Duan Yuqin did not refuse. Ordinary students participating in this kind of plot is to die, but for elite students, it is the other way around. They must participate in the plot more to obtain resources. Of course, the premise is to be sure. If not sure, they will not agree. Duan Yuqin has been paying attention to Chu Cheng's performance these days. Knowing that his talent is not dangerous, she just told him to be careful and said nothing. 2 hours later, Chu Cheng appeared in Brad Town. There are already many students in the town, but most of them are passing by here, not to participate in the Brad Town plot. After Chu Cheng came here, he rented a room in the hotel first, and then took out a piece of paper with a guide to the reputation of Brad Town. From the initial friendly reputation, he completed various tasks issued by famous people in the town, and finally reached the worship. It is worth mentioning that the reputation in the dungeon will be reset to 0 after each dungeon. Only when the worship reputation is reached at the last dungeon settlement, it will not be reset to 0 with the reincarnation, and the worship reputation will be retained. Chu Cheng wanted to raise the reputation of Brad Town to worship in preparation for the Brad Town plot 10 days later. Once the reputation is high, various local preferential treatments will be obtained. When the worship reputation is reached, it is eligible to mobilize militia and garrisons on a small scale. He needed a team of troops to block his guns to prevent the boss from beheading him when he used the bug tactic to kill the pirate boss in the plot. Start here first. Chu Cheng came to the only hotel in the town and followed the first step of the strategy to start with the hotel owner. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the hotel and walked straight to the dock along the main street. He spent 1 silver and 20 copper to buy a batch of silver fish from the fisherman who had just returned. The task required him to fish by himself, but he didn't have the time to fish slowly, so he directly paid for it. Half an hour later, he came out of the hotel again and came to the dock again, buying a batch of swimming crabs from the fisherman. An hour later, he came to the dock again. He went back and forth 5 times before he finished the task at the hotel and gained 300 reputation. Next, he found another famous NPC in the town and continued to receive tasks. For speed, basically everyone paid for it, which was not expensive anyway. For example, the total cost of the first 5 rounds of tasks was only 12 silver. By the evening, this wave of 5 rounds of tasks was completed, and the reputation reached respected smoothly, costing a total of 17 silver. It was not convenient to do tasks at night, but Chu Cheng was not idle. He picked up the fishing rod and went to the dock to fish. Time cannot be wasted, practice fishing skills. He fished until midnight before going back to rest, and continued to do tasks in high spirits early the next morning. On the 3rd day, after spending a total of 52 silver, the reputation rose to respected, and the next level is worship. For this level, you need to find the town sheriff, join the town security force, and then receive various military tasks. Most of them are patrols, killing pirates and wild monsters. There are several pirate warships on the sea near Brad Town. There is a small fisherman tribe, and there are several sea beasts of more than 20 levels in the nearby sea. There is no way to pay for this, so you can only do it yourself. But fortunately, the difficulty is not high, and it only took 2 days to solve the nearby threats. After returning to deliver the task, as he expected, the sheriff gave him the last task: kill the pirate leader Dulong on Black Sand Island and bring back his head. After issuing the task, Sheriff Han said solemnly, "Warrior Chu Cheng, you have proved your bravery in the previous tasks. This task is too dangerous. Even if you fail to complete it, it will not affect your evaluation." Chu Cheng replied with a serious face, "Your Excellency Sheriff, please wait for my good news. Then I will wait and see." Chapter 34. 2 days later, Chu Cheng, who had been fishing for 2 days in Lehai Town, returned a hand in the head of the pirate leader Dulong, which he had bought with 10 silver coins. The sheriff said in shock, "It is indeed Dulong's head, Mr. Chu Cheng. You have eliminated a great enemy for this town." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Cheng received a prompt. You have obtained 3,000 points of Brad Town reputation, and your reputation in Brad Town has reached worship. It is still easy to increase the reputation of a small town in a small copy. If it is changed to a medium-sized copy of some large camps, the reputation is not so easy to increase. As soon as the reputation reached worship, Han's attitude immediately became extremely enthusiastic, and he immediately appointed him as an honorary citizen of Bradtown and a special consultant of the Bradtown Militia Brigade. With these two identities, he can mobilize local garrisons and militias to a limited extent. At the same time, you can also buy reputation items in the town, but there is nothing good in a small town, even if you have worship reputation. The best is a few blue equipment, and only a few special props are valuable. But these props have already been bought by other students who have reached worship reputation, so it is not his turn. If he can get worship, others can do it. There is nothing to do next. The reputation is up to standard, and the next step is to wait for the story of the Battle of Brad to begin. It will take a few days for the time being. With nothing to do, I can only continue fishing. Time passed, and a few days passed in a flash. As a large number of fishing boats that went out to fish hurriedly retreated to the port, Chu Chung, who was fishing at the dock, put away his fishing rod. A heavy horn sounded in the distance, and huge pirate warships broke through the morning mist and headed towards Bradtown. Finally here, Chu Chung put away his fishing rod and turned away. The huge bell sounded in the town, and a large number of militiamen gathered and went door to door to ask the civilians in the town to evacuate. When Chu Chung arrived at the town security office, he saw that the town militia brigade and a kingdom squadron garrison stationed in the town had already gathered, and the sheriff Hans and the squadron commander were arguing fiercely. According to the normal plot, the garrison squadron felt that it could not stop the pirates and wanted to withdraw from the town, and gathered with the garrisons of other towns to counterattack. But Hans felt that he could not give up the civilians, and had to cover the evacuation of civilians in the town. The standard plot is that the two sides parted unhappily, the garrison withdrew first, and the militia covered the townspeople in the town. As a result, the militia was completely wiped out, and the town was massacred. The town did not fall completely in the last class because of the intervention of the Adventers. This time, there was no Adventure intervention. After the two sides parted unhappily, the garrison commander directly ordered the squadron to withdraw. Chu Chung did not stop them, and just watched them evacuate. Then, under Hans's order, the militia team mobilized the civilians in the town to evacuate, and set up obstacles on the main street with various sundries and furniture, while he watched the whole process from the side. Soon after, a huge artillery fire was heard from the direction of the port, and shells were constantly fired into the town, piercing through the houses. The bombardment lasted for more than 10 minutes. At this time, a large number of pirates had gathered at the dock and rushed into the town. Hans immediately gathered the militia on the main street, and prepared to rely on the street for defense. Chu Chung, who had been observing somewhere, found that there were many students behind the houses, and alleys behind the militia in the town. One of the teams was an acquaintance, namely Wang Weilong and others. They gathered several other elites in the class to form a team. Chu Chung pondered for a while, and sent a message to Wang Weilong. "Do you want to participate in the plot?" Wang Weilong looked at Chu Chung with a complicated look and replied lightly, "No, we want to see if we can take advantage and kill one or two bosses." "Okay." After turning off the communication, Chu Chung walked out of his hiding place, and came to the militia team. Hans saw him coming and immediately said, "Sir Chu Chung, it's dangerous here, you leave immediately." He choked and pulled out his two swords and said, "As a soldier, how can I retreat without fighting? I am willing to contribute my strength." Hans was stunned for several seconds before reacting, and nodded vigorously. "I apologize for doubting your morality just now. You are a real soldier. Then let's go together." "Okay." Standing in the militia team, Chu Chung smiled as he looked around the militia team of about 100 people. Although the level is not very high, and the number is not large, it is not a problem to use it to protect himself for a while. As long as he is not beheaded directly by the big boss, he is confident that he can defeat this pirate group with his talent, and get a 5-star rating. A rating of 300 or above is a 5-star rating. 2 ordinary pirates get 1 point, and 600 pirates will be enough. Densely packed pirates rushed along the main street, and both sides soon saw the hideous faces in the front row. With a roar, the pirates surged up like a tide. The militia had no way to retreat. They needed to buy time for the civilians to leave, so they could only fight. In an instant, the two teams were in a melee, and the sound of killing was heard. In this melee, Chu Chung forced the militia out with his powerful strength, and rushed into the pirates first, and then. The ruthless space blade swept across in waves, and almost in an instant, 7 or 8 pirates were torn apart and countless wounds appeared, and they fell down almost at the same time. That's what it's like. Chu Cheng rushed to the front line, surrounded by pirates, but the dead and wounded were all pirates fighting with the militia on the left and right. Not only did he not attract attention around him, but he also relieved the pressure on the militia, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No pirates noticed his move at first, and no one noticed it as the battle became more intense. Only the pirate leader, who was supervising the battle behind, was a little puzzled as to how the militia of a town could be so strong and withstand the siege of nearly 10 times the number of pirates. Relying on his natural rebound, Chu Cheng made a fortune in silence and killed crazily. There were 7 pirates besieging him around him, and the accumulated attacks of about 3 to 5 seconds could kill a wave of 10 pirates in seconds. In just 1 minute, hundreds of pirates fell unknowingly, which seriously affected the pirates' offensive. The opponents of the militia had wounds from time to time, which looked extremely weird and greatly relieved their pressure. Although the number of people was very different, and they were all ready to die at any time, the pressure from the pirates was far from what they imagined. Some militiamen even had the illusion that the pirates were letting them go. And it was not only the militiamen who had this illusion. Many pirates who were attacking felt a little uneasy when they saw their companions falling down with wounds from time to time. There were too many deaths, 130 to 40 in 1 minute, and most of them died inexplicably. The pirate leader, who was supervising the battle behind, also found the abnormality of the attacking team and was puzzled, but could not find the reason for a while. If all the dead were people around him, it would be easy to guess, but the problem was that the dead pirates were too far away from him, and they could not see where the invisible space wave blade came from. They could only order the follow-up team to follow up, and many leaders and captains were also transferred to support the battle. At the same time, they transferred people to pass through the alleys on the side, preparing to go around and block the militia's retreat. This was exactly what Chu Cheng wanted, and he immediately changed the rebound target and focused on the pirate leader, who pressed on. Chapter 35. The pirate leader pressed forward, which was exactly what Chu Cheng wanted. He slowly retreated, leveling himself with the militia defense line, and then used all the rebound damage on the pirate leader and captain who pressed forward. The leader who was attacked was stronger than the ordinary pirates. He vaguely sensed something and came to him. But the layers of pirates blocked the way, and it was difficult to squeeze through for a while. When they squeezed through, they had quietly appeared 20 or 30 wounds on their bodies. Most of their health points were consumed when they squeezed through. When they reacted, it was too late to escape. In the end, they died halfway before they got close. Very simple, but super practical routine. Unknowingly, when the several pirate leaders in command did not react, more than 1/3 of the attacking pirates had died, and nearly 300 pirates died inexplicably, and the streets were full of corpses. Panic spread among the pirates, and several leaders were also a little panicked. A little later, a pirate leader shouted from the back, and the pirates actually began to retreat. Chu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and estimated that his current killing should not be enough for a 5-star rating, so he immediately shouted loudly, "The pirates are about to escape. We can't let them reorganize their formation, defeat them." After saying that, he rushed up first. The surviving militiamen had already killed Red Eyes, and subconsciously followed him to rush up. Behind a small building 100 meters away, Wang Weilong and others gathered here to wait. A little later, Zhang Chunlei jumped down from the roof and said, "Almost 1/3 of the pirates have died, and there are signs of collapse. Should we go up and grab some?" Everyone looked at Wang Weilong. He pondered for a while, but shook his head and said, "No, this operation is over." Zhang Chunlei wondered, "Isn't this a good time to hit the fallen? We can intercept a big leader while the pirates are fleeing. With our strength, we can surround and kill him." But Wang Weilong still shook his head and said, "The risk is too great. The fleeing is indeed an opportunity, but no one knows whether the militia will continue to chase. If they retreat after chasing for a while, we will be unlucky." But before Zhang Chunlei finished speaking, he heard a private message from Wang Weilong. "Don't go up. Going up will only make things difficult for Chu Cheng. You know his talent. I don't know how many pirates he killed in this wave. This plot may get a rare 5-star rating. As far as I know, a 5-star rating is very likely. If he gets rare equipment or treasures and props of the same level, his strength will definitely increase significantly." He paused here and said faintly, "Our head teacher of Class 5 has limited resources. He had no problem supporting us before, but you all saw his talent. It is quite abnormal. His comprehensive potential is much stronger than ours. The head teacher attaches great importance to him, and plans to focus on training him. In the future, resource allocation will be centered on him. He gets more, and we get less, especially some core resources. Zhang Chunlei was silent, and Zhang Qing and Cheng Mingwei beside him were also silent, because the following paragraphs were sent to their team channel, and they also saw it. Several people had no intention of participating, and quickly evacuated the town, overlooking the battle in the town from the high ground outside the town. Wang Weilong suddenly said in the channel, "Look at the tallest building in the center of the town." Several people glanced over, and saw two familiar figures standing on the roof of a 3-story building on the main street of the town. It's the old class teacher. See, she had forbidden us from participating in this plot before, but now Chu Cheng has participated, and she has come to support us. Several people were silent. After this class, I want to change classes. Wang Weilong's voice suddenly came from the channel, and several people looked up, but there was not much shock on their faces. Go to class 1? No, class 6. I don't have the awakening talent, and I can't stand out in class 1. Class 6 is different. No one can compare to me. Everyone was silent, but they understood Wang Weilong's thoughts. It's not that it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. It's just because of resources. Although class 1 has the most resources, the competition is too fierce. Without talent, there is no competitiveness. Class 6 ranks last among the 7 classes in the same grade, and the head teacher has the least resources. But no one can compare to Wang Weilong. He can enjoy the most core resources of class 6 alone. The core resources of each class are not the various equipment, skills, and props dropped by the boss at the end of the dungeon, but the skill stones and free attribute points converted from the remaining source power harvested by each dungeon of the school every month. Each class has this, and it is generally only allocated to the best students in the class. Ordinary students are not eligible to buy it. Originally, they were the only ones who had this power in class 5, among which Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei accounted for the majority. Now Chu Cheng has emerged, and his talent and skills absolutely crushed them. He will definitely receive key investment from the school and the class teacher, which means either reducing their share or eliminating one of them. Wang Weilong is not afraid of competing with Zhang Chunlei. Although he has no talent, he has a good family background, which is a great plus. But this bonus can compete with Zhang Chunlei, who has a medium talent, but definitely cannot compete with Chu Cheng, who has a top talent. In the previous cooperation, he has deeply realized the abnormality of Chu Cheng's talent, and he really has no confidence to compete with him. Even if Zhang Chunlei withdraws, his situation will not be much better, and his share will even be worse than when Zhang Chunlei was there. So after careful consideration, he decided to change shifts to the 6th shift, where there is no competitor. Boom! The huge sound of artillery brought Wang Weilong back to his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw a row of artillery shells exploding on the central street. The pirates, who were about to retreat, were startled and forced to stop fleeing under the command of several big bosses, and turn around to fight back. This was a warning from the pirate king on the ship. He did not allow the pirates to retreat now. And this was exactly what Chu Cheng wanted. He silently estimated in his heart that the current record was not enough to reach a 5-star rating. Amid the deafening shouts and killings, the pirates and the militia fought again. And the situation was exactly the same as before, mixing in the pirates and quietly killing the pirates. No pirate could figure out what was going on. This strange scene caused the morale of the pirates to plummet. As more and more pirates fell to the ground inexplicably, fear accumulated slowly and finally reached its limit at a certain moment. The pirates ignored the urging of the big boss and turned to flee. This escape was not like the previous retreat of fighting and retreating, but a direct collapse. It's over. On the rooftop, Duan Yuqin saw the pirates completely collapsed, and a smile appeared on her face. She said to the assistant Lu Weifei beside her, "Ask Wang Weilong and others to come over and intercept the 2 pirate bosses." Lu Weifei nodded, lowered his head and said nothing. But soon, he looked surprised and looked up and said, "They have withdrawn from the town, and Wang Weilong has left." Duan Yuqin raised his head, thought for a while, and said, "It seems that he already knows. Well, the resources I have are indeed not enough to supply 3 people at the same time." Chapter 36. She did not call Zhang Chunlei and the others over. The pirates had already collapsed and fled. Zhang Chunlei and the others were already in the town, so it was too late to intercept them. Duan Yuqin could not help them intercept them. He was a teacher. According to school rules, he could only save their lives when they were in danger, or wait until the end of the dungeon at the end of the month to give them some special treatment. He was not allowed to interfere with their behavior too much at other times. Chu Cheng had no way to intercept the fleeing pirates. He could only watch the remaining 1/3 of the pirates flee to the dock. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the deafening sound of cannons, One cannonball after another hit the main street with a long-tail flame, and a large number of houses were smashed and collapsed. "Don't chase them anymore," Sheriff Hahn shouted to his subordinates, and stopped outside the range of the cannons, looking at the pirates fleeing to the dock from a distance. When the pirates fled to the dock, many pirates could be seen getting off the warships, and then there was a chaos, and several pirates were killed. Chu Cheng was nervous at first, and thought that the Pirate King was still unwilling to gather the main force to kill them. But after waiting for a while, he was relieved when the pirates on the dock began to board the ship one after another. Then the pirate fleet opened fire, and bombarded the town crazily. Most of the town was shrouded in artillery fire, and countless houses were destroyed. After a full hour of retaliatory bombardment, the pirate fleet retreated. When the pirates left completely, cheers were heard in the town. The surviving militia sat on the ground as if they had lost their strength, expressing their joy of surviving a disaster. So far, the plot of the Battle of Brad has ended. There are no twists and turns, and the battle is not magnificent, but this is exactly what Chu Cheng expected. It is best to defeat the opponent with less casualties. No one wants to experience an extremely fierce battle, because fierceness often means huge casualties. Tip: the plot of the Battle of Brad Town has ended, and the settlement has begun. The settlement is in progress. Tip: the basic score is 10 points. Tip: kill 3 elite pirates, and the score will be increased by 6 points. Tip: kill 7 pirate leaders, and the score will be increased by 70 points. Tip: kill 582 black sail pirates, and the score will be increased by 291 points. Tip: play an absolutely key role in the plot, and the score will be increased by 100 points. Tip: final score, 477 points, total evaluation 5 stars. Final reward, 1 red treasure chest, 20,000 killing experience, 5 free attribute points, 8 skill points. Oh, as expected. A total score of more than 300 points is a 5-star evaluation, which is much higher than that. Chu Cheng looked at the red treasure chest in his hand, and the warm current of upgrading that surged again in his body, and laughed. Apart from other things, when he entered this world, his level was 12 plus 70 to 80% experience. He was promoted to level 13 by slaughtering the Fishman tribe, and most of the experience of level 13 was accumulated on Black Sand Island. 582 pirates died in the Battle of Brad, and with 7 pirate leaders, his level was directly raised to level 14 with some extra. Finally, with the 20,000 killing experience points from the 5-star rating of the plot, he was directly promoted to level 15 and 32% experience points. 10 free attribute points for 2 levels, plus 5 points for the plot, a total of 15 free attribute points. Originally, he had 6 skill points, plus 8 points for the plot reward, a total of 15 skill points. In addition, there is 1 red treasure chest, 3 green treasure chests, and 7 white treasure chests. Because there is no big boss, there is no blue treasure chest. Back to the Brad Town barracks, Chu Cheng immediately took out the treasure chests and lined them up. There is nothing to expect from the 7 white treasure chests, and they are open casually. There are basically no more than 2 silver coins, some white equipment, or some sundries, which are basically used to sell in the store. The 3 green treasure chests are opened, and there is a currency of no more than 3 silvers and 2 green quality equipment, which can also be sold for money. For low quality equipment like this, white ones are generally recycled and decomposed into materials. Some green quality ones are also decomposed, some with good attributes will be put on the shelves, and some newcomers with poor performance will buy them. The gap between the adventures is very large, and there are many people who can't even afford blue equipment. Chu Cheng estimated that the total value of the 3 green treasure chests and the 7 white treasure chests is only between 27 and 28 silver, and they can't even afford a top quality blue equipment. But it's not a big problem. He doesn't expect good things to come out of the low-level treasure chest. Now all his eyes are on the red treasure chest that is rewarded by the final plot. Generally speaking, the color of the treasure chest represents the quality of the items in the treasure chest. The red treasure chest means that there will definitely be rare equipment, or props that are not inferior to rare quality equipment. With anticipation, he pressed on the treasure chest. With a crisp sound, the treasure chest opened, and a touch of red light seeped out. Good. Chu Cheng's eyes lit up. Good things came out. The treasure chest was opened, and there were only 2 things inside. An exquisite cloak and a page of paper. Taking the cloak in his hand, the attributes immediately appeared in front of him. Diversion cloak, rare/crimson, equipment type, cloak. Equipment requirements, level 15, constitution 25 points. Additional attributes, agility plus 5. Additional attributes, strength plus 5. Additional skills, diversion. After opening, a rotating airflow will be formed to cover the whole body, dodge all directed attacks and spells, lasting for 2 seconds, and the cooling time is 60 seconds. Tip: the dodge limit is below extraordinary. Slots 2. Evaluation: a cloak with mysterious power. What a strong attribute! In total, it increases 3 points of agility, 5 points of strength, and comes with a life-saving skill, and 2 slots can be inlaid with magic gems to increase attributes. Compared to this enhanced attribute, the 5 points of reduced movement speed have no effect. Chu Cheng immediately couldn't wait to equip it, and replace the original blue cloak. The bonus of a rare equipment is so high. If all equipment is replaced with rare quality, the bonus will be extremely exaggerated, enough to make him have the combat power to easily fight against a level 20 small boss head-on, even a level 30 elite boss. Well, it is possible for melee, but it is hard to say for magic. It is worth mentioning that although this time he got a 5-star rating and got a rare equipment, it does not mean that he can use this method to brush it once in every class. It is not a messy restriction. In theory, it can be operated, but in fact, he has no chance to do so. Because all the spoils and rewards obtained in the copy come from the condensation of the original power of the copy, and the original power of a copy is limited. He got a 5-star rating here, and the original power condensed to rich spoils, which means that the benefits of harvesting other bosses and the final bosses in the copy will be reduced. You must know that this copy belongs to the school and is used to train students, not just for him. He can get the school's permission to do it once or twice with excellent grades, but it is definitely impossible to do it all the time. Chapter 37. You still have to have your own private copy so that you can harvest continuously. Chu Cheng sighed and picked up the second item in the red treasure chest, a piece of paper. Huh? It's this? Enchantment formula, Vampire Touch. Effect: enchant a weapon with a blood-sucking special effect, converting 10% of each physical attack into its own health. Learning requirements: intermediate enchantment. Extremely rare enchantment formula, even rarer blood-sucking enchantment, one of the top enchantments for physical professions. Damn, I'm reluctant to sell this thing. Chu Cheng pinched his chin and thought for a while, and finally decided to keep it for a while. Because he is too poor, he has not studied any major yet. First aid, fishing and cooking are life professions, and there is no cost to learn. Professions are different. If you want to master them, you need to invest a lot of time and cost. Common professions include tailoring, leatherworking, forging, alchemy, engineering, etc. In addition, there are advanced professions such as enchantment, jewelry, and runes. Conventional professions have low thresholds and anyone can learn them, but it is hard to say whether they can be practiced. Advanced professions have high thresholds and high investment costs, but once they are practiced, they will be very profitable if they have some rare formulas. This Vampire Touch enchantment is one of the rare formulas. If you practice it, you can make a lot of money from it in the future. But at this stage, he doesn't have so much money to practice enchantment, so he can only save it first and wait for the future. After packing up the spoils, Chu Cheng has no desires in this copy. The only big plot next is to attack Black Sail Island. Because the first squad is not there, they did not break through Black Sail Island when the Pirate King was not there like last time. Naturally, the pirate fleet will not retaliate against Lehigh Town. He would not participate in the plot of attacking Black Sail Island, as he no longer cared about the benefits. After staying in Brad Town for a few days, Chu Cheng said goodbye and left, returning to Lehigh Town when the townspeople returned one by one. In the following days, he stayed at the dock to fish and practice his fishing skills. To be honest, there was one thing that surprised him. The weapon skills were improving as fast as if he was cheating, but the fishing skills were improving so slowly, and they had not been upgraded for so long. Tight and loose, fast and slow. He took off all his equipment and put on casual clothes, wearing a straw hat and sitting on the dock, chatting with the fisherman next to him. There were many adventurers around him, including classmates and many classmates from other classes. Many of the students stayed at the dock to fish for 15 days after the whole class, and many of them had already upgraded their fishing skills to the intermediate level. The remaining 15 days were not spent on monster hunting, but on practicing other life professions or majors. In Lehigh Town, there are many professional chefs, tailors, leather workers, forgers, alchemists, and engineers. They are not native NPCs, but teachers who teach these majors in the school. These students are not majoring in how to fight, but various majors. Not all adventurers are suitable for fighting. If they fail to awaken their talents, have an average family, and do not have much fighting talent, they will choose to take the auxiliary career route and major in a major. In the future, you can take the college entrance examination in a special advanced professional school. If you have extremely high talents in certain majors, you can also rely on this to get into a first-class university. Even if you fail to get into a professional technical school, you can make a living by entering the society directly after graduating from high school. Chu Chung has always had expectations for fighting, so he has never chosen a major before. Now that the golden finger has been awakened, there is a bright future ahead of him, and he will not choose these conventional majors. At least he will choose an advanced major, one of enchantment, rune, and jewelry. But not now. There is no money and no time now. At least he has to wait until after the college entrance examination. When he is admitted to a higher education institution, he will have more free time, and then he can try to major in one. Half a month passed unknowingly, and when the last day came, Chu Chung put away the rod and stretched his waist, glanced at the fishing proficiency of 86 out of 100, and sighed helplessly. Opening the regional channel, there are many people talking inside, but it is very calm. The teachers all went to Black Sail Island, and many students followed them. Zhang Chunlei and others went there. Duan Yuqing called him before, but he refused. So many teachers and 4 class elites gathered together, and there was nothing good to share in the last plot. The biggest benefit was just a wave of experience. And he is not lacking in experience at all. His level of 15 is definitely the first echelon in the whole grade. After 1 or 2 more classes, he will probably be promoted to level 18 or even level 19. He is the first in the whole grade, and does not lack this experience at all. After coming out of the dungeon, Chu Chung was directly called to the office by the head teacher. The next class is the joint exam. All 7 classes in the grade will go to the Golden Wasteland dungeon. You should prepare in advance. Chu Chung was slightly surprised and immediately asked, "Is it the medium-sized dungeon?" "Yes." Duan Yuqing sat down in front of him and said in a deep voice, "This joint exam is for the school to conduct a thorough investigation of the strength of all students in the 7 classes of the whole grade, and select a group of elite students, who may be admitted to first-class institutions to make the final sprint in the second half of the year. This group of selected students will receive an unlimited supply of resources, and rare quality equipment, props, advanced skills, etc. can be purchased. In addition, the upper limit of free attribute points that can be purchased has been increased from the original 10 points to 20 points, and the same applies to skill points." "Well, is there a discount?" Chu Chung was most concerned about this question. However, Duan Yuqing's answer disappointed him. The price remains unchanged. "Okay. Normal skill points are 1 gold coin per point, and free attribute points are 2 gold coins per point. 20 skill points and 20 free attribute points require a total of 60 gold coins to buy them all. This is a bit exaggerated. He only has a little over 5 gold coins on him now, and he still needs 55 gold coins. The enchantment formula can be sold for about 10 gold coins, but he still needs more than 45 gold coins. It is quite difficult to earn 50 gold coins in the remaining 6 months. Or it is impossible. Unless he can brush out 2 super excellent items in the next joint examination and a few big classes. For example, rare equipment with super powerful attributes, some props with extremely special functions, etc. But this possibility is too low. How can we count on this? Unless we can take out a loan, or ask for family support. Student loans can indeed be borrowed. With my talent, I believe many banks are willing to lend, but personal loans should not be much at this stage, estimated to be around 10 or 20 gold. As for the family, it seems that you can also borrow, and the family loan amount will be higher. Both loans should be able to solve 40 or 50 gold, plus the own funds will not be much difference, and the remaining big classes can still make some money. It's really possible. Chu Chung pinched his chin, and made up his mind. He must buy this resource provided by the school, 20 skill points and 20 free attribute points. If he doesn't find a way to get it, he will be at a great disadvantage compared to the elites of other schools. Chapter 38. After coming out of the dungeon, Chu Chung got the information of several banks that have cooperated with the school from his class teacher, and selected Yuntai City First Bank to apply for personal credit. Less than an hour after the application was sent out, a bank staff contacted him. After completing the identity proof, personal talent proof, and filling out a series of procedures, a personal credit loan of 20 gold was obtained. The loan was for 3 years, with an interest rate of 5 points. After 3 years, the principal and interest must be repaid 21 gold and 50 silver, which is not much. Chu Chung contacted the class teacher immediately to apply for the purchase of supplies. Duan Yuqi knew that his personal credit loan had arrived, so she asked directly, "Do you want to buy skill points or free attribute points?" Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "There is no rush for this. I want to ask, do you have any intermediate or above passive skills for tank professions?" Duan Yuqi laughed and said, "I was still wondering when you would figure it out. I was going to remind you after the joint exam, but I didn't expect you to figure it out now. Why, do you want to change your profession? Your current profession is indeed not very suitable for your talent. You can now consider changing to a tank profession that is at least advanced or above." Chu Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, you are wrong. I have not thought about changing my profession yet. I don't have the money to buy the water of the sticks to cleanse my profession. This is not a problem. The key is whether you want to or not." Duan Yuqi said slowly, "If you can be admitted to a first-class or higher institution, if your grades are good enough, the institution will give you a free copy of the water of the sticks. Higher institutions have many copies of different sizes, and many high-level, top-level, and even heroic professional employment channels. Most students will consider changing to a more suitable profession after being admitted to higher institutions. You are currently working in a mid-level profession, and it is also a melee profession with strength and agility, which is completely incompatible with your talent. You will definitely have to change it when you enter a higher education institution in the future. Instead of rushing to change it in the future, it is better to prepare now. You can't change your profession for the time being, but you can prepare in advance, such as learning the weapons and skills commonly used by tanks in advance. Shield mastery, and learning a few tank professional skills, will immediately exert power when changing professions in the future." Chu Cheng laughed dryly. "Let's talk about this later. I really need a tank professional skill now, preferably a passive skill." Duan Yuqi smiled and said nothing more. She just waved her hand, and a light screen popped up in front of Chu Cheng, with a skill list on it. She said, "The skills that are lit up are the skills I have now. The gray ones are in the school's inventory. The ones with stars are elite special supplies. If you need them, I will exchange them. Intermediate skills are unified at 2 gold each, and advanced skills are unified at 20 gold each. Let me take a look first. Forget advanced skills. If you buy one, you will have no money. You can buy 2 intermediate skills. Anyway, you can upgrade to a level with the gold finger." The eyes fell on the panel and browsed slowly from top to bottom. There are not many skills. There are only 4 that are lit up, and there are more than 20 that are not lit up. The worst ones are intermediate skills. Tank skills are basically used to reduce damage and save lives, so the skill level cannot be low. Unlike the various combat skill effects, tank skill effects are limited to a few types, either passively or actively increasing health and defense, or actively or passively reducing damage, or quickly recovering. Chu Cheng looked carefully for a while, and his eyes lit up when he saw one of the gray skills. Without hesitation, he changed his mind and decided to spend the 20 gold he had just bought to buy this advanced skill. "Teacher, I want this." Duan Yuqi lowered her eyes, with a hint of surprise on her face. "This skill is really good, are you sure?" "Sure." "Okay, wait here for a while." Then he stood up and left. About 20 minutes later, the door was pushed open, and Duan Yuqi walked in, handed him a scroll, and said, "Here's the thing, take a look." Chu Cheng reached out to take the scroll, and immediately saw the skill introduction on the scroll. Skill scroll, Bloodbath body, advanced, attribute/passive. A strong physique can withstand greater damage, reducing all damage by 5%, and increasing life regeneration by 5. Characteristics, Bloodbath. Bloodbath. Every time you kill an enemy, life regeneration increases by 1, lasting 15 seconds. Tips. The Bloodbath effect can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 20 layers. Tips. You need 30 points of naked physique to learn this combat skill. Pure tank skill, greatly increases the ability to bear damage. Learn. He chose to learn this skill without hesitation. However, the next second, he was surprised to find a prompt on the panel. Insufficient attributes, cannot learn. Huh? He checked his attribute panel in confusion. It's already more than 30 points of physical fitness? Looking at the skill introduction again, he immediately realized, so that's it, you need the naked attribute. To put it bluntly, the naked attribute is the attribute after removing the attribute attached by the equipment. He now has 29 points, just a little short. But it's not a big problem. He still has 15 free attribute points. Directly take out 10 points and distribute them on it, and the naked attribute immediately becomes 39 points. Then choose to learn. The scroll turns into light and sinks into his body, and then open the panel that only he can see, and the blood-soaked body jumps on it. Then, The exciting moment comes, the mysterious light ball in the mind blooms again and sinks into the panel, the blood-soaked body twists and explodes, and instantly turns into a new skill. Blood God Body, top level. Attribute/passive. The Blood God Body can withstand more damage, reduce 10% of all damage, and increase life regeneration by 10. Characteristics: Blood God. Blood God. Every time you kill an enemy, life regeneration increases by 1, lasts for 30 seconds, and continuous killing refreshes the duration. Tips: The Blood God effect can be stacked, with a maximum stacking limit of 50 layers. Tips: The effect can be dispelled, and the priority is authoritative. Compared with the Blood-soaked body, the attributes are directly doubled, and the upper limit of the Blood God effect stacking is greatly increased. The most critical change is that the Blood God effect can be refreshed, and the duration will be refreshed every time a new enemy is killed. For example, if you stack 10 layers, you will get 10 points of life regeneration. The effect will end after 30 seconds, but as long as you kill another person before 30 seconds, the effect will be refreshed to 30 seconds again. In other words, as long as you keep killing within 30 seconds, this effect will last forever. This is quite outrageous. At least for Chu Cheng, this effect is very amazing. With his rebound talent, it is very easy to kill some soldiers with continuous blood recovery. If you stack 50 layers, plus the existing life regeneration, that is 50 plus 15 is equal to 65 life regeneration per second. How abnormal is this? With this, the continuous blood recovery belt can basically be thrown away, and only 2 bottles of instant blood recovery healing potions will be needed in the future. With this, the remaining skill slots can learn 1 or 2 more damage reduction and life-saving skills. Chapter 39. Chu Cheng counted the skills he had learned so far, including Frenzy LV5, Swiftness LV1, Powerful Blow LV5, Raging Sea LV1, Thunder Shock LV2, Blade Storm LV2, and the newly learned Blood God Body, a total of 7 skills. Normally, a first-level professional from level 10 to level 30 can only learn 10 skills and 20 spells at most. Regardless of active or passive, he has already learned 7, leaving only 3 empty skill slots. If he decides to change his profession in the future, the remaining 3 skill slots must be used to learn tank professional skills. In fact, this is inevitable. An intermediate profession is okay in high school, but when he is admitted to a first class or even top-level university, all the classmates are elites from all over the country, and almost half of them have awakening talents. Everyone is an advanced or even top-level profession, and even rare hero professions are available. His intermediate profession is not good enough. If he wants to maintain sufficient competitiveness in the university stage, he must change to a better profession that better suits his talent. It is worth mentioning that life skills, professions, expertise, and weapon skills are not included. These can be learned infinitely in theory, as long as you have the ability and energy to master them. The skills are acquired, but the money is gone before it is warm. Damn it, I still have to find a way to make more. I hope I can make a lot of money in the joint exam next month. Then Chu Cheng spent 1 gold to buy 1 skill point, which added up to 15 points with his existing 14 skill points, just enough to upgrade one of the LV2 Blade Storm or Thunder Shock to LV5. After saying goodbye to the teacher, Chu Cheng returned to the dormitory, opened the attribute panel, and his eyes fell on Thunder Shock and Blade Storm. After thinking for a while, he chose Thunder Shock. After a series of random clicks, all 15 skill points were used up, and Thunder Shock was upgraded from LV2 to LV5, and successfully derived 3 specialties. Thunder Shock LV5, Advanced Charge for 1 second, turn into a Thunderbolt, and jump to a maximum of 50 meters and fall, causing 420% physical damage to all enemies within a 6-meter diameter range of the falling point, and stun the enemies for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Tips: Stun can be dispelled, priority 5 stars. Thunder Shock is upgraded to LV5. Please choose one of the following specialties as a skill specialty within 60 seconds, and the timeout will be random. Specialty 1. Increase the maximum jump distance by 10 meters. Specialty 2. Increase physical damage by 50%. Specialty 3. Increase the damage range by 2 meters. Looking at the skill-derived specialties, Chu Cheng smiled. The screen flickered for a while, and the 3 specialties disappeared as he expected, replaced by 3 more powerful skill specialties. Thunder Shock is upgraded to LV5. Please select one of the following specialties as a skill specialty within 60 seconds. The timeout will be random. Specialty 1. Increase the maximum jump distance by 30 meters. Specialty 2. Increase physical damage by 150%. Specialty 3. Increase the damage range by 4 meters. Choose Specialty 1. The core function of this skill for Chu Chung is displacement and control. Without the specialty of stun time, the best choice is naturally to increase the jump distance, which is more practical whether running or chasing. Chu Chung also breathed a sigh of relief after using up all the accumulated skill points. He sent a message to the head teacher and asked for leave to go home. I just left the house after asking for leave, and suddenly received several messages in a row. I opened them, and saw that they were sent by Zhang Chunlei and Zhang Qing. The content was the same. Look at the class group chat. Wang Weilong is transferred to another class. Chu Chung was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened the group chat of class 5. At first glance, he saw the pinned message sent by the head teacher, officially notifying Wang Weilong of his transfer. He was speechless for a while, and did not speak. He was not a fool. Of course he knew that Wang Weilong transferred to another class because of him. The teacher had limited resources, and his sudden rise would naturally reduce the share of others. Wang Weilong thought he could not compete with him, and he was unwilling to reduce his share, so he had to leave. It is worth mentioning that if Wang Weilong transferred to another class and left, the skill points and attribute points in the resources exchanged from the head teacher of class 5 before belonged to the core resources and needed to be returned. Those that have not been used should be returned, and those that have been used need to be deducted from the class 6 he transferred to and returned to class 5. There is no bug to block you, otherwise it would be easy to brush 140 skill points and 140 free attribute points from class 1 to class 7. Only the core resources need to be returned, and other equipment and skills do not need to be returned. After all, they have been spent. At this time, Zhang Chunlei said again, "You should know about the joint exam. In addition to the competition among our elite students, there is also competition between classes. The specific reward measures have not been determined yet, but according to previous years, the school will definitely have additional reward measures, including additional core resource rewards outside the class. Do you want to team up and compete?" Chu Chung asked. "How many people?" "You, me, Chung Mingyue and Zhang Qing, and then we will find another person with good level from the class." "Well, I will think about it, and give you an answer before the joint exam." "Okay." After closing the communication, Chu Chung nodded. This can be competed for. Extra core resources are extra free attribute points and skill points. They are all free. If you don't want them, others will. You must compete for them. After a month, he returned to the family again. When he saw his father and stepmother again, he greeted them and said hello. At this moment, he was in a very peaceful mood. When you have no desires, you can be at peace. Without going through his father, he directly applied for a loan from the family butler in the name of a personal student loan. Maybe there were not many applicants, so the efficiency was very fast. He received a reply in less than half an hour. The same process as bank loans. After verifying the level and talent again, Chu Chung obtained a high interest-free loan of 50 gold for a period of 5 years. This is one of the benefits of the family. No interest is required. And even if you can't pay it back after 5 years, it's just a matter of changing the interest-free loan to an interest-bearing loan, and the interest is lower than the personal commercial loan outside. After getting 50 gold, Chu Chung immediately returned to school. He found the class teacher and spent 29 gold to buy 9 skill points and 10 free attribute points. 50 gold instantly left 21 gold, plus the previous surplus, a total of 23 gold and 68 silver. The reason why I didn't continue to buy is that I can't buy it for the time being. The class teacher said that the increase in the quota will be after the joint examination. Before that, the normal quota is only 10 skill points and 10 free attribute points. The rest can only be purchased after the joint examination. It will cost 30 gold to buy all the remaining points, and I still need 7 gold. It's not a big problem. At most, I can sell the enchantment formula and a few gems on my body, and make a few gold by managing the joint examination well. It's basically enough. Back in the dormitory, Chu Chung thought about it for a while, and allocated 10 points of the remaining 15 free attribute points to strength, and 5 points to constitution. Name, Chu Chung. Race, human. Level 15. 32%. Talent, space refraction LV1. Features, extraordinary constitution, epic, extraordinary agility, epic. Main attributes, constitution 10 plus 34 plus 5, strength 10 plus 26 plus 17, agility 10 plus 10 plus 15, perception 10 plus 2 plus 2, intelligence 10, spirit 10. Secondary attributes, Toughness 4 plus 5, Reflex 3 plus 5 plus 2, Will 2, Life Regeneration 15 per second. Health 490 plus 500 points. Stamina 990 points. Mana 100 points. Melee attack 53 plus 21, slash, 53 plus 20 stab. Ranged attack, none. Physical defense 10% plus 4 plus 5 plus 12 points. Magic resistance 10%. Movement speed 115 plus 50 points. Basic skills: Dagger Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, One-Handed Axe Entry, Fist Entry, Gun Mastery, Bow Entry, Throwing Entry, Dual-Wielding Weapon Mastery. Occupational skills: Swiftness LV1, Intermediate, Frenzy LV5, Intermediate, Power Slam LV5, Intermediate, Blade Storm LV2, Advanced, Thunder Shock LV5, Advanced, Raging Sea LV1, Advanced, Blood God Body LV1, Top. Life occupations: Primary fishing, primary first aid, primary cooking. Chapter 40. What should I do this month? According to school regulations, the big class is held every other month. Although there are no restrictions in the month between big classes, in principle, you are not allowed to enter the dungeon. The 1 month between big classes is mainly for you to handle personal affairs and practice various professional skills and weapon skills. Professional and weapon skills are closely related to personal strength and are also very important. Generally, there is no time to practice in the dungeon. After the big class, it is time to practice. But this restriction is not so strict. In principle, it is not allowed for your safety. In fact, if you have a safe channel, you can enter. For example, if your family has a private dungeon, you can enter it under the protection of your elders. In addition, it is best not to enter various public dungeons. The public dungeon belongs to the city hall. All students who have not been admitted to higher education institutions or graduated from higher education institutions can enter as long as they pay a fee. There is no threshold, and there are naturally good and bad people in it. No one will protect you there. Fighting for the head of the boss and various benefits and causing deaths are everywhere. Students like them have no advantage in there. Once a conflict occurs, no one will save you if you die in there. How about practicing weapon skills? Chu Chung glanced at the introductory skills on the panel and scratched his head. Practice, earn more money. If you don't have enough money, don't waste time. It's still the same as before, 25 silvers a day for high-level room customization. The weapon skills to be trained are no longer daggers, one-handed swords and guns, but one-handed axes, gloves and throwing. If you grow as fast as last month, it will take just 1 month to upgrade all 3 weapon skills to mastery. Replace the blank weapon, disable skills, and fight the enemy with skills alone. Because the basic strength is much higher than last month, the basic attack is too high. This time, the weapons he equipped are all first-level training weapons, attacking 1-to-1 blanks, to ensure that the damage is minimized as much as possible, so as not to kill the monster summoned by training too quickly. As time passed, the money on his body decreased day by day, and his weapon skills also improved day by day. In just 28 days, he spent 7 gold and successfully upgraded 3 weapon skills to mastery. In addition, because all 3 weapons are dual-wielding combat, his dual weapon skill proficiency has improved a lot. Now he is only 1 step away from the expert level. He will probably be promoted after a few more days of practice next month. In this way, he has a total of 7 weapon proficiency, and the bow skill is still the entry level. Chu Chung plans to practice a few more weapon skills next month, including shield skills, various dual weapons, long-handled weapons, exotic weapons, etc., and strive to master all weapons and get the title of Weapon Master. This is a legendary title, which requires all weapon skills to be mastered and upgraded to the master level. The effect is that all weapon equipment requirements are reduced by 50%, and the damage is increased by 100%, which is very powerful. It is also because I have a golden finger, and the weapon skill proficiency is improved as fast as a cheat, so I dare to think about it. Others will not consider this title at all. After coming out of the training ground and returning to the dormitory, I received a notice from the class teacher. The joint assessment will start the day after tomorrow. If you have anything to prepare, prepare it now. Received. After a simple wash, Chu Chung went to the flea market and bought 3 bottles of advanced healing potions at the price of 40 silver per bottle. This healing potion can restore 700 health points at a time, and has a 2-minute cooldown. This is commonly known as drug resistance. Taking healing potions within these 2 minutes will not take effect, including other types. The healing potion plus bandages are basically enough for recovery. Then he spent 2 silver to buy a copy of the Golden Wasteland dungeon on the market. 2 days later, the teleportation square. All the students in the class gathered in the center of the teleportation square, under a light gate that was taller than other teleportation light gates. After Assistant Lu Weifei routinely announced the basic situation and precautions of the dungeon, many students lined up to enter the teleportation gate. Soon it was Chu Cheng's turn. He stepped into the light gate and felt dizzy. Entering the Chaos World. Anchoring Realm Selection. Beginning the assimilation of the character and the Chaos Realm laws. Entering the anchored Golden Wasteland Realm. Time: April 26, 3560 of the Chaos Calendar. Location: Golden Wasteland, Cross Fortress. Note: this scene is an anchored order scene. The damage between the adventures will be reduced by 50%. The adventures can check their personal attributes at any time through the Chaos Mark. Tip: get the temporary skill insight, which can check the target status. The detection range is determined by the perception gap. Tip: your appearance has been processed and will be automatically restored when you return to the main world. The white light is on, and the eyes can see things. A towering spire surrounded by colorful streamers appears in Chu Cheng's eyes. Mage Tower. Chu Cheng looked up at the tower with a trace of awe in his eyes, and murmured. The Cross Fortress is the center of the Golden Wasteland. It is the core hub of the human kingdom's rule over this wasteland. The human kingdom has thousands of regular garrisons here. A powerful extraordinary mage has built a mage tower here, and its power radiates most of the Golden Wasteland. According to the information he collected, the Golden Wasteland is one of the 5 medium-sized copies in the Academy, and its size and power level are ranked at the bottom among the medium-sized copies. But it is also a medium-level copy. There are several extraordinary strongmen with a level of more than 50 in the copy, as well as a large number of big bosses with a horror template of 30 or 40. The Black Sail Pirate's final boss, the Black Sail Pirate King with a horror template, is placed in this copy, and his strength can't even enter the top 10. Everyone, don't run around. Zhang Ning, come back. The voice of the assistant teacher sounded from time to time. When everyone arrived, Lu Weifei shouted for them to leave the square and walk towards one of the main roads. The location where they teleported should be at the center of the fortress, at the crossroads, with a main road around each side. You can see that there are many pedestrians inside, and not only humans, but also many alien races. Tall orcs with green skin, minotaurs with horns on their heads, wild boars, goblins, halflings, etc. Everyone looked around curiously at these aliens, and these aliens also looked at him with curious eyes. Don't run around. Everyone follow me to the base. Lu Weifei led them into one of the main roads, spent almost half an hour walking a few kilometers, and saw the tall and thick city gate tower from afar. Next to the city gate tower was a castle surrounded by high walls. The style was the same as the castle in Lehigh Town in the Black Sail Dungeon. This was the gathering point of Class 5 at the Cross Fortress. The Cross Fortress was called a fortress, but it was not a purely military fortress. It was also a city. There were a large number of civilians in the city. It was the capital of the human kingdom in the Golden Wasteland. There were several towns and dozens of villages around it, with a total population of more than 100,000. Chapter 41. As a medium-sized dungeon, the Golden Wasteland not only involves plots, camps, but also the number of important native strongmen that can be interacted with is far greater than that of the Black Sail Pirates. There are 4 main camps here, namely the Cross Fortress, the Orcs, the Centaurs, and the Goblin City. The Cross Fortress is on the human side, the Orc tribe and the Centaur tribe are in alliance, and the Goblins are neutral. The main plot is that the Orc tribe and the Centaur tribe unite to fight against humans. There are 2 large plots in this dungeon. One is a large-scale field battle between the human army and the tribal coalition on the banks of the Blackwater River 2 months later. The other large plot is divided into 2 branches. One branch is that humans are defeated in the Battle of the Blackwater River, and the tribal coalition attacks the Cross Fortress. The other branch is that humans win the Battle of the Blackwater River and counterattack the Orc tribe. The key point is the Battle of the Blackwater River 2 months later. Normally, if no one interferes, the winner of the Battle of the Blackwater River is the tribal coalition. However, the adventurers are all human beings, and they are naturally biased towards the human side. With their interference, there is a high possibility that the plot will be changed to make the human army win the Battle of the Blackwater River. This joint exam will last for 3 months, and you must stay for at least 2 months before you are allowed to return early. Assistant Lu Weifei stood on the steps of the castle's martial arts field and said loudly to the students, "The school has compiled all the bosses and plots in the dungeon into tasks. Everyone can take on tasks based on their strength. In addition to the spoils they have obtained, there will be additional points and permissions. At the end of the dungeon, you can use the points to exchange for various rewards. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of his eyes. Chu Cheng immediately received a new message. When he opened it, it was a form. This is the task points and authority exchange table. You can take a look and have a good idea. Elite template boss above level 30, 1 point. Terror template boss above level 30, 2 points. Elite template boss above level 40, 5 points, 1 authority. Terror template boss above level 40, 10 points, 2 authorities. 3 Lord template boss above level 50, 100 points, 5 authorities. 2 large-scale plot key influence, 50 points, 3 authorities. 2 large-scale plot core influence, 200 points, 10 authorities. Chu Cheng's eyes fell on this so-called plot influence, and immediately a line of small words appeared to explain. The so-called plot influence is the influence of an individual on the plot. The key influence means that your behavior has a great influence on the overall plot, and has the behavior of changing the plot. Core influence means that you completely dominate the plot with your own strength and completely reverse the plot. For example, the reversal of a losing situation, etc. Just like Chu Cheng killed 500 or 600 pirates by himself in the Battle of Brad Town before, and completely dominated the battlefield. This is the core influence. Plot influence is not linked to plot evaluation, but generally speaking, the greater the influence on the plot, the higher the plot evaluation. Whether it is key influence or core influence, it is basically a 5-star evaluation. Because the highest evaluation value of a plot is 5 stars, even if one person wipes out the entire opposing camp, it is only 5 stars. However, although the highest evaluation is only 5 stars, the higher the score, the higher the reward. For example, the reward of killing experience will increase, and the skill points and free attribute points will also be more. Looking down, Chu Cheng saw that there was a point exchange under the list. 3 points can be exchanged for 1 skill point. 4 points can be exchanged for 1 free attribute point. 20 points plus 2 permissions can be exchanged for a rare equipment. 100 points plus 5 permissions can be exchanged for an epic equipment. In addition, there will be a ranking for this joint examination, and the top 10 players with the highest accumulated scores will receive generous rewards from the school and be selected into the school's key training list. TSK. This reward is rich, but the difficulty of obtaining points is also extremely exaggerated. Elite boss at level 30 only has 1 point. Elite boss above level 40 only gives 1 permission. If you want to get a lot of benefits, you still have to influence the plot. Chu Cheng pinched his chin and thought, don't count on the core influence, but you can try to get the key influence. My talent is like a magic skill in large-scale wars. If I can reverse the situation on the battlefield, I can definitely achieve key influence. The 5-star rating of a large plot in a medium-sized copy is much higher than the 5-star rating of a plot in a small copy. The 5-star rating plus 50 points of key influence can be exchanged for more than a dozen skill points or free attribute points. There are also many bosses on the battlefield. It is easy to kill 1 or 2 bosses in a battle. The combination of the two, the points obtained from just 1 plot are enough to make me rank among the top in the joint examination. Not bad, it works. Chu Cheng thought more and more that this plan was feasible. The key is that this operation does not require competing with teams from other classes for bosses. Of course, this does not mean that he did nothing in the first 2 months. He already had a plan. After teaching Assistant Lu Weilong explained the tasks and some basic information and benefits of this dungeon to them, he announced that they could move freely. Before the teaching assistant left, Chu Cheng received a message from his class teacher Duan Yuqin. This time, the school has invested extra resources in this dungeon, and the rewards are much higher than usual. There are many treasure chests hidden in some places in the dungeon. Use the source power to activate some special boss that have not been refreshed since the dungeon was opened. I have 2 suggestions here. One suggestion is to team up with Zhang Chunlei and other classmates to hunt boss. The other suggestion is to give up hunting boss and focus on the cross-fortress reputation system. If you can be the first to raise the reputation of the cross-fortress to worship, the reward will not be worse than killing a lord-level boss. Well, I decided to go the reputation route. After listening to Duan Yuqin's introduction, Chu Cheng immediately replied, "You decide." After closing the communication, Chu Cheng grinned, and just turned around to see Zhang Chunlei coming over, and whispered, "What do you think about the team-killing boss mentioned before?" Chu Cheng has decided to take the reputation route, so he doesn't need to team up to kill the boss, so he shook his head and said, I want to do it alone. Zhang Chunlei looked at him in surprised, and nodded in understanding. Indeed, your talent is very special, you can do it alone. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Watching Zhang Chunlei meet Cheng Mingwei and Zhang Qing, the other two looked at him with complicated eyes. He smiled slightly, and turned to leave. The teacher's advice coincided with his own plan. He had considered taking the reputation route before. He would brush up the reputation of the Cross Fortress before the first major plot, strive to get revered before the Battle of Blackwater, and then play a key role in the Battle of Blackwater to push his reputation to exalted in one fell swoop. Then, he could buy exalted reputation items in the Cross Fortress. Chapter 42. As far as he knows, there is a mage tower in the Cross Fortress. If you brush your reputation to worship here, you can buy several very valuable items. They are the Mage Transfer Certificate and the Enchanter Professional Employment Certificate. Yes, Chu Cheng did consider changing his profession. The Dual Blade Warrior is only a mid-level melee profession with extremely limited potential. In the early stage, he had no choice but to work for this profession. Now that he is strong and has the ability to choose, he must change to a strong profession. The mage profession is one of the alternatives. As a wizard profession, the mage profession is equivalent to a top profession with 4 specialties to choose from. Chu Cheng's plan is to get the mage profession first, and get the enchanter profession by the way. Then see if there is a way to get other top melee professions. If he can get them, he will still give priority to changing to a melee profession, preferably a top tank profession. In addition to his own talents being suitable for melee professions, the main reason is that many of the skills he is learning now are exclusive to melee professions. Because the upper limit of the first level learnable skills is only 10, if you change your job to a mage, except for a few skills, all others must be forgotten and replaced with spells. You should know that if you forget a skill, the skill points consumed will not be returned to you, which is a waste. This opportunity is rare. Everyone in the medium-sized dungeon of Golden Wasteland is coming for the first time, and no one has yet achieved the worship reputation, so the worship reputation props are all here, and the first one to complete the worship reputation will get the greatest benefit. Before Chu Cheng entered the dungeon, he had already collected information about Golden Wasteland, especially information related to reputation. Knowing that the reputation of the Cross Fortress is much more difficult than the Black Sail Pirates dungeon, it is difficult to reach worship even in half a year if you brush it step by step normally. There is only one shortcut to achieve it quickly, that is, when the Cross Fortress and the Tribal Coalition forces fight at the Blackwater River, turn the situation around at the most critical moment, you can get a huge amount of reputation and rush to the worship reputation in one fell swoop. The first step of reputation: kill the aliens. Strictly speaking, there are several ways to brush reputation at the beginning, but for him, this kind of fighting is the easiest. Humans have the initial friendly reputation. Before respect, you can brush the orcs and centaurs, who invade the human frontline outposts and other aliens hostile to humans. That afternoon, Chu Cheng left the Cross Fortress and received a team mission at the Fortress Logistics Department. He went to the Northern Outpost with a rotating squadron and a material supply team. The Northern Outpost is located in the north of the Cross Fortress. It is the front line, and is located on the Blackwater River. The big plot 2 months later is nearby. In addition to the rotating squadron, there were no less than 100 students from various classes, including several elite teams. He unexpectedly found that Zhang Chunlei and Wang Weilong's teams were among them. He didn't know where they got the channels from, but they actually got 2 carriages. Wang Weilong also saw Chu Cheng, but just nodded from a distance with a calm expression. Chu Cheng knew that he had some resentment in his heart. After all, he left Class 5 because of him. On the other side, Zhang Chunlei invited him to take a ride, and he didn't refuse. I didn't expect you to go to the Northern Outpost too. I'm going there to brush up my reputation. Zhang Chunlei suddenly said, so you want to go the reputation route, and you don't need to form a team. Yes. This is good. Zhang Chunlei nodded and said, no one has worship reputation in this copy, and everyone is at the same starting line. If you can worship at the fastest speed, you will make a lot of money. Chu Cheng nodded and said, I think so too. But you have to pay attention, there are many people who have this idea. Even the strongest ones in the class have this idea. They have a lot of companions to support them, and they can brush up their reputation much faster than you. Yes, I know. The journey was peaceful. Although there were all kinds of beasts in the wasteland, the beasts also had instincts and dared not attack such a large army. There were real beasts such as zebras, wild boars, lions, coyotes, antelopes, bison, crocodiles, as well as common beasts and aliens in the Chaos Realm such as velociraptors, chocobos, goblins, jackals, trolls, and ogres. The group walked along the road through the wasteland and headed north for about 30 or 40 kilometers. They saw a high ground in front of them from a distance, on which stood a huge stone fortress. We have arrived at the northern outpost. A long horn sounded from the high beacon tower, the gate of the stone fort opened, and a team of cavalry rushed out, escorting the supply convoy into the stone fort. This stone fort is quite large, with an internal area of hundreds of acres, surrounded by high stone walls, and more than 200 garrisons. Most of them are infantry, with 2 squads of cavalry, about 20 horses. There are military camps, horse farms, blacksmith shops, etc. The stone fort is located on the bank of the Blackwater River. Chu Cheng walked around the outpost and came to the east. He saw a wide river 1,000 meters away, with a gentle tidal flat on the side. At this time, it has been reclaimed as farmland, and many human civilians are planting. These civilians usually live in nearby riverside villages, and will retreat to the outpost stone fort in wartime. After hundreds of students entered the stone fort, they all went to the NPCs such as officers in the fort to build relationships and take on tasks. Most of them have the same purpose as Chu Cheng, and they are here to brush up their reputation. This is a very good way for most students. After all, most non-elite students cannot compete for those big bosses. The most valuable thing for them is to brush up their reputation. When the reputation is raised, they can buy reputation items in the camp. For a large force in a medium-sized dungeon like the Cross Fortress, the quality of reputation items is much higher than that of a small dungeon. With revered reputation, you can buy good blue clothes and props of the same level. With worship reputation, you can buy rare equipment that can only be obtained in the final boss, and 5-star plots in a small dungeon. They don't expect to brush up worship, they just need to brush up reverence. Chu Cheng walked around the edge of the stone fort and returned to the stone fort. He saw many people gathered somewhere in the central square. He got closer and found that there were 2 lists, the bounty list and the outpost mission list. The bounty list is the bounty for the boss issued by the outpost. He glanced at it and found that it was basically some boss wandering in the wasteland near the outpost. The outpost task list is varied and has everything. There are trivial tasks such as patrolling, guarding, and helping villagers to carry water for irrigation, as well as dangerous tasks such as exterminating nearby foreign tribes. But no matter which one, as long as you complete it, you will get reputation rewards. It is worth mentioning that these tasks are not exclusive like in some games. It is not the case that I take the task first and others cannot take it. This is not a game. Theoretically, everyone can do this task, but in the end, only those who get the boss's head are considered to have completed it. Fortunately, the boss task is generally completed by the team by default. No matter how many people are together, at most 5 people can complete the task, and the reward is also divided equally among 5 people. Chu Cheng looked back and forth between the 2 lists several times, memorized all the bounties and combat tasks in his mind, and turned around and left. What he didn't know was that when he walked out of the outpost, there were several eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 43. Is it him? Yes, Chu Cheng from Class 5. I heard that he has awakened a very powerful talent. He is highly valued by the head teacher of Class 5. Even Wang Weilong has been squeezed out. At the entrance of the stone fortress, several young men in chain mail and leather armor looked at Chu Cheng's leading figure with sharp eyes. Someone said, "Damn, he has already replaced Wang Weilong as the first in Class 5. Why don't you join a team to kill the boss instead of running to brush reputation? Maybe he doesn't get along with the other people in Class 5. After all, the others used to hang out with Wang Weilong. Speaking of which, Wang Weilong is here too. I wonder if there will be any conflict between them. Who cares if he will or not? Anyway, we must get the first worship reputation in this joint exam. Let's go! We can't be slow. Let's go and take the mission." Outside the gate of the outpost is a huge slope. Chu Cheng paused for a while, and nodded with appreciation. This terrain is very advantageous when defending. Not only does it take more effort to attack the city, but there is no place for siege equipment on the slope. The edge of the outpost is relatively safe. There are patrols every day to kill wandering beasts. There is no road outside. The northern outpost is the edge of human power. Further ahead is the endless wilderness, which is full of various beasts and alien races. They are hostile to humans, and will be attacked if they go out. Chu Cheng entered the wilderness alone, looked up and looked at the direction, adjusted the direction and moved forward. It's a pity that there is no mount, otherwise it would be much faster. As far as he knows, There are several mounts in this dungeon. There are several rare elite beast bosses in the wilderness that will drop mounts. In addition, if the reputation of the Cross Fortress reaches worship, you can also spend 1 gold to buy a military horse mount. It can be used for personal use or sold. It only costs 1 gold to buy it, and it is no problem to sell it for 2 or 3 golds. You can make 1 or 2 golds by reselling it. The farther away from the outpost, the more desolate the land becomes. There are weeds half a person's height or even a person's height everywhere. From time to time, you can hear the chirping of insects in the grass and the roar of beasts from afar. Occasionally, you will see the team that set out before him encountering beasts fighting in the wilderness. Those who dare to come out are basically quite capable. Generally, 1 or 2 beasts alone are not their opponents. He just stopped to look, greeted and asked if he needed help. If not, he turned around and left and continued to move forward. In the distance in front of him were continuous mountains, and one of the mountains was the coordinate. According to the map mark, there are many centaur tribes around the mountain he is targeting, one of which is very large. If he can destroy it, he can gain a lot of reputation. Roar! A sudden and huge roar of a lion attracted Chu Cheng's attention. He quickly identified the direction and walked in the opposite direction. The roar of the lion was full of energy. It was either an elite monster or a beast boss. His talent was suitable for group battles, not for single boss. In this wasteland, bosses above level 30 would be encountered at any time. Lions were always very fast. With his current strength, it would be very troublesome to encounter them. If he encountered a beast boss of more than level 40, there would definitely be a risk of overturning. An hour later, Chu Cheng crossed the wasteland and came to a river not far from the continuous mountains. Xiaoshui River is a tributary of the Blackwater River. It originates from the mountains and turns a big bend in the wasteland to merge into the Blackwater River. Water is the source of life. Even if the aliens choose to live near the water source, they have to choose to live near the water source. Therefore, there are more than a dozen centaur tribes of different sizes in the upper and lower reaches of the Xiaoshui River. These alien tribes have only a few hundred people in the small tribe and a few thousand people in the large tribe. In the Battle of the Blackwater River 2 months later, these tribes will obey the orders of the large orc tribe on the east side of the Blackwater River to join the coalition and fight against humans. Chu Cheng walked upstream along the Xiaoshui River and soon saw a gathering point of aliens on the other side of the river. It was a small centaur tribe. It didn't look big. It was surrounded by stone and wooden fences. There were many tents inside. There were many sentry towers at the door. There were many centaurs patrolling back and forth outside. That's it. Chu Cheng came out of his hiding place and went straight to the front of the centaur tribe. The water here was shallow, and there were a lot of stone-built footholds exposed above the water. It was easy to jump over. There was no tactics. He just drew his weapons and rushed to the tribe. The centaurs in the centaur tribe immediately rushed out screaming when they saw a human. The human race and the centaur race are mortal enemies in this dungeon. There is no need for provocation to cause hatred. With the dull sound of the horn in the tribe, more centaurs were awakened and rushed over. The two sides were more than 20 meters apart. The front row of centaurs drew their bows and arrows. There was a series of swish sounds, and countless space ripples exploded. The front row of centaurs fell to the ground. Meeting for the first time, these centaurs didn't know what happened at all. They only knew to swing their swords and draw their bows to kill this daring human. 2 minutes later, the tribe was full of corpses, and only a few high-level warriors and tribal leaders were left, who were forced into the tribe by a human like him. Nearly 200 people were killed in just a short while. Even the most insensitive people would notice something unusual. Those who were still alive did not dare to fight back. But this was only temporary. As Chu Cheng approached the chieftain of the centaur tribe with a knife, they were forced to fight back. You are attacked by the centaur warrior leader, causing 125 points of physical damage to you. Your talent absorbs 30 points of damage. Your armor absorbs 14 points of slashing damage. Your blood god body absorbs 8 points of physical damage. Your defense absorbs 36 points of physical damage. And you finally bear 37 points of physical damage. Your blood god body feature takes effect, restoring 65 points of health. Your talent spatial refraction takes effect, causing 30 points of pure damage ignoring defense to the centaur warrior leader. Your talent spatial refraction takes effect, causing 30 points of pure damage ignoring defense to the centaur warrior leader. Your talent spatial refraction takes effect, causing 30 points of pure damage ignoring defense to the centaur chief. Your blood god body feature takes effect, restoring 65 points of health. What does it mean to regenerate 65 points of life per second? This endurance is abnormal. The raging sea is rising. A blue fan-shaped knife light swept across 15 meters away, and the two centaur warrior leaders with low health were directly cut in half. Swift blade storm. The rapidly rotating blade storm swept the remaining centaurs around into the blade light, cutting them madly. In just 7 seconds, the tribe was full of broken limbs and bodies, and it was extremely bloody. The centaur chief could no longer bear it, and turned around and fled madly. Huh? Chu Cheng exhaled lightly, wiped the blood on his face with his hand, and grinned. Thunderstrike. A lightning bolt soared into the sky and fell across a distance of 70 meters, knocking the centaur chief, who was also covered in blood, unconscious. Powerful strike. Frenzy! The blade light flashed for a moment, and a series of damage soared, mixed with several critical hits. The centaur chief fell into eternal sleep before he even woke up. Hint: kill the centaur chief, successfully destroy the centaur tribe, and gain 200 points of human faction reputation. Chapter 44. I'm so strong. Just a little less reputation. After all, there are nearly 200 people in the centaur tribe, and the centaur chiefs are all level 27 elite monsters. It only takes 200 reputation points to kill them all. This shows how difficult it is to get worship. But it's so difficult for him to get all the reputation alone, it will be even more difficult for others. In addition, the boss has loot, which is not too bad. The whole tribe exploded 3 loot boxes, 1 blue and 2 white. Chu Cheng didn't expect too much, and opened them casually. Some currency and sundries, as well as a good quality longbow. The attributes are standard, and it is not a problem to sell it for 30 silver. After a brief rest, Chu Cheng left the tribe that was completely wiped out, washed the blood on his body in Xiushui River, and went up the river. There is a big road along the edge, which is probably the way between the foreign tribes living in this area. Chu Cheng walked 2 or 3 kilometers along the river, and saw another centaur tribe embedded between 2 small ridges in front. This centaur tribe was slightly larger than the previous one, but not too large. They responded to Chu Cheng's attack in the same way, and ended up with the same result. 5 minutes later, Chu Cheng appeared by the river and began to wash the blood off his body. More than half an hour later, he appeared again in another centaur tribe 5 kilometers away. However, this time he did not attack the tribe, but watched a battle in the tribe from a distance. Another team was attacking the centaur tribe, and had already entered the tribe. This team had a total of 16 people, with clear division of labor. There were 2 shield-holding tanks at the front, for strength-type melee professions assisting from the side, 2 agility-type melee professions sweeping the left and right, and 7 ranged, and a mage standing at the back and swinging freely. Chu Cheng saw many corpses outside the tribe, and guessed that their initial tactic was to lure out the centaurs, and kill a group of them, and then attack the tribe. The only mage in the team was very powerful, and knew a blizzard spell. It could summon a large-scale ice cone to fall, causing a large-scale AoE acceleration and deceleration, which was very effective against group enemies. Chu Cheng only looked for a while, and concluded that this centaur tribe was doomed, so he had no interest in it, and turned around and left without disturbing them. However, he did not hide himself before, and was still discovered by several archers standing on the sentry tower at the door. After the battle was over, one of the archers came to the resting mage and whispered, "Captain, I just saw Chu Cheng from Class 5 passing by. Are you sure?" "Sure. The speed is quite fast." Yu Hong finished his meditation and stood up, saying loudly, "Recover on the way," now set off to catch the next battle. After that, he stretched out his hand to seal and cast a spell. A magic circle constructed by mana emerged, accompanied by a flash of magic. An armored warhorse was summoned, and he turned over and sat on it. Going up the river, half an hour later, the group came to another centaur tribe living by the river, but they saw that the centaur tribe had been destroyed. Everyone walked into the tribe, with a solemn look on their faces, looking at the corpses on the ground. One of them reached out and touched the corpse, suppressing his shock, and said, "It was just killed not long ago, and the body is still warm. How is this possible? He left less than 10 minutes ago, when we set off? Can we kill a tribe of 200 or 300 people in 10 minutes? Yu Hong frowned and pinched his chin, and said in a deep voice, "Chase him and see." This time, everyone held their breath and hurried on, and they really caught up with Chu Cheng. Chu Cheng, who was standing on a huge rock observing the tribe of people and horses in front, looked back at the approaching team, jumped down lightly, and took the initiative to say, "Since you have caught up, in order to avoid disputes, let's first discuss who will go up. If you want to go up, I will withdraw." Yu Hong looked at him suspiciously, but did not refuse. "Okay." Chu Cheng stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation, Then you go up. I will go to the next one first. After saying that, he turned around and left, simply and freely. Yunu approached in confusion and asked in surprise. He is so generous. Another person laughed and said, isn't this normal? He is alone and there are so many of us. If we come together, he can't snatch it away. Fuck. A cry interrupted him, and a teammate's voice came from behind the boulder. Damn it, Captain, come and see. Everyone immediately stood up and crossed the boulder, and saw a centaur tribe more than 200 meters behind, which was several times larger than the previous one. There must be thousands of people here, right? Damn, I thought he would be so kind to give it to us, so that's the case. Everyone looked at Yu Hong, and he twitched his lips at his subordinates' gazes, saying, give up this place and move to another place. Everyone also reacted, and someone immediately said that Chu Cheng hasn't gone far, we can catch up. However, the team had just walked a short distance when they saw Chu Cheng suddenly walk out from behind a rock, smiling and asking, why, don't you want it? Yu Hong was speechless and shook his head and said, no, it's yours if you want it. Really? Really? Well, I take over. This time Yu Hong was really surprised and couldn't help asking, are you alone? Yeah, is there any problem? Yu Hong. Boss, are you going? No, I want to see how he deals with this tribe of 1,000 people. Chu Cheng could see their actions, but he didn't care. He just watched, because he couldn't learn his tactics. Just like the previous tactics, he drew his sword and rushed straight to the gate of the tribe, attracting the centaurs at the gate to shoot. The average level of these ordinary centaurs is above level 15, and the attack power is between 50 and 60 points. After being weakened by talents and equipment defense, only 3 or 4 points of damage are left. And a round of concentrated fire easily stacked the blood god's body for more than 10 layers, plus the original 15 points of life regeneration, easily stacking 30 life regeneration per second. With such high defense and life regeneration, he rushed straight to the gate of the centaurs without dodging. With the heavy sound of the horn, the entire centaur tribe was startled, and a large number of centaurs rushed out of the tribe. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by centaurs and disappeared. Outside the tribe, Yu Hong and others, who were lying on the rocks watching the show, were stunned by this scene. They thought of many possibilities, and put themselves in the shoes of Chu Cheng to simulate what tactics he would use to deal with the centaur tribe. But they didn't think of using this tactic. No, what kind of talent does he have to dare to rush like this? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that it is a very powerful damage reduction talent. No matter how powerful the damage reduction talent is, it can't be like this, right? But he is like this. It's outrageous. In the centaur group, Chu Cheng relied on his strength of 53 to push the centaur into the tribe, and quickly squeezed into the centaur tribe. The densely packed centaurs gathered in a group, and the spears were pointed at the center. The centaur archer stood up and looked down, shooting thousands of arrows. Chapter 45. A tribe of 1,000 centaurs is considered a large tribe. The centaurs that Chu Cheng is attacking now are the largest centaurs on the north side of Xiushui River, and they are also the leaders of other tribes. Other small tribes are split from this large tribe. Such a large tribe has a centaur chieftain with a level of 36 and a terrifying template. In terms of level and template alone, it is not worse than the Black Sail Pirate King. Of course, the strength is not comparable. After all, the Pirate King is a wizard, but the template and level are here, and it must be very strong. And such a powerful boss is now stuck behind the centaurs, being cut by a continuous stream of space blades, and the damage of -30 is constantly rising on his body. It is so simple and plain. Using the densely packed ordinary centaurs to get stuck with bugs, several centaurs, centaurs warriors, and centaurs of more than 30 levels are stuck outside, and all damage is directed to them. In each round of attack, 300 pure damages ignoring defense fell on them steadily. Because there was a layer inside, and a circle of centaurs outside, the attack frequency was very high, and the rebound frequency was also high. In just half a minute, a centaur leader and 2 centaur warriors were shot to death. The reason for this was that the other centaurs outside could not squeeze in, and did not reach the limit of the space for fraction rebound. However, centaurs were constantly shot to death, and the ones behind squeezed in. After a long time, many centaurs finally squeezed in slowly. Especially the angry centaur chief. The horror template gave him a body as tall as an elephant, and he was covered with armor like a chariot. He had a 7 or 8 meter long sword in his hand, which was extremely terrifying. He hadn't used much force in the front, but when he saw too many casualties among his tribesmen, he finally got angry, and used his super strength to force his men to squeeze in, slashing down from a distance. Chu Cheng crossed his two swords, and with a loud clang, the huge force pressed his two swords down, and the huge blade cut into his shoulder, and a huge damage of 298 minus floated up. Hiss! What a strong force! Chu Cheng bent down without hesitation, and disappeared under the 4 feet of the centaurs on the side, and the surrounding centaurs were in chaos. The damage of a normal attack is so high, this can't withstand a few attacks. It's best to fish in troubled waters. 10 seconds later, he rushed out from another group of centaurs, 70 to 80 meters away from the centaur's chief. It was the same rhythm as before, and a large number of centaurs in the outer circle were killed by space refraction. The angry centaur's chief kept shouting and giving orders, which seemed to be ordering ordinary centaurs to retreat, but there were too many people to withdraw for a while. Moreover, Chu Cheng always liked to get under the legs of the centaurs. Anyway, the centaurs could not charge in this narrow terrain. A little trampling would not hurt him at all, but he could avoid the siege of the centaurs and other centaurs. It was so cool. After the 3rd minute, most of the centaurs in the tribe had been killed or injured. Chu Cheng's position had unknowingly moved to the deepest part of the tribe and settled between 2 large tents. At the same time, a 3rd team came from outside the tribe. Wang Weilong led a group of people from the 6th class and formed a team with Zhang Chunlei and others. After destroying a centaur's tribe upstream, they went south along the Xiushui River and came here. They saw Yu Hong's team parked outside the tribe at a glance. When they saw the corpses at the entrance of the tribe, Wang Weilong stepped forward to greet them and said in surprise, "Which team is this? It's quite powerful." Yu Hong returned the greeting and said, "There is no team, just one person." Wang Weilong's face changed slightly, and he immediately asked, "Is it Chu Cheng from Class 5? Yu Hong smiled and said, "Yes." Zhang Chunlei and others who followed him looked at each other, and were silent for a while. Everyone looked at the centaur tribe, and suddenly someone asked, "How long has he been in there?" 6 or 7 minutes. 6 or 7 minutes to kill so many? Wang Weilong glanced at the person who was talking, who was from Class 6. He had never seen Chu Cheng's monster-killing efficiency, so he explained, he has a very strong talent and a magical skill for group killing. It is not surprising that he killed so many in 6 or 7 minutes. Really? Aren't the facts in front of us? Everyone was silent again, and suddenly someone said, "I don't know how the fight is going inside. Should we go in and take a look?" "Just take a look." Immediately, many people were excited and nodded. "Let's take a look, not fight for the boss." "Okay." Yu Hong was also itching, and immediately agreed. 30 or 40 people from both sides set out immediately, and entered the centaur tribe full of corpses. They walked around the piles of tents, and stone, and wooden walls, and soon came to the depths of the tribe. They saw corpses all over the ground and more than a dozen centaur, with wounds all over their bodies, turning around the stone altar of the tribe, occasionally picking up stones or javelins to throw upwards. This altar is the tallest building in the centaur tribe. The altar itself is not high, but the altar is built on a huge stone, about 20 meters high. At this time, Chu Cheng was sitting on the top of the altar, and kept turning to avoid the angry throwing of the centaur below. In less than 8 minutes, most of the centaur tribe had been killed, leaving only the centaur tribe leader, and a dozen ordinary centaur he deliberately left alive. Because all the centaurs were dead, and there was no natural barrier, he could not withstand the attack of the centaur leader head-on, so he had to jump on it to avoid it. Although this guy did not have the magic of the Pirate King, he was very powerful. He was wearing heavy armor, with more than 10,000 HP and super strength. He could crush him by at least 100. He charged back and forth, with a long-handled broadsword and trampled on him. He could not beat him head-on. Even though his HP had been depleted by more than 60% after continuous rebound, the remaining HP was not something he could deal with alone. Fortunately, the centaur leader had super strong combat power on the ground, but his jumping ability was average. He could only jump more than 10 meters at most. He could not jump on the boulder more than 20 meters high, so he could survive temporarily. Just when the stalemate was going on, Wang Weilong and others happened to enter the tribe curiously. Chu Cheng saw it first, and immediately sent a private message to Zhang Chunlei. There is only one centaur chief left in the tribe, and he has only half of his health left. Do you want to unite and kill him? Zhang Chunlei immediately replied, I will discuss it with them. After closing the communication, Zhang Chunlei immediately reached out to stop everyone's steps and whispered, Chu Cheng told me that there is only one centaur chief left inside, and he has only half of his health left. Are we interested in sieging him? Wang Weilong and Yu Hong stopped at the same time. After just 2 seconds, Wang Weilong said, Tell him to send the detailed attributes of the Centaur Chief and his specific combat capabilities. Okay. 10 seconds later, Zhang Chunlei sent a screenshot of the Centaur Chief's attributes to the team channel. Then, fuck so outrageous? Chapter 46. Angry Centaur Chieftain, Horror Race, Centaur. Main attributes: Constitution 115, Strength 124, Agility 42, Perception 36, Intelligence 5, Spirit 4. Secondary attributes: Toughness 21, Reflex 11, Will 8, Life Regeneration 20. HP 15,750. Attack Power 496 plus 75 / Physical Defense 21. Magic Defense 20%. Skill Resistance 30%. Movement Speed 192. Skill/Passive Horror Template HP Cap plus 5,000 points. Attack Power plus 100%. Spell Power plus 100%. All Spell Resistance plus 30%. HP Adjustment 1 point of Constitution * 50 HP. Attack Power Adjustment 1 point of Strength * 2 points of Physical Attack. Skill/Passive Centaur Chieftain HP Cap plus 5,000 points. All Damage Reduction 20%. Life Regeneration plus 20. Skill/Active Centaur Charge Charge at a target within a maximum distance of 50 meters at an extremely fast speed. Knock away everyone on the route. Cause damage of the maximum attack value. Cause physical damage of the maximum attack * 2 to the target. Stun for 2 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Skill/Active Centaur Trample Hit the ground with great force, forming a shock wave that causes physical damage of the maximum attack * 2 to all enemies within a radius of 8 meters. Stun for 2 seconds. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Skill/Active Double-Edged Sword The Centaur Chief abandons defense and attacks the target with great force, causing physical damage of the maximum attack * 2 to himself and the surrounding enemies. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Skill/Active Wild Rage When the Centaur Chief's health is less than 20%, he enters a rage state, with a 50% increase in movement speed, a 50% increase in attack speed, a 100% increase in attack power, and an additional 100% damage for 60 seconds. After the rage ends, all attributes are reduced by 75%, and weakness lasts for 2 hours. This is too abnormal. After seeing the attributes of the Centaur Chief, 10 out of 10 people backed off. Even Zhang Chunlei and others were extremely guilty at this moment, and dared not speak up. Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Chunlei swallowed his saliva and said, "I think it's better to forget it. The risk is too great. It can definitely be killed, and more than 20 people from the 5th and 6th squads can definitely kill him. But with the attributes of this Centaur Chief, people will definitely die. At the beginning, charge, and you can kill one in a second with just a flat attack. If you follow up with a trample, it is likely to kill a whole group in a second. Even a tank can't withstand 2 skills in a row, and the basic attack of 571 is too exaggerated. So you don't want to take it?" Chu Cheng received Zhang Chunlei's reply, which was not surprising. This attribute was not only shocking to them, but also to himself. When he balanced the Centaur Chief to less than half blood and obtained all its detailed attributes, he actually had the idea of giving up in his heart. The plan is to stay here and wait until the Centaur leader gives up and then leave. But suddenly, more than 30 people came. Let's see if they have any idea to siege this boss. Obviously, they were scared after seeing the attributes of the Centaur leader and didn't dare to go up. However, outside the Centaur tribe, Wang Weilong was silent for more than 10 seconds and suddenly asked Zhang Chunlei, "Did Chu Cheng say that he had already worn away half of the Centaur leader's health?" Zhang Chunlei nodded. "To be precise, it is 60%, but a small part has been restored at this time." "Why, do you want to try?" Wang Weilong nodded. "A half-blood horror template boss, a rare opportunity. But how can you try? No one can withstand the boss's attack. Isn't he very strong? Our team has 2 tank professions, plus a lot of melee, and Zhang Hong is a mage, and there are several people with control skills." He turned his head to look at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "We have more than 20 people in total, and our combined output is quite fierce. I have carefully calculated that under saturation attack, it will take no more than 30 seconds to kill this boss. But there is a key question here. Who can withstand the boss's burst of skills?" Zhang Chunlei shared the boss attribute panel in the temporary channel again, and said in the channel, "The boss starts to charge. No. Whether it's trampling or double-edged sword, the burst power of this round is as high as 2,000. The problem is that after the two skills are combined, they can also follow up with a flat attack, or 3 combined with flat attacks. The total burst is more than 3,500. How can we block it? Wang Weilong immediately said, normally, no one can block it, but we can interrupt the boss's combo, or even directly interrupt the initial charge. As long as we can't combo, whether it's classmate Chu Cheng or the other 2 tanks, they can block a skill. 3 tanks come together, pull each other to bear the damage, and the mage should pay attention to control the field. It's absolutely no problem to pull for 30 seconds. Everyone was silent. Some people showed a hint of desire on their faces, but most of them were not willing. Most of the people who were willing were ranged, anyway, they didn't need to bear it. Of course, the 2 professional tanks in melee professions were not happy. After all, they had to bear it. At this time, Chu Cheng's voice suddenly came from the channel. I can take all the bursts of the boss. Even if the boss's 3 skills are connected, I can still take them. But someone must take the next move after that, and I can't attack again in the next 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned, and Wang Weilong immediately asked, Are you sure? Chu Cheng chuckled. I won't joke with my life. He carefully calculated that the Centaur Chief's charge, whether it is trampling or double-edged sword, is equivalent to the maximum attack *2 damage, and the skill burst is 1,142 points of physical damage. 2 skills in a row burst is 2,284 burst. 3 skills in a row burst is 3,426 burst. This is definitely unstoppable, but the damage can be taken in stages. Because it is a multiple skill attack, his talent plus equipment can reduce 42 damage per round. Physical defense 21 points, can reduce damage by 35%, and the damage taken by the 2 combination burst is 1,430 physical damage. The Blood God body reduces damage by 10%, which does not overlap with defense, and only needs to bear 1287 damage. But this is not the limit. Before the Centaur charges, he will activate Blade Storm. During the duration of the skill, he will gain primary hegemony, and will not be stunned, and will gain 30% damage reduction. 1287, and then reduce the damage by 30%, leaving only 900 damage. Because the boss's combo is absolutely impossible to play in 1 second, his maximum health is 990, and he will not be stunned in the hegemony state. He has enough time to take a bottle of advanced healing potion immediately after connecting 2 moves to restore 700 health points. This means that even if the boss casts 3 moves on himself at the same time, and then a flat attack, it is not enough to kill him instantly. His proposal was passed unanimously. The biggest problem in killing this boss is that no one can withstand the boss burst. As long as you can withstand 1 round of burst, the boss cannot burst in the next minute, and can only attack. Whether he or the other 2 tanks can take a few moves, the 3 tanks take turns to bear, and the boss can definitely be killed in 60 seconds. But before we start, let's discuss the distribution of the spoils. Chu Cheng said in the channel, I destroyed the entire tribe alone, and took the most dangerous blow. I don't want much. I just need to take a piece of spoils from the Centaur Chief's spoils chest first. If the spoils are not suitable for me, and I don't need them, I will auction them, and all the money will belong to me. Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei looked at each other, and nodded decisively. No problem. Chapter 47. Of course they will have no problem. This Centaur Chieftain is a terrifying template, not inferior to the final boss of a small copy. The total value of the loot is definitely very high. There will be a rare equipment at the bottom, and it is possible to get 2 with a little luck. You must know that this is a joint exam. The school has invested extra essence in this copy, and the probability of condensing 2 rare equipment is very high. Notify me when you are ready. Turn off the communication. Chu Cheng calmed down and closed his eyes to rest. 2 minutes later, Zhang Chunlei's message came from the channel. We are ready. Chu Cheng opened his eyes, and looked down to see that someone in front of the tribe had approached the altar under the cover of tents. Now countdown. I will take action in 10 seconds. You will come out in 5 seconds and get ready. Okay. Chu Cheng took a deep breath, took out a blood bottle from his arms, stuffed it into his mouth and bit it, slid down along the slightly inclined side of the boulder and landed on the top of the altar, and rolled to buffer the impact and jumped to the ground. He didn't jump down directly with the thunder shock. This skill should be used to save his life. If Zhang Chunlei and the others were unreliable, he would have to rely on this to escape. The Centaur Chieftain, who was circling around the altar, roared angrily when he saw him coming down, raised his huge body, and charged directly. Chu Cheng decisively activated the swiftness, and then his body turned quickly, and the sword blades surrounded him like a storm. Bang! The Centaur chieftain's huge body slammed into him fiercely, and the huge long-handled broadsword stabbed fiercely into the sword blade storm. A series of ding-dong-dong crisp sounds were heard in the sky, and a huge damage of up to -298 jumped out. Add 16, -30. Then, the Centaur chieftain raised his upper body high and smashed it down fiercely. A powerful shock wave exploded, and a thick layer of soil on the ground was blown to pieces. -298, plus 17, -30. Then, the long-handled broadsword was raised, and blood suddenly shone on it. At this moment, Zhang Chunlei and others who had been prepared early had rushed out, and the long range quickly took their positions, and the two tanks decisively launched a charge. The blood-red broadsword was raised and slashed into the sword storm. -298, plus 18, -30, plus 700. The last was a green life recovery number. Chu Cheng, who had been prepared, bit the advanced healing potion in his mouth and immediately pulled up the blood volume that was on the verge of danger, and instantly became lively again. This is the power of the body of digital law. No matter how serious the injury is, it will not affect the battle. The angry Centaur tribe leader took another flat attack after a set of skills, but it was not enough to kill him. The two tanks quickly rushed up to take over, and he retreated and quickly took out a silk bandage to restore blood volume. One of the tanks activated the damage reduction skill, and used the taunt skill to attract the boss's hatred. Wang Weilong and Zhang Chunlei immediately ordered the back row to prepare their ultimates. There was no need to wait for the tank to establish hatred. This was not a game. The high IQ boss would not be affected by hatred except for the taunt skill. Whoever posed a greater threat would be killed. They especially liked to kill mages and assistants first. After Zhang Chunlei put a mark on the boss, he immediately took out a magic arrow and put it on the bow to charge. Zhang Hong also began to chant and cast spells. Wang Weilong's team had quite a few people, but none of them were particularly outstanding. There were no talented people or mages. Only the two tank professions were quite strong. The two tanks took turns to taunt, and forcibly dragged the Centaur chieftain to the 5th second. Zhang Chunlei and Zhang Hong finished charging respectively. One ice arrow froze the Centaur chieftain, and another ice spear exploded, just like the original focus on the Murloc chieftain, exploding a huge amount of damage. However, the Centaur chieftain's resistance and magic resistance are stronger than the Murloc chieftain's. The damage that could kill the Murloc chieftain in 1 second was nearly 1,500 at first, but now it is only over 1,000. However, with other long-range attacks, the total output is about 1,700 to 1,800. After a round of taunting by the two tanks, Chu Cheng's health has been restored, and he immediately rejoined the battlefield. However, he did not rush to the Centaur chieftain, but to the more than 20 ordinary centaurs that other melee fighters in the team had pulled. He had killed more than a dozen of them. He rushed in to take over. After a few rounds, the Blood God's special effect was fully stacked, and an additional 50 life regeneration was added. This time, he did not control the rebound target. When the Blood God's special effect was fully stacked, these centaurs were also killed one by one. Everyone get out of the way, let me take it. Chu Cheng strode to the main battlefield. As soon as he appeared, the Centaur chieftain, whose taunting effect disappeared, immediately gave up the opponent in front of him and rushed towards him. Dang! -212. The parry was successful, but it was forcibly defeated, causing half the damage. The angry Centaur leader slashed down with his sword again, but he failed to parry this time, and a terrifying damage of 424 floated up. Hiss! The other people who were attacking behind the Centaur leader felt their scalps tingle, and their eyelids twitched when they saw the damage. But at this time, the Centaur leader stared at Chu Cheng, and he didn't care even if a bunch of people were besieging him. He attacked Chu Cheng frantically, and his long-handled sword turned around like a windmill and chopped down on his head again. Diversion! Chu Cheng decisively activated the skill attached to the diversion cloak, and his figure suddenly blurred, and the long-handled sword passed through his body and chopped on the ground. He raised his sword and slashed it back, and another sword slashed into the air. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Chu Cheng decisively turned back, and another tank profession on the side immediately rushed up and took over the Centaur chieftain with taunt. The reason why the diversion skill was not used before was that it could only dodge targeted attacks and spells. The charge was locked, and the trample and double-edged sword were both range AoE, and they could not be dodged. He quickly applied a bandage, and with the original 65 life regeneration, he recovered to full health in just a few seconds. Without stopping for a moment, Chu Cheng rushed up again with a knife, and almost instantly attracted the hatred of the Centaur chieftain. After connecting two knives, He decisively retreated, and another tank stepped forward to take over. In this way, he alternated back and forth, and took over the crazy counterattack of the Centaur Chieftain. The health of the Centaur Chieftain also dropped rapidly under the siege of the crowd. Although most of the conventional attacks only had 20 to 30 points of blood, there were too many people, and the health of the Centaur Chieftain was quickly reduced to the warning line. When the health dropped below 20%, the Centaur Chief roared to the sky, a layer of blood floated all over his body, and the wild rage was already turned on. But the team was well prepared, and started to charge the big move at the rage line. When the boss enters the rage state, the movement speed and attack speed increase by 50%, and the attack power increases by 100%, but it will take an additional 100% damage. The Centaur Chief's rage bloodline is 20%, which is 3,125 health. Take an additional 100% damage, which is equivalent to 1,575 health. The moment it entered the rage line, several warriors began to charge, and a 5-second ice arrow and a 5-second ice spear exploded at the same time. There were also 5 long-range shooters, who had also finished charging. More than a dozen big moves were bombarded at the same time, and one blow put the violent Centaur Chief into a near-blood state on the spot. No, he's not dead yet. One more blow. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, he saw the dying Centaur Chief rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, and slashing at Cheng Mingyue, who was closest to him. Minus 625. The bloody knife swept past, and Cheng Mingyue's bright face froze, her face frozen with fear, and a shadow of killing appeared on her body. Bang! The huge centaur fell to the ground, and her tall body was also split in two and fell to the ground. Chapter 48. Cheng Mingyue is dead. Even Chu Cheng was extremely surprised. She was killed instantly without even a single blow. It was too late for others to save her. Everyone came to her body with solemn expressions. At this time, Zhang Chunlei said, "I have contacted the class teacher. I will come and take her body back later. She has a good family background and her family should be able to get the resurrection scroll." At this time, everyone's expression improved a little. Although there was a record of death, which meant that it was impossible to reach the peak in this life, most people had never thought about the peak at all. This so-called peak refers to the god and demon level. Most of the descenders can hardly reach the 50-level extraordinary level in this life, and there is no need to consider the later legends, or even the god and demon level. Finally, Zhang Chunlei cleaned up her body, and Chu Cheng came to the body of the Centaur tribe leader, and picked up the red treasure chest. Then he entered the altar of the Centaur tribe, and took out a large treasure chest. This treasure chest is the treasure of the Centaur tribe. It is the reward for him to conquer the tribe. Generally, small tribes will not have it, only large tribes will have it. In addition, there were many treasure chests on the corpses all over the tribe, a total of more than 20. Most of them were white and green, and there were 5 blue treasure chests. He solved all of them, and only he could pick them up, so they naturally belonged to him. The only treasure chest that needed to be distributed was the Centaur Chief's treasure chest. After putting away all the things, everyone gathered together to prepare for the spoils. Even Yu Hong's team watched with interest, and seemed to want to see what good things could come out. Chu Cheng first opened the small treasure chests one by one, including several blue treasure chests, and opened a bunch of equipment and sundries, including 4 blue equipment. Then he opened the red treasure chest again, and immediately saw 2 red lights gushing out of the box. Everyone was delighted. There are actually 2 rare equipment. No, the other one is a rare magic gem. Share the properties quickly. I'm afraid only 2 or 3 people here have seen rare equipment, and they are a little impatient at this time. Chu Cheng didn't keep it a secret, and took out all 3 things in the box, and unfolded them one by one. Centaur Chief's blade, rare/red, equipment type, long-handled weapon/two-handed weapon. Equipment requirements, level 15, strength 35. Basic attack, 75/. Additional attribute, strength +5. Additional attribute, armor penetration +10. Additional feature, killing LV1, causing 50% additional damage to opponents whose physical fitness is less than 50% of their own strength. Evaluation, the Centaur Chief's treasure. His. This attribute. When the attributes of this sword were shared, everyone gasped, and then there were dozens of fanatical eyes. All melee professions showed crazy colors at this moment. Chu Cheng took in everyone's expressions and smiled. Top quality attributes. The attributes of this sword are absolutely top quality. The super high basic attack, the additional attributes of strength and armor penetration further increase its violence, Not to mention the last additional attribute of beheading is extremely violent. Don't worry, the equipment will be auctioned later. Let's take a look at other things first. As he said, his eyes fell on the second piece of equipment. Centaur Blood, Excellent/Dark Blue, Equipment Type, Accessory. Equipment Requirements, Level 15. Additional Attribute, Strength +5. Skill/Passive, Blood of the Centaur, each attack increases strength by 1, lasts for 20 seconds, can be stacked 30 times, and the duration is refreshed each time it is attacked. Evaluation, the anger from the Centaur Chief can give you more powerful strength. Another top-grade item. And it is a set with the previous weapon. Equip weapons and accessories at the same time, and stack the heart of the Centaur to increase strength by 40 points. Add your own strength, and the strength will be overwhelming. As long as the tank profession of the same level is not mainly for physical fitness, it can basically trigger the killing feature. Damn, what should I do if I wanted to? Although it is a strength-sensitive profession, the most suitable one is a light weapon, but the attributes of these two equipment are too powerful. Despite the entanglement, Chu Cheng also knew that he could not take both equipment. He wanted them all, and others wanted them more, so it was impossible for him to do so. Shaking his head, he looked at the third item again, which was a gem of rare quality. Power Stone, rare a magic gem that is embedded in equipment to grant additional properties. After looking at the three pieces of equipment, everyone looked at Chu Cheng, and Wang Weilong said, according to the agreement, you can choose one from them. Chu Cheng pondered, looking back and forth between the Centaur Blood and the weapon, hesitating in his heart. Both are top quality, and he really couldn't make a decision. Logically speaking, the Centaur Chief's saber is of a higher grade, but the problem is that this long-handled weapon is not suitable for him, and the Centaur Blood is too top quality, and its value is not worse than the saber, and it is even better than the saber for him. After a lot of hesitation, he finally decided to take the accessory. There was no way. He couldn't equip a long-handled weapon, and it didn't suit him. Ornaments were more suitable. With his talent, he could get into a group of monsters and stack 30 points of strength in a few seconds, which was equivalent to adding 35 attacks out of thin air, and it didn't take up a weapon position. Although it was only blue quality, its attributes were stronger than ordinary rare equipment. Chu Cheng chose the things, and the rest belonged to them. However, they didn't auction it now. They had to take Cheng Mingyue's body back to see if she could be resurrected. If her family released a resurrection scroll, they had to wait until she was resurrected before bidding. This naturally had nothing to do with Chu Cheng. Next, they went their separate ways. Wang Weilong and others were going back to the northern outpost, and Chu Cheng was also going to go back. There were only a few Centaur tribes left in the lower reaches of the Xiushui River in this area. It was estimated that they had been wiped out by other teams, and he couldn't get anything if he went there. Go back first and continue to brush in another place tomorrow. The group walked together, and returned safely to the northern outpost. The class teacher was already waiting here. After receiving Cheng Mingyue's body, he immediately left the dungeon and returned. After parting with the others, Chu Cheng first set up a stall in the central training ground of the outpost, and sold several blue equipment on him, which earned a total of 1 gold and 35 silver. He sold the sundries directly to the grocery store in the outpost, which earned a total of 7 silver. Adding some money dropped from the treasure chest, he earned a total of 1 gold and 21 silver. But this was not the limit of his trip, because he directly opened 2 gold and 14 silver from the treasure chest in the Centaur altar, as well as a lot of miscellaneous sundries, which he sold for 24 silver. In total, this trip earned a total of 4 gold. In addition, he also gained a full 1,100 reputation points and 7 points. Killing the Centaur chieftain earned 2 points, and destroying a 1,000-man Centaur tribe alone awarded 5 points. In addition, he killed so many Centaurs and a large number of small bosses of more than 20 levels, as well as a big boss of a terrifying template, and accumulated a huge amount of killing experience, and was upgraded 3 levels in total, and is now at level 18. The 15 free attribute points have not been added yet. Anyway, his attributes are strong enough now, and 15 points are not enough to cause a qualitative change, so keep them for backup. Chapter 49. Not bad. At this efficiency, if we do a few more big ones, we will have enough money to buy attribute points. But today's battle exposed a problem. Small monsters are easy to deal with, but overly powerful bosses are difficult to deal with. It's not really exposed. It's a problem that existed before, but it seems particularly weak today. We still have to find a team to join. Chu Cheng pinched his chin and sent a message to Zhang Chunlei. I plan to change a place to continue to brush reputation and brush some bosses by the way. Do you want to come with me? Zhang Chunlei quickly responded, but I have already agreed to join forces with Wang Weilong yesterday. Is that so? Do you want to join us? There is strength in numbers. Is it suitable? Of course it's suitable. You'd better ask him first. Okay, I ask first and get back to you later. After closing the communication, Chu Cheng pinched his brows and prepared to rent a room to rest. Just before arriving at the hotel, he received a message, this. So fast. But when he opened it, he found that it was not Zhang Chunlei, but another unfamiliar number. However, the message had surprised him. I am Sun Yu from Class 1. Our entire class, together with the elite members of the other 6 classes, a total of hundreds of people, are preparing to do something big. We sincerely invite Chu Cheng to join us. This message really aroused Chu Cheng's interest, and he immediately asked, what big thing? We are going to unite and capture the Orc Blackstone Fortress before the first big plot. Chu Cheng was extremely surprised and said, you want to attack the Blackstone Fortress? How sure are you? Do you think we are crazy? The other party was very frank and explained, we have a great chance of success. We have been preparing for this joint exam for a long time. We have prepared a batch of summoning scrolls and props that can summon hundreds of summoned creatures of different levels to serve as cannon fodder. With many auxiliary props, the possibility of success is very high. Of course, if Chu Cheng is willing to join our team, with your talent, you will have a greater chance of success. Without waiting for Chu Cheng to answer, the other party said, Chu Cheng's talent has a unique advantage in clearing monsters, which can greatly reduce our pressure. As long as you are willing to come, we are willing to pay 10 gold for your hard work. Chu Cheng scratched his head and thought about this invitation quickly in his heart. Inwardly, he really wanted to go, but when he thought about what they were going to do and the situation of Blackstone Fortress shown in the information, it was like a basin of cold water poured down. Blackstone Fortress is not the headquarters of the orcs, but a stronghold of the orcs heading south. Its status is equivalent to the northern outpost of humans, but on a larger scale. There are at least 500 orc warriors above level 15 stationed inside, and a team of elite guards above level 20, all elite templates. Its commander is an orc warlord of level 45, horror template. There is also a big boss above level 40, but only elite template in Blackstone Fortress. In addition, there are 5 captains of horror templates over level 30, and more than a dozen small bosses of elite templates over level 30. On the task panel, there is a task to destroy Blackstone Fortress, which is at the top of the 2 cards of tasks and reputation. The Cross Fortress has given an extremely exaggerated reward for destroying this fortress. As long as you can destroy this Orc Outpost Fortress, you will be rewarded with 50 points and 3 permissions, 2,500 reputation, and a direct reward of up to 20 gold. The reward for killing the boss is not included. This reward is not too generous. It can be said to be extremely exaggerated. However, at any time, the benefits are proportional to the risks. With such a large benefit, the risks are naturally extremely exaggerated. Not to mention the many big and small bosses in the fortress, there are 5 bosses of the same level and template as the Centaur Chief, and 2 stronger ones. The biggest threat to Chu Cheng is not these bosses, but the castle itself. You must know that this is a military fortress. In addition to many defenders, there are also many war weapons. There are all kinds of city defense crossbows, catapults, rolling logs, hot oil, etc. Don't ask where the orcs got these war weapons, he just has them. Attacking a city, or a fortress armed to the teeth, is different from dealing with a centaur tribe with only wooden fences. Of course, he could jump onto the wall with a thunder blast, without having to climb the ladder. But he could go up directly, but few could keep up, and there would be no reinforcements for a while. At this time, he would need to withstand the siege of a bunch of regular soldiers on the wall, and a large number of big and small bosses mixed in. Chu Cheng didn't think he could withstand it. Moreover, his high-profile charge could easily attract the orc officers on the wall to attack. Any captain of a terrifying template, and a few level 30 elite officers could pose a huge threat to him. Trapped in a tight siege, the damage reduction of the Blade Storm might not be able to save him. So, sorry, the risk is too great, I'm not interested. Sun Yu immediately said, if you think the benefits are too low, I can decide to give you 10 points in addition to the 10 gold. In addition, I know you are trying to improve your reputation, so I can also decide to give you all the reputation after the success of this mission. 2,500 reputation is enough to raise your reputation to nearly revered. Chu Cheng still shook his head and said, I can feel your sincerity, but the risk is too great. In addition, I can also. Sorry, I really don't want to participate in such a high-risk operation, you can find someone else. Chu Cheng directly interrupted Sun Yu's persuasion and closed the communication. Why didn't he agree? On the second floor of the central castle of the outpost, several members of the first team looked at Sun Yu, and he shook his head and said no. He said the risk was too great, and he didn't want to participate. So timid? Sun Yu spread his hands. I didn't expect that someone who had awakened his tank talent would be so timid. The others looked at each other, and Pan Yu, who was sitting at the bottom, asked, Didn't you tell him our conditions? Sun Yu shook his head. Of course I did, but he still wasn't interested. Do you want to add another code? Allow him to pick any rare equipment. I asked. Damn, he's really a coward. Don't worry about him. He can't accomplish anything if he's so timid, and he's not a threat to us. Big, find another group of people, invite the strongest ones from the other classes, and tell them that I have a supernatural spell scroll in my hand. Didn't you decide to use it in the first big plot? It depends on the situation. If I don't say so, how can they have the courage to come? Okay. In the hotel, Chu Cheng just returned to the room and received a reply from Zhang Chunlei. I have to do another thing recently, and don't have time for the time being. Chu Cheng subconsciously remembered something in his mind and asked casually, Did Class 1 invite you to attack the Blackstone Fortress? Zhang Chunlei was surprised. They invited you? It would be best if you come. Your talent is most suitable for this kind of. Invited, but I didn't agree. The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 50. You're going to such a high-risk thing? You're not interested in such a big operation? The two spoke at the same time, and then fell silent. After a few seconds, Chu Cheng said first, They spent 10 gold and 10 points to invite me to join the operation. So high. But the money is not easy to get. They spent such a big price to invite me to take action. It must be that they don't want me to watch the show, or to be in the front row to attack the city, or to take on the boss. Either way is very dangerous. Zhang Chunlei nodded. Yes, the boss inside is too strong. If you want to go, you'd better be careful. I will. After turning off the communication, Chu Cheng put the matter behind him and went to bed. Early the next morning, he ate something casually, prepared some food, and went out again. Today's goal is another place. When I arrived at the gate of the outpost, I saw a large team gathering. A rough look estimated that there were 50 or 60 people. Zhang Chunlei, Wang Weilong and others were all there, and even the Yuhong team I saw yesterday was there. The outpost is the main location of the early plot of this dungeon. At least 70% of the students in the 7 classes are here. When Chu Cheng passed by them, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Student Chu Cheng. Sun Yu walked over and said sincerely, Don't you really want to consider it? We have united more than 140 people, more than 10 tanks, 5 mages, 2 healers, and more than 10 teachers or assistants are watching behind us. In addition, we have prepared an extraordinary spell scroll with great power. In fact, the risk is not as high as you think. Chu Cheng was also a little surprised by their configuration, but he was still not tempted, shaking his head and refusing. No, you guys play. He waved his hand and turned away. What do you think? Still not agreeing? Yes. Coward, forget about him. There are so many of us, and the teachers will help as appropriate, so we have a good chance. Chu Cheng left the outpost and his figure quickly disappeared into the wilderness. However, after leaving the wasteland for a distance, he thought more and more strangely, and couldn't help but send a message to the head teacher, telling him about the invitation of Class 1 and asking the question in his heart. This action is very risky, and many people will definitely die. Why did the school agree? Duan Yuqing quickly replied, Since you first entered the Chaos Realm, the school has been trying to protect you. The various risks in the Chaos Realm have been warned more than once. Today is the 3rd year. If you fail to enter a higher education institution, you will enter society. The various dangers you encounter in public copies and realms are more than 10 times more than now. Everyone must be responsible for their own actions, and any choice must bear the corresponding risks. Their joint action this time has been approved by the school. The school's instructions to us are to control the overall situation and minimize losses. Chu Cheng. The meaning revealed in the teacher's words is very clear. The school also believes that this action is very risky, and a group of students will definitely die. But the school did not stop it, and tacitly agreed that a group of students would die. Okay. Chu Cheng was somewhat glad that his mind was clear enough. Sometimes being timid is also a kind of wisdom. Chu Cheng quickly put the matter behind him, identified the direction, and walked in one of the directions. 2 hours later, he appeared further north of the Xiushui River and followed the path taken by the alien tribes into the deeper part of the mountain. Thanks to the joint action of the first group, Almost all the powerful teams were recruited by them. Today, there was no competitor to compete with him, and he could kill the alien tribes in the mountains one by one with peace of mind. Centaurs, orcs, gnolls, wild boars, goblins, and other large and small alien tribes were entrenched in the mountains. In the plot 2 months later, most of them will be recruited by the orc chieftain to join the coalition forces, defeat the human coalition forces at the Blackwater River, and break through the Cross Fortress 3 months later. I don't know how many human beings died under the knives of the aliens. Now, clearing out these tribes is not only to gain reputation, but also to weaken the strength of the orc coalition forces and reduce the pressure of the decisive battle 2 months later. The scale of the alien tribes in the mountains is not large. At least there is no large tribe comparable to the previous Centaur tribe. But there are more tribes, a total of more than 20. Each tribe has at least 200 reputations according to its size, and the big ones have 250, 300, etc., which can add up to more than 6,000, but the risk is much lower than attacking Blackstone Fortress. A tribe that requires a team of 20 people to deal with can be easily defeated by him alone. He has a huge amount of killing experience all to himself, and his level is rising rapidly. He didn't go back, and stayed in the mountains for 4 days. He killed the last orc tribe marked on the map, and his experience has been raised to level 21, and he has risen 3 levels. In addition to the previous accumulation, he has saved 30 free attribute points. This level is absolutely the best in the whole school. Now Wang Weilong, who is level 17, is the first echelon in the school. The highest level is only level 18 or 19, which is several levels lower than him. When he returned and counted his gains, his reputation had reached 7,200 revered, 5,000 revered, 2,000 worshipped, and 12,800 short. This efficiency was terrifying, but no one could replicate it. Others could not easily brush a tribe of 200 or 300 people like he drank water, and enjoy all the reputation alone. This shows how difficult it is to brush reputation to worship in this dungeon. Now Chu Cheng can be sure that no one can surpass him in this aspect. Unless the first team goes to capture the Orc and Centaur King City far in the north. It will take another 10 days and a half months to kill all the threats in the Great Wasteland one by one, and it will be enough to brush reputation to more than 10,000. In addition, I don't know how they are attacking the Blackstone Fortress, and I don't know if they have captured it. Chu Cheng was full of curiosity, and slowly crossed the Great Wasteland and returned to the northern outpost. Arriving at the outpost, he immediately contacted Zhang Chunlei, but found no response. He was a little surprised, but didn't think much about it, thinking that he didn't have time now. But when he returned to the outpost, he sold all the messy things on his body, more than 10 pieces of blue clothes of more than 10 levels, and returned to the hotel after dinner, but he didn't receive a reply from Zhang Chunlei. He was a little surprised and sent a message to the class teacher to ask. Duan Yuqing quickly responded, he died in the battle. Chu Cheng immediately realized something and asked, did something go wrong in the operation? Yes. They used tactics to lure the orcs out of the Blackstone Fortress, and fought outside the Blackstone Fortress. As a result, they were defeated head-on. The teachers took action, and Panyu from Class 1 used a one-time extraordinary spell scroll to block the orc army, and then retreated. But in the chaos, more than 30 students died in the battle, and an assistant teacher in Class 1 died to cover them. Such a large number of casualties. In this wave, it is estimated that more than a dozen will die completely. A secondary resurrection scroll costs 100 gold, which is not affordable for all families. Chapter 51. The accidental death of Zhang Chunlei and others did not affect Chu Cheng's actions. The next day, he continued to leave the northern outpost and enter the wilderness to wipe out the large and small alien tribes scattered in the depths of the wilderness. The Golden Wilderness is very large. The Cross Fortress is located in the south of the map, and the northern outpost is a little forward, but it is still in the south of the wilderness. In terms of percentage, human forces only occupy about 1/10 of the wilderness. The other areas all belong to alien forces, but the aliens were too scattered before and were everywhere. Affected by the failure of the first joint action, most teams had more or less dead people, which made them extremely cautious in their next actions. There were almost no competitors, and Chu Cheng could earn reputation and money without any interference. If you randomly wipe out a small tribe, there will definitely be more than one blue treasure chest and a lot of sundries, which can be sold for at least 10 or 20 silvers, and at most 40 or 50 silvers. 10 accumulations are 3 or 4 golds, which is a considerable income. On the first day, Chu Cheng wiped out the Mancat tribe and earned 4 gold in addition to the accessories. On the second day, he wiped out more than 20 small tribes deep in the mountains, earning a total of 5 gold and 22 silver, and a reputation of 5,400. Adding the original 7,200 reputation, the total reputation is 12,600. There is still 7,400 reputation left. Huh? Chu Cheng suddenly found that it seemed that it was possible to get 20,000 reputation without participating in the big plot. The reason why he thought that he had to wait until the end of the Blackwater River battle to get worship was because he didn't think it would be so smooth. One person can destroy a small tribe and enjoy all the reputation, which makes his reputation accumulation speed amazingly fast. In less than 10 days, he has accumulated 12,600 reputations, just like riding a rocket. The remaining 7,400 reputations, according to the minimum reputation of a small tribe of 200, and as many as 300, only 20 can make up the number. And there are not many other things in this golden wasteland, but there are enough small alien tribes. A medium-sized dungeon has a total area of at least more than 100,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the size of a province. The large ones are millions of square kilometers. With such a huge area, hundreds of small tribes are already extremely sparsely populated. In fact, the total number of small tribes in the Golden Wasteland dungeon is definitely more than 100. There are more than 100 marked on his map alone. In addition, the school will consider the lack of reputation of the few tribes this time, and more tribes will be derived. The total number is probably 200 to 300. However, there are only these alien tribes near the northern outpost, and he has already killed most of them. If he wants to kill the aliens next, he needs to go deep into the wasteland. This requires good preparation. It is definitely not convenient to return from the depths of the wasteland. Returning to the northern outpost again, Chu Cheng immediately sent a message to Zhang Chunlei. I'm back. He received a reply from Zhang Chunlei yesterday. He has been resurrected and returned to the dungeon a few days ago. Hotel room. Chu Cheng saw Zhang Chunlei and Zhang Qing with gloomy expressions. Even Cheng Minghua was there. She was also resurrected. As soon as they met, Zhang Chunlei said, the elite class is not trustworthy. Zhang Qing also said, Wang Weilong is also in the same group with him. Chu Cheng looked puzzled. I feel that the elite class is suspected of eliminating competitors. Zhang Chunlei's first words were earth-shattering, which made Chu Cheng feel even more incredible. Tell me more. When we attacked the Blackstone Fortress that day, we did not attack the city directly, but lured the defenders inside the Blackstone Fortress out. The two sides fought a field battle outside the city, but the result was that we were not strong enough and could not win even in a head-on field battle. Originally, this would not be a problem. Even if we could not win, we would have the remaining summoned creatures and the mentors to cover us, and a safe retreat would not be a problem. After all, none of us adventurers has a way to escape, and these heavily armored soldiers will definitely not be able to catch up with us. But the problem is here. During the retreat, some of the summoned creatures suddenly disappeared, as if the summoning time had arrived. Coincidentally, this part. Most of the members who summoned creatures for cover were the best in each class. When they were divided into teams before, they used the excuse of easier cooperation to make the elite class one team, and the elites of other classes one team. When they were fleeing, these cover summons suddenly disappeared. 2 orc officers with terrifying templates led a small team of elite wolf cavalry to catch up, and the formation was in chaos. If it weren't for the immediate action of several instructors, I don't know how many people would have died. Chu Cheng scratched his head and said, this alone doesn't seem to explain anything. Maybe it's really a coincidence. To be honest, Chu Cheng also felt that it was too coincidental, but as he said, these alone could not convict them, and the subjective speculation of the victims could not serve as evidence. At this time, Zhang Qing said, but later, the situation got out of control. In order to protect us, an assistant teacher in Class 1 fell into the enemy's formation. The elite class took out an extraordinary spell scroll, and summoned a sea of fire hundreds of meters long and 10 meters wide to separate the battlefield, and then covered the team's withdrawal. Zhang Chunlei gnashed his teeth and said, let's not talk about why they didn't use this spell scroll in the previous battle. Such a long sea of fire will divide the enemy battlefield in half. If we eat up some of the orc troops first, we still have a chance to win this battle. Let's say they used this scroll to summon a wall of fire, and placed it directly in the middle of the crowd, cutting off our retreat, so that we were surrounded and killed by the orcs. When he heard this, Chu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This can prove that they do have problems, and the claim of spell casting errors is untenable. At the same time, I was a little relieved that I didn't want to join their actions. If they really did it on purpose, I would be in danger. By the way, have you told your class teacher about your guess? Yes. What did the old class teacher say? The old class teacher said that everyone should be responsible for their own choices, and the school has no clear evidence to prove that they did it on purpose. Okay then. The school has already said so. Unless there is solid evidence, it will be useless to say anything. And what the school said is not wrong. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. The school can't clean up everything for you. This kind of situation will be common in the future when you go out into society. There will be endless intrigues and deceptions. At that time, you will face many more dangers and conspiracies than now. By the way, why did you say that Wang Weilong was also in the same group with him? We had agreed to be together, but when we were grouped, Wang Weilong took the initiative to be assigned to Class 1, and even ignored his younger brother in Class 6. He obviously knew something. Be careful in the future. As I said, there is no hard evidence, just speculation. Although the suspicion is great, it cannot be nailed down. As for the reason for doing this, it is naturally for the core resources of the school. The school resources are limited and can only be allocated to the best group. Generally speaking, even if you can be resurrected after dying once, the school's internal score will be reduced. If everyone is not much different, your score will drop after you die once, which is equivalent to my score rising. This opportunity will belong to me. To be honest, Chu Cheng doesn't understand doing this for the reward of the joint examination. I have to be extra careful next time. After coming out of the hotel, Chu Cheng let out a sigh of relief and began to prepare for the next plan. Chapter 52. Skill Points. With 9 skill points left, Chu Cheng spent 8 points without hesitation and raised his agility from LV1 to LV5. Agility LV5, intermediate, increases movement speed by 130%, and has a 50% chance to dodge physical attacks while running, lasting 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Your agility skill is upgraded to LV5. Please choose one of the following 3 specialties as your skill specialties within 60 seconds. The timeout will be random. Specialty 1. Increase movement speed by 20%. Specialty 2. Increase physical dodge by 10%. Specialty 3. Increase duration by 5 seconds. Chu Cheng smiled slightly, and a ball of light flashed in his mind. Countless light threads flew out and wrapped around the panel. The screen shook slightly, and the 3 specialties changed accordingly. Your swiftness skill has been upgraded to LV5. Please choose one of the following 3 specialties as your skill specialties within 60 seconds. The timeout will be random. Specialty 1. Increase movement speed by 60%. Specialty 2. Increase physical dodge by 30%. Specialty 3. Increase duration by 15 seconds. TSK. So powerful. Chu Cheng did not hesitate and directly chose Specialty 3, which increased the duration by 15 seconds. What he wanted was durability. It lasted for 15 seconds, and another 15 seconds, which was half a minute of acceleration, which was more durable whether running or chasing. After upgrading his skills, Chu Cheng bought a batch of daily necessities in the outpost, and quietly left the outpost without alarming anyone. This time he was going to go deep into the wilderness. Time passed, and the days passed very quickly. The northern outpost did not change because of his disappearance. There were still a large number of students wandering around the wilderness every day. Kill boss and accumulate reputation. I don't know when, a rumor began to spread in the Cross Fortress and the northern outpost. In the Battle of Blackstone Fortress, the elite class 1 was suspected of deliberately harming the elites of each class. I don't know who was unwilling to spread his guess. The rumor became more and more popular, and almost everyone heard about it. Although there is no evidence and not everyone believes it, the reputation of the elites in the elite class 1 has indeed been affected. It used to be that they could easily recruit a group of younger brothers to form a large team, but now it is not so easy. Especially the elites of each class are now completely unusable, and no one wants to play with them. Chu Cheng returned to the northern outpost again on the 22nd day. He only stayed at the outpost for 1 night, and left the northern outpost, and returned to the Cross Fortress the next morning. After more than 10 days of fighting, he entered the depths of the wilderness, and wiped out nearly 40 small tribes. The accumulated reputation has long exceeded the limit of worship. The reason why I didn't come back earlier is mainly because there are too many benefits. The experience is too rich, and there is no difficulty. He killed those small tribes. Given the efficiency of these natives, more than 10 days was not enough for the news to spread and prepare for him. Moreover, he only targeted small tribes, so it was useless even if they were prepared. He attacked the tribe head-on, and it didn't matter how they defended. Although there were many boss, they were not threatening. At most, there were only a few elite small boss of level 30, which he used tactics to kill without injury. It was not difficult at all. It was so satisfying to kill them that he didn't want to come back for a while. At this moment, Chu Cheng's level had reached level 25, and he had accumulated 20 free attribute points. Adding the 30 points accumulated before, there are 50 free attribute points in total, which is simply outrageous. These attribute points have been saved before because they are not needed. But they can no longer be saved after the main plot begins. Returning to the Cross Fortress, Chu Cheng first dealt with all the spoils on his body, including more than 30 pieces of blue equipment. More than 40 small tribes. There will be a blue treasure chest at the bottom. Unfortunately, he only brushed small tribes, and the rewards were not very high. The average value of a tribe was about 35 silver. 43 tribes, a total of 15 gold and 68 silver were harvested. Adding the previous income, the total income in this copy is 24 gold and 90 silver. Adding the original funds, the total funds are now 40 gold and 38 silver. This is enough. It is still underestimated the income of eating alone. In addition to these, he also changed a few pieces of equipment on his body, namely a blue throwing knife and 2 blue gloves. The throwing knife only has a piercing attack of 22, a range of 30 meters, plus 2 strength and 2 agility. Both the attack and the range are far inferior to the flintlock, but the attack speed is much faster than the flintlock, which fires once every half a minute. Both gloves are leather armor, plus 2 constitution and 2 strength, standard attributes. In total, an additional 4 points of constitution, 6 points of strength, and 2 points of agility are added. His equipment should be considered the first echelon in the whole grade. Even the strongest ones in the elite class are not much stronger than him. After all, rare equipment is so rare, he doesn't believe that they can get several pieces casually. This is the current attribute, and it will be updated again soon. It seems that there seems to be a rare equipment exchange in the Cross Fortress worship reputation items. Chu Cheng could not wait to come to the Cross Fortress barracks and found the quartermaster. This quartermaster was a part-time teacher of the school, named him Han. He was wearing a robe like a mage. He was sitting behind a table reading a book. Several students who were exchanging reputation materials were gathered in front of him. When they saw Chu Cheng coming, they casually pointed at the sign beside them and said, "Check it yourself and tell me if you need anything." Chu Cheng's eyes fell on the sign, and a light screen popped up in front of him, with a dazzling array of reputation items on it. He touched it slowly and set the filter to worship reputation. The dazzling array of reputation items immediately decreased by more than half, leaving only a dozen or so, with 3 red glowing equipment on it. There are actually 3 rare level equipment to exchange. However, he was not happy for long. When he saw the attributes of these equipment, he was speechless. Flint Staff, a 2-handed staff with fire magic damage bonus, requires 2,000 reputation and 5 gold. Precision Piercer, a longbow with increased hit rate, requires 2,000 reputation and 5 gold. Commander Emblem Shield, a shield with extremely high defense, requires 2,000 reputation and 5 gold. All 3 are weapons, but none of them is suitable for me. Or in other words, only the bow is suitable for me, and the shield is barely okay, but I have to go back and learn shield skills first. Staff. Unless he changes his job to the mage profession. There is indeed a transfer certificate for the mage profession in the reputation items *1, which requires 10,000 reputation and 25 gold. Enchanter professional scroll *1, which requires 6,000 reputation and 10 gold. Advanced profession, War Knight, transfer certificate *1, which requires 5,000 reputation and 5 gold. Advanced profession, Heavy Shield Warrior, transfer certificate *1, which requires 5,000 reputation and 5. Advanced career, Sniper, job transfer certificate *1, requires 5,000 reputation, 5 gold. Advanced skill, Thousands of Troops, scroll *1, requires 3,000 reputation, for gold. Epic quality magic gems *2, each costs 2,000 reputation, 6 gold. Rare quality magic gems *5, each costs 500 reputation, 1 gold. Giant fire element summoning scroll *1, 1 scroll costs 3,000 reputation, 5 gold. Pyroblast scroll *3, 1 scroll costs 800 reputation, 1 gold. Sunray scroll *3, 1 scroll costs 500 reputation, 1 gold. Military horse mount *2, requires 1,000 reputation, 3 gold. Swordsman's notebook *1, requires 1,500 reputation, 3 gold. Void source power array initiation *1, requires 10,000 reputation and 20 gold. Chapter 53. Reputation item exchange requires both money and reputation, so it is not possible to get all the exchange items by brushing up the worship reputation. This also means that the first few people who reach the worship reputation can exchange for good things. It is worth mentioning that the exchange value is only the price in the copy, not the market price outside. For example, a level 20 rare staff can be exchanged for 3 gold here, and don't even think about it if it is not more than 10 gold outside. These high-level professional transfer certificates are only 4 gold here, and at least 20 gold outside. This is why Chu Chung only had a few intermediate professions to choose from at the beginning. His father did not pay attention to it, and was unwilling to spend money, so naturally he did not have high-level professional certificates. I now have 22,200 reputation, which can be exchanged. Chu Cheng's eyes fell on these dozen items, and thought about the trade-offs. The first one he considered was not the mage profession, but the void source power array initiation, which required a reputation of up to 10,000. When he looked at this option, small words would appear to introduce its function. This thing comes from the mage tower in the fortress. There is a special magic circle in the mage tower that can extract the void source force and infuse it into the body to increase attributes. The specific amount of attributes that can be increased depends on the upper limit of the void source force absorption. The more you absorb, the more you will increase. The specific aspect is completely random, but it is generally added to the main attribute. For example, melee professions generally increase physical strength, agility, and perception. If it is a tank profession, it mainly increases physical strength, and strength-sensitive professions mainly increase agility and strength. If it is a magic profession, it will naturally increase spirit and intelligence. But the above is not absolute. There is also a very small probability of adding to the secondary attribute. There is nothing to say about this. You can choose the other ones, but the additional attributes are permanent and must be selected. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Because this reward is a unique reward for the joint examination, the school specially added it for this joint examination. Usually, the worship reputation does not have this reward. After deducting this, there is still 12,200 reputation left. Chu Chung was a little entangled whether to choose a profession, mage profession, or other advanced professions. War Knight is a special knight profession related to war. Its core expertise is aura skills, and it comes with 2 knight subordinates. Heavy Shield Warrior is a tank profession. Sniper is a shooter. Its core expertise is to increase the range, which can shoot farther than other long-range professions. These 3 are advanced professions, and the mage profession is a top profession. It is stronger than these 3 advanced professions in terms of strength and future potential. Chu Chung was troubled by the fact that if he chose the mage profession, most of the skills he had learned would have to be abandoned, and he would need to reconfigure his skills and spells, which would greatly affect his strength and the upcoming college entrance examination. If he chose the War Knight and the Heavy Shield Warrior, he would not have this worry, as his existing skills would fit both professions. And because the advanced profession had one more specialty, his strength would increase instead of decrease. But if he chose the melee profession, he would need to find a way to collect 100 gold in a short period of time to buy the Styx water, to wash the profession and attribute points. It was hard to say whether he could collect it in a short period of time, and he was not sure. If he could not collect it, there would be no point in choosing the job transfer certificate. When he passes the college entrance examination and enters a first-rate or even top-level university, the school will have a lot of career channels, including top-level melee professions and even hero professions. At that time, he will probably not be interested in high-level professions. Of course, he can sell it for money. Now it can be exchanged for 4 gold, and it can be sold for 20 gold. Apart from the profession, the only things he can still look at are the enchanter profession, epic quality magic gems, and giant fire element summoning scrolls. So, let's wait until after the college entrance examination. But you can exchange the mage profession certificate first. Even if you don't use it, you can sell it for money in the future. It won't be a problem to sell it for 100 gold. It is worth mentioning that the mage profession certificate can be sold for 100 gold, which does not mean that other top professions can only be sold for 100 gold. Because the mage profession has 2 high prerequisites and 2 low adaptability, it cannot be sold at a high price. Other top professions have low adaptability and are much more expensive than the mage profession, starting at least 200 gold. No. Chu Chung, who was calculating, suddenly found a problem. If he chose the void source power array initiation, it seemed that the remaining money would not be enough to buy the mage professional certificate. He only had 40 gold on him now, and it would cost 45 gold to buy these 2. This Chu Cheng was dumbfounded for a moment. He was stunned for a long time, thinking of several ways to make money, including exchanging one first and selling it to others at a high price. But after carefully looking at the items that could make a profit, if he exchanged them, the remaining reputation points would not be enough to exchange the mage certificate and the array initiation at the same time. No way. He rubbed his head and sighed helplessly. He could only settle for the second best and change to another one. The Void Source Array initiation is a must. Another option is the Enchanter Professional Scroll. A total of 16,000 reputation and 30 gold are consumed, and 6,000 reputation is left, which can be exchanged for some good things. Precision Piercer requires 2,000 reputation and 5 gold. Giant Fire Element Summoning Scroll requires 3,000 reputation and 5 gold. The Giant Fire Element summoned by the scroll is an extraordinary creature with extremely strong combat power. Precision Piercer is a longbow, which he can equip now. Although it cannot fully exert its power without the archer's skill and expertise, it is at least a rare equipment with strong attributes. After completing the selection, Chu Cheng came to the quartermaster and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I need to exchange the Enchanter Professional Scroll and the Void Source Force Array initiation, as well as the Precision Piercer and Giant Fire Element Summoning Scrolls." The quartermaster looked up, with a hint of surprise on his face. "You worship the reputation? Which class are you from? What's your name?" Chu Cheng directly shared his panel reputation column and replied respectfully, "Chu Cheng, from class 5. Imohan adjusted his glasses, with a hint of surprise and a hint of admiration on his face. "It's been less than a month, and you worship the reputation so quickly. It's rare. Void Source Force Array initiation and Enchanter Major, right? No problem." The teacher stood up and waved to the side. A soldier came over. He gave a few instructions to the soldier to take over the shift, and turned back to Chu Cheng and said, "Come with me." Chu Cheng immediately followed. As soon as the two left, one of the many students who were exchanging reputations looked up, his face full of surprise. "You opened the communication. Boss son, guess what I saw? Chu Cheng from class 5 has become a worship person." "What? Are you sure?" "Absolutely true. I heard it all. Somewhere in the Cross Fortress, Sun Yu quickly found Pan Yu and told him the news, saying in a deep voice, 'He has become a worship person so quickly, he is a big threat.' Pan Yu also nodded and said, 'He is indeed a threat. He can compete with us for the first place. No, we have to find a way to stop his momentum. We must not let him take the first place. That thing can only belong to our class.' Do you have a solution?" "Not now, but there is still enough time. Find a few of them to discuss it." "Okay." Outside the military camp, Imohan took Chu Cheng straight to the center of the Cross Fortress. He asked in surprise, "Are we going to the Mage Tower?" Imohan nodded. Most of the worship reputation items are in the Mage Tower. 15 minutes later, the two appeared in front of the Mage Tower. Chu Cheng looked up at the Mage Tower surrounded by a powerful energy aura, full of awe. Relatively speaking, the combat power of the mage profession is indeed far superior to that of the kitchen knife profession. Even if they are both top professions, the physical department is basically no match for the mage. Chapter 54. Imohan is a member of the school faculty, but he does not lead the class. His main job is to maintain the stability of this copy. His profession is a mage, with a reputation of worship in the Cross Fortress, and he is also a member of the Mage Tower in the fortress. He has certain authority in the Mage Tower, and directly teleports Chu Cheng to the Mage Tower. "I will take you to see the Tower Master later. Don't walk around or move anything." "Okay." In addition, the so-called Void Source Power initiation is to use the magic circle to attract void energy. How much attributes can be improved in the end depends on your absorption amount. Specifically, it is. As they talked, the two had already reached the 3rd floor of the tower. On both sides of the luxurious gate stood a human-shaped steel golem, with a level of up to level 45, a terrifying template. Wow, this strength! Imohan pushed the door open and entered a luxurious hall. Standing at the door was a maid-dressed girl who bowed respectfully to Imohan and said, "The master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Chu Cheng's eyes fell on the girl, and the attribute he obtained was Magic Puppet Maid, Horror Level 48, 26,000 HP. The girl led them around the screen behind the hall and through the corridor. There was another room behind. There was a faint magic aura at the door, and a small teleportation platform in the room. Under the guidance of the girl, he passed through the light film and entered the room. Imohan took him to the teleportation platform. The magic aura flashed, and the space lost weight slightly, and returned to its original state. It had been teleported to another space. An empty hall, surrounded by stone pillars carved with magic runes, with a huge magic circle in the center. There was no ceiling above, but an empty void, with stars flashing on the top. Observatory? It was clearly daytime, but it was like night here and there. No sun could be seen, only stars in the sky. On the other side of the magic circle, there was a laboratory table and many instruments. An old man in a robe was fiddling with something. As soon as they were teleported up, the old man turned around. It turned out to be an old man with an old face and white hair, which perfectly matched his stereotype of high-level magicians. My friend, you came at the right time. I just discovered a special phenomenon. Maybe you can come and see it. Emohan nodded, left a warning to Chu Chung not to move, and then got together with the old magician to study. The two of them got together to study and talk fiercely, completely leaving Chu Chung aside. Of course, he didn't dare to move. He knew that some old magicians in many copies had very strange personalities, and would punish you if they didn't agree with him. With nothing to do for a while, he could only look around. This is the observatory on the top floor of the Mage Tower, which is specially used to observe the stars in the void. In addition, there are too many instruments around that are related to stargazing. It can be seen that the owner of the Mage Tower should be proficient in astrology and prophecy. There is a huge magic circle in the center of the observatory, with complex magic patterns on it. The magic circle has not been opened yet, but from time to time you can see the magic light flowing through the magic circle patterns. Unfortunately, he is not a mage, has not learned meditation, and has not read any magic books. He knows nothing about this magic circle, and can't see anything. After watching for a while, he felt quite bored. He quietly opened the communication panel to find someone to chat, but found that the communication function could not be turned on in the Mage Tower. Okay. Shrugged helplessly, and began to be in a daze. I didn't know how long I was wandering in the sky, and suddenly I heard a voice in my ears, "Wake up!" When I came back to my senses, I saw that the two mages had finished their conversation and walked over. The old mage looked at Chu Chung indifferently, and Emohan introduced him on the side. He has made great contributions to the fortress, and he is rewarded with a Void Source Power Array initiation. You need to take action once. The old mage nodded, turned around and said, "Let him enter the array, check his spirit first, and determine the limit of his bearing." Emohan immediately gave Chu Chung a look, and he immediately walked to the central array. The old mage stretched out his hand and tapped in the void, and a series of magical auras flew out and fell. The array suddenly lit up, and all the array patterns lit up as if they were powered on. The hazy light rose up and enveloped him in it, and streams of light rose from the void and revolved around him. Huh? The old mage looked up at Chu Chung, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and asked Emohan beside him. His innate spirit and intelligence are very high, why doesn't he become a mage? Emohan was also surprised, and asked back, "Is it very high?" "They have reached the limit of human beings." Emohan immediately asked Chu Chung, "Your initial spirit and intelligence are so high, why don't you become a mage?" Chu Chung spread his hands after hearing this. "I have no money, my father did not prepare a high-level professional certificate for me." "You are talking nonsense." Emohan was a little annoyed, and opened his mouth to look like he wanted to say something, but it was probably the wrong place, so he didn't say anything in the end. The old mage on the other side naturally didn't say anything, and said, "You adjust your state, and open the void magic circle later." Emohan also warned, "The void array will last at least a quarter of an hour. The more void source power you can bear, the longer the time, the more free attribute points you will get. Try to hold on as long as possible." "I will." As the old mage stretched out his hand and pressed it, the magic power poured into the array, and a feeling of oppression that made Chu Chung arise spontaneously. The array has been opened. He could clearly feel the changes in the surrounding void, and the space seemed to be thinning. No, to be precise, as the array was opened, his position was changing, moving from the Mage Tower to the edge of the realm, and there was only a thin layer of crystal wall separating him from the chaotic void, and this thin layer of crystal wall would disappear when the array was fully open to extract the void source power. Although he was not a mage, Chu Chung also understood some basic rules in the chaotic world. The so-called chaotic world is actually a chaotic world composed of countless large and small realms, just like the bottomless abyss in the multiverse in the D&D worldview. No, to be precise, it is more chaotic than the abyss, and all the realms are squeezed together. Strictly speaking, the human main world is also part of the chaos world, and one of the chaos realms. When the chaos realm descended, it meant that the human main world was captured by the chaos realm. Humans descended to the Chaos Realm for 10,000 years, which also means that the human main world is integrating into the Chaos Realm. Today's human main world is completely part of the Chaos Realm. It's just that the human main world is too huge, and both the size and the origin of the realm are far beyond the many large and small copy worlds they descended. According to the observations of many human sages and many powerful people who have achieved gods and demons for tens of thousands of years, the human main world is not unique in the Chaos Realm. In other places in the Chaos Realm, there are also main worlds and races that are favored by the laws of the Chaos Realm, like the human main world. They can also obtain the Chaos Mark and awaken the body of the database law. Chapter 55. Humans are not unique. These alien races that are also favored by the law of chaos also have digitalized law bodies and unimaginable potential. They are the mortal enemies of human civilization and must be killed on sight. In fact, human civilization has discovered several alien races that are also favored by the law of chaos and have destiny, and have been fighting for thousands of years. However, these situations are too high level and cannot be understood by small shrimps, like them, who have not even graduated from college. At this stage, it is basically impossible to contact them, and there is no need to understand or worry about them. At this stage, what they have to do is to find ways to improve their strength. When their strength is strong enough, they will naturally understand. The speed of opening the magic circle is not fast. After about 2 minutes, Chu Cheng suddenly felt the void shake violently, and the surrounding space was broken, revealing the vast starry sky. Then, the stars in the starry sky above his head lit up and changed, like a meteor dragging a long tail of flames and light falling towards him. Chu Cheng saw a meteor falling straight towards him with his naked eyes, and subconsciously closed his eyes. The next second, he felt something penetrate into his body, and then exploded into countless streams that merged into his limbs and bones. But he could also feel that only part of the stream of light that merged into his limbs and bones merged into his body, and the other part did not merge into his body, but was dispersed out of his body through the pores. At this moment, he had a clear understanding in his heart that this falling star was the source of void power, and as long as it could be absorbed by the body, it could be converted into attribute points. The more the body absorbs, the more attribute points will be converted. As the meteors were pulled down by the void array, Chu Cheng kept feeling something merging into his body, and there was a faint sense of fullness and satiety. This feeling was very comfortable and intoxicating. According to what Emohan said, how much you can improve depends on how much you can absorb. Generally, if you can absorb more than half, all attributes can be improved by more than 10 points, which is extremely rare. My current absorption rate has exceeded half, so these 20 golds are considered quite good. Just as he was thinking about it, the golden finger light ball in his mind, which had been silent since the first awakening, suddenly lit up automatically, followed by a strong attraction. The void source power that penetrated into his body was sucked by a strong attraction, and all sank into the light ball. This is... Chu Cheng was not surprised but happy. Is it going to advance? When he awakened the golden finger, Chu Cheng knew very well that the golden finger that was first awakened was only in the basic state, not complete. It's just that there was nothing at that time. The golden finger had been accumulated for so many years before it was opened, and there was no spare energy to go further. Now, using the void array to extract the void source power, the light ball in his mind was like a sweet dew after a long drought, and began to extract the void source power frantically. In other words, can this void source power charge his golden finger? If the void source power can charge, what about the realm source power? The two are essentially the same, so it should work. But he doesn't have the realm source power in his hand now, so he can't try it. He can only guess. If he can get it in the future, he can try it. As for now, Chu Cheng looked up with anticipation. I don't know if it was affected by the golden finger, but he found that there seemed to be many more stars lighting up in the sky above his head, and the lighting speed was getting faster and more stars were falling. This change also attracted the attention of the two mages outside the magic circle. Emohan asked in surprise, Sir Ellen, has this void magic circle been adjusted? The old wizard was also surprised. No, there is only one possibility for this situation. He has a very high talent and a very high affinity for void energy. He is a very good wizard seedling. Just after the old wizard finished speaking, he suddenly saw the magic circle suddenly brighten, an invisible wave spread out, and the invisible void energy exploded, sweeping over them like a tide. The two wizards' faces changed, and they saw the starry sky above their heads suddenly brighten. In an instant, more than 10 times the stars lit up, and a meteor shower fell under their eyes. Dense meteors fell from the void, and when they reached the top of the observatory, they gathered to form a dazzling funnel and poured into the magic circle. The starlight was dazzling, and Chang's figure could no longer be seen clearly. This is... The two mages were shocked. Imo-Han looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, I think we need to stop the magic circle. Master Eileen stretched out his hand and pressed it. Shao Qing shook his head, with a somewhat ugly expression. It is not feasible. Too much void source power is extracted in a short period of time. If it is forcibly stopped, the violent void source power will directly impact the mage tower. Can't it be transferred to the energy pool? I am already doing this, but the energy pool has a limit to storage. Imo-Han wanted to say something, but was stopped by Master Eileen. He said excitedly, Don't you think this is a good thing? It can cause such a big change, which means that he has a very special place. This is the favorite of some beings in the void. I can use this to communicate with those void beings and perhaps establish a stable connection. No! Imo-Han immediately refused sternly. He is the best student in the school, and the principal will not agree to you doing this. The look in Master Eileen's eyes kept changing, trying to persuade him. This is a very good opportunity. He may not be in danger. He may even have a chance to gain the favor of some powerful beings and become their followers. Imo-Han said firmly, I say no. Okay. Alan sighed and shrugged. After a pause, he said, but according to his current situation, he will soon attract some gazes in the void, and there will definitely be danger. Why not? Let him decide for himself, and you are not allowed to guide him in any way. Okay. The two mages silently watched the scene that was like a backflow of the galaxy, and looked up at the starry sky from time to time. As mages with extremely strong mental power, they could already vaguely feel that there were obscure gazes from the depths of the starry sky. There are two gazes. As the master of the Mage Tower, Master Eileen used the power of the Mage Tower to expand his perception dozens of times, and could clearly perceive the will in the void. Imo-Han had no expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, Whether he can resist the temptation is his business. Anyway, we don't allow human interference. What a pity for this opportunity. Master Eileen looked at the dazzling void array with regret, and murmured, I don't know if he is lucky or unlucky. In the dazzling void array, Chu Cheng has entered a deep meditation state at this time. It's not that he took the initiative to enter, but the golden finger was finally officially activated after absorbing enough void source power. His consciousness has entered the golden finger light ball in his mind at this time. To outsiders, it seems that he has entered a deep meditation. Chapter 56. Your golden finger absorbs enough source power, and officially advances to the first stage. Okay, the above is Chu Cheng's joke. In fact, there is no such prompt on the data panel. But it is true. After absorbing 100 units of source power, the mysterious light ball in his mind was officially opened and officially unlocked the first stage. Without the system prompt, he naturally knew that there were two abilities obtained after unlocking the first stage. The first ability, add 1 to all attributes for each level up, and readjust according to the level. That is to say, he is now at level 25, and all attributes increase by 25 points. The second ability, randomly choose one of 3 new talents, or upgrade the original talent. Chu Cheng's choice will be discussed later. There is no time limit for this, and you can choose it at any time. Chu Cheng is now accepting the power of the golden finger to transform himself, and he is not in the mood to make a choice for the time being. These two abilities are obvious changes. In fact, there are many changes that are not displayed, such as the optimization of skill learning. Now not only the proficiency of weapon skills is improved faster, but also the effect of the golden finger is more expanded, and even professional skills have begun to take effect. Among them, weapon skills can only be improved in actual combat. Now, you can also improve weapon skill proficiency by practicing by yourself, but the effect is not as good as actual combat. In addition, the improvement of skills and expertise is more detailed. The evolution of skills and expertise tends to fit his current profession and talent, and the improvement is also further. Although it is not possible to strengthen intermediate skills to top skills at once, the enhanced ones must be the best among advanced skills, and more in line with his current abilities. In short, this upgrade is a comprehensive upgrade, and there is no earth-shaking qualitative change. It is normal, after all, it is only the first stage. After understanding the changes after the golden finger is officially opened, Chu Cheng calmed down and carefully felt his own continuous growth. Under the control of the golden finger, a steady stream of void source power was extracted and integrated into the body, strengthening his strength in all directions, and all attributes continued to rise. Until a certain moment, Chu Cheng suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, Open the attribute panel. The next second, a light curtain that only he could see popped up, showing name, Chu-Chung. Race, human. Level 25. Talent, space refraction LV1. Features, extraordinary constitution, epic, extraordinary agility, epic. Main attributes, constitution 78, strength 89, agility 72, perception 39, intelligence 35, spirit 35. Secondary attributes, toughness 20, reflex 24, willpower 7, life regeneration plus 15 per second. Health, 1280 points. Stamina, 1280 points. Mana, 350 points. Melee attack, 89 plus 21, slash, 89 plus 20 stab. Ranged attack, none. Physical defense, 10% plus 21 points. Magic resistance, 13%. Movement speed, 212 points. Basic skills, dagger mastery, one-handed sword mastery, one-handed axe mastery, fist mastery, gun mastery, bow entry, throwing mastery, dual-wielding weapon mastery. Occupational skills, swiftness LV5, intermediate, frenzy LV5, intermediate, power slam LV5, intermediate, blade storm LV2, advanced, thunder shock LV5, advanced, raging sea LV1, advanced, blood god body LV1, top, life occupations, primary fishing, primary first aid, primary cooking. Remaining free attribute points, 50 points. Remaining skill points, 1 point. Strong. It can only be said that he is very strong. Even elite professionals with advanced or even top-level professions above level 30 are not as good as him in terms of attributes. 6 attributes, 25 points each, equivalent to an increase of 150 attributes. Normally, 5 free attribute points are added for each level upgrade, which requires 30 levels to have so many. Attribute points are the most intuitive thing to reflect your personal strength. With a stronger physique, your vitality will be significantly stronger. The gap between strength and agility is more intuitive. When the attributes are strong enough, you will have confidence in facing any situation, and when the attributes are strong in all aspects, you will appear to be more at ease, and will not have any shortcomings. What makes Chu-Chung even more happy is that the attribute points added by his golden finger are not acquired extra, but counted on the initial attributes. That is to say, he is now level 25, and all attributes are increased by 1 for each level upgrade, which means that his initial attribute is not 10 points, but 35 points, which has exceeded the limit of the human race. The mage profession requires an initial spirit and intelligence of more than 9 points each. His initial, or innate, spirit and intelligence are both 35 points, which is not enough to describe him as a genius. It is worth mentioning that innate attributes are not affected by resetting points. Resetting points with the water of the sticks will only reset the acquired free attribute points back to the initial state, such as those added by upgrading, free attribute points obtained by the plot, etc. I am so powerful now. He laughed wildly in his heart, and at the same time, his consciousness fell on the talent, preparing to study whether to upgrade the existing talent or add a new talent. Let's see what talents can be brushed out if I choose the second talent. Chu-Cheng's mind moved, his eyes blurred for a while, and several lines of data appeared. He looked at it carefully. At this moment, a huge evil will that could not be detected by the naked eye suddenly smashed the light curtain in front of him and hit his forehead. He subconsciously leaned back with a tactic. And then leaned back again. Lie still. The skin on his body quickly turned gray and white like stone, and his pupils turned black, like a black hole. Here it comes! Outside the magic circle, the two mages all sensed the huge and fleeting evil will. The two of them looked closely at the figure in the magic circle that was shrouded by the void source power. In their powerful perception, 2 different will fluctuations appeared on Chu-Chung. Now it's up to him. Imo-Han's voice stopped abruptly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. At this moment, he sensed another extremely huge will falling into Chu-Cheng's body with the backflow of stars. Before he could decide whether to intervene, the sky above the observatory suddenly lit up again, and an invisible pressure descended, sinking directly into the inverted stars. The third one. Even the knowledgeable Master Ellen was shocked at this time, muttering, "This is not normal. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to attract the attention of so many void wills unless... Unless what? Unless this time the void source power is infused into his body, activating the hidden talent in his body, and this talent is extraordinary, and has a great attraction to these void wills." Imo-Han frowned and said, "But he has awakened his talent, which is a defensive talent, so he will not attract these void wills. But he can have a second talent. Mo-Han was silent, because this possibility did exist. Not to mention two talents, human civilization has entered the Chaos Era for tens of thousands of years, and people with 3 or even 4 talents have appeared at the same time. Although extremely rare, it does exist. I hope you can handle it yourself. In this situation, Mo-Han had no choice. Chapter 57. So, this is the so-called Void Evil Will? Chu Qingyi looked at the wills trapped in the network constructed by countless streams of light in his mind, and they didn't look that scary. When this evil will first descended, it was indeed very powerful, but when it entered his sea of consciousness and rushed straight to his soul, the light ball in his mind exploded to form a light network cage. After these powerful wills passed through the gaps between the network cages, their auras plummeted in an instant, as if they were completely suppressed by something, and they became weaker as time went by, as if they were worn away by some force. One by one, powerful void wills descended, and one by one, they were trapped and unable to escape. Chu Cheng was extremely curious at first, and slowly became numb. Then slowly, as the will that entered first was slowly worn away and disappeared, only a little bit of the remaining essence remained, and he was surprised when his consciousness fell on the remaining essence. Those who can project their consciousness into the void and wander around are at least legendary beings, and there are many demigods and even demon gods among them. Although their essence is not much, it is of super high quality and contains incredible power. These wills were completely consumed, and the remaining essence was a supreme delicacy for other wills, and they were madly fought over and devoured by the remaining wills. But no matter which one was devoured, it could not escape from this cage. Instead, as these wills tore each other apart and consumed each other, they finally completely merged into one essence and slowly merged into his soul. In the eyes of Mo-Han and Master Ellen, the growth of the soul essence was the visible growth and qualitative change of Chu Cheng's soul aura. Can he actually solve these void wills? Both mages were a little surprised. What kind of talent is this? Maybe I can accept another disciple. He doesn't have time to stay here. Buzz! The invisible wave exploded with Chu Cheng as the center. The space around the huge void array suddenly expanded and quickly returned to its original state, but there was an invisible wave that was invisible to the naked eye rising into the sky. The stars in the sky of the void collapsed one after another, and the backflow of starlight also dissipated. The formation was closed, and the top of the observatory slowly returned to calm. When the last trace of void source power merged into the body, Chu Cheng's eyebrows flashed with a brilliant light, slowly condensed into a constantly changing symbol, and slowly faded and disappeared. Void Mark. Void Mark, Chaos, the mark left by the Void Evil, containing magical power. Attribute/passive, attack with intelligence *1 shadow damage. Negative status, enemy of justice, evil follower. Enemy of justice, you are always so untrustworthy in the justice camp, and your initial reputation in the justice camp is cold. Evil follower, you are favored by the higher evil existence, and it is easier to gain the trust of the evil camp. The initial reputation of the evil camp is friendly, and the loyalty check value of evil creatures is reduced by 50%. No need to explain, Chu Cheng naturally knows what this is. The remnants of these void wills, the residual traces left after being trapped, consumed and refined by him, are also a mark, or coordinates. It was mentioned in the theory class that many powerful existences in the Chaos realm projected their consciousness into the void and wandered around. When they encounter a target or realm of interest, they will project a mark in it, and then use this mark as a coordinate to continuously project power, or bewitch, or trick him into falling. The legendary devil tricks mortals into signing soul contracts, and when mortals die, their souls will fall into hell, and fall into the hands of the devil. The situation Chu Cheng encountered just now is similar, except that he has a lot of void wills, and his ending is not very good. The void mark on his body is not a mark left by any devil, but a collection of the residual power of all void wills. The good news is that the wills of these void beings have been completely wiped out, and no void being will project power through this mark to seduce him in the future. The bad news is that after all, the mark is still there, and it will continue to attract various evil creatures to approach him. This approach does not mean anything to him, but it may be regarded as the same kind by these evil creatures, and accordingly, it may also be recognized as an evil creature by the good camp such as the Knight Priest of the True God Church. Under the influence of the void mark, he will slowly lean towards the evil camp, and eventually fall into an evil member. We have to find a time to purify this mark. Chu Cheng was not panicked. This mark can be purified. It can be easily solved by finding a legendary priest. If he was just a native, it might be a little troublesome, but it is not a big problem for the Adventers. The school must have a channel to find a legendary priest. If it doesn't work, it is the same to spend a lot of money to buy a legendary purification scroll. However, this is all for the future. Now a problem is in front of him. The two mages are staring at Chu Cheng with burning eyes, looking him up and down. Imohan asked, "How do you feel? Have you changed in any way?" Another great wizard, Ellen, asked directly, "I can sense that there are a lot of void wills descending into your body. How do you contain so many wills?" Chu Cheng stood up from the magic circle, twisted his joints, exhaled lightly, and said in a deep voice, "This is my secret. Please forgive me for not telling you." This does not need to be explained. He is not his disciple, and he does not ask them for anything. This void magic circle source power initiation is earned by his worship reputation, not given by them, so there is no need to explain to them. The two of them also knew about this, but did not ask any further questions. Instead, Master Ellen looked at him with burning eyes, and said in a tempting tone, "Your spirit and intelligence are very strong. Would you like to become my disciple? Your talent is very strong. You will soon surpass me. When you are promoted to extraordinary in the future, this mage tower will be yours." Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "No." "Why? Isn't it good to be a noble mage?" "No reason. I don't want to be a mage." Chu Cheng flatly rejected the invitation of the great mage and turned to Imohan and said, "Please send me out, teacher." Imohan nodded and said to Master Ellen, who looked a little ugly and had a flickering look in his eyes, "He doesn't want to, don't force him." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and the space shook. Chu Cheng felt a sudden change in the world. When he looked again, he had left the mage tower and appeared in a room with very luxurious decorations. This should be Imohan's residence. He sat down in the main seat, looked at Chu Cheng with a smile, and said, "Very good. Can you tell me how many attributes are increased by the source power infusion?" Chu Cheng immediately replied, 21 points. Imohan's smile became even bigger. "Not bad, very good. It seems that you have the ability to compete for the first place in this joint examination." Chu Cheng subconsciously said modestly, "I dare not think about the first place. I will be in the top 10. "No, you have to think." Chapter 58. Chu Cheng looked up in astonishment and saw Imohan said seriously, "You must fight for this first place." He subconsciously asked, "Why? What's so special about the first place? Isn't it said that 10 elites will be selected for key training? It's enough to get the top 10. At this time, Imohan asked with a strange look on his face, "Didn't your class teacher tell you about the reward for the first place in the joint exam?" No, just let me get the top 10. Imohan. Maybe she thinks you have no chance of getting the first place, so she didn't tell you to add pressure to you. In addition to the top 10, who will be focused on training in this joint exam, the principal will also take out an original hero mark as a reward for the first place in the joint exam. Original hero mark? Chu Cheng was shocked. Yes. Imohan smiled and said, "Since you have heard of it, you should know what it means." Chu Cheng. The original hero mark refers to, or in other words, the normal hero profession needs to obtain a hero mark first, or a hero certificate. The function is the same, and then use the mark or certificate to go to a certain realm to find the hero who issued the mark or certificate. After completing the task issued by the hero and gaining the hero's recognition, you can obtain the hero inheritance and become the corresponding hero profession. Generally speaking, the number of hero inheritances is limited, and only a few can become heroes at the same time. Like those heroes that humans have discovered, the hero inheritances mastered by various institutions will issue a large number of hero marks or certificates to students every year, and each time dozens or even more students will compete for one or more places together. The higher the hero rank, the fewer places there are. First class and even top-level institutions do have hero inheritance and the opportunity to obtain hero certificates, but having certificates is one thing, and whether you can win this opportunity is another. Therefore, the majority of students in higher education institutions are still in conventional professions. Even in first-class institutions, most of them are in advanced professions, accounting for more than 80%. More than 10% are in top professions. Less than half of the hero professions are heroes, only 2 or 3 out of 100. There are 5 levels of heroes, from low to high, namely lower heroes, middle heroes, upper heroes, legendary heroes, and immortal heroes. The types of heroes are roughly divided into 4 categories according to the power system. The first category is bloodline inheritance, at least the powerful bloodline above the legendary status, such as dragon bloodline, giant bloodline, devil, heaven, element, and other special powerful existences. The second category is professional inheritance, such as Sword Saint, Dragon Knight, Fist Saint, and some legendary professions. The third major method is the power of law, the embodiment of the power of law such as fire, frost, killing, anger, strength, time, etc. The average strength of the hero inheritance in this category is the strongest. The fourth major category is comprehensive inheritance, which is all special hero inheritances except the above three categories. The original hero mark refers to the hero mark obtained by special means, which does not belong to the hero mark issued by any hero. It has only one function, called copying. It can copy the power of any hero, and become any hero. Copy the power of a lower level hero, and the forming template is the lower level hero. Copy the power of a higher level hero, and the forming template is the higher level hero. If you can copy the power of a legendary hero, the forming template is a legendary hero. In other words, this thing can theoretically become a hero of any level, including extremely powerful immortal heroes. However, the premise of copying is to complete the tasks issued by the hero to obtain its hero inheritance, and you still have to compete with others. The biggest use of the original hero mark is to give you an opportunity to compete for a high-level hero inheritance, not to directly give you a high-level hero inheritance. It is equivalent to a master key, which can forcibly jump the queue to match any hero inheritance. But this is already very strong. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to obtain a lower-level hero mark. With this, you can directly compete for the legendary hero inheritance. So as long as I get the first place in this joint exam, I can get this original hero mark? Yes. I wonder if there is a standard for this first place, how to evaluate, and whether this quota has been internally determined. Mo Han shook his head and said, there is no internal determination, and there is no specific standard. It is evaluated by the school committee and the head teachers of each class. Basically, it depends on performance. The higher the accumulated points and authority, the higher the score. He looked at Chu Cheng and smiled. You are the first to worship reputation, which is also a great plus. At this stage, your score should be in the first echelon. Chu Cheng was surprised. Isn't this the first? It is possible to be the first, but the gap with others has not widened. He explained, like Class 1 united early and fully supported those few. Although their reputation is not yet worshipped, they have accumulated more than 20 points and a few authorities in this month. The comprehensive evaluation will not be worse than yours. Chu Cheng had nothing to say. He only had 7 points and no authority at all. There is no way. If you only brush your reputation without brushing boss, your points and permissions will definitely not be high. But it is not a big problem. Now that your reputation is worshipped, there is no need to brush small monsters later. You can find a way to brush boss and do more big things, especially the big plot of the Blackwater River battle in a month. If you operate well, you can brush 50 points and 3 permissions in one go, and you can catch up instantly. There are 2 big plots in this joint exam. If you seize both opportunities and get hundreds of points, you will basically be safe this time. The people in Class 1 are indeed very strong, but they can't treat small monsters as nothing like him. They need to take huge risks to kill the key big boss in the plot to change the plot, while he can kill a large number of soldiers, like the Black Sail Pirates copy to change the battle situation and gain influence on the key plot. This method, which is similar to the bug-like method, can only be operated by him. It is both easy and risky. Chu Cheng didn't stay with Mo Han for long. He chatted for a while, and left after receiving the remaining 3 items. Back to the temporary residence, Chu Cheng took out 3 things. First, learn the enchanter profession, equip the precision piercer, and save the giant fire element summoning scroll. Giant fire element summoning scroll. 15 seconds to guide the casting. Summon a level 60. Terrifying template giant fire element from the fire element realm. The fire element obeys your command, and lasts for 60 minutes. Precision piercer, rare/red, equipment type, range/longbow. Equipment requirements, level 20, strength 35, agility 35. Basic range, 70 meters. Basic attack, 58 piercing. Additional attributes, agility +6. Additional attributes, armor penetration +12. Additional features, precision LV1, trajectory correction +1 meter. Evaluation, a killing weapon that can automatically correct the trajectory. I need to get 1 or 2 long-range skills to coordinate. Chu Cheng already had an idea in mind. A charge attack and a continuous shot were just right for his current situation. Chapter 59. By the way, my talent has not been upgraded yet. Chu Chung called out the attribute panel again. His eyes fell on the talent column, and he immediately knew in his mind that he could choose to add new talents or upgrade existing talents. He did not hesitate and called out, "Check new talents." The next second, a light screen appeared in front of him, and 3 new talents appeared in front of him. Option 1. Fury Blast LV1. Each attack will apply a Fury mark to the target, causing it to receive more damage than the last attack, lasting 15 seconds. Hint: each damage increases by 20 points, and each hit refreshes the duration of the Fury mark, limited to physical attacks. Hint: Fury mark can be dispelled, with priority at the domain level. Option 2. Gift of Relief LV1. Your attack has a certain probability of applying a destruction mark to the enemy unit, and this attack will cause a devastating critical hit. Hint: the probability of applying a destruction mark is 15%, and a critical hit. Hit damage 300%, limited to physical attacks and physical-related skills. Tip: destruction mark can be dispelled, priority is domain level. Option 3. Void Mark LV1. Apply Void Mark to the target, reduce the target's physical defense by 20 points and magic resistance by 20%, making the target unable to be invisible, unable to teleport, unable to flash, and unable to heal, lasting for 30 seconds. Tip: Void Mark can be dispelled, priority is domain level. 2 familiar old talents, 1 new talent. Looking at the name of the new talent, Chu Chung suspected that it was affected by the previous Void Source Power initiation. Being hit by those Void evil creatures with a Void Mark, a Void Mark talent was spawned. Not so good. Chu Chung shook his head, his eyes fell on the existing talent, and his mind moved, upgrade Spatial Refraction. The next second, the Spatial Refraction talent flashed, and it was upgraded from LV1 to LV2, and its attributes also changed greatly. Space Refraction LV2 forms a space crystal wall around the body, absorbs 100 points of total damage, and rebounds to up to 10 enemies within a radius of 100 meters, and obtains the skill Space Mark. Space Mark. Apply a Space Mark to a target. The target cannot be invisible. Each physical attack causes 100 points of additional damage to the target, and teammates cause 50 points of additional damage to the target. Tip: there can only be 1 Space Mark at a time, and it disappears after leaving the body 10 kilometers. Tip: both the rebound damage and the additional damage are pure damage, ignoring physical defense and spell resistance, and are full damage. Tip: the talent can be turned on and off freely, and the rebound target can be controlled. Tip: this talent cannot be dispelled or sealed, and the priority is domain level. Chu Chung was surprised. It actually derived a new skill. It seems to be the newly derived Void Mark talent. The book is right. The power of the upgraded talent will be greatly improved. The 2 talents will indeed be much stronger, but it will not be a qualitative change. But if you upgrade a talent, its power will change qualitatively. Originally it only absorbed 30 points of damage, but after upgrading, it instantly absorbed 100 points of all damage, and the rebound range was also expanded many times, and the comprehensive power was a qualitative change. Being able to upgrade the talent by 1 level at the most critical moment of the joint examination, Chu Chung was full of expectations for the dungeon plot in the near future. I've got the first place in the joint exam. After closing the panel, Chu Chung smiled slightly, and his thoughts began to diverge and fly to other places. The first step is to make some money, while continuing to brush up reputation. He spent all his money on buying those things with worship reputation. Now he has less than 1 gold, and there is a big gap. And now there is plenty of time, so he can continue to brush up some reputation to buy reputation items. His reputation has been brushed to worship, and the reputation consumed will not affect the reputation level, and the reputation level will not drop due to consumption. As long as he has enough reputation and money, he can continue to exchange for worship reputation items. But at this stage, there are not many places nearby that are suitable for large-scale reputation brushing. It has been a month since entering the dungeon. The targets that are easy to solve near the Golden Wasteland have been killed by them. The remaining ones are either too remote or too hard to chew. For example, there are several large alien tribes deep in the northern and western wastelands. It is even bigger than the previous Centaur tribe. The tribe leaders are all big bosses with a horror template of more than 40 levels. They are very powerful. Even if his talent is upgraded, he may not be able to do anything. Each of these big tribes can brush thousands of reputations, 5 to 10 points of points, and may have 1 point of authority. The treasure chest of the boss, with a horror template of more than 40 levels, will definitely produce red rare equipment, or props of the same level. It seems that you can try it. As long as you can solve one, the profit will be at least 10 gold. Chu Cheng is also a decisive person. He does what he says. He contacted the material transportation team of the outpost early the next morning and prepared to follow the team to the northern outpost. He spent 10 silver coins to get a seat and sat in the ox cart full of goods. As soon as he followed the convoy out of the north gate of the cross fortress, he saw a team waiting outside the north gate and joined the convoy. Then 2 people came directly to Chu Cheng's ox cart and sat on it. Sun Yu? The people who came were the first team, a total of 12 people, led by Sun Yu and Pan Yu. After getting on the bus, Sun Yu sat opposite Chu Cheng and asked with a smile, I heard that the school has invested a lot of resources in this joint exam, and a lot of good things that were not previously available have been added to the items of worship reputation. Chu Cheng has quietly gained the worship reputation. We are very curious about what good things are in it. I wonder if Chu Cheng is willing to help us solve the puzzle. Come to me on purpose? Chu Cheng smiled and said, There are indeed a lot of good things, 3 rare equipment, all weapons, a mage professional certificate, 3 advanced professional certificates, some gems, scrolls, mounts, and the most valuable is a chance to infuse the source power of the void array, which can improve attributes. The expressions of several people froze, and Sun Yu immediately asked, Is that void array still there? Chu Cheng shook his head. There is only 1 quota, I used it. Okay. You can clearly see the shock in his eyes. However, the shock was fleeting, and Sun Yu smiled again, saying, Student Chu Cheng is returning to the northern outpost this time to continue to improve his reputation? Yes. As far as I know, most of the small and medium-sized tribes in the entire Golden Wasteland have been wiped out, and only the large tribes are left. I think student Chu Cheng should not be able to solve it alone. Chu Cheng glanced at him and said lightly, What do you want to say? Sun Yu smiled and said, Our team is going back this time to do something big. The failure of the previous attack on the Blackstone Fortress made us realize that our strength is still insufficient. It is too difficult to directly attack such a military fortress. It is better to change to a slightly easier target. Chapter 60. Classmate Chu Cheng is very talented and is suitable for dealing with large-scale monsters. Our team is full of elites and is very experienced in dealing with boss. Let's unite and work together, wouldn't it be great? Chu Cheng. No, I refused so directly at the beginning. Why did you invite me? Moreover, you invited me again, and your purpose is so obvious, which makes me... Are you treating me as a fool? Chu Cheng was a little speechless, and at the same time, he also wondered if they were too arrogant and wanted to cheat people so blatantly. Since he learned from teacher Imohan about the biggest Easter egg of this joint exam, he can be 100% sure that this group of people have bad intentions and have been trying to eliminate competitors. In terms of strength, Class 1 is the strongest, but it cannot be 100% guaranteed that they can get the first place. There is no absolute in the world. Accidents may happen at any time, and the plot of accidentally getting opportunities to rise up happens from time to time. Chu Cheng has gained the reputation of worship in just 1 month, which is a great plus point and has posed a huge threat to them. They will definitely not let him continue to grow. Chu Cheng pinched his chin. We have to find a way to get rid of them. He didn't respond for a long time, and Sun Yu's face visibly fell, and his face was constantly changing. Just when Chu Cheng came to his senses and was about to refuse, he saw Sun Yu's face fall. It seems that you know something. Well, let's not beat around the bush. 20 gold. As long as you give up the competition for the first place in this joint exam, I will give you 20 gold. Only 20 gold? Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows and sneered. Are you kidding me? How much do you want? Just tell me the number. 100 gold. Chu Cheng asked for a number that they would never agree to. Sun Yu stood up. Are you kidding? Chu Cheng said calmly. You are the one who joked first. Then we can't reach an agreement. Ha ha. Chu Cheng chuckled. You asked me to tell you the number, and I said it, and then I turned hostile. Who can't reach an agreement? At this time, Pan Yu, who had been sitting on the side without saying anything, said, 100 gold is definitely impossible. How about 40 gold? This number is definitely very sincere. 100 gold, not a penny less. Pan Yu narrowed her eyes and stared at Chu Cheng. Xiaoqin stood up and said calmly, Since we can't reach an agreement, forget it. After saying that, she got out of the car and left. The anger on Sun Yu's face beside him also disappeared, and he left without saying a word. Goodbye. Chu Cheng's smile had disappeared, and his expression was solemn. It can be expected that after this fallout, they will definitely find ways to interfere with him, and find ways to solve him. This is entirely possible. Although the school does not allow students to fight each other, the rules are dead, but people are alive. If they cannot fight directly, They can fight indirectly in other ways. It's like they joined forces with the elites of other classes to attack the Blackstone Fortress before. They just adjusted the formation, supported slowly, let the boss pass, and made a spell error when they were at the rear, and they solved a bunch of competitors. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a problem, but they couldn't do anything about it. And the most important thing is that the school does not prohibit this behavior. The school does not allow students to fight each other means that they directly fight and kill each other. Conspiracies and tricks are not encouraged, but they are not opposed. You can do it, but you can't be caught. The school trains them, not just a group of reckless men. They should act uprightly, but also understand conspiracy. So Chu Cheng can be sure that Sun Yu and his men will definitely find a way to target him next. Put yourself in Sun Yu's shoes. If I were Sun Yu, he would definitely watch me to death at the northern outpost next time. He would follow me wherever I go and not let me do anything. So I have to get rid of him. Chu Cheng smiled slightly, looked at the wilderness outside, glanced at the eyes on the car in front, and lay down again. The convoy continued to move forward, and it was quiet all the way, with only the sound of the carriage moving and the occasional roar of beasts in the wilderness on both sides of the road. After an unknown period of time, when the convoy passed a section of road with particularly lush trees and weeds on the side of the road, Chu Cheng said to the ox cart driver that he was going to pee, then jumped off the car and walked to the side of the road, lifting up his pants to pee. Hu Chen, who was responsible for monitoring him on the ox cart in front, glanced at him and subconsciously retracted his gaze. After talking to his companion for a few words, he looked over again, but his face changed. Chu Cheng, who had just urinated on the side of the road, was gone, and only the weeds on the side of the road were shaking. Fuck, he ran away. He immediately jumped onto the top of the ox cart, and looked down to see a figure quickly leaving in the grass. At this time, the other people also reacted. Seeing Chu Cheng fleeing quickly, Pan Yu sneered and said to the person behind him, "Ziyuan, you are the fastest, follow quietly, don't expose yourself." A man wearing exquisite leather armor nodded, and quietly got into the grass. "The rest of you are ready to go, follow behind." Pan Yu and Sun Yu jumped off the ox cart, and the group also entered the jungle. Su Ziyuan's profession is a shadow stalker. With strong tracking ability, he can't run away. Pan Yu said indifferently, "Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame us for being rude, you will be honest after dying once." In the wilderness, Chu Cheng directly activated the LV5 swiftness, running wildly, without a target, at his own super high speed of 230%. The powerful force knocked away everything in front of him, like a whale splitting the sea surface, and rushed out a long line in the dense grass. After rushing out more than 1,000 meters in one breath, he began to jump continuously, specializing in 100% jump distance bonus, and could jump more than 20 meters away each time. Doing so can reduce the traces left behind and increase the difficulty of tracking later. It's a pity that there is no floating or flying skills, otherwise you can get away without leaving any traces. Jumping wildly, constantly adjusting the direction, after rushing out more than 10 kilometers in one breath, he saw the broad Blackwater River. The Blackwater River is the largest river in the Cross Wasteland dungeon. From north to south, it divides the entire dungeon into two, east and west. The Cross Fortress and the northern outpost are both in the west, and most of the human towns and villages are also in the west. The east is the territory of the orcs. The Blackwater River flows from north to south, and flows into the sea in the southeast corner. There is a neutral goblin city there, called Gear City, which is also a third-party force in the dungeon. The Goblin Master Craftsman is also an extraordinary strongman. If you can destroy the Goblin City in this dungeon, you can also get rewards that are not inferior to 2 large plots. But no one will do that. Humans are originally hostile to orcs, and they can't beat the goblin forces again. Chu Cheng quickly crossed the Blackwater River, which was thousands of meters wide, and then went south, preparing to go to the Goblin City first. Now that he has fallen out with the Sun Yu and Pan Yu team, it will definitely be difficult to go directly to the northern outpost. It is better to avoid the limelight first. Gear City is a neutral force. Everyone starts with a neutral reputation, and it is not easy to gain reputation. Everyone starts from the same starting line. Even if they follow him to Gear City, they can't do anything to him. He doesn't believe that Sun Yu and others will continue to follow him, unless it will benefit others. Chapter 61. Of course, Chu Cheng didn't really want to develop in Gear City, because it couldn't develop there at all. There was no way to worship the reputation of Gear City in the information collected when entering the dungeon. Although there was a way to brush up the reputation in the information, the highest level was revered, and there was no way to worship later. It's not that the information is incomplete, but the conditions are limited. I don't have the conditions to brush up the reputation to worship in Gear City. Gear City is a city ruled by goblins. The goblins are best at engineering manufacturing. The whole city is a huge engineering creation. If you want to stand out there, you must study engineering, and it must be goblin engineering. The reputation gained by non-goblin engineering doing tasks there is very low. If it is goblin engineering, you can get 50% extra reputation. In addition, goblin engineering is very expensive. The various mechanical tools required for learning are very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. If you want to brush up the reputation of worship within 3 months, you must have a lot of money to open the way, and there is only one chance. After all, the engineering major can only be learned once. Chu Chung didn't have any gold on him now, so he had no conditions to study. He planned to get rid of Sun Yu's team through the Gear City, and then take a detour to do something else. Walking downstream along the Blackwater River, he concentrated on hurrying on, not caring whether the people behind him were catching up. He ran from morning to afternoon, and when he was hungry, he ate some dry food and continued to run, even at night. The Golden Wasteland is a grassland as a whole, similar to the African savanna, with rich vegetation, not abundant but sufficient water sources, and a variety of derived creatures. Along the way, wild beasts in the wasteland were seen from time to time, ostrich-like chocobos, groups of wild boars, extremely strong grizzly bears, groups of gray wolves, hundreds or thousands of antelopes, zebras, horned cattle, etc., providing food for lions, beasts such as velociraptors, and alien races. The Blackwater River is thousands of meters wide and very deep, with a large number of crocodiles, snapping turtles, and some ferocious fish living in it. I didn't see any murlocs, but there were murlocs in this copy, but they were not in the Blackwater River, but active on the seashore near the Gear City. It took Chu Chung a whole day to cross the wilderness and enter the sphere of influence of the Gear City. A goblin outpost located on the side of the main road, with a sign of King Commercial Company hanging on the tall stone door. Yes, it's called the company. Because in the Chaos Realm, the goblin race has two completely different groups. One group is the common goblin, including big goblins, small goblins, bear goblins, and other branches. This kind of wild goblin generally exists as a monster or a hostile alien race. The other group is the engineering goblin, whose IQ is much higher than the previous one, and they have mastered very high-end engineering technology. They are good at trade and absolutely neutral. Their business empire is spread across most of the realms, and is very powerful. The goblins in this instance are engineering goblins, also called technology goblins. Many engineering goblin companies gather here and build Gear City. King Commercial Company is one of the largest companies in Gear City. Chu Chung came to the company's base. In his eyes, all the goblins in the base were neutral yellow names. There were 2 exoskeleton armors about 2 meters, and 5 meters tall squatting at the door. They were driven by steam, and the chest compartment was empty. 2 goblin drivers were sitting on the shoulders of the armor and chatting. Seeing Chu Chung coming, the 2 goblin drivers immediately slid into the cockpit, the lid fell, and with the steam gushing behind, the tall armor stood up, the gear saw in his hand turned quickly, and his sharp voice sounded, "Human, tell me why you are here." Chu Chung immediately raised his hand and said, "I heard the Gear City is a miracle in the engineering world. I'm curious and want to go and see it. You have a good eye." The voice was still sharp, but the tone was obviously much softer. "You can go over, but you have to abide by the rules of Gear City." He quickly responded, "Of course." After getting permission, Chu Chung waved his hand and walked between the 2 steam armors. He looked at the armor as he walked, with a look of amazement on his face. "It's not that I'm flattering the goblins, I'm really surprised by these goblin technologies. In the Chaos Realm, the rules restricted the original high-tech development of the Earth, but the goblins studied engineering and thus developed engineering technology that is unique to the goblins, including steam systems driven by steam and magic technology systems driven by magic runes. It is said that all the technological goblins in the entire Chaos Realm are one, belonging to different realms, but all are connected. Just like the Gear City in the Golden Wasteland dungeon, although they are restricted to this realm, their information is not blocked. They can contact the technological goblins in other realms through goblin technology. There are even rumors that the technological goblins in the Gear City have ways to cross the realm, contact, and even enter other realms. Normally, crossing the realm is the patent of legendary strongmen. When the level reaches 70 or above and is promoted to legendary, they can cross the realm crystal wall and enter another realm with their strength. Except for the wizard can do it when he reaches level 50, and is promoted to the extraordinary level. The road after the checkpoint is easier to walk. Not only has the road been widened, but there are street lights on the roadside. The two sides of the road are no longer wastelands, but cultivated farmland. There is a village every few miles. The goblins are farming, but they don't rely on manual labor, but various engineering machinery, with extremely high technological content. Only a small number of goblins, and some machinery, are needed to cultivate large tracts of farmland, and the efficiency is very high. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that Chu Cheng arrived near the Gear City. After passing another checkpoint, he finally arrived at the Gear City, and saw the full view of this goblin city full of fantasy technology. The Gear City was built on the flat sandy land by the sea. The high walls were covered with various war mechanical weapons. To the south was the endless blue sea, and the ships at the port could be vaguely seen. Looking back, Chu Cheng waved his hand and stepped into the city. Although he didn't see anything, he knew that someone was following him. His perception was not low after adding 1 to all attributes at each level after the golden finger was turned on. Normally, no one specifically added perception, and it was generally not high. His 39 perception was already very high. It was impossible for him not to find the tail hanging behind him after a day and a half. He found me. On the main road not far from the Gear City, Su Ziyuan waited until Sun Yu and others arrived, and said this as the first sentence. But Sun Yu didn't care. He looked up at the tall Gear City, pondered for a while, and asked, "I remember that there doesn't seem to be anything good in Gear City?" Pan Yu nodded and said, "There are quite a few good things, but the reputation system of Gear City is not perfect. If you can't get worship, you can't get the best things." Sun Yu smiled and said, "If that's the case, it means that Chu Cheng can't do anything here. Without benefits, he can't stay for long. Let's go, let's follow him, and see how long he can hold on." Chapter 62. Who said I can't stay long? Chu Cheng sat on the chair, threw the fishing rod in his hand into the sea, and took a big gulp of beer beside him. "I want to see how long you can last." After drinking the beer in the cup, he looked back at Sun Yu and Pan Yu who were sitting beside him, and no longer pretending, and laughed. "I can stay at the dock and fish every day. Can you fish every day?" Sun Yu and Pan Yu looked very ugly, but their expressions were stubborn. They gritted their teeth and said, "I don't believe you really fished for 2 months. Then you watch carefully, and see what I can do. Hey, there's a fish on the hook." Quickly grabbed the fishing rod and lifted it. Hey, it's a big fish. He stood up excitedly and began to wrestle with the big creature in the sea. 10 minutes later, a sharp-toothed herring weighing more than 20 kilograms was caught. Tip: Fishing Proficiency +1, your fishing skill is upgraded to intermediate fishing. Really cool. In just 2 days, he caught more than 30 fish, and his fishing skills have accumulated enough proficiency to upgrade. You should know that he fished in the Black Sail Pirates dungeon for half a month before, and his proficiency only increased by 20 to 30 points. Now it has increased by more than 10 points in just 2 days, and the efficiency has increased dramatically. The reason for this is naturally because of the help of the gold finger. The original gold finger skill acceleration effect is not effective for life profession skills such as fishing. Since the official unlocking of the first stage, the function has been improved and has covered all aspects of itself. Even life professions such as fishing can be effective. Keep fishing. Chu Cheng became interested and wanted to see if he could upgrade his fishing skills to advanced or even expert level in this dungeon. Although fishing skills will not improve your strength, they are still quite useful at certain times. When you have a higher level, you may catch some precious fish or even treasures. For example, this sharp-toothed herring weighing more than 20 kilograms that I just caught can be sold for 50 coppers. 2 fishes can be sold for 1 silver. This is not the most expensive. It is written in the information that there are 2 very rare fish in this dungeon. One is the crystal scale fish, which can be sold for 10 silvers, and the other is the dragon scale fish, which can be sold for 1 gold. In addition, the official Gear City purchases dragon scale fish, and one gives 50 points of Gear City reputation, but you have no money after taking the reputation. This is also a good way to brush reputation. In theory, you can use this to brush reputation to worship. Because the purchase of dragon scale fish by Gear City is not limited to this realm, you can buy dragon scale fish in the outside world, and then return to Gear City to brush reputation, and brush it to worship in one go. It's just that the investment is too outrageous. A dragon scale fish costs 50 reputation, and worship reputation requires 20,000, which is equivalent to 400 dragon scale fish and 400 gold. Chu Cheng would not be willing to do this anyway. Wouldn't it be nice to catch 400 dragon scale fish and get 400 gold? He sat peacefully on the dock fishing, and Sun Yu and others who followed him felt uncomfortable. They were able to bear it in the first few days, but as Chu Cheng stayed at the dock fishing day after day, and seemed to be really enjoying it, they couldn't sit still. "We can't continue like this." Pan Yu pinched her eyebrows, and said in a deep voice, "He can stay here fishing without doing anything, but we can't. We still have to brush reputation, accumulate points and scores, and we can't waste time here." Sun Yu was also quite annoyed. "But what can we do if he doesn't leave? Are we going to ignore him? I can't ignore him. So leave one person here to watch him, and the others go." "Who to leave?" "Let's go with Su Ziyuan, he's the fastest. Let him stay for a week, and if he still doesn't leave after a week, we ignore him." "Okay." Chu Cheng didn't know about the departure of Sun Yu's team until the day after they left, but he didn't care, and didn't mean to leave, and continued fishing. After a few days, he found that this fishing skill could really be upgraded to a high level. It used to give 1 or 2 points of proficiency for catching the same fish, and it wouldn't increase in the future, and catching smaller fish wouldn't increase proficiency. It's different now. Now, catching the same fish will give 3 or 4 points at the beginning, and it will still increase after continuous fishing, but it will only increase a little if you catch many fish, and the demand will increase as time goes by. But no matter what, the increase is a qualitative difference. If the variety and quality are not enough, the quantity will make up for it. Just catch a spot and fish hard, you can collect more than 10 proficiency points a day, and sometimes you can get more than 20 proficiency points if you are lucky enough to catch a few big fish. The proficiency of this life profession is 100 points regardless of the level, similar to a percentage. 10 or 20 points a day, you can collect 100 points in a week. If you can still improve like this after reaching the advanced level, and you can upgrade your fishing skills to the expert level here, Chu Cheng thinks it is worth wasting half a month here. After a week, the proficiency was accumulated on time, and the fishing skills were successfully upgraded to the advanced level. Chu Cheng grinned and cast another rod. Just after he lowered the rod and swung it left and right a few times, the float suddenly paused. He subconsciously lifted the rod and felt it was very heavy. Another big fish? He lifted the rod with excitement, but found that this rod was different from usual. Although it was very heavy, it did not have the pulling force of catching a big fish, but was purely heavy. "Did you hook garbage?" The huge force easily lifted the rod, and as a shadow emerged from the water, it was an extremely delicate box, and the fish hooks were hanging on the left and right hooks of the box. "Treasure box?" Several goblins fishing nearby looked over curiously. "Dude, you are so lucky." Chu Cheng smiled. "I am really lucky today." Just after upgrading his skills, he immediately caught another treasure box. He took back the treasure box and lifted it up. It felt very heavy. He wiped the moss and mud on it, revealing the exquisite patterns on the outside, and the box was covered with gold. This treasure chest is of high quality. The treasure chest you catch is different from the loot treasure chest. The value of the loot treasure chest depends on the color, while the value of the regular treasure chest depends on the material and appearance of the box. The better the material and the more exquisite the decoration, the higher the value. This treasure chest has exquisite patterns and gold inside. It is of high quality, and can definitely give you good things. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Su Ziyuan, who immediately tilted his head and focused on his fishing rod. It was too boring to just watch these days, so he also got a fishing rod to fish. It's just that he had never learned fishing before, and his skill level was too low when he just learned it, and he had no experience, so he didn't get anything these days. Chu Cheng smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to press the lock of the treasure chest, and with a slight sound, the treasure chest opened. He looked inside, and showed a happy expression. Su Ziyuan beside him immediately looked over curiously after he turned around. There were 3 things in the treasure chest: a small bag, the open bag mouth exuded a faint red light, a scroll, and a letter. When seeing the bag emitting red light, Chu Cheng was delighted, while Su Ziyuan showed surprise and envy. Chapter 63. Open the box. There are 3 rare magic gems, Sky Sapphire, and a cut magic gem, Dense Sky Sapphire Rare. Dense Sky Sapphire, rare, a cut magic gem, embedded in equipment, add 5 points of physical fitness. Tips, can be embedded in armor, helmet, shield, shoulder, cloak, gloves, belt. Oh! This is a good thing. The cut gem can be directly embedded in the equipment, and the rare quality cut gem can be sold for 2 gold outside. Pick up the scroll again, it is a recipe. Jewelry recipe, Dense Sky Sapphire, rare, effect. Cut a piece of Sky Sapphire into Dense Sky Sapphire, which can be embedded in armor, helmet, shield, shoulder, cloak, gloves, belt, add 5 points of physical fitness. Learning requirements, advanced jewelry cutting. The letter is a task, which is a letter from the owner of the treasure chest to a jewelry processor named Snyder in the Gear City. Chu Chung first asked the goblins fishing at the dock to find out that there was indeed a jewelry processor named Snyder in the city, and then he took the letter and returned to the city. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he would see if this letter could bring him some benefits. He asked the guard for the address, and soon arrived at a 3-story shop on the street in the commercial district of the city. When he entered the shop, there was a sound of wind chimes at the door, and a green-skinned goblin clerk came up and asked, "Dear guest, I am happy to serve you." Chu Chung asked, "I want to find Mr. Snyder." The goblin clerk immediately asked, "There are 2 Snyders in our store. Who are you looking for?" Chu Chung took out the letter and looked at the signature carefully and said, "I'm looking for old Snyder. Please follow me." The goblin clerk took him up to the 2nd floor. "Wait here." Then he shouted in a sharp voice, "Old Mr. Snyder, there is a guest looking for you." Soon, a door on the 2nd floor was pushed open, and an old man wearing glasses walked out. Chu Cheng's eyes fell on the top of his head, and the name of old Snyder appeared. The old man's eyes fell on Chu Chung, and he asked with some confusion on his face, "Does this guest want to order jewelry?" Chu Chung did not say anything polite, and directly took out the treasure chest and opened it, took out the letter inside and handed it over, saying, "I was fishing at the dock today and accidentally caught this treasure chest. There is an unsent letter in it. I learned Mr. Snyder's name from the guard and sent it here specially." "Oh, really? Thank you so much." Old Snyder took the envelope, opened it, and read it carefully. After a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then turned into sadness, with tears in his eyes. Chu Chung had a blank expression on his face. Perhaps this was something that one of his relatives had lost. After reading the letter carefully, old Snyder took off his glasses and wiped his tears, saying, "This is a letter from my son who has been missing for a long time." Chu Chung hurriedly said, "Please accept my condolences." Old Snyder wiped his eyes and put on his glasses again, saying, "The letter mentioned that there is a cut sky blue gem in the box. Can I see it?" Chu Chung was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a while, and took out the cut sky blue gem from his bag and asked, "Is it this one?" "Yes." Old Snyder took the gem and held it in his palm and looked back and forth, tears in his eyes. "My child, you did it." Chu Chung. This scene looks so familiar. It seems to be a classic game plot. There are such plots in many games. Follow the plot, and then... After a while of sadness, old Snyder suddenly said, "Sir, please forgive me for being rude. I want to keep this gem to commemorate my dead son." "Sure enough." Chu Chung nodded without hesitation. "Of course, this is your son's thing. Thank you very much." Chu Chung. After a while, old Snyder was sad enough, put the gem away, and said to him, "I'm sorry to let you listen to the sadness of an old man. You brought back my son's relics. I can't let you go in vain. If you have gems, I can cut them out for you." When Chu Chung heard this, his face lit up, and he hurriedly said, "I do have a few in my hand. Come with me." Following old Snyder into the room he came out of, I found that it was a gem-cutting workshop, and there was a young man inside. The inside check showed that he was a jewelry-cutting apprentice. Old Snyder entered the state immediately after entering, and asked him to get the gems and started cutting. There are 7 gems in total, 4 fine sapphires and 3 rare sky sapphires. "What kind of magic gem do you need to cut?" When old Snyder asked, an interface popped up in front of Chu Chung, showing the various gems that old Snyder was capable of cutting. The original form of the gem is called the name of the gem, such as ruby, sapphire, sky sapphire, diamond, sky flame diamond, etc. After cutting, it will have different prefixes according to the attributes. For example, the swift sky sapphire increases agility. Fiery sky sapphire, add magic damage. Dense sky sapphire, add physical strength. Hard sky sapphire, add defense. Considering his own needs, Chu Chung mainly adds physical strength, and said, 3 sky sapphires are cut into dense sky sapphires, and 3 sapphires are cut into fierce sapphires. Dense sky sapphire adds 5 points of physical strength, and fierce sapphire adds 2 points of strength. Wait a moment. After that, he started to operate. From the operation alone, it is very simple, using tools to continuously cut the original gems into specific shapes, but gem cutting is definitely not as simple as imagined. Although Chu Chung does not know how to cut gems, he knows the principle. The so-called cutting is to cut off the excess part of the original gem, polish and carve it, and then guide the magic power inside the magic gem. If the skills are not good, the gem will be cut accidentally, and the magic power inside will leak out, and the gem will be useless. Although I don't know the skill level of old Snyder, seeing that he can cut so many rare gems, he must be at least expert level. An hour later, 7 gems appeared in Chu Cheng's hands. At this point, the use of this letter has basically run out. Although in theory, he could continue to build relationships and dig deeper into the plot, and even find the old man to learn the professional skill of jewelry processing after the relationship reaches a certain level, Chu Cheng did not do so. First, he had no time. Second, he had no money. Referring to the difficulty of obtaining the enchantment major, jewelry processing is a high-level major of the same level as enchantment. It must be very troublesome to meet the learning conditions. Even if he has a very high relationship at the beginning, it will take at least 10 days and a half months to pull the relationship higher. Chu Cheng's idea is to wait until after the college entrance examination. Now there is no time and money to practice the enchantment major, let alone the jewelry major. After the college entrance examination, there will be plenty of time, and he can slowly study after collecting enough money. Anyway, he has a golden finger, and his learning efficiency and speed are much better than others, so it is easy to catch up with others. Chapter 64. Chu Cheng didn't stay in Gear City for long. After completing this task, he went back to the dock and fished for 3 more days. On the second day, Su Ziyuan ran away. He followed him in Gear City for almost 10 days, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Once he left, Chu Cheng naturally had to leave too. It's not like he was really idle and fished every day. This trip was not bad. 3 rare gems that had been cut, 4 sapphires that had also been cut, plus a gem formula. 2 of the 3 dense sky sapphires had been embedded in the diversion cloak, adding 10 points to the overall quality. This equipment itself has 2 holes, and there is no need to spend money to open holes. Another rare equipment, the precision piercer, does not have holes, so you need to find a craftsman to open holes. The school has a full-time teacher in this area. No matter what quality of equipment, it costs 1 gold to open a hole, 2 gold to open a second hole, 4 gold to open a third hole, and so on. It is worth mentioning that the hole opening craftsman is not a separate profession, but a branch of the 2 professions of forging and jewelry processing. Forging can create weapons and equipment, and it is normal to punch a few holes in the equipment. Not to mention jewelry processing, the magic gems cut by this profession are used to embed in equipment, so there are naturally drilling skills. There is no difference between the 2, and both can be operated. In addition, the enchantment profession also has a rune branch, which can make separate magic runes, similar to magic gems, embedded in equipment, and add additional attributes. Compared with the simple and single attributes of magic gems, the attributes added by magic runes are slightly more complex. Magic gems only add a single attribute, and 1 gem only adds 1 attribute. There is no gem that adds 2 attributes at the same time. Magic runes are different. In addition to more diverse functions, they can also grant multiple attributes at the same time, such as increasing physical fitness and strength at the same time, increasing attack and defense, and magic damage bonus at the same time, etc. To put it bluntly, magic runes are the gems of enchantment. Normally, a piece of equipment can only be enchanted once, but if it is replaced with magic runes, as long as there are enough slots, it can be enchanted twice or 3 times at the same time, greatly enhancing the power of the equipment. Of course, if the equipment is embedded with magic runes, it cannot be enchanted again. Correspondingly, if the equipment has been enchanted, it cannot be embedded with magic runes, and can only be embedded with normal magic gems. Enchanting and jewelry processing, these 2 advanced professions, can greatly enhance personal strength. For the same set of equipment, if it is fully equipped with rare magic gems and enchantments, all attributes can be increased by 50% to 100%, or even more, and the difference in combat power is huge. After leaving the Gear City, Chu Cheng did not go directly back to the Cross Fortress or the Northern Outpost, but went east, preparing to go deep into the wilderness to see if he could encounter a large alien tribe suitable for action. 10 days have been wasted. There is about half a month left before the first big plot in the dungeon, the Battle of Blackwater River, will begin. He must rush back to participate. He quickly left the border post of Gear City and plunged into the vast wilderness. From morning to afternoon, Chu Cheng found an orc tribe. After observing from a distance and confirming that it was just a medium-sized tribe, he took out 2 weapons and turned them in his palms, walked out from behind the bushes, and walked towards the gate of the tribe. The orcs on the gate tower immediately found him. After a strange cry, the gate was opened, and a team of more than a dozen orc warriors at about level 15 rushed out. The guards on the tower took out javelins and threw them at him. The distance was too far, and he failed to hit the target even without dodging. But soon the orc squad rushed over, and 5 javelins from a distance pierced him head-on. Invisible waves flashed, and he did not move at all, and the orc warriors who rushed over did not react at all, but a series of tap-tap sounds were heard at the same time from the wooden gate and wooden sentry tower of the tribe 70 or 80 meters away from him, and 5 long knife marks instantly appeared on the guards on the sentry tower. The orc warriors, who rushed over, had limited brain capacity, and could not understand why the javelin hit the enemy, but did not cause any injuries. They rushed up while shouting and wielding weapons, and chopped with their knives. Based on your perception, you will get the following detailed statistics of the battle. Battle replay begins. You are attacked by an orc warrior, causing 52 points of physical damage from slashing. Your talent absorbs 52 points of damage, and you finally suffer 0 points of physical damage. Your talent spatial refraction takes effect, rebounding 52 points of pure damage to the orc warrior. Your talent spatial refraction takes effect, rebounding 52 points of pure damage to the wooden door. Wooden doors, wooden walls, stone walls, and even trees are actually destructible, just like various machines, but the living ones are called life value, and the inanimate ones are called durability. When the durability is exhausted, they will be destroyed. In the Chaos Realm, all attacks and defenses are roughly divided into 4 categories. One is ordinary attack and ordinary defense, covering almost all types. Physical attacks such as slashing and piercing, etc. are all ordinary attacks. 100% damage to ordinary armor and magic armor, 10% damage to wall armor, and 1% damage to sacred armor. One is magic attack, magic defense. 100% damage to ordinary and magic armor, 50% damage to wall armor, 1% damage to holy armor. One is siege attack, wall armor, generally refers to the attack of war machines such as crossbows, catapults, and solid cannonballs. 100% damage to ordinary, magic, and wall armor, 1% damage to holy armor. The last one is real attack, also called pure damage. 100% damage to ordinary, magic, and wall armor, 50% damage to holy armor. Noble pure damage. The gate that was difficult to demolish was soon chopped down by a dozen orc warriors. Countless wood chips flew, accompanied by a loud bang. The arrow tower collapsed first, and then the gate collapsed, alarming the orcs inside. With the long sound of the horn, most of the orc tribe was alarmed, and more orcs rushed to the gate of the tribe, and people and horses fell. Chu Chung stretched out his hand to hold down the orc warriors, and the power of more than 100 easily pushed several orcs back to the gate. More orc warriors squeezed up and smashed with swords and sticks. The space ripple spread, and people and horses fell behind. This time he did not deliberately control the orc warriors who surged up, because with the upgrade of talents, the absorption value has increased from the original 30 to the current 100. According to the monster data table, the attack of ordinary templates below level 20 generally does not exceed 100 points. In other words, ordinary monsters below level 20 are not enough to break the defense, and they are no longer in his eyes. The only threat to him in this orc tribe is the orc chief and a few level 30 elites, but they are only a certain threat. With his current strength, it is almost no difficulty to fight a level 30 elite head-on. Chapter 65. It was a complete push. After being attacked continuously, and the power of the centaur blood ornament was fully stacked, Chu Cheng's power had exceeded 100. What does this mean? He forced dozens of orcs to retreat head-on. Even the many orc leaders, who heard the news, could not suppress him. Orc Chief, Elite Level 34, 5,400 HP. Accompanied by a huge roar, an Orc Chief, with a very dark skin color waved a thick mace and killed him. Many orcs scattered, and the tall figure hit Chu Chung head-on with a mace. Chu Chung could easily dodge this attack, but he did not dodge, and crossed his 2 swords. Dang! The mace hit between the crossed 2 swords, sparks flew, and Chu Chung did not move at all. The power is not that high. He couldn't help but sighed. When did his power become higher than that of the boss? With a slight curl of his lips, he kicked the mace away, marked the boss with a thought, and rushed forward with a stream of light on his 2 knives. Frenzy! The 2 knives flashed, and in an instant, afterimages appeared. Bloodlight surged on the orc chieftain's body, and 24 different damages jumped out at the same time in just 1 second. Reduced by 45, reduced by 100, reduced by 35, reduced by 45, reduced by 100, reduced by 35, reduced by 45, reduced by 100, reduced by 35. 45 is the basic physical attack after the skill reduces the orc chieftain's defense. 100 is the pure damage added by the talent, And 35 is the shadow damage of intelligence *1 attached to the void mark. The orc chieftain has no dark resistance, so it is full damage. A total of 180 damage in 1 round. A total of 8 rounds, a high tax damage of 1440 in 1 second. Then he raised his 2 knives and slashed them hard. Giant strike. -340, -100, -35. After a set, he dealt a high damage of 1900. Even though the orc chieftain had thick skin and flesh, he couldn't withstand a few hits. The orc chieftain had a higher health than him due to his physical fitness, strength, agility and speed, but his high defense and life regeneration completely wiped out his health advantage. Chu Chung did not dodge and fought the orc chieftain head-on. Even without skills, the 2 knives danced well, and the 2 knives stabbed continuously, leaving blood holes on the orc chieftain's body. At this time, the advantage of the professional specialty of the dual-wielding weapons of the dual-blade warrior profession was brought into play. Although the attack power of a one-handed weapon is not as good as that of a two-handed heavy weapon, it has a fast attack speed, is light and flexible, and each attack will be accompanied by a talent mark plus a void mark for a total of 135 additional damage. Compared with a two-handed weapon, it has an extra round of output, and the comprehensive output is definitely much higher than that of only one weapon. The orc chieftain only has 358 attacks, -114 talents, and just over 100 defenses. Chu Chung has a life regeneration of 65 per second when his skills are fully stacked, and the orc chieftain holds a mace, which is a heavy weapon with a low attack speed, which means he was hit by 2 sticks in a row, and another skill knocked Chu Chung back and stunned him for a second. When he woke up and blocked the 3rd stick, the orc chieftain swung the mace and turned around to hit him for the 4th time. His health line had been restored. One-handed sword mastery. Dual-wielding weapon expert. Weapon skills do not add attributes, but the improvement of skills can greatly improve personal strength. The higher the weapon skill, the more likely you are to hit the target and parry the opponent's attack. He was also surrounded by orcs, with no room to maneuver. If he fought one-on-one in an open field, with the orc chief's strength and speed, as well as the heaviness of his weapon, he could block half of the 10 attacks and dodge the remaining half with his body movements. The double knife stabs were more than 400 damage. The damage rebounded, and the pure damage in 1 round was as high as 1,000. No matter how long the orc chief's blood volume was, he couldn't withstand such a high burst, and soon, he was covered with wounds and could not hold on. There were people everywhere on the battlefield, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. In less than 20 seconds, the tall body of the orc chief fell heavily. Once the chief died, the morale of the remaining orcs plummeted, but they did not flee, and continued to besiege under the command of the remaining orc leaders. Then, they fell one after another. 8 minutes later, the last group of orcs fell, and the battle was over. Huh? Chu Chung exhaled lightly. This was easier than he thought. After upgrading his talent, his strength has changed qualitatively, and he is much stronger than before. Quickly collect the spoils, take a short rest, and continue to set off. After the battle just now, Chu Chung has a good understanding of his current strength. As long as I don't face those top bosses directly, or directly attack the castle fortress, basically no one can do anything to me. In this dungeon, the only ones who can threaten him are those bosses with horror templates of more than level 40, and these top bosses are either in the Gear City, or in the Orc tribe, and the Centaur tribe. Just don't go to those places. Alone, crossing the wilderness. A day later, following a trampled road outside the gate of the Orc tribe that had just been destroyed, we arrived at another Orc tribe. After just over 10 minutes, the noisy Orc tribe became quiet. In the wasteland east of the Blackwater River, most of the aliens are orcs. There are not many tribes, but the scale is larger than the aliens west of the Blackwater River. There are at least 200 or 300 people in the tribe, and large tribes of 500 or 600 or even 1,000 people are often seen. However, Chu Chung only wiped out 5 tribes, and the scale of the orc tribes he encountered next was suddenly smaller. The scale of the tribe was obviously very large, but there were not many orcs left in it. Chu Chung only wiped out 2 tribes, and when he was looting the spoils, he found a letter from the Orc King. After reading the letter, he knew the reason. The first big plot of the Golden Wasteland dungeon, the Battle of the Blackwater River, is about to begin. The Orc King's court is recruiting tribes in the wasteland, and each tribe needs to contribute a group of warriors to respond to the call. The tribe he encountered when he just came out of Gear City had not received the messenger yet, and all the tribe members were gathered. When he slowly entered the depths of the wilderness, the tribe closer to the Orc King had received the call, and had sent some warriors to respond to the call and set off. According to the time, it is indeed about to start. Although there are still more than 10 days, the Orc King needs to recruit first and then gather, which will take at least 10 days, and half a month, and the time is just right. There is still time, continue. Chu Cheng thought for a while, and decided not to go back for the time being. Going back now is just preparation, at most doing some reconnaissance and harassment tasks, and the reward is not as high as destroying a tribe. And now these tribes have sent some warriors to respond to the call, and those who went out are elite warriors. Most of the clan leaders followed, and the remaining guards are the old, weak and disabled, and the threat is greatly reduced. Anyway, he doesn't expect these small and medium boss rewards, nor does he expect much experience. As long as he destroys a few more tribes and rewards enough reputation, it will be fine. There was no way. He was now at level 25, and most of the tribe warriors were hovering around level 10. The level difference was too big, and there was not much experience left. Killing ordinary orc warriors now would only give a few symbolic killing experiences. Chapter 66. 11 days later, in the evening. The autumn wind blew, dispersing the strong smell of blood in the tribe. Chu Cheng stood in the center of the huge tribe, looking around at the orc corpses on the ground, and couldn't help smacking his lips. This was a large orc tribe, with a population of nearly 2,000, and it took him 2 full hours to destroy it. Thanks to the Orc King's conscription, the main force, and the chief of this large orc tribe, with a total population of more than 3,000 people were all gone, and the remaining ordinary orcs, and the remaining leaders were not his opponents. Not even a level 40 leader was left. How could he resist him? He wiped out this tribe in one fell swoop and gained a full 800 reputation. Or the main force was gone. If the main force was still there, he would have at least 1,500 reputation. After 11 days, Chu Cheng had accumulated a full 4,600 reputation, plus the remaining 1,200 before, a total of 5,800 reputation, which could be exchanged for a lot of good things. In addition, he killed several elite bosses of more than 30 levels, each of which was worth 1 point, but a little bit adds up to a lot, and now the total points have accumulated to 17 points. He has no authority at all. It's time to go back. According to the timeline, the Orc Coalition has now completed its assembly, and may start a decisive battle with the human army at any time. He must not miss this big plot, which means a lot of points and authority, as well as a huge amount of reputation. It's easy to go back, just cross the wasteland directly. It took 2 days, and he adjusted the direction twice in the middle, and finally saw the wide Blackwater River, and then went down the river. It only took half a day to see the Orc Coalition camp built on the west side of the Blackwater River. Once the number of people exceeds 10,000, it is boundless. The total number of the Orc Coalition is more than 10,000. Even after they killed and destroyed many foreign tribes, there are still more than 20,000. They mainly come from the Orc King and the Centaur King, as well as the large tribes near the 2 kings. They are very close to the 2 kings and have strong strength. Except for Chu Cheng, other teams have no courage to attack those large tribes with more than 1,000 people. In other words, the Orc Coalition at this time basically lost those small and medium-sized tribes, and lost the mob. The real elite of the large tribes are still there, and their strength has not decreased. When Chu Cheng returned to the northern outpost, the outpost had become a huge barracks. The reinforcements from the Cross Fortress had already arrived, and the small outpost had been filled with troops, and there was no place for civilians inside. Chu Cheng came back and found that all other civilian facilities and merchants had rushed to the outside of the outpost, and many tents were set up outside. The outpost can still be entered, but there is no way to stay inside. He decisively contacted the class teacher and got the latest intelligence information from Duan Yuqin. The information showed that there were a full 4,000 soldiers in the outpost. In terms of numbers, they were far less than the Orc Coalition, but the human army was well trained and well equipped, far better than the orcs. And the human army had the support of mages. Although the Grand Mage Alan of the Mage Tower did not come, he sent a mage team composed of Grand Mage Alan's students to accompany the army. The number of people was small, but very powerful. According to the normal plot, the human army was not inferior to the Orc Coalition, which was several times larger than itself, in terms of comprehensive strength, and was even stronger. This is the main reason why the human commander chose to fight the orcs in the field. The reason for the loss is mainly because the second extraordinary strongman was born in the Orc King's department. In the plot, 3 extraordinary strongmen joined forces with the Orc King and the Centaur King to implement the decapitation tactic on the battlefield to kill the human commander, which led to the collapse of the human army and its defeat. If you want to change the plot and have a key impact on the plot, You can either help the commander block the orcs' decapitation tactics, or change the battlefield situation before the commander is beheaded. If the human army can defeat the orcs in advance and put the orcs at a disadvantage, even if the orcs choose to behead, the human side can draw more people to resist the orcs' decapitation tactics. The decapitation tactic is 2 hours after the decisive battle begins. If you want to change the situation, you must complete it within 2 hours. Of course, if you have the ability to stabilize the situation after the morale of the human army collapses after the commander is beheaded, or even turn defeat into victory, then it is not a key influence, but a core influence that reverses the plot. You can get 200 points and 10 permissions awarded by the school, and at least tens of thousands of reputations. A 5-star plot rating can get a possible epic treasure chest, a huge amount of reputation, a large number of skill points, and attribute points rewards. TSK. Chu Cheng had thought about it in his heart, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he should not be able to do it. Without strength, it is impossible to turn the tide after the collapse of the human army. The collapse of the entire line means that he can only rely on himself to resist. If any of the 3 extraordinary strongmen comes, he will definitely not be able to stop them. After thinking about it, he can only consider limited influence on the plot, get a key plot influence, get those 50 points and 3 permissions, and a few thousand reputations. Of course, the key plot influence is also a 5-star plot rating, and there will also be a lot of rewards, but it is hard to say whether you can get an epic treasure chest. It may be, or it may not be. What a pity! If you can get an epic equipment, it will be great. The equipment in the reward treasure chest depends on the individual level. He is now level 26, and the reward must be level 25 epic equipment, and the attributes must be very powerful. The decisive battle will be in the next 1 or 2 days, and the attribute points left can be used. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared. Chu Cheng's eyes fell on the free attribute points that had accumulated 55 points, and then looked at the panel attributes. After a little contemplation, his mind fell on the physique. With a thought, the physique rose rapidly, adding 30 points in one breath. Then it was strength, adding 15 points in one breath. Finally, it was agility, the last 10 points. After adding points, the attributes changed accordingly. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Level 26. Talent, Space Refraction LV2. Features, Extraordinary Constitution, Epic, Extraordinary Agility, Epic. Main attributes, Constitution 36 plus 64 plus 39, 139, Strength 36 plus 41 plus 36, 113, Agility 36 plus 20 plus 21, 77, Perception 36 plus 2 plus 2, 40, Intelligence 36, 36, Spirit 36, 36, Secondary attributes, Toughness 13 plus 5, Reflex 11 plus 5 plus 2, Will 3, Life Regeneration plus 1 plus 15 per second. Health, 1390 plus 500, 1890 points. Physical Strength, 1380 points. Mana, 360 points. Melee Attack, 113 plus 21, Chop, 113 plus 20 Stab. Ranged Attack, 77 plus 58, Stab. Physical Defense, 10% plus 13 plus 5 plus 12 points. Magic Resistance, 33%. Movement Speed, 167 plus 50 points. Basic Skills, Dagger Mastery, One-Handed Sword Mastery, One-Handed Axe Mastery, Glove Mastery, Gun Mastery, Bow Entry, Throwing Mastery, Dual-Wielding Weapon Expert. Professional Skills, Swiftness LV5, Intermediate, Frenzy LV5, Intermediate, Power Slam LV5, Intermediate, Blade Storm LV2, Advanced, Thunder Shock LV5, Advanced, Raging Sea LV1, Advanced, Blood God Body LV1, Top, Life Professions, Advanced Fishing, Elementary First Aid, Elementary Cooking. All attributes are the first one is the initial attribute. The second one is the added attribute, including the free attribute points given by the school resources, the free attribute points obtained by the plot tasks, the additional attributes obtained by skills or expertise, etc. The third one is the equipment additional attribute. Chapter 67. Woo! The desolate horn sounded on the bank of the Blackwater River, startling the birds within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Chu Cheng stood on a stone behind the human race square, looking at the murderous battlefield from afar. The human army was divided into 4 groups under the commander's order, the standard central army and left and right wings, and a reserve team. All students were assigned to the reserve team too, and could join the battlefield as appropriate. This is their privilege. The reserve Team 1 does not have this privilege. Zhang Chunlei and his friends had already returned and were standing next to Chu Cheng at this time. All students stood according to their classes. After not seeing each other for a long time, Zhang Chunlei's face looked more weathered and mature, and so did Zhang Hong and Cheng Mingwen next to him. It is estimated that they grew up quickly because they died once. It can only be said that some words are quite reasonable. Only after experiencing the beatings of society will they abandon their former innocence and quickly wake up and grow up. Chu Cheng, your talent is just right for this situation. Will you go up later? Chu Cheng asked back. Do you want to form a team? Zhang Chunlei shook his head and said, No, we can't help you. But if you want to go, we want to follow you and have some soup. How many of you? There are 5 in our team. Chu Cheng thought for a while and said, Have you ever thought about joining forces with other people in the class? In this situation, there is strength in numbers, and if you don't take them, they may be fooled by Wang Weilong from Class 1 or Class 6. Zhang Chunlei shook his head and said, I don't have that reputation, they may not come. You can find the teacher. The teacher will definitely be willing to help you. I try. Go and ask as many people as you can. You can follow me when the time comes. But let me be frank. Following me doesn't mean I will protect you. I can only try to attract the main firepower, but if the enemy attacks you with their troops, I won't be able to take care of you. And if the big boss attacks, I will retreat if I can't stop him. I won't be able to take care of you at that time. You should take care of the battlefield situation. Zhang Chunlei nodded quickly. Of course. Okay. You can do as much as you can. At this time, Chu Cheng thought that his strength was the best in the class. He would not be afraid even if he faced the teachers, who were more than 30 levels. Okay, this is a bit arrogant. The young teachers are not afraid, but he can never compare with those senior teachers. Although the teacher's level is not much higher than his, after all, he is over 30 levels, and there is level suppression for 1 level higher. Moreover, after so many years of working, he can kill a final boss every month. I don't know how many free attribute points and skill points he has accumulated, and I don't know how many rare equipment he has. If he works for a long time, it is entirely possible to collect a complete set of rare equipment. In addition to the large amount of extra free attribute points and skill points accumulated, all skills have been upgraded to LV10 or even higher. After taking all factors into consideration, he is indeed a little short of the mark at this time. But the difference is not much. When he reaches level 30 or above and completes the promotion, the gap will be further reduced, and he may even surpass him. With enough strength, he naturally has enough confidence, and naturally, he will not be as low-key and modest as before. Being too low-key and modest will affect the school's evaluation of oneself. If you want to compete with a group of Class 1, you must show your strength. He persuaded Zhang Chunlei to join forces with Class 5 to form a group, which can be used at critical times. Even if they can't stop the big boss, they can still have no problem with ordinary boss. The most important thing is that Class 5 sticks together to prevent being pulled away by other classes. If Class 1 wants to take the first place, they will be their backing. The head teacher didn't think he could win the first place in the joint exam, so he didn't tell him about it, but if he had the opportunity to win the first place, Duan Yuqin would definitely not sit idly by and would definitely help him. Dong! 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 The human side also sounded a huge war drum, and the huge army formation began to make subtle adjustments. The herald rode back and forth on a war horse to convey instructions. The commander-in-chief in the middle army raised his sword and shouted passionately. Chu Cheng couldn't hear what he said because he was too far away, but when he finished speaking, he received a prompt. Get the warlord skill pre-war speech influence, get the effect inspire blessing, and your attributes are improved. Pre-war speech inspire. Your attack is increased by 20, defense is increased by 5, speed is increased by 20, life regeneration is increased by 2, and morale is increased by 100%, which lasts for 60 minutes. Chu Cheng knew that the warlord profession was an extraordinary advancement of the war knight. It can release various powerful aura buffs that affect the entire battlefield. It is a powerful profession suitable for the battlefield. Although the bonus is not much, it can affect thousands of subordinates in the entire battlefield. The combination is exaggerated. After the chicken blood was pumped up, accompanied by an order, the 3 armies slowly moved out, and the human side actually took the initiative to attack the orc coalition that was several times larger than itself. When the army attacked, Chu Cheng sent a message to Zhang Chunlei. You gather first, I will go to the right wing, and you will come to the right wing later. Zhang Chunlei asked in surprise, Are you going now? If you don't go now, it will be too late later. Zhang Chunlei immediately realized what he wanted to do, opened his mouth, and spit out a sentence. Then be careful. Don't worry. After closing the communication, Zhang Chunlei said to Cheng Mingwei and Zhang Qing, who were also shocked. It seems that he wants to do something big. He doesn't want to change the plot, does he? Obviously. Hiss. So brave? Zhang Qing pinched his eyebrows, nodded slightly, and said, although the contact is not. There are many, but I can see that Chu Cheng has always made plans before making decisions. He will not do anything he is not sure of. He has always tried to keep a low profile before. This time he is so high profile, I think he must be quite sure. He looked at several companions and said, we can't fall behind in such a good thing, just follow him. Anyway, he is in the front, and there are human troops next to him. As long as we are not radical, the risk is not great. We can get some benefits in the key battle, and get a 3-star plot rating. Well, I think it's okay. Cheng Mingwei also nodded and said, I will persuade the rest of the class. Okay. Not to mention their preparations, Chu Cheng has already caught up with the human right-wing army. At this time, the front was about to contact the orc vanguard. All human soldiers held weapons, and moved forward with a firm face. Chu Cheng followed and mixed in his side, without attracting the attention of the soldiers. Kill! There was a deafening shout of killing from the front row. Chu Cheng instantly felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his mind, making his thoughts a little confused. He knew very well that this was the battlefield. Many people wonder, knowing clearly that they will die on the battlefield, aren't those soldiers afraid of death? Of course they are afraid, but once they step onto the battlefield, they can't help themselves. When the horn sounds and the sound of fighting rang out, adrenaline is secreted quickly, and they are extremely nervous and excited at this time. When the charge horn sounds, they will involuntarily follow other comrades on the road to charge. Chapter 68. When the fully armed human soldiers in the front row collided with the alien soldiers, they instantly entered a state of anxiety. The faces of the soldiers on both sides were distorted, and they swung their weapons wildly to chop at the opponents in front. In terms of physique, orcs and centaurs are much stronger than humans, but human soldiers have an absolute advantage in equipment. Most of the orcs and centaurs have no armor. They are all naked with a piece of animal skin tied around their waists. Even their weapons are uneven. Many of them use stone sticks, bone sticks or wooden sticks, and only a very few can use iron. On the other hand, the human side is all armored, and the heavy infantry in the front row holds a shield in one hand and a sharp sword in the other. In terms of equipment, the human side has an absolute advantage. The two sides are balanced. The moment the two sides' fronts touch, screams of fighting are endless, but the overall strength is evenly matched. According to the normal plot, the two sides will be deadlocked for a period of time, and when the human commander sends the mage team into the battlefield, the human side will slowly gain the advantage. Then, 2 hours after the war began, the orcs were unable to resist and decided to take the risk of implementing the decapitation tactic, and finally successfully decapitated the human commander. So Chu Cheng joined the battlefield at the beginning of the battle in order to defeat the orc coalition as early as possible. The premise of the decapitation tactic is that the orcs have not completely collapsed. If they collapse too early, the decapitation tactic will not work well at that time, but will cause the 3 orc coalition leaders who implemented the decapitation tactic to be surrounded by the human army. Less than a minute after the battle on the front line, Chu Cheng had already forced his way into the front line with his powerful strength, and violently knocked down the orc in front of him with a painful and twisted face, and squeezed into the orc line alone. He rushed in alone, immediately attracting the attention of the orcs, and several wooden sticks were smashed down on his head. Bang, bang, bang. Transparent ripples rose above Chu Cheng's head, passing through a circle of orcs around him, and exploding 50 meters away. A group of orcs, who had not yet squeezed to the front line, looked around with a confused look on their faces, covering their wounds that appeared out of thin air, and their pupils full of eye mucus were full of confusion. 10 seconds later, this group of orcs fell down, covering their inexplicable wounds, and their angry pupils were full of confusion and fear. Yes, that's it. It's time for me to perform. He swung his 2 swords and chopped against the orcs around him in a very realistic way. So a strange situation appeared on the battlefield again. A group of orcs besieged a human. The 2 sides fought fiercely, but none of them were hurt. On the contrary, orcs suddenly fell down from time to time in the orc army more than 50 meters away. The scene looked extremely weird. In order to reduce attention, Chu Cheng placed the rebound target 50 meters away. At such a distance, no orc would notice that it was him. Space refraction was promoted to LD2, and the damage that could be absorbed and rebounded increased from 30 to 100. The limit of rebound damage in one round was 1,000 points of real damage that ignored defense and resistance. The HP of ordinary monsters at level 25 was less than 1,000, and they could be killed in one round. But this was only an ideal situation. The actual situation was that there were many people on the battlefield, and there were not many orcs around who could attack him at one time. In addition, the general attack of the level 15 orcs was not high, only about 50 or 60 points. The damage of a round of siege rebound was only about 500 or 600. Occasionally, the damage would increase if an orc warrior used combat skills. However, the orcs themselves have low HP. A level 15 orc has 500 HP. Whether or not they use combat skills, they can be killed in one round. The largest number of orcs on the battlefield are these low-level soldiers. Chu Cheng squeezed among the orcs, who were only a dozen meters away from the battle line, and killed these ordinary orcs crazily. Basically, he could kill 10 in 2 to 3 seconds, and more than 200 in 1 minute. The efficiency was terrifying. In just a few minutes, the ground was full of orc corpses. If it were a small or medium-sized battle, the orcs would have collapsed long ago. But in such a large-scale war of tens of thousands, the death of 1,000 was nothing. Even now, no orcs have realized that so many people died. It was too chaotic. They rushed forward in a mess. Everyone's energy was focused on the front, and their adrenaline was soaring. How could they care about the unlucky people who were stepped on and could not see people? However, the orcs did not notice these, but someone on the battlefield noticed them. A team located next to the center of the human army noticed the changes on the right wing and saw Chu Cheng, who was taking advantage of the situation at a glance. They also had the idea of changing the situation, but their plan was different from Chu Cheng's. They didn't have Chu Cheng's abnormal talent to face the tens of thousands of orcs directly, so they had to settle for the next best thing and start with the human commander. The key turning point of the Blackwater River battle was the orcs beheading the human commander, and their plan was to destroy the orcs' beheading plan. So at the beginning of the battle, they slowly approached the central army, ready to wait for the main force of the orcs to fight with the main force of the central army. At that time, it was the most chaotic, and the army formation would also become chaotic, so they would take advantage of the chaos and sneak into the central army. Seeing Chu Cheng like a fish in water in the enemy army, and batches of orcs were rebounded and fell to the ground, Sun Yu, Pan Yu and others felt quite complicated. Seeing their competitors doing so well is very unpleasant, but the opponent's behavior can weaken the enemy and increase their chances of winning, which makes them feel extremely complicated. Behind a human army, there is a small hillside. At this time, more than 20 people are gathered on the hillside, overlooking the battlefield from a high position. If Chu Cheng was here, he would definitely recognize that there are the head teachers and assistants of the 7 classes in the 3rd grade, as well as Mo Han, who he had met before. And these teachers are scattered around at this time, with a white-haired old man and a bald muscular man in the center. This guy is pretty good. His name seems to be Chu something? Duan Yuqin immediately replied, Chu Cheng from class 5. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and praised, he has killed thousands of orcs with his talent in such a short time. The efficiency is very good, by the way. He turned back to Mo Han and asked, I remember you reported to me before that he was the first one to achieve worship reputation, right? Mo Han nodded quickly. To be precise, he achieved worship reputation in the first month after entering this realm. Well, very good. Old man. He nodded and asked the muscular man next to him, where does this guy rank on your list? The muscular man immediately replied, top 3. This ranking is good. By the way, who are the other 2? Sun Yu and Pan Yu from class 1. These 3 are pretty good. The white-haired old man nodded and reminded, you have to remember that the main significance of this joint examination is to select the absolute elite. Practical ability is important, but potential is more important. Everyone's eyes flickered and began to think about the meaning of the vice principal's words. The muscular man also nodded and said, I am following this standard. After saying this, Du Zhaotian didn't say anything else, just watched the game seriously, but many instructors had different expressions. Chapter 69. I'm in the top 3? He's in the top 3? Chu Cheng, Sun Yu and others received messages from their respective class teachers almost at the same time, and their reactions were different. After a short silence, Sun Yu and Pan Yu looked at each other, but they didn't say anything for a long time. It's really our biggest threat. This operation must be successful. As long as we can successfully stop the orcs from beheading, it will be the key variable that can change the situation. At least a 5-star plot rating will be able to suppress Chu Cheng on the school side. It seems that the first worship reputation has indeed earned me a lot of points, otherwise it would be impossible to be on par with them. If both sides are ranked the same, if you want to surpass them and stand out, you must get a 5-star rating in this plot. But this is not safe. They must also be aiming for the top 5-star rating this time, and they must have a certain degree of confidence. Chu Cheng knew in his heart that Sun Yu and others had only one chance to get a 5-star rating in this plot, and that was to stop the orcs' beheading tactics. But knowing is one thing, and he couldn't stop it. He had to stay on the front line, and couldn't affect the central army. And even if he could influence them, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't possibly sabotage them just to stop them. That would hurt both sides and benefit others. It all depends on your ability. Chu Cheng was confident about this. He raised his head and hit him in the face with a stick, but the force couldn't even break the space refraction crystal wall. There was no pain except a little touch when it hit his face. The huge force was transformed into a sharp space wave blade by the space refraction talent, and another group of unlucky orcs died under the space blade. It was just that simple, plain and unpretentious. And as he killed a large number of orcs on the right wing, the human side, which already had an advantage, gained an advantage early, and the battle line began to slowly advance towards the orcs. Seeing this, Chu Cheng also moved forward. With a huge force of over 100, he forcibly pushed away the surrounding orcs, and squeezed into the orc army. He moved forward hundreds of meters in one breath, and again. Blood Axe Tribe, take your people and press forward. Wild Hammer Tribe, where are your people? Why can't you stop them? Blood Spear Tribe, The huge roaring command attracted Chu Cheng's attention. He quickly turned his head, jumped up suddenly, and quickly locked onto a group of tall orcs under the mini orc battle flags in the back. His eyes were instantly attracted by a figure in the middle who was extremely strong, with red skin and an exceptionally tall figure. Gruo, Horror Orc Warlord, level 45, 38,000 blood. Orc Commander? The commander of the left wing of the orcs. Chu Cheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately had an idea. Estimating the distance between the two sides, he controlled the rebound damage to the limit, and saw several elite orc guards not far from the orc commander leaning. Not far enough. He decisively pushed the orcs in front of him away, and forced his way deeper into the orc army. He rushed out more than 40 meters in one breath, until he saw the orc commander, who was loudly issuing combat orders, suddenly reached out, and pressed the bloodstain that appeared out of thin air on his chest. A pair of blood-red beast eyes turned around, and locked onto Chu Cheng very accurately. A murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes, and a thick finger pointed directly at him. Kill him! Many orcs around him immediately rushed towards Chu Cheng like chicken blood. This was exactly what he wanted, so he decisively fixed the rebound target on the orc commander and the surrounding orc tribe leaders, and added a space mark to locate it. Even without looking with the naked eye, he could clearly see the location of the space mark. Just like before, the intensive attack did not hurt him at all, but many orc tribe leaders and orc commanders 80 or 90 meters away were cut by the space blade and screamed in pain. After only 2 rounds, many orc tribe leaders could not bear it, and they all raised their weapons and squeezed through the crowd to kill. Chu Cheng saw it early, but did not take any action, just silently counting the numbers in his heart. 1 round. 2 rounds. 9 rounds. The transparent small words in the corner of the eye prompt. Your talent space refraction is effective, rebounding 56 points of pure damage to the Blood Axe Orc Tribe Chieftain. Your talent space refraction is effective, rebounding 56 points of pure damage to the Blood Axe Orc Tribe Chieftain. The damage you caused exceeds the target's remaining life, and the target dies. You gain 1258 points of killing experience. This is the experience gained by the prompt. In addition, this Blood Axe Orc Tribe Chieftain is a level 36 elite boss, and you can also gain 1 point by killing him. 3 seconds later, in the 10th round of rebound, he instantly receives 6 kill prompts, instantly gaining a lot of killing experience and 6 points. Steady! This is all within his expectations. There is no need to avoid it. In this crowded environment, these bosses will be killed by the bullets when they squeeze over. These orc soldiers are still gritting their teeth and attacking frantically, not realizing that their chieftain has just been killed by their attacks. They don't have the strength of the orc warlords, who can accurately capture the source of the space blade in an instant. As long as they control the rebounding space blade not to rebound to themselves, they will not realize how many of their own people they have killed, and will only continue to attack with all their strength. Too buggy. Chu Cheng even had time to wipe his sweat. He was excited. Because the orc warlord in the distance saw that the orc boss was killed, he did not mean to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, but was furious and personally picked up his weapon to kill. This is very Orcish. If you don't accept it, you will fight. The stronger the enemy, the more you will get excited. Either the enemy will die or you will die. It's that simple. And Chu Cheng's excitement just now was for this reason. It's good to get excited, but how can you kill him if you don't get excited? This time you can't stay where you are. This orc warlord is not the orc chief just now. Refer to the 34th level horror template of the centaur chief killed before. His physique and strength are already over 100. This orc warlord is a 45th level horror template, and there is also the bonus of the warlord title, so his strength must be ridiculously strong. These soldiers couldn't even stop him, so they definitely couldn't stop the furious orc commander. Bang! A series of dull footsteps approached quickly, and the orcs fell to the ground. A large number of orcs were pushed away, and the tall figure of the orc commander came towards him with heavy steps. The extremely powerful physique, blood, and killing intent mixed together, forming a faint blood flame rising from behind, with an extremely terrifying momentum. However, this did not scare Chu Cheng. He just slowly extended a middle finger to the orc commander, turned around and pushed the orcs to the other side. The effect of the centaur blood accessory has already been fully stacked. His current strength is as high as 143. Although it is still not as high as the orc commander, the difference is not big. Ordinary orcs can't stop him. The interception attack of the orcs will be transformed into a continuous space blade slashing at the orc commander. You chase, I run. Chu Cheng fought and retreated, pausing from time to make provocative gestures such as the middle finger, arousing the anger of the orc commander and stabilizing the hatred. Chapter 70. Wow! No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. He was constantly provoked and mocked. The orc commander's face turned red quickly. His anger turned into rage. He kicked away the orcs who were in the way. He reached out and grabbed a spear and aimed it at Chu Cheng, and threw it fiercely. Swish! The piercing whistle tore through the air, piercing through two orcs like lightning. Before Chu Cheng could react, the spear had already pierced through his abdomen. The huge force took him back several steps and overwhelmed the group of orcs. Only then did he feel the severe pain in his body. Minus 876. A huge damage beyond his imagination soared. Seeing that the shot hit, Gruo's face was happy, and he separated the orcs and strode forward. However, Chu Cheng reacted quickly. He endured the severe pain, pulled out the javelin, and turned to run. Although this injury was very serious and weakened some of his strength, it did not affect his movements. The physique of more than 100 people was not made of paper, and it did not affect his ability to continue to push away these ordinary orcs easily. This shot also extinguished any idea of his direct fight. You should know that his current armor defense can reduce more than half of the damage. This javelin is as high as 876, which means that the basic attack power of the orc warlord is as high as 1700, which is not something he can deal with head-on. Let's continue kiting. He did not stop for a moment, constantly moving back and forth in the orc group to avoid the orc warlord, making the orc warlord roar in anger and shouting to his men to block him. But his men could not stop him at all. He was like a slippery fish, not confronting head-on at all, but just slipping into the gaps between people. The group can use the power of the team to intercept opponents with twice or even 3 times their strength, but it certainly cannot stop opponents with more than 10 times their strength. The combined power of a team is indeed great, but there is a limit. A group of people who are not afraid of death can stop a tiger, but they certainly cannot stop an elephant. Chu Cheng's current absolute power should not be better than that of an elephant, but it is definitely higher than that of a tiger. The key is that he is just a person, his body is much smaller than that of an elephant, and his interception area is also smaller, so it is easier to squeeze the orcs and escape. The life value of the orc warlord was gradually consumed in the back and forth angry red temperature. Even if his blood volume was as high as 38,000, it could not withstand the real damage of 500 or 600 ignoring defense in 2 or 3 seconds. In just 1 minute, it was more than 15,000 damage. When a person's red temperature is high, it is difficult to perceive the change of time, and it is even more difficult to feel the change of the situation. When the orc warlord felt exhausted, it was the moment when his life was on the verge of death, and the sudden weakness made him react. At this time, the anger in his heart was extinguished like a basin of cold water, and he just wanted to escape, but it was too late. Chu Cheng did not give him any chance at all, and took the initiative to meet him. The extremely angry orc commander saw Chu Cheng rushing up on his own initiative, and his unwillingness before death made him furious again. Whether he wanted to drag his enemy to death, or to kill his opponent to survive, he threw away the idea of escaping, gathered up his remaining strength, picked up his weapon and rushed forward. But what greeted him was Chu Cheng's raised middle finger, and then retreated again to keep a distance. Ah! The roar of anger and unwillingness echoed on the battlefield, and even the deafening sound of fighting could not cover it. And this was the last voice of the orc commander. The remaining vitality did not even last half a minute before the last bit of blood was worn out, and the huge body fell down with a bang, crushing several orcs around. Streams of light emerged, and quickly gathered into a red loot chest. Oh wow! Chu Cheng quickly squeezed through many orcs and rushed up, collecting the loot chest. He then turned around and collected the loot chests dropped by the orc chieftains he had killed before. Once the orc commander died, panic spread visibly around, and the morale of the orcs quickly weakened, spreading to the entire orc east wing. Although the orc commander's command ability was not very good, when he was there, at least the morale was stable. When he died, the morale plummeted, thus affecting the combat effectiveness of the orcs. At the same time, the morale of the human army soared after seeing the orc commander die in battle. As one rises and the other falls, the orcs, who were already a little inferior, can no longer hold on. The reason for the orcs' defeat was that Chu Cheng returned to the human front, jumped down with a thunder shock and killed a group of orcs, and then slashed a 15-meter long and 5-meter wide blue sword with a raging sea tide, killing a group of people in seconds. 2 large-scale AoEs directly cleared a large area of space, and the blood of the limbs was scattered all over the ground. Kill! Chu Cheng raised his sword and shouted, and rushed forward. The sword storm killed crazily on the battlefield, and the morale of many human warriors soared in response. From the point to the hole, the orcs' left wing collapsed completely. Without the orcs' general to preside over, even the middle-level officers, that is, the small and medium-sized clan leaders, were killed by him. No one came out to preside over the situation, and the defeat soon became uncontrollable. The changes in the situation on the eastern front quickly affected other places, and the morale of the human side rose, while the morale of the orcs fell. In the central orc army camp, Chieftain Grizzle smashed the sand table into pieces with a fierce punch, and his angry roar resounded throughout the camp. Gavin, take your guards to the left wing for support. Don't be like that idiot Gruo, you have only one mission, that is to firmly block the human offensive. The orc commander named Gavin took the order and left quickly. The orc chieftain Grizzle took a long breath to calm his anger. He turned his huge body and looked at the tall centaur chieftain Brandon in the camp, and said in a deep voice, "The human army is stronger than we thought. We can't wait any longer. Implement the decapitation tactic." After that, he looked at the thin figure sitting cross-legged on the other side of the tent and said, "Cracked Claw, what do you think?" The orc called Cracked Claw was a thin orc with green skin and full of tattoos. He looked up at the chieftain and nodded, "Okay. Well, Mog, you will command the army and cover us next." Soon, several messengers left the central army camp and conveyed the order to the orc army. Soon after, the orc army's offensive became more fierce, and their fearless fighting style stopped the decline, and even crossed the human army in the center line with the human left wing. However, the commander of the human side was not worried at all. How could they not see that this outbreak would not last long with rich command experience? As long as they endured a little and waited for the orcs to be exhausted, it would be time for them to counterattack. However, the natives of this abnormal copy were not aware of it, but many adventers were alert. The orcs want to implement the decapitation tactic in advance. Sun Yu and others, who had already mixed into the central army, did not see it at first. This was a reminder from the class teacher, who was observing behind. Sun Yu and others were quite surprised that the orcs' decapitation action was so early, but there was no hesitation in the action, and they immediately reminded all teammates in the channel to be ready. At the same time, almost all the adventers received reminders from their respective class teachers, knowing that the orcs were preparing for the decapitation tactic in advance, including Chu Cheng. Your performance is very good, and now it has changed the situation, but the impact on the situation is not critical, you need to work harder. Chapter 71. Try harder? Chu Cheng crossed his 2 swords and twisted the neck of an orc. He ignored the hot blood rushing to his face and looked up at the enemy's center. The enemy is now implementing a decapitation tactic. The human commander is prepared and is unlikely to be decapitated. If they can successfully save the commander, the greatest achievement will be better than saving the master. At that time, they will surpass me in both evaluation and influence on the plot. After all, he only killed a general and changed the branch battlefield, but did not take the opportunity to defeat the orcs' left wing. The cumulative evaluation is definitely not as good as the merit of saving the master. There is only one way to surpass the evaluation of the merit of saving the master, and that is to defeat the main force of the orcs. At least defeat the orc army before the orc's decapitation tactic ends. And to defeat the orc army, either kill the orc chieftain in battle, or... Chu Cheng looked up at the direction of the orc central army. The orcs implemented the decapitation tactic, and all 3 extraordinary strongmen must be dispatched. The orc chieftain, the centaur chieftain, and the newly born extraordinary strongmen of the orcs all left the central army camp. And they must bring a group of elites with them. It is definitely impossible for the 3 commanders to behead alone. Although the extraordinary strongmen are powerful, they can't withstand the siege of the army without his abnormal talent. There must be a group of elites to be cannon fodder. In this way, the orc central army camp will be empty. He pinched his chin and thought for a while, and felt that he could do something. But this time, he couldn't go up alone. No matter how empty it is still the central army camp. There will definitely be 1 or 2 orc commanders and centaur commanders left behind, plus a large number of tribal chiefs. The defensive power of the central army camp is not comparable to the left and right wings. He went up alone, the risk is too great. So, we still have to rely on the army. Use yourself to clear the way, completely defeat the orc's left wing, and then lead the human right wing army to force the defeated soldiers to attack the orc center army. We don't need to annihilate them completely, as long as we destroy the orc center army camp and cut off the general's flag. On the battlefield, the general's flag represents the commander. Communication is inconvenient on a huge battlefield. The general's flag is often used to command the army, and its importance is no less than the commander himself. When the general's flag is cut off, it means that the commander has died or escaped, and the morale of the large army will collapse and fall into chaos in an instant. Once this step can be achieved, it means that the orc coalition has essentially collapsed. It doesn't matter whether the subsequent decapitation tactics succeed or fail. Thinking of this, Chu Cheng immediately contacted Zhang Chunlei, told him his plan, and said directly, I will find a way to defeat the orc's left wing, and you find a way to guide the human army to pursue the orc's defeated army and attack the orc center army. Your risk is not big. Do you want to do it? Zhang Chunlei immediately responded, I will discuss it with everyone, but whether they do it or not, count me in. Time is tight, you discuss it first, I'm going to start. After saying that, he raised his hand and swept a fan-shaped blue sword, and rushed into the orcs, and then a sword storm was launched to kill crazily. His crazy killing performance greatly boosted morale. The human soldiers in the front row had seen Chu Cheng's crazy performance before. Seeing it again, they cheered excitedly and fought more bravely. The commander of the right wing in the center immediately issued a series of orders, and the offensive became more fierce. As one rises and the other falls, the orcs are more difficult to resist. If there was no supervision team behind, it would have collapsed long ago. Chu Cheng did not continue to do anything out of line after the blade storm, but just maintained the morale of the human army, while paying attention to the central army and waiting for the opportunity. If he wanted to break out, he had to wait until the orcs officially implemented the decapitation tactic and saw the orc chieftain rushing into the human central army. If he took action in advance and attracted the attention of the orc chieftain, wouldn't it be a disaster to come here before the decapitation? This steady advancement lasted for about 4 minutes, and Chu Cheng received a reminder from the class teacher that the orcs had begun to implement the decapitation tactic, and the orc chieftain had personally led the chieftain's elite guard to the forefront of the central army. Chu Cheng opened the regional channel, and saw that there were students mixed in the central army who confirmed the authenticity, so he stopped hiding and decisively took out a scroll that felt hot in his hand. Giant Fire Element Summoning Scroll. 15 seconds to guide the casting. Summon a level 60. Terrifying template Giant Fire Element from the Fire Element realm. The Fire Element obeys your orders, and lasts for 60 minutes. Chu Cheng held the scroll in his hand, and activated it with a thought. A circle of high temperature surged from his body, and the real flame spread from his feet, burning the surrounding orcs to avoid it. But the battlefield was crowded with people, and they could not retreat at all. They could only be rebounded and burned by the flames, and soon died in pain. As the spell was continuously cast, a circle of faint flame vortex appeared in the air 100 meters in front of him. This was the farthest summoning distance. As time passed, the vortex expanded rapidly, and soon turned into a huge vortex of flames. Boom! The vortex of flames was like a volcanic eruption. A huge red figure emerged from the vortex. The flames expanded and stretched into a huge flame figure, looking up to the sky and shouting, "Who is calling the Son of Flame? Aberhill. Son of Flame Aberhill, Horror Giant Fire Element, level 60, 220,000 HP. At this time, the summoning scroll in Chu Cheng's hand had been broken after the giant fire element was summoned, and the remaining flame turned into a rune mark and merged into his palm. Chu Cheng stretched out his hand and pressed the summoned giant fire element. His palm was burning, and he shouted, "Powerful son of Flame Abrahil, please abide by the ancient contract and kill these orcs and centaurs." The giant fire element, which was more than 20 meters tall, looked over, and in an instant an extremely terrifying pressure came over him. Chu Cheng felt a moment of loss of consciousness, but at this moment a flame rune also appeared on his forehead. He came back to his senses, and saw that the son of flame was full of flames, and shouted loudly, "The son of flame will burn everything." The huge body twisted, and the huge flame arm was raised. A large piece of flame flew out, and expanded rapidly, turning into a sea of fire of dozens of meters, and sprinkled into the orc army. Then the huge body of the son of flame fell from the sky to the ground, and a circle of flames exploded, spreading like a tide to 100 meters away, instantly drowning countless orcs. The attack of the 60-level fire elemental boss was simply not something these orcs could resist. The flame swept through like a tide, and the orcs of more than 10 levels struggled in the flames and turned into ashes in less than 2 seconds. Tip: your summon killed an orc warrior and gained 1 killing experience. Tip: your summon killed an orc elite warrior and gained 5 killing experience. In an instant, countless killing experience acquisition information was displayed on the screen. This son of flame was his summon, so all kills he could get a share of killing experience. Chapter 72. Destroying with overwhelming force, unstoppable. Orcs are also mortals. How can they resist the flame damage of the extraordinary giant fire element? Wherever the flames go, the orcs are reduced to ashes. In the direction of the son of flame, many orcs fled and avoided it, and no one dared to stop it. In just a dozen seconds, the left wing of the orcs collapsed on the spot, and panic quickly spread to the center. The changes here were immediately noticed by the orcs' great warlord Mog in the direction of the orc center. He immediately issued an order, and 2 orc warlords of more than 40 levels and a centaur warlord led an elite guard to assemble and set off. There are also 5 ogres more than 3 meters long, all of which are elite monsters of more than 40 levels, and are the elites tamed by the orc king. The orcs are not good at magic, and there is no way to expel the giant fire element, so they can only rely on their flesh and blood to resist. So many elites acted together, and they really blocked the advancement of the giant fire element. Under the command of the orc warlord, countless arrows and javelins rained down into the body of the son of flame. Although most of them were melted by the high temperature, it was still obvious that the blood volume of the son of flame was constantly decreasing. The power generated by the metal javelin under the huge force was very strong. Shooting into the body of the son of flame could affect the stability of its body. Occasionally, a javelin could hit the hard core of the son of flame, and immediately a huge amount of damage of up to several thousand would explode. There were many powerful orcs and centaurs resisting the son of flame, and the warlords were frantically killing the fleeing orcs. The great roar of the warlord continued to inspire, and the fleeing left wing of the orcs actually stabilized again. Chu Cheng saw this and his eyes moved slightly, and he squeezed forward without hesitation. The powerful force pushed the crowd away and rushed into the stabilized orc line without stopping. Instead, it continued to move forward and killed the newly joined orc elite guards. When the elite guards saw Chu Cheng rushing in, they swung their swords without hesitation. -26, -25, -24. The 20-level elite monster has an attack power of about 150. With the natural absorption in defense, there is only this little damage left. Compared with Chu Cheng, whose health is as high as 1890 at this time, it can be said to be just a superficial injury. The full damage rebounded, and one round was a full 1,000 real damage. The target of this rebound was the 4 ogres and other orc and centaur bosses who were resisting the son of flame. The sudden damage made many bosses look confused, but facing the violent son of flame, they had no time to look for sneak attackers. More than 10 seconds later, many bosses were thrown to the ground. The son of flame, who was several stories high, punched down with a huge fist, and a violent flame shock wave exploded. A group of bosses were blown away, and half of them burned in the air and fell to the ground without any reaction. The remaining seriously injured wanted to escape, but it was too late to escape at this time. Even if the son of flame did not specifically target them, Chu Cheng did not let them go. Rounds of true damage locked them, and most of them were left before they squeezed their subordinates away and escaped. Unfortunately, the orc warlord and the centaur warlord with the strongest vitality escaped and did not complete the task. But it was not a big problem. The interception failed, and the son of flame could no longer be stopped by anyone, and the sweeping mode was turned on again. This time there was no boss to resist, and the left wing of the orcs was successfully defeated. No matter how the orc warlords tried to stop it, they could not resist it. Well done! Charge all the troops. The commander of the human right wing was delighted to see this. He was also decisive, and immediately ordered the entire army to suppress the fleeing orcs and drive them to the orc central army, intending to use the fleeing army to break through the central army camp. Boom! The son of flame condensed a ball of fire and threw it into the orcs. A ring of flames exploded, and the orcs in it were shattered to pieces. With a wave of his hand, a large piece of flame flew out and fell into a sea of fire. Wherever the son of flame went, the earth turned into a sea of fire. Even if he had left, the flames left behind lasted for almost a minute before dissipating. Wherever he went, even the human army did not dare to pass by, and directly cut off a large piece of open space on the battlefield. The extraordinary fire element, if there is no way to restrain it on the battlefield, is an absolute killer. Ordinary soldiers have no way to resist it, and no matter how many there are, they will end up in defeat. There was no surprise. Under Chu Cheng's care, the son of flame, Aberhill, fully released his power and turned the entire right wing of the battlefield into a sea of fire. His terrifying image became a nightmare for the fleeing orc soldiers. The fleeing soldiers quickly began to attack the orc central army. The great commander Mog, who was left in command, had some military knowledge and decisively ordered arrows and javelins to be fired at the fleeing soldiers, intending to prevent the fleeing soldiers from attacking the central army. The collapsed fleeing soldiers were even more afraid of the son of flame when facing a two-way attack, and they rushed to the central army camp. There was no way to escape from the battlefield to the left or right. The human commanders were all officers who had attended the war academy and were proficient in tactics. They had already mobilized 2 squadrons to intercept them on the left and right. Rather than saying that the orcs' fleeing soldiers fled back, it would be better to be dragged by them to attack their own central army. When the army's morale collapsed and they fled, only a small number of soldiers were needed to control 100 times more fleeing soldiers. It seems unreasonable, but in fact this situation is very common. When Chu Cheng was fighting in his previous life, after the Japanese army captured Nanjing, only 6 soldiers were needed to escort more than 2,000 police officers in Nanjing to the riverside for slaughter. No one resisted during this period, because they had lost their courage and wanted others to jump out first. Result: the chaos in the orc central army camp quickly spread to other places, especially the central army front. The frontline orc warriors, who were fighting with the main human forces, were originally in high morale, as the 2 great chiefs led a large number of elite troops to appear on the battlefield, especially the 2 extraordinary great chiefs, who forcibly broke through the human defense line with their super personal force, led the elite troops to kill in, and went straight to the human central army flag. The great chiefs came in person, and the morale exploded. The human central army was in chaos, and was about to defeat the human army's central army in one go. But at this time, their left wing collapsed completely, and the fleeing army attacked their own central army camp. What's even more terrible is that most of the elite troops in the camp have been transferred away. There are not enough elite soldiers to hold the position steady, and the central army is showing signs of collapse. At the same time, the orcs and the centaur chieftains have already killed their way into the human central army, and have seen the human commander-in-chief Elro from afar. The centaur chieftain Brandon shouted and activated his skill, Rush and Collision. The invisible halo exploded, and all the allies around him flashed red. The speed suddenly increased, and they rushed to the human commander-in-chief like a charge, knocking away the human soldiers in front. At this moment, General Elro, who was wearing exquisite armor, smiled, drew out his command sword with his backhand, and waved it. A dozen warriors holding big cards around him raised their shields and firmly protected Elro. At the same time, several human mages in robes stood behind General Elro, and almost at the same time took out scrolls and activated them. Chapter 73. Intercept. Rescue. Ice Shield. Force Field. All kinds of combat skills and spells that had been prepared were used together to block the sudden attack of the 2 extraordinary chieftains. The soldiers around General Elro were not as panicked as expected. They all drew their weapons and looked at the elite orcs rushing in. Kill! Without any polite words, the general commanded with swords, the front row squatted with shields, and the back row of crossbow warriors shot crossbows in their hands. They are well prepared. Although Grizzle didn't know how the human commander was well prepared, there was no way out at this time. The giant battle axe in his hand blocked part of the crossbow arrow shot at his head and chest, and the other part shot at his body, splashing a series of blood. But he didn't feel anything. He pulled out the crossbow arrow, raised the axe and jumped more than 30 meters away to smash the human general. Elro took out a lion-hard shield from behind him. With a loud clang, the air wave exploded. Elro bent his body slightly and swung his sword upward. On the other side, the centaur chieftain Brandon also picked up a heavy battle axe. He raised his tall body high and smashed it down to knock out a circle of soldiers around him. He swung the heavy battle axe in his hand fiercely, knocking a circle of soldiers away, and raised his 4 hooves and rushed straight to Elro. But halfway through, a magical light flashed on his body, and a thick layer of ice emerged to freeze him. He broke free after only 2 seconds of freezing, but at this time other human officers and guards had surrounded him. Although the strength difference was huge, these officers could not stop the extraordinary centaur chieftain, but there were several mages on the side to assist, and various spell restrictions successfully stopped him. At the same time, other orc officers and orc elite guards were not idle, fighting with the surrounding human elite guards. To be precise, they were besieged, but they could hold out for a while with their strong strength. The 2 chieftains were blocked, and it seemed that they could be stopped in this situation. Normally, the decapitation tactic was considered a failure. But, just when most people thought so, the back of General Elro, who was fighting fiercely with the orc chieftain, suddenly became a little blurry. At this moment, the orc chieftain Grizzle suddenly charged on the spot and fixed General Elro. At the same time, a black shadow appeared out of thin air behind General Elro, raising his knife and stabbing the gap in the armor of the back of the general's head. Cracked Claw, Horror Orc Grand Marshal, Level 50, 66,000 blood. The black dagger stabbed into the gap of the helmet and sank into it, but there was no blood spurting out as imagined, only a little bit of broken magic light. Cracked Claw's ugly face showed surprise, and he raised his knife and stabbed without hesitation. But at this time, General Elro had already reacted. He shouted softly, and a layer of golden light exploded on his body. The whole person was protected by a layer of real golden armor. The black dagger stabbed like lightning, but there were only a few starlights flying. Now! Target Claw! Sun Yu shouted softly in the channel, and came out of his hiding place decisively. The scroll in his hand burned with blood flames and quickly burned out. A strong blood light hit Claw. A bloody dagger quickly appeared on his head, and the tip of the sword pointed at the top of Claw's head. The bloodlight fell, and the outline of Claw's body immediately floated with a layer of blood color, which was very eye-catching. The whole class of more than 40 people rushed out. 2 magicians had already cast spells silently, and one of them stretched out his hand and pointed. The cold air gathered above the head of the Claw, and quickly turned into a chain of condensed ice to lock the Claw. A black light flashed on the Claw's body, and the whole person turned into a ball of smoke and flew out of the ice chain. But at this moment, another mage profession had completed the spell, and several tentacles made of black smoke stretched out from under his feet, directly inserted into the smoke and entangled it. Both the ice chain and the black tentacles of AIE are very powerful immobilization spells. The target was trapped in one fell swoop, and the others were well prepared and quickly used their most powerful means. What is the experience of more than 40 elite class 1 students bursting out at the same time? Even if their levels are not high, most of them are level 17 or 18, and at most level 20, they have great rank suppression in the face of extraordinary existence, but since it is a means of bursting, the power must be strong enough. In addition, the bloody dagger mark can greatly weaken the defense and resistance of the boss. Even with great rank suppression, it can cause more than 1/3 of the damage. It can be called an explosive method, with a lethality of at least 500 and a high one of 1,000. More than 40 people exploded at the same time, and countless injuries ranging from 100 to 300 jumped up at the same time, densely packed like a screen. In an instant, the blood volume of Cracked Claw decreased by 60 to 40, accounting for 1/10 of its total health. The body of Cracked Claw, who suffered huge damage, paused, and the ice chain broke. Everyone attacked quickly and continuously, countless arrows and combat skills fell, and after several rounds, the blood volume of Cracked Claw had changed from 66,000 to 52,350. But at this time, Cracked Claw had broken free from the restraints, and his body turned into black smoke and exploded. The nearest shield-holding student rushed into the black smoke, and the smoke dissipated, and Cracked Claw had disappeared. At this moment, one of the mages in the team raised his hand, and a huge magic gem on the surface of a ring lit up, and a ball of ice mist exploded and covered the ground. Everyone immediately saw a footprint appearing out of thin air on the ice mist. Sun Yu reacted very quickly, and a backhand charge hit the air. With a muffled bang, the air wave exploded, and a vague phantom was knocked out of thin air, immediately attracting everyone to besiege. Sun Yu and another tank held shields in front, and the others attacked frantically. Although there was no big move for the time being, the damage of various small skills added up was also considerable. In particular, various restrictions and control skills almost never stopped. Even if the level of Cracked Claw was as high as 50, it was bombarded and dizzy, and there was no way to fight back for a while. But skills always run out, and Cracked Claw's blood was consumed continuously for nearly 20,000. When the total blood volume was only half, the continuous control was finally interrupted. Cracked Claw came back to his senses, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed past Sun Yu to his back, and 2 daggers were inserted into his back with his backhand. -624, -625, plus 500. 2 huge damages, and a blood increase jumped out at the same time. Sun Yu's heart jumped violently. He quickly opened the shield wall to reduce damage, and took out the blood bottle from his arms and drank it. Bang! The claw knocked the blood bottle away with a dagger, and the black dagger flipped into his mouth, and blood flew out. -1250. A fatal blow. Sun Yu's face quickly turned gray and lost his breath of life, and he fell back. At this moment, a strong light suddenly appeared above his head, and a stone of the real world flew out of thin air and exploded. The extremely rich breath of life emerged, and his gray face quickly recovered vitality, which was so rich that it almost burst out. Sun Yu, who was resurrected with the help of the stone of the real world, turned over and stood up. A shield strike with a strong breath of life smashed down, and a dizzy mark appeared on the top of the claw's head. Another backhand sword slashed down, and the rich breath of life exploded. -289, -1000. The former is his normal attack damage, and the latter is the additional real damage that comes with the Realm Stone buff. Chapter 74. The true Realm Stone can not only revive with full health and full status, but also dispel any negative status after resurrection, and will come with a very powerful buff, which lasts for a full minute. During this minute, the health value, attack and defense speed, and other attributes will be greatly improved, as powerful as a god descending from heaven. With the super buff given by the true Realm Stone, Sun Yu was like a god descending from heaven, and actually fought back and forth with this Cracked Claw head-on, and took all the attacks of the boss head-on. Many elites and many native archers around joined forces to besiege, and the health of Cracked Claw dropped rapidly. Finally, before the true Realm Stone buff ended, the Orc General Cracked Claw was forcibly killed. The true Realm Stone buff is so terrifying, but the consumption is too outrageous, 1,000 gold per time. When Cracked Claw died, the stream of light on the corpse gathered and condensed into a trophy treasure chest emitting a faint purple light. Sun Yu showed a happy expression on his face, quickly put away the trophy treasure chest, took a look at the remaining duration of the buff, and strode towards the nearest centaur chieftain. Once the Claw, who was good at deadly sneak attacks, died, the orc's decapitation tactics failed. Although the orc chieftain and the centaur chieftain were still there, and there were still several warlords, they were all good at frontal combat, not good at raiding. Grizzle was not stubborn to the end, and when he saw the death of Claw, he decisively ordered a retreat. However, it was not easy to kill in, and it was even harder to get out. Not to mention the human soldiers around who were eyeing him. Sun Yu wanted to use the remaining time of the buff to kill another chieftain. But it was a pity that the two were too powerful, especially the centaur chieftain's skill rush and collision, which could work on everyone. In the skill state, he had the special effects of dominance and charge, and could forcibly break through the crowd and kill out. However, when they rushed out of the human army, they saw the orc army collapsing. At this time, Chuchum also successfully broke into the orc army camp. The two chieftains left, and the high-end power in the orc army camp was empty. No one could stop the extraordinary son of flame. Aberhill turned into a mobile fire disaster and rushed into the orc army, turning the camp into a sea of fire. The old nest was destroyed, which quickly caused a great collapse of the morale of the orcs on the entire battlefield. The two chieftains finally fought their way out, and saw this scene. At this time, the situation was over, and even if they returned to the central army camp immediately, they could not stabilize the situation. They did not do so, and decisively broke through and retreated. Later, they chased and killed the fleeing orcs all the way. They chased and killed for more than 20 kilometers in one breath, until the enemy fled back to the nearest Blackstone fortress. Perfect. When Chu Chung returned to the northern outpost, he had already received the plot evaluation of this battle. Tip: the Blackwater River battle is over, and the settlement is starting now. Settlement in progress. Tip: the basic score is 10 points. Tip: kill the orc chieftain Wildhammer, and the score will increase by 20. Tip: Kill the Centaur Chieftain Black Mountain, and the score will increase by 20. Tip, kill. Tip, kill the Orc Warlord, and the score will increase by 50. Tip, kill 3580 Orc Coalition soldiers, and the score will increase by 1790. Tip, turn the tide with one's own strength and defeat the Orc left wing, and the score will increase by 200. Tip, turn the tide with one's own strength and defeat the Orc center army, thus causing the Orc coalition to collapse completely, and the score will increase by 800. Tip, play an absolutely key role in the plot, score plus 500. Tip, final score 3,500 points, total evaluation 5 stars plus. Final reward, 1 purple treasure chest, 100,000 killing experience, 5,000 reputation, 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points. A score of 3,500 is extremely exaggerated, but it is very real. A commander of the horror template of more than 40 levels with a score of 50 is not exaggerated, and it is normal to add 200 points to the score for defeating the left wing of the Orcs by himself. Together with the Son of Flame, Aberhill, he attacked the Orc Central Army, causing the Central Army to collapse, and then affecting the collapse of the entire Orc army. Isn't it reasonable to add 800 points to this behavior? He summoned the Son of Flame by spending a precious scroll, and his behavior was controlled by him, so his results naturally belonged to him. It was completely okay to count him as having done it. And these are not the big deal. The big deal is the 3,580 Orcs and Centaurs he killed with the Son of Flame. Killing 3,580 Orcs and Centaurs. What does this mean? Only he can do it. No one else can do it. It is worth mentioning that the 5-star plot evaluation of the Golden Wasteland dungeon is not 300 points, but a full 1,000 points. The standards of different dungeons and different plots are different. Generally, the higher the level of the dungeon, the higher the requirements. This wave is rich. A purple treasure chest, a red treasure chest for killing the Orc Warlord, and 6 blue treasure chests. 100,000 killing experience, which instantly raised his level by more than 1 level. 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points can be improved a little more. 5,000 reputation, plus the 5,800 reputation accumulated before, plus the reputation accumulated by killing the boss in this battle. The total reputation is now 11600. In addition, killing 8 bosses of more than 30 levels will get a total of 10 points. 1 Orc Warlord of more than 40 levels has 10 points and 2 permissions. The key influence of this plot can get 50 points and 3 permissions, as well as 5,000 reputation. In the final settlement, he has now accumulated 16,600 reputation, 87 points, and 5 permissions. According to the rules, 3 points can be exchanged for 1 skill point. 4 points can be exchanged for 1 free attribute point. 20 points plus 2 permissions can be exchanged for a red rare equipment. 100 points plus 5 permissions can be exchanged for a purple epic equipment. He can now exchange for 2 red rare equipment. The epic equipment permissions are enough, but the points are not enough. But it's not a big problem. The dungeon is not over yet. Now the Orcs are defeated. According to the plot, humans will retaliate, and at the end of the month the Cross Fortress will support another troop, and join the current troop to attack the Orc King, and then they can make a lot of money. In addition, he now has a purple treasure chest and a red treasure chest, which can open an epic equipment and a rare equipment. Open the box first. Chu Chung turned around happily and prepared to go back to the temporary residence to open the box. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Sun Yu and his group coming over, looking at him with deep eyes. He stood still, and Sun Yu walked up to him with a serious face and said, "I didn't expect you to do this, but a temporary lead is nothing. The one who laughs last is the ultimate winner." After saying this sentence that made Chu Chung a little puzzled, Sun Yu turned around and left. He touched his head, and an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that my ranking has surpassed his? He immediately opened the communication and sent a message to Duan Yuqing to ask, and the head teacher quickly responded, "I wanted to wait for you to come back and tell you in person, but now that you already know, I will tell you that you are now ranked first, surpassing Sun Yu. But don't be too happy too soon. The gap between the two of you is very small. He may catch up with you at any time, and the human army will attack the Orc King at the end of the month. At that time, you have to continue to perform well and strive to completely suppress him and win the first place in the joint examination." Well, I will work hard. Chapter 75. There is nothing to see in a few blue treasure chests. For him, all blue quality equipment is the same now. Except for accessories and weapons with top quality attributes, other equipment is similar, with different attributes at most. The best for him is rare equipment, or blue equipment above level 30. because levels 10 to 29 are actually a large level, called formal professionals, that is, level 1. Levels 30 to 49 are another level, called elite professionals, level 2. Levels 50 to 69 are extraordinary professionals, level 3. Levels 70 and above are legendary professionals, level 4. The attribute difference between equipment of the same level is not big. The attribute difference between level 15 blue equipment and level 25 blue equipment is only 1 or 2 points. Unless it is a blue equipment above level 30, the attribute is much stronger than that of level 25 blue equipment, it is worth replacing. But he is not yet level 30, so he will replace the blue quality equipment that is better than his own, and sell it directly if it is not better. Red loot box. Chu Cheng opened his 10 fingers and squeezed them, then reached out to open the treasure box, and immediately a red light flew out. Open the treasure box and reach out to take out 2 things. The equipment with red light is a ring, and the other is a skill scroll. Orc Warlord Strength Pendant, rare/deep red, equipment type, necklace. Equipment requirements, none. Additional attributes, strength plus 10. Additional attributes, attack plus 20. Skill/active, wild power, physical attack plus 100 after activation, lasts for 15 seconds, and the cooldown time is 2 hours. Slot 1. Evaluation, the most cherished pendant of the Orc Warlord, containing the wild power of the orcs. It is indeed the best. It perfectly fits the stereotype of the Orc Warlord, and it is a violent output equipment. No need to say, decisively equip it. Then look at another skill scroll. It is a very familiar intermediate skill Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike LV1, intermediate the weapon shocks the ground, causing physical damage of 150% of the maximum attack to enemies within a radius of 5 meters around, slowing down by 50%, lasting for 3 seconds, and cooling time of 60 seconds. Tips. Stun can be dispelled, priority 3 stars. This skill is very classic, and more than 70% of power melee and tanks will learn a range combat skill. The other 30% of power melee and tanks are not chosen, but there are more suitable substitutes. If Chu Cheng did not have the talent of space refraction, if he did not have a bunch of AoEs such as Thunder Shock, Raging Sea Tide, and Blade Storm, he would definitely learn one. Of course, it is not needed now, and you can sell it when you go back. Putting the things away first, Chu Cheng rubbed his hands excitedly, and took out the treasure chest emitting a strong purple light. Purple treasure chest, there must be epic equipment. Chu Cheng has never seen epic equipment in his life. It is estimated that there is only one in the whole grade. Sun Yu killed a Claw, the big boss of the extraordinary horror template, and there is a great probability that a purple treasure chest will be dropped. The plot reward will be worse than his. Although it is also a 5-star score, the gap between 5-star scores is also large. With his results, there should be no purple treasure chest, but there will definitely be a red treasure chest, and it is dark red. It is worth mentioning that only Lord level boss above level 50 on the school bounty list will have 100 points and 5 permissions. Although Cracked Claw is a level 50 extraordinary boss, it is only a horror template, and it is not a faction leader without bonuses. Whether in terms of strength or status, it is not as good as the Orc Chieftain and the Centaur Chieftain, and the reward for killing him is not that much. But this time he changed the fate of the human commander being beheaded, and he will definitely get a key influence, 50 points, 3 permissions, and 5,000 reputation. Logically speaking, Sun Yu should be ranked first this time, and his total gains are also higher. But the problem is that he died once, which greatly lowered the school's score, so he was inferior to him. Knight Commander's solid defense, epic/dark purple, equipment type, plate armor. Equipment requirements, level 25, constitution 50, strength 50. Basic attributes, defense plus 20. Additional attributes, all damage reduced by 20. Additional attributes, magic resistance plus 20%. Additional attribute, HP plus 500. Skill/active, solid, after activation, reduces all damage by 40%, lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown time is 15 minutes. Hole slot 6. Evaluation, very powerful defensive plate armor, the most reliable partner for a warrior. When this equipment appeared in front of Chu Cheng, even though he had long known that the one opened from this plot treasure chest must be the most suitable for him, he still couldn't help but marvel at its attributes. This attribute, this additional skill, and the key is that it also comes with 6 whole slots, which has definitely reached the limit of epic equipment below level 30. It is impossible to have more powerful epic equipment than this. Directly skip the rare quality, and get an epic armor. Before getting the second epic armor, This equipment can be used until level 50 without changing. Damn, isn't this directly embedded with 6 rare gems that increase physical fitness? Directly increase 60 points of physical fitness, equivalent to 600 points of health, 6 points of toughness, and 6 points of basic defense, and the survivability is directly maxed out. Needless to say, he equipped it on the spot. As for the heavy armor that had accompanied him for so long before, he could still sell it for some money when he went back. In addition, there were no other equipment and props in this purple treasure chest except this equipment, only 10 chaos gold coins, which could be regarded as alleviating his urgent needs. After all the spoils were packed up, Chu Cheng first went out and sold all the unwanted things on his body in the market, selling a total of about 4 gold. Then he found a teacher who was good at jewelry cutting at the school's outpost, and sold the 4 fine sapphires that had been cut on his body, 30 silver each, and sold 1 gold and 20 silver. Now he has a total of 15 gold and 58 silver. Not much, not even enough to buy 6 rare gems. That thing is cut for 3 gold each, 18 gold for 6. In addition, he will have to spend money to exchange for reputation items later, and prepare 30 gold to buy the remaining skill points and attribute points from the school after the copy, so the gap is very large. Damn, still poor. Exchange some things and sell them later to make a profit. Chu Cheng turned around and contacted the fortress quartermaster Mohan to explain his purpose. The other party immediately said, "Come to the south gate of the military camp." He quickly came to the south gate of the military camp, and saw Mohan standing at the door of the tent. He also saw Chu Cheng and smiled and waved. The two entered the tent, and Mohan opened the exchange panel to him, smiling and saying, "You did well this time, and have surpassed Sun Yu. Try harder at the end of the month, and strive to stay in first place." Chu Cheng nodded seriously. "I will work hard." Huh? Why are there so many fewer of these things? Top level profession, mage, job transfer certificate *1, it takes 10,000 reputation and 25 gold. Advanced profession, war knight, job transfer certificate *1, it takes 5,000 reputation and 5 gold. Epic quality magic gem *2, 1 costs 2,000 reputation and 6 gold. Sun ray scroll *2, 1 scroll costs 500 reputation and 1 gold. Military horse mount *1, it takes 1,000 reputation and 3 gold. Swordsman's notebook *1, it takes 1,500 reputation and 3 gold. Chapter 76. Chu Cheng looked at the few lonely exchange items on the panel, and asked with some sudden realization, "Sun Yu is also worshipped?" Mohan nodded. "Yes, he got enough reputation to worship not long after you, and exchanged other things early." Chu Cheng. Okay. After all, he could earn the reputation of worship by hard work in such a long time, and it is normal for Sun Yu to spend more time to earn it. Now there is no other way, so I can only exchange for something else. But among the remaining exchangeable items, the only ones that can make a profit are the remaining gems and swordsman's notebook. No, the mage professional certificate is very profitable. The market price of this thing can be sold for about 100 gold, but here it only needs 10,000 reputation and 25 gold, and you can make a profit of 75 gold. But the problem is that there seems to be no market in this copy. Few students will carry 100 gold. The few people in the school who have capital don't need this thing, and it is impossible to lend him money. He can only buy it now, and sell it on the flea market on the campus network after the copy is over, but he is short of money now. Unless... Chu Cheng pinched his chin and asked with a smile, "Teacher Mo, let me give you an example. If I exchange for a mage transfer certificate, will the school accept it? If so, what is the price?" Mohan raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Of course the school will accept it, but the purchase price will definitely not be as high as the outside market, only 50 gold. Ah, so low. Yes, even we are the same price." He smiled and said, "It's good to make you double the money, and you still want to sell it at the market price. Hee hee. Wait a minute, I go borrow some money." He laughed awkwardly and opened the communication, ready to find Zhang Chunlei and others to make some money, and borrow a little from each person to make up 10 gold. If you borrow for a while, you will get an extra reward of 1 gold, and the probability of borrowing is quite high. But before he spoke, Mohan waved his hand and said, "How much do you need?" 10 gold. No need to borrow, I help you." "Ah, does this comply with the regulations?" "I borrow it privately." "Oh, thank you very much. It's a small matter." As he said that, a transaction interface popped up in front of him, with 10 gold on it. After completing the transaction, Mohan asked, "Do you want to exchange the mage professional certificate now?" Yes. Then Imohan tapped his finger in front of him a few times, and a redemption prompt appeared in the corner of Chu Cheng's eyes, and then he opened his bag and found that the mage professional certificate had been exchanged. Looking at the personal panel again, it showed that 25 gold and 10,000 reputation had been deducted. Before he could come back to his senses, a new panel popped up in front of him. Looking closely, it was a recycling panel. Imohan smiled and said, I am also responsible for recycling. Put the things up and go through the process to facilitate the reconciliation. Oh! Chu Cheng quickly put the things up to complete the transaction, and 50 gold was credited to his account. Then he traded with Imohan again. He quickly paid 15 gold coins and clicked the transaction. However, Imohan refused and waved his hand, saying, It's just a small matter. 10 gold will do. Looking at the teacher's eyes, Chu Cheng did not insist. After completing the transaction, his current net worth instantly became 40 gold and 58 silver, and his reputation was only 6,600. Then he spent 12 gold and 4,000 reputation to buy the 2 epic magic gems. I spent another 3 gold and 1,500 reputation to buy the Sword Master's notebook. In the end, the only items left in the worship reputation were the War Knight's transfer certificate, 2 Pyroblast scrolls, 2 Sun Ray scrolls, and a military horse mount. Among these items, the War Knight's transfer certificate can earn a lot, but the reputation is not enough to exchange. There is nothing to earn from spell scrolls, and individuals do not need scrolls to improve their combat power. There is nothing to earn from military horse mounts, and few people will spend a lot of money to buy mounts in the early stage. At this stage, I am very short of money, so I will save as much as possible on the 3 gold. The 2 epic quality magic gems are kept for the time being. He is not sure whether the epic equipment is embedded with rare gems or epic gems. I will talk about it when I have more money in the future. Moreover, this thing is worth 12 gold in its original state, and 15 gold after cutting. I can sell it to make a profit when I need money urgently. The exchange is completed, and there is nothing to do next. Although the Cross Fortress will launch a revenge strike against the orcs, that will happen half a month later. He dare not run around in the past half month, lest Sun Yu seizes the opportunity to trick him. Now Sun Yu has fallen behind, and if he wants to turn things around, he can only wait for the big plot half a month later. But with his current ability, it is unlikely that Sun Yu will turn things around under normal circumstances. I believe Sun Yu himself knows that there is only one possibility for him to turn things around, that is, Chu Cheng withdraws himself. Whether it is voluntary or involuntary withdrawal, only if he withdraws will Sun Yu have a chance. Faced with the temptation of an original hero mark, no one can resist it, even Chu Cheng can't resist it, and he will not give in. With this, he can directly force his way into the queue to accept the inheritance of the upper hero, or even the legendary hero. Even the inheritance of immortal heroes, if you can find it. Go fishing in Gear City again? Or learn enchantment? No, it's too expensive. Practice weapon skills. Both the Northern Outpost Barracks and the Cross Fortress Barracks have practice fields. Although the effect of practicing alone is not as good as actual combat, it is better than doing nothing. By the way, I am now worshipping reputation, and it seems that I can directly spend money to learn various weapon skills. The Fortress Barracks contains all weapon skills, and you can learn one with just 1 gold. Strictly speaking, there are still 20 days before the human counterattack, and you can upgrade many weapon skills to master them. Thinking of this, Chu Cheng immediately made up his mind. Early the next morning, he followed a transport team returning to the Cross Fortress and left the northern outpost. As soon as he left, the news appeared in the ears of Sun Yu and others. He is now worshipping reputation, and he has been wary of us for a long time, so it is impossible to intercept him halfway. Sun Yu hesitated for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of intercepting him halfway. No one saw the attack in secret, so it was done, and there would be no punishment. But once caught in the act or failed, the consequences would be serious. He would not have to pay with his life, but there would definitely be a high compensation and expulsion from the dungeon. His ranking would definitely be ruined, and there would be no hope for the joint exam reward. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. I still have to use that thing. As long as it is not abused, a little risk is nothing. Sun Yu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. A day later, Chu Cheng returned to the Cross Fortress and entered the military camp as soon as possible. He asked many instructors in the military camp for advice, and learned various weapon skills. He now has dagger skills, one-handed sword, one-handed axe, boxing gloves, firearms, bows, and throwing. Then he spent 12 gold to learn a total of 12 weapon skills, including crossbows, staffs, two-handed swords, two-handed axes, one-handed hammers, two-handed hammers, scimitars, scimitar swords, javelins, long-handled weapons, exotic weapons, and shields. Chapter 77. In the following days, Chu Cheng did not go anywhere. He stayed in the Cross Fortress and practiced his weapon skills. In order to improve his skills faster, he deliberately consumed some reputation and got some defeated orcs from the death row to be his opponents. With enough opponents, the weapon skills can be improved very quickly. He promised that as long as he practiced with them for half a month, he could leave the dungeon and avoid death, but would be sent to work as a miner. No one would believe him if he said he would release them directly. This statement would be more credible. As time went by, the atmosphere in the Cross Fortress became increasingly tense, and more soldiers were transferred to the northern outpost. Chu Cheng was not oblivious to what was happening outside. He could get intelligence from both Zhang Chunlei and the class teacher. According to the class teacher, the Cross Fortress had decided to gather a force to attack the Orc King. Now a large number of tasks have been issued to clear out the Orc tribes of all sizes scattered in the wilderness east of the Blackwater River. Sun Yu and others have already determined the location, and are attacking those tribes in the wilderness with students from several classes. Chu Cheng didn't care about these. No matter how many tribes he killed, it would not have much impact on the overall evaluation. The main thing is to look at the next big plot. If this is effective, the other people in this joint exam combined will not kill as many as he did, and he would have been the first long ago. It's better to be steady. Time passed, half a month later. Chu Cheng stopped after upgrading the bow and shield weapon skills to proficiency in one breath, and after a little preparation, he left the Cross Fortress and headed for the northern outpost. The human Northern Expedition Army is about to set out, and he has to report. Back to the northern outpost, the main force of the Northern Expedition Army has not set out yet, but from the information obtained from Duan Yuqin, it is known that the vanguard of the Northern Expedition Army has set out, and is now camping under the Blackstone Fortress. As the largest outpost outside the Orc King's department, the Blackstone Fortress must be taken first. Chu Cheng did not follow the main force of the Northern Expedition Army, but went to the Northern Expedition Army to report first, and then took a task and set out with a logistics transport team. The convoy crossed the Blackwater River, crossed the wasteland, and slowly came to a Gobi Desert. From a distance, the Blackstone Fortress built on the stone Gobi Desert was seen. The Blackstone Fortress of the Orcs was also built on a high ground, with a full stone wall with many spikes on it. The walls were full of orcs, and there were many war weapons, such as catapults and crossbow carts. More than 1,000 human vanguards camped outside the range of the catapults, and teams of cavalry galloped around the fortress to prevent the orcs from breaking out. Chu Cheng had just arrived with the transport team when he received a message from Zhang Chunlei. All 7 squads are here, and we are discussing the siege. Do you want to come? Attacking now? Team 1? Team 1 is here too, but not in a group. Everyone has their own ideas. Zhang Chunlei explained. The main thing is that the reward for taking down this fortress is very high. The previous bounty is still valid. If we can take down this fortress by ourselves without the Northern Expedition Army taking action, we will get a total of 50 points and 3 permissions. In addition, there will be 2,500 reputation and 20 gold rewards, and the boss is counted separately. Chu Cheng was surprised. Without the Northern Expedition Army, can you take down this Blackstone Fortress? As far as I know, the orcs were defeated this time, but many of the defeated soldiers are still in the Blackstone Fortress. Now the orcs and horses in the fortress are several times more than before, and you should not be able to gather hundreds of cannon fodder like last time. It's true, and there are more cannon fodder this time. In addition, this time the preparations are more thorough. They have a way to open the city gate directly, and there is no need to work hard to attack the city. Oh! Chu Cheng, who had no interest at first, finally became interested and asked, "Are you sure they can open the city gate directly?" Of course, who would go if they can't open it? So good? If you have this ability, will you use it here? Why don't you attack the Orc Kingship from behind? You should know that although the Orc Kingship is a huge tribe, the nobles and leaders of the kingship live in the inner city, and the defense of the inner city is higher and stronger than this Blackstone Fortress. But that is only the overall height and strength of the city wall. The strength of the city gate alone is not much different. If you can open the gate of the Blackstone Fortress, you can also open the inner city gate of the Orc Kingship. With this ability, of course, it is more valuable to open the inner city gate. Unless, he can use this method more than once. Strange. Why didn't he use it before? Chu Cheng scratched his head and asked, "If you can really open the city gate directly, it's fine, but there is a key question, how to distribute the reward." Zhang Chunlei immediately replied, "The props for breaking the city gate are in Sun Yu's hands. This time, he will take out this prop to break the city gate and summon a bunch of cannon fodder to block in front. The requirement is half of the points and 3 permissions, and the remaining half of the points and 20 gold rewards will be divided among us, and he doesn't want all the boss spoils after the attack. Mao, the best will belong to him. Please ask me how much I can get if I go, and whether there is any subsidy for tanks?" "Okay," I asked. It didn't take long. In less than a minute, Zhang Chunlei sent him a message with an awkward tone. "Well, Sun Yu said he dared not trouble you." "Chu Cheng? ? I know. You want to eat alone." Chu Cheng closed the communication, pinched his chin, smiled slightly. "You said you don't want me to join, so why not? I want to make a fortune. This bounty is not yours, anyone can take it. And..." His eyes flickered slightly, and he had a plan in mind. Half an hour later, the joint team was ready, and then summoned cannon fodder. Most of them were various elemental creatures, or pets or summoned creatures such as grizzly bears and wild boars. Some used scrolls to summon teams of orcs or human soldiers. Soon it was Sun Yu's turn. He took out a scroll emitting a faint red light, and summoned a huge magic circle. The blood light overflowed and dyed the surroundings red. As the magic circle opened, a projection of the Abyss Demon Refiner, which was 5 or 6 meters tall, was summoned from it. Abyss Demon Refiner projection, Lord, a high-level demon from an unknown realm, level 50, 320,000 blood. As soon as the Abyss Demon Refiner projection was summoned, Chu Cheng felt a little hot in his eyebrows, and then felt a strong consciousness projected over. When he looked up, he saw the Abyss Demon Refiner, who had just been summoned, looking at him. His eyes flashed and disappeared. If he hadn't felt it clearly, he would have thought it was an illusion. The summoned Abyss Demon Refiner projection continued to cast spells, and soon summoned 300 or 400 low-level and medium-level demons. As the Demon Refiner's claws waved, many low-level demons shouted and rushed towards the Blackstone Fortress. "Really brave?" Chu Cheng turned his eyes to look at Sun Yu, a little surprised at his boldness. Chapter 78. Whether it is a demon or a devil, it is not easy to deal with it. Even if it is just a projection summoned by a scroll, there is a big risk. Although there is no legendary bottomless abyss, and 9 layers of hell in the Chaos Realm, demons and devils do exist, and they are as evil and dangerous as the legend says. Good at bewitching people's hearts, and tempting mortals to fall. Of course, this is just a demon projection summoned by a scroll, which does not mean that Sun Yu was tempted by the devil to fall, and it cannot be said that he colluded with the devil because of a scroll. But the power of the devil is not so easy to borrow. Any devil is a master who is good at playing with people's hearts. Borrowing the power of the devil requires a price, even if it is summoned by a scroll. This projection of the Abyss Refining Demon summoned a large number of demons to attack the city without saying anything. There is no common request for a price. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the price has been paid long ago, or the price will be asked for afterwards. It is worth mentioning that although the Abyss Refining Demon has the word Abyss, it is not an Abyss Demon, but a Hell Demon. This is a kind of upper-level big devil, very powerful. Many of them are legendary. In addition to the title of Devil Lord, its body is definitely legendary, or even above. The projection strength is determined by the power invested. The one in front of us is extraordinary, but with the bonus of the real body, it is definitely much stronger than the normal extraordinary. Many low-level devils rushed up. Many of them had the ability to fly and rush straight to the city wall. It can be clearly seen that the orc defenders on the city wall were terrified. Monsters, like devils, are not only feared by humans, but also by other alien races. Fortunately, there are not many devils. Although the orcs are afraid, they will not run away. As the orc officers continued to shout to boost morale, they stabilized and took out javelins to throw, and some manipulated the bed crossbows on the city wall to aim at the air. Thick crossbow arrows shot up into the sky, most of which missed. But if they hit, they would kill instantly. The attack power of a crossbow is more than 1,000, and it has extremely high armor penetration. It is also a siege attack. If the HP is less than 1,000, it will basically be killed instantly. In addition, the catapults on the city wall also began to adjust. Every time they cast, dozens of stones as big as basins, and as big as fists flew out of the huge catapult, and hit them head-on. In an instant, the screen was filled with dense damage. The damage of the catapult depends on the size of the catapult, and the size of the thrown stone. A fist-sized stone will cause 200 to 300 damage. If a stone as big as a basin hits, it will be at least more than 1,000. and there is a high probability of triggering crushing and smashing, critical hit or fatal hit, disability and limb loss and other effects. Basically, if you touch it, you will be injured, and if you touch it, you will die. This is also the main reason why Chu Cheng did not dare to attack military fortresses such as castles at will. There were only more than 500 defenders in front of the Blackstone Fortress. A commander of the horror template of more than 40 levels, and an elite deputy of more than 40 levels were fully capable of fighting with tactics with the upgraded spatial refraction talent, but he had never thought of attacking the Blackstone Fortress head-on before, because he was afraid of failure. The war weapons in the fortress were not only placed on the walls, but also inside the city, and there were nets. If you were caught in a net, it would be dangerous. Just as the orcs were busy dealing with the devils attacking the city, the projection of the abyss demon suddenly soared into the air, disappeared in a flash, and reappeared behind the gate of the Blackstone Fortress. The huge demon claws pressed in vain, and the aura of fear exploded. A large number of orc soldiers at the gate of the city were scared and fled in all directions, but some were charmed by the abyss demon and walked towards the gate with confused eyes. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the gate of Blackstone Fortress was opened from the inside. Damn! Seeing the scene, Chu Cheng was extremely speechless. The gates were all opened, and the biggest benefit of this bounty had already been obtained by Sun Yu. If he went there again, it would only be icing on the cake, and he would not get the biggest benefit. This made him give up his previous idea directly. He was not interested in making wedding clothes for others. There were no accidents in the following plot. A ghostly extraordinary demon took the lead. These demons alone made a mess in Blackstone Fortress. In addition, the team outside the city took advantage of the situation to attack, and the orcs in Blackstone Fortress quickly collapsed. There was a level 43 orc commander in the fortress, but he had no power to fight back under the suppression of the abyss demon. Attacked from both inside and outside, the war weapons on the city wall did not play any role. In just 2 hours, the battle in the fortress was over. Sun Yu's ranking has surpassed yours. This was the message sent by the head teacher less than 10 minutes after the capture of the Blackstone Fortress. Sun Yu surpassed him with the help of this battle. He fell to second place, and Pan Yu was third. He asked speechlessly, "Teacher, isn't this a foul? I remember that there is no way or scroll to summon the upper devil in the joint examination copy." Duan Yuqin was also silent for a while, and said, "Strictly speaking, this method is on the edge of the rules. Whether it is allowed or not depends on the school's decision. Now that the school has not stopped it, it means that it has been allowed." Chu Cheng had nothing to say. The true realm stone, which costs 1,000 gold coins, can be used at will. What can he do? You can cheat yourself, so it is impossible to stop others from cheating. Others use resource cheats. Don't say it's unfair, saying that the joint exam does not allow outside forces to interfere. The school does have this rule, but since the school has no reaction, it means that Sun Yu's scroll is not against the rules. Maybe it was obtained before. Although he doesn't believe it is definitely against the rules. It's a bit dangerous. From Zhang Chunlei's previous words, it can be guessed that Sun Yu can probably use the same method again. If he still uses this method to open the city gate when attacking the Orc King, it will be another key plot influence and 5-star plot rating. Combined with this move now, it is difficult for him to surpass Sun Yu in the ranking. Even if he can achieve the same key plot influence and 5-star plot rating, he can't compare, and he has to go further. And to go further, he can only complete the core plot influence. Take the plot of attacking the Orc King city as an example. He must break through the city gate before others, which is called first landing. Then kill a large number of orcs to cause qualitative changes, and kill the orc chieftain. But this is an impossible task. Sun Yu couldn't watch him finish. Except for killing a large number of orcs, the other two were impossible. Headache. Chu Cheng rubbed his face hard, and couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock for a while. When the orcs in the castle were cleared and the human army moved in, Chu Cheng also entered the bloody castle. However, as soon as he entered the castle, he felt a strange breath approaching, and the void mark between his eyebrows began to heat up. He turned around quickly, and saw a human warrior in armor coming over. This man was very tall, much taller than the others. He walked up to him empty-handed, took off his helmet, revealing a very handsome oriental face, and saluted very elegantly with his hand covering his chest, saying, "My name is Imodar, and I'm glad to meet you." Abyss Refiner. Chu Cheng frowned and took a step back very vigilantly. Seeing this, Imodar smiled and said, "Indeed, this is not the place to talk. Perhaps we can go somewhere else." He stretched out his hand, and snapped 2 fingers. Chu Cheng found that the space was distorted, and the figures around him disappeared quickly. In an instant, the place that was bustling with people became empty and silent. Chapter 79. The warrior looked around, smiled slightly, and said, "No one will disturb us now." Chu Cheng looked around, feeling a little panicked. At this moment, he had guessed why he was targeted by the Abyss Demon. It was not surprising that it was the Void Mark on his body. Void Mark, Chaos, the mark left by the Void Evil, which contains magical power. Attribute/passive, attack with shadow damage of intelligence *1. Negative status, enemy of justice, evil follower. Enemy of justice. You are always so untrustworthy in the justice camp, and your initial reputation in the justice camp is cold. Evil follower. You are favored by the upper evil existence, and it is easier to gain the trust of the evil camp. The initial reputation of the evil camp is friendly, and the loyalty check value of evil creatures is reduced by 50%. This thing makes it easier for him to gain the trust of the evil camp, and gain initial friendly reputation in any evil camp. To put it bluntly, he is a born bad guy in the evil camp at this time. Fortunately, when he got this thing, he had already earned the reputation of worship in the joint examination dungeon. If he had just entered with a cold reputation, he would have to use special methods to raise his reputation to neutral before he could start to earn reputation, which was very troublesome. But although this trouble was avoided this time, he still had to face it next time he entered other dungeons. I have to find a way to purify this mark as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too troublesome. As for now, he saw that the Abyss Refiner did not seem to have any malicious intentions, so he temporarily felt relieved and said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" The projection of the Abyss Refiner named Amotar smiled and replied, "Actually, there is nothing. I just accidentally saw a soul that yearns for freedom in this realm, and I was curious and wanted to meet him." Chu Cheng looked doubtful. "Really? Of course it's true." Immortal opened his hands and said seriously, "I didn't come for you, so what bad intentions could I have?" Chu Cheng was silent. "This is true. This Abyss Refiner was not summoned by himself, but by Sun Yu." At this time, Immortal said again, "Of course, if you want to trade with me, I am also very welcome. While I can still stay for a while, as long as you can pay enough, I can fulfill any of your wishes." Chu Cheng pursed his lips and remained silent for a while. Immortal looked at him with a smile on his face. After a while, he still didn't speak, so he asked, "Let me guess, is your wish in conflict with my summoner's wish?" Chu Cheng was slightly surprised, and looked up to see Immortal's confident smile. "Don't doubt the power of a great devil. We are experts in manipulating the mind, and your thoughts cannot escape my eyes. You are honest. Of course, we are devils, not those bugs next door." Chu Cheng, the so-called bugs next door are demons, the enemies of the devil. "Then you can tell me your wish. As long as you are willing to pay a higher price, I will help you realize your wish. Can I ask first, what is the price your summoner asked you to take action?" Immortal pondered for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, "I can't disclose the employer's secrets." But the next second, he changed the subject and smiled and said, "But our contract does not indicate that leaks are not allowed. He hired me to help him, and the price he needs to pay each time is 1 unit of the origin of the realm. If you want to hire me to help, in this plane, each move only requires 1 unit of the origin of the realm. If your wish conflicts with my employer's wish, you need to pay extra origin of the realm in exchange for my help." I don't have the origin of the realm." "It doesn't matter, you can use other things instead, such as your soul." Immortal smiled slightly, his eyes fell on him, slowly blooming a kind of inexplicable light, looking up and down. The more he looked at him, the more joyful his eyes became. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said, "Your soul is very valuable, worth 126 units of the origin of the realm. As long as you sign a fair contract, you can use these 126 units of the origin of the realm to strengthen yourself. You can get powerful strength, powerful magic weapons and equipment, and various powerful props, or ask me to help, including my real body is willing to be driven by you." Immortal stretched out his hand and waved, and a light curtain bounced in front of Chu Cheng. The 3 names emitting orange light that came into his eyes made his eyes dazzled. Legendary equipment. He looked again and saw that the 3 orange items were called Almighty Ring and Doom Guardian Blade, as well as a legendary gem called Eye of Insight. But unfortunately, he could only see the name, not the attributes. Immortal was very satisfied with his expression, and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about your life. I won't appear in front of you before these 126 units of the origin of the realm are used up." Hiss. At this moment, Chu Cheng understood why so many people were easily tempted by the devil, even though they all knew that making a deal with the devil would end in disaster. This wave of conditions is hard for normal people to resist, not to mention those who are trapped in desperate situations. These conditions are generous and loose, and there are even loopholes that seem to be able to catch bugs. In theory, as long as you don't use up the value of your soul will not be taken away by the devil, and you can live to old age. If you can be promoted to a legendary, you can live for hundreds of years. If you are a legendary wizard, you can live for thousands of years. Or if you find the real body of a mortar and kill him before you die, the contract will automatically be invalidated, and you don't need to pay back these free benefits. But the reason why theory is that it is difficult to achieve in practice. The former is fine. No matter how many years you live, the devil will not care about you. No matter how long you live, you can't live longer than a demon lord. In theory, they have no life limit, and normal people can't survive them. The latter is even more difficult. Not to mention whether you can find the real body of the demon lord, you can't do anything if you really find it. To become a devil lord, you must be at least legendary. The Lord has a great power bonus in his territory, comparable to gods and demons. If you want to kill his true body in his territory, you must at least be promoted to the level of gods and demons. If you really have this ability, this contract itself is not a problem. And the level of gods and demons. Let's put it this way, it is difficult for a normal descender who awakens the body of the digital law to become extraordinary in this life, not to mention the higher level of legend, and then to demigods, gods and demons, and they have to cross several chasms during this period. 1 million descenders may not necessarily give birth to a legendary strongman. 99% of legendary strongmen stop at this level, and find it difficult to cross to the next level. The probability of the level of gods and demons is so low that it can be ignored. However, this refers to normal people. The probability of normal people wanting to be promoted to the level of gods and demons can of course be ignored. But he is different. With the golden finger in hand, Chu Chung has high expectations for his future. It is entirely possible to reach the last step and be promoted to the legendary gods and demons. In other words, if he could reach that point, this contract would have no binding force on him, which was equivalent to getting so many benefits for free, and the value in the early stage could be said to be immeasurable. Chu Chung bit his lip, and his heart was a little moved. However, although he was moved, the remaining vigilance in his heart made him not agree immediately, but said, "I need to think about it." Amotar smiled slightly. "Of course, I have remembered your soul. As long as you call my name anywhere in this realm, I will appear in front of you immediately." After speaking, his figure gradually faded and disappeared, and a noisy sound came, and the pedestrians and voices that had just disappeared reappeared. Chapter 80. Chu Chung looked back and looked around. He could not sense the presence of the abyss demon Amotar at all. There was nothing unusual about the pedestrians around him, as if everything just now was just a dream. But he knew very well that he had indeed encountered Amotar just now. "No, I have to figure out the situation." He gritted his teeth and quickly sent a message to his class teacher Duan Yuqin, telling her everything he had just encountered. Almost instantly, Duan Yuqin replied to him, "Don't do anything abnormal, and don't tell anyone else. Just do what you planned before." "I know. Teacher, is this soul contract risky? Can I use a bug or loophole? Can I not use up all the soul value and keep some until I die of old age?" "No." Duan Yuqin decisively denied it, and said, "The soul contract of the devil will not have any loopholes. The loopholes you can see are all left by them on purpose, so that you can't resist greed and sign the contract and sell your soul. Indeed, if you don't use up all the soul value, it is true that you can live until the end of your lifespan, but this is not a loophole. The devil does not need to take your soul immediately. As long as you sign the contract, there is no difference between taking your soul now and taking your soul 100 years later. They have enough patience to wait. Even as you have rich life experience and become stronger, your soul will become more mature and sweeter to them. They prefer mature souls. In addition, you must not think about signing a contract now and breaking the contract to get the benefits for free when you are promoted to legend or even further in the future. I tell you, this is impossible. The more valuable the soul, the stricter the contract. If it is an ordinary person, and the contract is a standard one, this method can indeed get rid of it. But if the target has a soul value high enough, the contract must be the highest level, and the witness of the contract is either the Devil Monarch or the Natural Disaster Master. You can't get rid of it even if you are promoted to the God and Devil level. Your current soul value has exceeded 100 units of the origin of the realm. It is definitely the highest level contract and must not be signed. I won't sign it. Be careful, you must not sign it. Don't believe any promises of the devil. After closing the communication, Chu Cheng reached out and touched his forehead, speechless. It's better to find a way to purify this void mark as soon as possible, otherwise it will always be a trouble. The devil has taken the initiative to find the door. These are all minor problems. The big problem is that it will be troublesome to enter other realms in the future. The initial cold reputation, how can you survive? If the initial reputation is neutral, you can interact with the natives to brush reputation from the beginning. But if you change to the initial cold reputation, you can't interact with the natives normally at the beginning, and even some justice camps can't even contact them. At that time, you either spend a lot of money to first improve your reputation from cold to neutral, and then slowly improve it, which takes a lot of extra time and effort. Or you don't take the mainstream route, and take the evil route. But the evil route is completely inconsistent with his values. He is a normal person. Which normal person wants to be a bad guy? You must know that in these realms, the evil route is not just about killing and arson. That is just the initial stage. Any evil camp that wants to achieve worship reputation cannot reach that step without doing some super evil things. For example, massacres of towns. Chu Cheng's values are very normal. He doesn't want to be an evil boss who kills people and burns people. After the class teacher's admonition, Chu Cheng was completely dead. The next day, he set out with the vanguard troops to the Orc King. 3 days later, the vanguard troops crossed the wasteland and appeared in the dry river, which was only 15 kilometers away from the Orc King. They found a flat land to the south of the dry river to set up camp. The dry river is also one of the tributaries of the Blackwater River. It is the main tributary, and the main water source of the Orc King. There is also a plain across the river, and the Orc King is built on the plain. A plain along the river has been reclaimed and planted with food unique to orcs. There are many orc gathering points around, and there are messy orc tents everywhere. The more you go inside, the more orcs there are. In the center is a huge inner city, and the core of the Orc King is in the inner city. When the orcs began to build cities, it meant that the Orc King was in the stage of transformation from nomadic to agricultural. If the transformation was successfully completed, the tribes would settle down in the wilderness and establish reclamation areas. With enough food, more people would naturally multiply. Soon the whole wilderness would be the world of orcs, and humans would not necessarily be able to stop them. But they didn't have that chance. This realm had been transformed into a copy, and it would go through a reincarnation every 3 months. Everything would return to the starting point, and they could not develop. There was only one possibility to change their fate, and that was to have external forces intervene to break the reincarnation of the copy realm. But it was difficult. This realm copy belonged to the school. Once an external force entered the realm, the school, as the master of the realm copy, could easily expel the invader, even a legendary strongman. Unless it is a natural disaster invasion. But the copy domains owned by the school are all on the surface of the Chaos Realm, very close to the human main world, and the wind of natural disasters is basically impossible to blow here. Therefore, once a copy domain like this is fixed, it is basically constant. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chu Cheng. Although he will have his own private domain copy in the future, that will be a long time in the future. Now all he can do is to improve his strength as much as possible. The vanguard did nothing after setting up camp. They only needed to defend the camp and wait for the main force to arrive. As for the nearby tribes, they had been almost wiped out before, and those that had not been wiped out had withdrawn to the Orc King. 2 days later, a human army rushed over and joined the camp. Another day later, about 5,000 main forces of the human army rushed over and joined the camp. The main force plus the vanguard team a day ago. At this time, the camp has gathered nearly 8,000 human troops. Twice as many elite humans gathered as in the Battle of Blackwater River, and at this time, the Orc King's army only had orcs, and the centaurs were not there. According to the comparison of the strength of both sides, the human side was almost certain to win. The only uncertainty now was how much loss would be required to take it, how long it would take to capture it, who would be the first to break through the city gate, etc. Chu Cheng no longer expected to break through the city gate. His plan for this battle was to kill as many orcs as possible, and get a 5-star plot rating first. As for whether he could surpass Sun Yu, he could only say that he tried his best. The commander of the human army was still Elro. After the main force of the coalition arrived, he did not launch an attack immediately, but first established a large camp defense system. At the same time, on the other side of the river, a large number of orcs were already gathering, probably to prevent them from crossing the river. Unexpectedly, the army commander had neither prepared a pontoon bridge nor a boat, and did not know how to cross the river at that time. Chapter 81. It was only 2 days before he realized his doubts. when he saw the mage corps that arrived with the last batch of supplies. Along with the mage corps came a batch of war machines, including more than 20 trebuchets, including 6 heavy counterweight trebuchets and 2 siege rams. When everyone arrived, the commander gave an order, and the mage corps came to the front of the battle. Chu Cheng was surprised to see the great mage Ellen in the middle. More than a dozen mages cast spells together to freeze a section of the river that was more than 200 meters long. The thick ice layer could carry thousands of troops. As the heavy horn sounded, the human army stepped directly onto the frozen river and launched an attack on the other side of the river. The orc army on the opposite side was in a panic, but did not retreat. As the heavy horn sounded, the orcs fought with the humans on the spot. Chu Cheng mixed in with the front row of soldiers at the beginning and rushed through the ice layer and rushed into the orcs on the river bank. Then, it was just like the previous one. The chaos of the army was just right for his talent to fish in troubled waters. Let's not talk about other things. Just kill 2,000 or 3,000 orc soldiers first, and get the plot rating to 5 stars. Painful screams, flying blood, and fierce fighting unfolded on the river bank. In an instant, countless lives disappeared. Chu Cheng held 2 swords in his hands, and fought with his opponents with all his concentration. He swung his 2 swords, accurately parried or blocked the random attacks of the surrounding orcs, and stabbed with both hands, accurately hitting the target's eyes, ears, throat, and other vital parts. Although he had no special training, all the battles in the past few months were fought with 2 one-handed swords. With so much combat experience, his one-handed sword skills have been upgraded from proficient to expert. This is far beyond the average level of his level, and it is even more crushing for orcs. His current basic attack is 194 after stacking up the centaur blood. The defense of orc warriors at more than 10 levels is not high. After deducting the defense, there are still about 160 damage, plus 37 points of void mark, nearly 200 damage. Ordinary orcs only have about 500 HP. 1 knife will be 200, 2 knives will enter a state of serious injury and dying, and 3 knives will kill them instantly. If the 100 points of extra real damage of the space mark are added, 2 knives can kill them instantly. It's just that he is too lazy to cast marks continuously on ordinary monsters, unless they are elite monsters and boss. Puff! The 2 knives pierced deeply into the throat of the orc, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on his face. He just wiped it casually, turned his wrist to block the spear that was poking at him, and stabbed with 2 knives. At the same time, he bent his back, and 4 spears and 3 sticks hit him at the same time, with waves of light flashing, and 10 confused figures fell in the distance. Skills and talents go hand in hand. While enduring damage, he never forgets to hone his weapon skills. He can basically kill 10 orcs in 1 round. In order to maximize the lethality, his rebound targets are all ordinary orc warriors of level 10. In just a dozen minutes, he has rebounded and killed thousands of orcs. The area where he is full of corpses that died inexplicably. The crazy killing made him unaware of the passage of time. What he saw and thought in his mind was crazy killing, and he kept swinging his sword like a machine. In this state, his combat experience and skills were rapidly improving, like an epiphany. And his state of indulging in killing finally attracted the attention of the orc strongman. An orc warlord took a javelin from an elite orc next to him, and threw it fiercely. Chu Cheng, who was immersed in killing, had a strong sense of perception, and keenly sensed the killing intent coming at him. He crossed his 2 swords, like a conditioned reflex. Dang! The huge force beyond his imagination knocked away the crossed swords, and his shot pierced through his thick plate armor and penetrated deeply into his abdomen. Minus 1,265. A huge damage jumped up, and also made Chu Cheng, who was in a killing state, sober up. He immediately looked up at the target, cast a spell to mark it, then pulled out the javelin, covered the wound and rolled back and disappeared. Chu Cheng has never been a person who suffers in silence. If you poke me with a shot, I will definitely return 1 billion swords. After marking the target, all the rebound damage will definitely have a share. He hovered on the edge of the limit of his talent rebound, constantly adjusting his position. If the orc warlord caught up with him, he would retreat to the human army side, so that he could see him but couldn't catch up, and he was so angry that he screamed. Chu Cheng lamented more than once that his talent was too abnormal. The normal attack of the orc warlords, with the horror template of more than 40 levels, was at least close to 2,000, and some of the powerful ones exceeded 2,000. He could never resist them head-on. But with the upgraded talent, as long as the conditions were met, he could solo without injury. After countless rounds of grinding, he killed the orc warlord with the rebound of his talent after a few minutes. When the orc warlord fell to the ground, Chu Cheng immediately touched the direction where he fell. A warlord of more than 40 levels, that was a loot box that could produce rare equipment. However, when he pushed the orcs away and came to the place where the orc warlord fell, he suddenly stopped when he was still more than 10 meters away, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He saw the body of the orc warlord, but there was no loot box on the body as he had imagined, but he was not surprised at this time, but looked at the orc warlord next to the body with a surprised face, who was exactly the same as the dead orc warlord. Not only are their body shapes, templates, and skin colors exactly the same, but their names are also the same. Both are called Laxo Commander. Amotar? The standing Laxo Commander turned around. A familiar smile appeared on his face, and he stretched out his clenched right hand to him, with a red trophy chest hanging in his palm. No, how can he see the trophy chest? Chu Cheng was extremely shocked. Logically speaking, the natives in the Chaos Realm cannot see the trophy chest. Only human civilizations with destiny, and other destiny civilizations can see the trophy chest, and have a body of digitalized laws. Is he from another destiny civilization? But he is not. Although he has never seen the advent of other destiny civilizations, he has been taught in school that when two individuals from different destiny civilizations meet, there will be special induction. At this time, he did not have any induction, which means that this abyss refiner named Amotar is not a disguised individual of other destiny civilizations. At this moment, Chu Cheng's vigilance has been raised to the highest level. He took a step back subconsciously, not daring to take the trophy box. Seeing his expression, Amotar was stunned for a moment, but soon, he was relieved and explained, "Maybe you are too nervous, you are not the only one who can see this." Chu Cheng still did not speak, he did not believe it at all. Seeing this, Amotar could only take back the trophy box and shrugged, "Maybe you can ask your people, the things are with me, you can ask me back anytime." After that, he turned and walked deep into the orc's house. The orcs around him separated automatically, as if they did not see him. Chu Cheng quickly retracted his gaze, and suppressed the matter in his heart. After defeating the orcs, he would ask the class teacher what happened. Boom! Huge fireballs drew a long arc, crossed the dry river, and fell into the orc army. Accompanied by violent explosions, countless orcs turned into charcoal in the violent flames. As the battle continued, the human commander lost his patience, and the accompanying mage group had already started. Chapter 82. The orc army did not hold out for long. As the great wizard Ellen, who was accompanying the army, summoned the son of flame, Aberhill, and a large number of fire elements alone, the shadow of the previous battle once again loomed over the orcs. No one could stop the powerful son of flame. There was no shaman orc in this dungeon, so they could not do anything about this powerful elemental creature. Less than half an hour after the son of flame was summoned, the north bank of the dry river had turned into a sea of fire. The orcs were completely unable to resist and collapsed completely. Some fled to the wasteland, and most fled back to the orc king. The commander of the human northern expedition, Elro, did not immediately pursue the victory, but divided his troops to first capture the surrounding orc gathering points, and cleared the settlements around the orc king's city, and collected the spoils. A large number of orc civilians were driven out of their homes, took off their weapons, and tied together in a bunch. Their next fate was to become slaves, and be sent to various places to reclaim wasteland or mine. Meanwhile, the main force of the Northern Expedition Army, which numbered over 6,000, had surrounded the Orc King city, and were deploying siege weapons. There were still over 10,000 orc warriors in the city, much more than humans, but the gap in weapons made them far from being the opponents of the fully armed Northern Expedition Army. Fortunately, the defense of the Orc King city was strong enough. The city wall, which was over 10 meters long, was covered with war weapons. Various crossbows and light catapults were placed on the city wall, which gave the remaining orcs a lot of confidence. But for the human Northern Expedition Army, the orcs at this time were just trap beasts fighting hard, and they could not turn the tide. It was just a matter of time before they were defeated. For many students, this was the final stage of the joint examination. The final results would depend on whether this last shutter could get a good evaluation. Especially the competition for the top 10 in the joint exam has entered the final stage. The school has publicly displayed the joint exam rankings. When you open the regional channel, the top is the overall ranking of the joint exam. At this time, Chu Cheng ranks first, Sun Yu ranks second, and Pan Yu ranks third. Most of the remaining top 10 are from Class 1. Wang Weilong, Zhang Chunlei, and others are all hovering outside the top 10. But the first place at this time is meaningless. The melee just now was Chu Cheng's home court. The crazy killing of a large number of orcs has indeed surpassed Sun Yu again. But Sun Yu has not made a move yet. Later, as long as he opens the city gate first, he will definitely surpass him immediately. Chu Cheng has no way to deal with this. At this time, there are only a few ways to greatly improve the evaluation. Everyone is watching, and there is no way to steal the chicken. Outside the city, a tent somewhere in the Northern Expedition Army camp. Teacher, do I really have no chance at all? Chu Cheng sat cross-legged on the straw mat, with a little unwillingness on his face. The head teacher just called him over and told him a bad news that was worse than he expected. Duan Yuqin shook her head helplessly and said, "It's very difficult. As far as I know, he consumed a lot of the origin of the realm to summon the projection of the Abyss Demon, but he has made more moves than you can imagine. He will not only open the city gate through the Abyss Demon, but also kill the Orc Chieftain. Two great achievements in one, you have no way to compete with him." Chu Cheng pinched his eyebrows and was speechless for a moment. It's not just difficult, there's no chance at all. Duan Yuqin saw him like this, sighed, and comforted him. In fact, it doesn't matter if you can't get the first place. The reward for the second place is also very generous, enough for you to greatly improve your strength. With your talent, it will be absolutely no problem to get into a first-class university by then. Chu Cheng. I know. Coming out of the tent, Chu Cheng looked up at the sky for a long time, and couldn't think of how to surpass Sun Yu. Under the current situation, it is only theoretically possible to surpass him. Open the city gate before Sun Yu, and then kill the Orc Chieftain. This is the only possibility. Even if he runs to destroy the Centaur King and kill the Centaur Chieftain, it won't work, because the weights of the two kings are different, and the weight of the Orc King is higher than that of the Centaur King. In addition, even if he captures the Cross Fortress or destroys the Gear City, it won't work. The Gear City is a neutral force with a lower weight. The Cross Fortress has a higher weight, the highest in this dungeon, but it's not a matter of whether it can succeed. Even if it really succeeds, it can't surpass Sun Yu. Because if he does this, the worship reputation of the Cross Fortress will definitely drop from worship to deadly enemy, and once the weight of the reputation is lost, it will still be no match for Sun Yu. That is to say, at this time, as the teacher said, he has no way to compete with Sun Yu. Despair. Chu Cheng, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw a very handsome young mage standing not far behind him, looking at something. Feeling his gaze, the mage turned around, stretched out his hand to greet him, and smiled familiarly. Amotar? No, I just forgot to ask the teacher about this devil. Chu Cheng suppressed his annoyance and said, I won't sell my soul, just give up on this idea. This is absolute. It's just a temporary victory or defeat, not a dead end. With the golden finger in hand, his future is definitely brighter than Sun Yu's, and a temporary victory or defeat will not affect his future. The first place only has one more original hero mark. Although this thing is precious, it is not unique, and it is not enough to make him sell his soul. Immortor still smiled and waved his hand. The devil never forces mortals to sell their souls. I came here for other things. I can see that you are in some trouble now. Maybe I can help you. Chu Cheng snorted coldly. You can't help me. I can help you. You can't help. Let me guess. It's because of the competition between you. You are going to lose, right? Chu Cheng didn't say anything. Amotar smiled and said, Then let me guess again. It's because of me that you, who should have had the upper hand, lost, right? Chu Cheng answered irrelevantly, You guessed the reason right. But if you think that this is the only reason you can control me, you are wrong. This is just a temporary victory or defeat, and it doesn't affect me much. Even if I lose, I am stronger than him. I believe this. Amotar did not hide the desire in his eyes when he looked at Chu Cheng, and said, Actually, relatively speaking, I prefer to cooperate with excellent souls like you. I have an idea here. If you can pay twice as much as my original employer, I can terminate my contract with Sun Yu and serve you instead. I can help you open the city gate and kill the orcs in the city. I don't have the origin of the realm. You can owe me money and pay it later. I serve your opponent. It takes 1 unit of the origin of the realm to open the city gate, and 2 units of the origin of the realm to kill the orcs in the city. You only need to pay 6 units of the origin of the realm in the next 10 years, and I can serve you and help you become the best in this assessment. Chapter 83. Amotar rubbed his fingers and said, This is your last chance. The siege will be in these 2 days. It will be too late by then. Chu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was calm, and he said, I will give you an answer before today. Amotar smiled slightly. I believe you will make the right choice. After that, his figure gradually faded and soon disappeared. Chu Cheng watched his figure disappear, pursed his lips, and remained silent. We must find a way to solve this trouble immediately, otherwise. No! Chu Cheng's mind suddenly flashed, and his eyes lit up. By the way, if this is possible. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he quickly returned to his tent, opened the communication and sent a long message to Emohan, frankly telling him everything about his experience, and finally said, I feel that this devil lord is targeting me. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Is there any way to kill or exile this devil lord projection? This is a way to break the situation that Chu Cheng suddenly thought of just now. The normal method is that it is no match for Sun Yu, who has the ability to make money. This joint exam is based on your performance, not on your combat power. Otherwise, he would have enough confidence to beat Sun Yu. The rules are set by others, and now there is no power to change them, so we can only break the game within the rules. Sun Yu's strongest ability is money, but what if Sun Yu's money ability is directly banned? The core of Sun Yu's tactics lies in the projection of the Devil Lord. What if the projection of the Devil Lord is killed or exiled in advance? This idea is very feasible, but I don't know if it will succeed, so he has to find someone to refer to. The head teacher is not suitable. Her profession is a ranger, and she has no experience in dealing with the projection of the Devil Lord. The only one who can help is a mage, and the powerful mage he knows is Emohan. After listening to his proposal, Emohan was silent for a long time before answering. From his behavior, it is very likely that he has taken a fancy to your soul and marked it. According to past rules, he will continue to haunt you in the future, whether now or in the future. Even if you are admitted to a higher education institution, you will not be able to get rid of him. As long as you are in a desperate situation, you may be taken advantage of by him. It is impossible to get rid of him, even if you kill him this time. But kill him now, and then purify the void mark as soon as possible. You can still avoid it for a while. When you are admitted to a higher education institution in the future, it is best to switch to a stronger profession. It would be best if you can get a magic hero profession. Chu Cheng nodded and asked again, then now, what should we do? How to deal with this devil? Teacher, do you have any ideas? Emohan shook his head and said, I'm sure I can't be a match for the Devil Lord, even if it's just a projection. In this realm, either ask the Vice President or ask the Great Wizard Ellen to help. No matter who you ask, you will have to pay a price. Are you mentally prepared? I don't know the specific price. If you ask the Vice President to help, you won't have to pay much, but you will probably have to pay a lot of points and authority you got in this joint exam. You should understand the price exchange. Of course, the previous spoils are still yours, and if you are still ranked first in the final score, you will still get the reward you deserve. If you ask the Great Wizard Ellen to help, it's hard to say. It depends on whether he is willing to help. Emohan paused and said, wait a minute, I ask him. Chu Cheng quickly replied, thank you, teacher. Yes. Then he waited. Chu Cheng sat quietly in the tent, closing his eyes to rest. Whether it was an illusion or reality, he felt that there seemed to be a gaze staring at him from somewhere. It was probably the mark left on him by the great devil Amotar. It has to be solved as soon as possible. Chu Cheng made up his mind that even if he invested all the income from the joint examination this time, he had to find a way to solve this problem. It didn't take long before Emohan replied, there is good news and bad news. The good news is that Lord Ellen is very interested in killing a demon lord. The bad news is that the price of Lord Ellen's action is that you need to cooperate with him in an experiment. What experiment? Be a bait. What bait? Hiss. Chu Cheng took a breath and asked, is he trying to use me as bait to lure the demon lord's will to come? Well, yes. Is he crazy? Dare to capture the demon lord's will? Chu Cheng refused without hesitation. Forget it, I asked the school to help. What a joke, he is not a legendary wizard, but a transcendent rank. He dares to offend a demon lord of at least legendary rank. He is really crazy. Do you really think you are invincible with a wizard tower? Well, the mage tower is indeed powerful. To be honest, the extraordinary mage can indeed fight against a legendary mage without a mage tower, with the power of the mage tower. But it is just a confrontation, and it is hard to say whether he can win in the end. The power of legendary devils is generally not as good as that of legendary wizards. But legendary devils and legendary devil lords are two different things, not on the same level. Most legendary wizards cannot defeat a legendary devil lord. In summary, generally speaking, it is impossible for an extraordinary wizard to defeat a legendary devil lord with a wizard tower. He didn't know where the confidence of Master Ellen came from. Maybe he had special means of restraint. But Chu Cheng didn't know, and didn't dare to take the risk. The projection of the devil lord couldn't do anything to him, but if his original will came, or even his original body was forcibly summoned by Master Ellen with the help of the wizard tower, it would not be certain. I'd better ask the school to help. Chu Cheng made up his mind. Once he made up his mind, it would be easy to solve it later. He contacted the class teacher directly, and the class teacher still needed to apply for it. After explaining the matter, Duan Yuqin immediately agreed. A few minutes later, the head teacher gave him an address. Come here. On the edge of the military camp, Sun Yu, who was observing the gate of the Orc King city in the distance with his companions, suddenly received a message. He glanced casually, and the next second he stood up suddenly, his face showing anger. Fuck. Others looked at him in surprise and asked, What's the matter? Sun Yu's face was full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chu Cheng is too unethical. He can't win the direct battle and resorts to trickery. He applied to the school to exile my biggest trump card from the copy on the grounds that he was threatened by the Devil Lord. Really? The message sent by the old class teacher is of course true. Fuck. This is too dog. Penyu frowned and asked, What do you want to do? Do you agree? Of course I agree. How can I refuse if the vice principal agrees? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? That may not be the case. Sun Yu showed a strange smile on his face, and suddenly said, You heard it, they want to exile you, do it now, go and kill the Orc chieftain. Some people wondered why he was talking to himself inexplicably, but some people suddenly realized it. Penyu seemed to sense something and turned his head. He saw a figure disappear, and then appeared hundreds of meters away in the next second. After a few flashes, he entered the Orc King city. He turned his head suddenly, and met Sun Yu's eyes. He laughed and turned back to the class teacher. Exile is fine, but I want 50 points and 5 points of authority loss fee. Okay. Chapter 84. At this time, Chu Cheng had come to a luxurious tent in the center of the military camp. Lu Weifei, the assistant teacher of Class 5, was standing at the door. Seeing him, he waved and whispered, Vice Principal Du and Director He are waiting for you inside. He thanked him and pushed the door open. He immediately felt like he had passed through a space membrane and entered another space. The faint prying eyes on his body disappeared instantly. Chu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to see 5 figures in the camp. The white-haired old man in the middle of the 5 people must be Vice Principal Du. The other muscular man was probably the Deputy Director of Teaching, He Yuan. In fact, it was the first time he saw them, but he recognized the remaining 3, namely, the head of Class 1, He Xiao, Duan Yuqin of Class 5, and Imo Han. He hurriedly stepped forward to salute one by one. Du Xiaotian, who was in the middle, nodded and said, Teacher Imo should have told you that I can help you expel the Void Mark and the Demon Lord Mark on your body. This will consume a certain amount of domain origin. Considering your status as a student, the school can bear this consumption for you, but you still have to pay a certain price. Chu Cheng nodded quickly. The student knows and is willing to pay the price. Well, you should first listen to the price you need to pay and consider whether you agree. Principal, please speak. First of all, this abyss refining demon was summoned by Sun Yu at a huge cost. It is his reliance on winning the first place in the joint entrance examination. Whether it is killed or expelled, it is his loss, and it is more related to whether he can win the first place in the joint entrance examination. Normally, the school is not suitable for interfering in these things, but unfortunately, he summoned the abyss refining demon to target you and pose a threat to you. It is reasonable for you to apply to the school to deal with your own threat. I discussed with Sun Yu and the head teacher of Class 1 and came up with a compromise. The school will help you purify the mark of the Devil Lord and expel him from the copy, but you need to pay 50 points and 3 points of authority to compensate Sun Yu for his losses. Are you willing? Chu Cheng nodded quickly. I am willing. Although most of the points and authority of this joint exam were taken away by someone taking advantage of the situation, it is still worth it as long as the hidden dangers can be solved. Besides, it is only a part of the income that will not reduce his score. Then he added, but the premise is that he cannot use the power of the Devil Lord to attack the Orc King city or kill the Orc chieftain during this period. I don't agree. He Xiao, the head of Class 1, immediately objected. Before being exiled, this was still part of Sun Yu's power, and he had every right to freely dispose of it. Chu Cheng shook his head and said, the premise of my paying these points and permissions is to make up for his losses, which is based on the losses of the following plot. If he uses this to capture the Orc King city and kill the Orc chieftain, he has already obtained the greatest benefit of the final plot of the joint examination copy. There is no loss, so I naturally don't need to make up for it. That's your business. Since you have a request from He Xiao, the head teacher. Vice Principal Du interrupted He Xiao and said in a deep voice, Sun Yu's summoning of the Devil Lord is on the edge of the rules. Everything should be done in moderation. He Xiao opened his mouth and lowered his head. Then let's do as we said before. Chu Cheng will pay Sun Yu. Principal Du, who was speaking, suddenly stopped talking, and then his face quickly turned pale. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xiao and snorted coldly. You are really smart. After saying that, his figure flashed and became illusory. At this moment, the sense of his existence was lost. Although the figure was still here, it felt like the person was no longer here. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Yi Xiao, the head of Class 1. Yi Xiao was puzzled at first, and then seemed to be contacting someone. His face became extremely ugly. He said to Yuan, the deputy director of teaching, I really don't know about this. He obviously agreed. I didn't expect him to dare to do this. Yuan snorted coldly. I will announce later that his score based on summoning the projection of the Devil Lord will be cancelled. Everyone was slightly startled. Yi Xiao hurriedly looked up, but was stopped by Yuan before he could speak. He said in a deep voice, the projection of the Devil Lord he summoned was originally on the edge of the rules. It would be fine if he kept a low profile to gain benefits, but he was so high profile that it even affected the safety of other students. What's even more wrong is that he has no sense of confidentiality and leak secrets. The Devil Lord already knew that the school was planning to exile him. He just wanted to secretly build a fixed space beacon. Fortunately, the vice principal mentioned. What? Everyone stood up at once, and Imohan immediately asked, it should be in time now, right? Yuan nodded. Fortunately, Chu Cheng proposed to banish the projection of a Modar, and the vice president paid attention to it in advance. Otherwise, according to the original plan, if we waited until the end of the dungeon to banish it, there would be a big chance that someone would take advantage of it at that time. Fortunately, Yuan looked at Yi Xiao again and asked, do you still have any opinions now? Yi Xiao shook his head decisively. I didn't expect him to be so careless. I should be responsible for the negligence in teaching. I agreed to deprive him of his grades. An unexpected turn of events. Chu Cheng stood by and heard it clearly, and was secretly happy. In just a few words, the grades of his biggest competitor were no longer counted. He blinked and quietly sent a message to the head teacher to ask. Yuqin replied, the school has long planned to exile you, but the original plan was to exile you after the copy was over, and to help you purify the Devil Lord mark on your body. I didn't expect you to ask for it in advance, and the reason was reasonable. In addition, Sun Yu's move itself was already very advantageous, so the vice principal agreed. But I didn't expect Sun Yu to be so unguarded that he deliberately killed the Orc Chieftain in advance to disgust you, which led to the leak. Now a mortar has killed the Orc Chieftain, and used the large number of souls collected before to establish a fixed coordinate, so that his real body can locate this copy. Once the fixed coordinate is successfully built, a large number of demons will be teleported to this copy. At that time, I don't know how much it will cost for the school to expel and purify them. You have made a contribution by accident this time. You will definitely be the first in the joint exam this time. Oh! Chu Cheng punched in his heart. If Sun Yu's score is cancelled, there will be no competitors. Although Pan Yu's grades were not bad, they were still far behind the two of them. Considering that the plot of the dungeon had come to an end, and the Orc Chieftain had died, the remaining plot was not enough to support him to catch up. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be the first in the joint exam. Half an hour ago. In a stone depression about 1 kilometer outside the Orc King City, Sun Yu, Pan Yu and others were observing the Orc King City in the distance. Even though they were several kilometers apart, they could vaguely see the turmoil in the King City. Chapter 85. The fight has begun. The message from the Shadow Stalker Su Ziyuan came through the channel. He had sneaked into the Orc King City to gather intelligence under the cover of night yesterday, and was now broadcasting the situation live for them. This Devil Lord is so powerful. His true body is even bigger than the Orc Chieftain, and he can summon a large number of devil spirits and ghosts. He is completely crushing him head-on. Oh, he actually summoned several level 40 elite monsters, called a Void Ritual Summoner. He is now constructing a huge ritual spell, and has put a lot of souls into it. It looks like he is summoning something. At this moment, Sun Yu's eyebrows trembled, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. He asked, what ritual spell? Did the Orc Chieftain kill him? I don't know what ritual spell it is. Anyway, it looks very evil. It has put a lot of corpses and souls into it. Take a closer look. I asked the class owner. Before he finished speaking, he heard Su Ziyuan's surprised voice. Good news, the Orc Chieftain was killed. Sun Yu quickly opened his panel, and found a new prompt. His summon killed the Orc Chieftain, and obtained up to 100 points and 5 permissions. He instantly forgot about the bad news just now, and was full of joy. Success. I won, Chu Cheng must lose. Congratulations. 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 The team members congratulated him one after another, and Sun Yu couldn't stop smiling, thinking about what to say to Chu Cheng later. At this moment, Su Ziyuan's puzzled voice suddenly came from the channel. Huh? Why did the Devil Lord suddenly smile at me? As soon as the voice fell, a terrified scream came from the communication channel. Fuck Sun Yu. Why did the projection of the Devil Lord you summoned turn red? Oh no, he cast a spell on me. Hurry up and save me. Make him stop. The word stopped before they were finished, and then everyone received a prompt. Team member Su Ziyuan died. Everyone was confused, staring at each other for a few seconds before reacting, and looked at Sun Yu. His face was a little pale, and he quickly took out the scroll that summoned the Devil Lord and chanted the spell again to prepare for communication. However, as soon as the spell was finished, the scroll suddenly lit up with a faint light, accompanied by a terrifying laugh, and the scroll shattered into a sky full of faint light and disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sun Yu's face was a little pale, and his mind immediately flashed with the words his father said when he handed the scroll to him. Although this scroll is very powerful, it is very risky to use. Remember not to listen to anything the devil says, and don't let him stay for too long. It's best to use it once and banish it. If you use it twice, there will be a big risk of losing control. It's best to ask your class teacher to watch over it, so that you can banish it at any time. What if you use it 3 times? There is a risk of losing control. There was no abnormality after using it twice in a row before, and he thought he was lucky and nothing happened, but he didn't expect. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of muffled thunders came from afar, feeling like continuous thunder, and like rolling tides coming from afar, which felt extremely uncomfortable to the ears. Everyone looked up in surprise, and looked somewhere, and faintly heard a muffled groan in the void. Ah! Chu Cheng felt that the back of his head suddenly became hot, and subconsciously stretched out his hand to slap it. A sharp whistle sounded, and then it felt like something exploded, and he felt relaxed all over his body in an instant. At this moment, Chu Cheng understood. The mark left by a motar on him had been expelled. When Chu Cheng saw the vice principal again, he turned into a man of light, and descended from the sky like a god. A loud voice sounded beside his ear. Sun Yu violated the rules in this joint exam, and the score was cancelled. You were marked by the Devil Lord under his influence, which was an unprovoked disaster. You don't need to consume points and permissions for this purification. Chu Cheng was happy. It would be best if he didn't pay. This is more than 10 attribute points or skill points. However, he didn't keep the happy expression on his face for a second, and heard the incarnation of Principle Do say, but the void mark on your body is condensed by the remnants of the will of many void beings. Purification requires a lot of domain origin. If you use points and permissions to offset it, you need to pay 80 points and 8 permissions. Are you willing to purify it together? This consumption made Chu Cheng gasp. So high. But I don't have that much authority. You can wait until the joint exam is over before you make up for it. Chu Cheng. Ask the principal to help me purify it. There is no choice. Anyway, I will have to spend dozens of gold to buy a high-level purification scroll when I get out. It's the same. And it's safer and more thorough for the principal to help purify it. There will be no residue. Getting his affirmation, Vice Principal Du turned into a light man and stretched out his hand to point at him again. Chu Cheng instantly felt the whole world pressing towards him. In an instant, an unimaginable force blasted him away and lost consciousness. From the outside, it was to see that the space he was in suddenly shrank, and then there was an infinite light bursting in his body, and indescribable distorted shadows flowed out of his body with the light. It twisted crazily in the air and gradually dissipated. When he came to his senses again, the light man in the air had disappeared and everything was back to normal. He was stunned for a while, before slowly coming back to his senses. He heard Imohan's voice in his ears. Look at the panel. The principal said that some pure essence remained after the mark was purified. He immediately opened the panel with a thought, and his eyes fell on the attribute panel and browsed up and down. He soon found something abnormal, and then checked the prompts. It showed, prompt, under the power of the realm, the unknown mark on your body was purified. Prompt, under the power of the realm, the void mark on your body was purified, and the remaining pure essence was converted into free attribute points. Prompt, under the power of the realm, the void mark on your body was purified, and the remaining pure essence was converted into free attribute points. Prompt: under the power of the realm. Chu Cheng took a look, and such prompts were refreshed on the screen more than 20 times in a row. Looking at the attribute panel again, there were an extra 24 free attribute points. That is to say, although the void mark on my body has been purified, it is not a rough purification, but the part of the void mark that is harmful to me has been purified, leaving a part of the pure essence to be converted into free attribute points. Very okay. This point is worth spending. A void mark that is both useless and hides huge hidden dangers can convert an additional 24 free attribute points. This can no longer be described as worthwhile. By the way, the projection of the Devil Lord has been solved. What about Sun Yu? However, Mo Han's answer surprised him. Although the projection of the Devil Lord has been solved, its will has not been erased, but it has escaped. However, the principal will conduct a comprehensive investigation before the next reincarnation after the copy is completely finished. As for Sun Yu, his results have been determined to be invalid. The principal is very observant. On the other side, compared to his ease, Sun Yu stood in place at this time, his face extremely pale. Your joint exam score is invalid. He Xiao, the head of Class 1, strode up to him and angrily scolded him. Stupid! Who told you to be so clever? He Xiao looked at him angrily, took a long breath to calm his anger, and said, you were on the edge of the rules when you used this thing. I lost face, and gave some authority to get the school to acquiesce. You didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, but instead you were angry with others. Did Chu Cheng's good performance bother you? Why are you mocking him? You can just surpass him with this. Why are you still being so clever? Now, the vice president has made it clear that your behavior is cheating, and all the scores obtained by this method will be cancelled, including points and authority, as well as the loot box obtained by killing the boss. In addition, you need to compensate for all the consequences caused by your loss of control, including the accidental death of classmate Su Ziyuan. Sun Yu was pale, shocked and angry at this time. I feel unwilling, but I don't know how to refute it. Chapter 86. With the death of the Orc Chieftain, the Orc King's court was ravaged by the Devil Lord again, and now the Orcs are in chaos. The human commander, who was preparing to prepare more siege equipment, did not wait any longer, and decisively launched an attack on the Orc King's city. Without the Devil Lord's projection of the inner support, the city gate could not be opened, and the city could only be attacked by force. At this time, it was Chu Cheng's turn to perform. With the help of the human army's cover, these infantry attracted a large amount of siege weapons firepower. He quietly mixed in with the siege infantry, and climbed up the city wall along the ladder. Then he pretended to be squeezed into the corner of the city wall by the Orc defenders in a very low-key manner, silently enduring the Orcs' knives and guns. All the rebound damage was marked as the bed crossbow on the city wall and the city gate below. The real damage can cause full damage to the city gate and equipment. The durability of the bed crossbow is generally only a few thousand. Facing thousands of rebounds per round, it was quickly destroyed and could not be used. The durability of the city gate is extremely high, up to hundreds of thousands, and it was cut by the invisible space wave blade, and the debris flew everywhere. Sun Yu's score is cancelled. I will definitely get the first place in this joint exam. Boom! Along with the last round of real damage rebound, the huge city gate that had been cut into thousands of holes collapsed, and the soldiers who had gathered at the city gate rushed into the city and fought with the Orcs in the city. At this time, Chu Cheng was no longer low-key. He killed the Orcs around him in a few strokes, jumped off the city wall, and mixed into the crowd. Without the Orc chieftain to preside over, even the Orc generals were killed by a Modar. There were only a few Orcs left, and they had no way to control the situation in the city. Facing the human offensive, they had no power to fight back. It should have been a tough battle, but the difficulty was greatly reduced because of the accident caused by Sun Yu. If the original difficulty was 100, the difficulty of the siege is not even 10 now. With such a difficulty, how could they be the opponent of the human Northern Expedition Army? After entering the city, they completely crushed the enemy. Until they killed their way to the middle and rear part of the Orc King's city, the Orc defenders collapsed and began to flee. The two gates at the back were wide open, and a large number of Orcs fled from the rear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and showed joy on their faces. Some continued to encircle and suppress the Orcs who had not escaped from the city, and some formed teams to hunt down the Orcs who had escaped. Chu Cheng did not continue to hunt down, because the kills he had accumulated were enough for a 5-star plot rating. Without the heads of the Orc chieftain and the great commander, it would not be much of an improvement if he continued to kill. In addition, the key influence of the last plot was also enough. He broke the gate, and the more than 3,000 orc soldiers who died at his hands were quite critical. Although the soldiers are of little value, if the accumulated heads are enough, the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, which is also very critical. It can be said that the harvest of this wave is exactly the same as the previous big plot, the same 5-star evaluation, the same key plot influence, and successfully won the first place in this joint examination. The final reward for the 5-star plot evaluation: 1 red treasure box, 80,000 killing experience, 5,000 reputation, 6 free attribute points, and 6 skill points. The reward has shrunk a bit, not as good as the previous big plot. The main reason is that the vice president used a large amount of domain origin to kill the large number of demons projected and summoned by the devil lord, and the origin consumption was too large, resulting in the reduction of the final reward. This is not just his reduction, everyone's reward is shrunk. The culprit is Sun Yu, who has received the due punishment. In addition to the plot evaluation rewards, there are also large plot key influences: 50 points, 3 permissions, and 5,000 reputation. Reputation is useless now, because the remaining worship rewards have all been exchanged. At this time, Chu Cheng has 45 free attribute points and 17 free skill points. In addition, there are 57 points and 2 permissions left, one of which has been deducted. According to the exchange conditions, every 3 points can be exchanged for 1 skill point, and a maximum of 19 skill points can be exchanged. Every 4 points can be exchanged for 1 free attribute point, and a maximum of 14 free attribute points can be exchanged. Every 20 points plus 2 permissions can be exchanged for 1 rare equipment, and only 1 can be exchanged. Every 100 points plus 5 permissions can be exchanged for 1 epic equipment, and the remaining permissions and points are insufficient. In addition, if you do not exchange equipment, you can exchange permissions for points, and each permission can be exchanged for 10 points. Chu Cheng thought about it. If he exchanged a rare equipment, it would cost 10 free attribute points or 13 skill points. For him, the value of a rare equipment below level 30 is difficult to compare with 10 attribute points and 13 skill points. So after a brief thought, he decided to exchange 2 points of authority for 20 points, and then exchange them all for skill points. He was not in urgent need of attributes. After upgrading the golden finger, he gained a lot of extra attribute points, and purified the void mark for free. Dozens of points, the current attributes are comparable to ordinary boss, and relatively speaking, he lacks skill points. A total of 77 points can be exchanged for a full 25 skill points. In addition, the red treasure chest with a 5-star plot evaluation did not surprise to open a rare quality equipment. Commander's Battle Belt, rare/red, equipment type, belt/leather armor. Equipment requirements, level 25. Additional attributes, strength +5. Additional attributes, agility +5. Additional attributes, perception +5. Evaluation. The battle belt from a human commander can bring good luck to brave warriors. This is a very standard attribute equipment. All 3 attributes are to increase personal attributes. There are no special effects or additional skills. It belongs to the bottom category among rare equipment. But even at the bottom, it is still a rare equipment. The attributes are here, which is much stronger than the previous blue equipment. After opening the equipment, I returned to the Cross Fortress and sold all the sundries and unused equipment on my body. A total of about 6 gold was earned, plus the funds on my body, a total of 19 gold and 58 silver. Still so poor. He now has a lot of places where he needs to spend money. There is also the purchase right of 10 free attribute points and 9 skill points, which requires 29 gold. And the equipment on his body has not been enchanted yet. Several pieces of equipment on his body have holes that need to be embedded with gems, but they are not. There is also a loan debt, a total of 71 gold and 50 silver. You also have to consider changing jobs after entering a higher education institution. If your grades are good, the Styx water will be given for free, but changing jobs to top or heroic professions will definitely not be easy, and the consumption is extremely high, so you must prepare some gold. I can only hope that the reward for the first place in the joint examination is good enough. Chu Cheng rubbed his forehead hard, forcing himself to put these troubles aside. At this moment, although he has not returned yet, the joint examination has ended. No matter what you do next, you can only get a little more benefits, but it will not be included in the joint examination evaluation. Chu Cheng thought about it, and prepared to go to the Gear City to ask old Snyder to cut the 2 epic gems on his body. Thanks to the previous relationship, he cut the gems at half price from old Snyder. The cost of cutting a purple epic gem is about 3 gold, 6 gold for 2, and only 3 gold for 2 at half price, saving 3 gold. However, although he made the decision, he did not leave immediately, and planned to leave quietly at night. He had to be careful of Sun Yu. If he was angry and took his anger out on himself because of his own fault and caused his results to be invalidated. This possibility was not small. However, the more he wanted to avoid it, the more he could not avoid it. The battle in the Orc King's city was over, and Chu Cheng was about to return. When he passed the street, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head subconsciously and saw Sun Yu standing at the door of a tent on the side of the road and waving to him. "Can you come over and talk?" He had no expression on his face, and occasionally the muscles at the corners of his mouth would twist, looking weird. Chu Cheng looked around curiously and glanced at the small tent again. It didn't look like it could hide many people, and his teammates didn't seem to be there. Chapter 87. Sun Yu? No, you are a Modar? Chu Cheng felt something was wrong when he entered the tent. Not only was there a layer of isolation spell inside the tent to isolate the inside and outside, but the aura of Sun Yu in front of him was also abnormal. With his current grudge with Sun Yu and Sun Yu's sincerity, it was impossible for him to stand and talk to him so calmly. And his current appearance was also very strange, with a stiff face, like a puppet. The expression on Sun Yu's face did not change at all because of his guess, but his tone was calm and inconsistent with his current expression. You humans have a very interesting saying, called the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You won this game. After speaking, he stretched out his hand, and a purple trophy treasure chest appeared in his palm, saying, according to the rules in the Chaos Realm, the winner can get the spoils of the loser. This is the spoils of defeating me. He stretched out his hand and threw it, and Chu Cheng, who was very vigilant, subconsciously reached out to catch it. By the way, the loot box from last time is also included. Chu Cheng glanced at the treasure box in his hand that was emitting gorgeous purple light, snorted coldly, and said bluntly, "Do you think I will believe you?" He threw the treasure box away, and turned around without hesitation to leave. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly found that Sun Yu had stopped him at the door. Looking back, he found that Sun Yu's figure just now gradually faded and disappeared. Sure enough, there is a problem. He looked even more unhappy and said coldly, "Why? Do you want to use force?" "Of course not. Maybe we can make a normal deal. I will use a treasure as a price in exchange for you to take me out of this realm." "Sorry, I don't have." Before he could say the word interest, he was choked by the orange light shining in front of him. Ring of Almighty, Legend/Orange, Equipment Type, Ring. Equipment Requirements, None. Equipment Attributes, all attributes are increased by 30 points. Equipment Attributes, Almighty Power, after opening, all attributes are increased by 50 points, lasting for 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Blade of Doom Guardian, Legend Ancient First Order, Equipment Type, Two-Handed Sword. Equipment Requirements, Constitution 200, Strength 200. Basic Attack, 785/720 Pierce. Additional Attributes, Constitution plus 50. Additional Attributes, Strength plus 50. Additional Characteristics, Hellblade, the next attack adds Strength *5 fire and shadow mix damage to all enemies in the front fan-shaped range, and the next 4 seconds will receive Strength *1 fire and shadow mix damage per second, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Skill/active, Doomsday Fire, forms a 100-meter radius Doomsday Fire under your feet to burn enemies. Physical defense of affected units reduced by 20, magic defense and resistance reduced by 20%, life cannot be regenerated, and cannot be healed. Causes mixed fire and shadow damage of strength *1 per second to the enemy, and 50% of the damage heals the holder of the Doomsday Guardian Blade, lasting 25 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Skill/active, Doomsday Guardian, after activation, gain the power of Doomsday Guardian, all attributes added by 100, temporarily gain skills, Devour, Scorched Earth, Hellblade, Doomsday, lasting 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 days. Tip: each time you become a Doomsday Guardian, you gain a certain amount of corruption. When the corruption reaches 100%, you will conduct a comprehensive immunity check. If the check succeeds, the corruption value will be reduced by 50%, and if the check fails, the soul will be devoured by the Doomsday Blade. Tips: when holding the Doomguard Blade and transforming into the Doomguard for the first time, a Hero Inheritance mission will be triggered. Successfully completing the mission will obtain the Doomguard Hero Inheritance, and you will fully master the Doomguard Blade and be immune to corruption. Slots 8. Evaluation: a Doomguard Inheritance weapon from the depths of hell, which contains the secret of how to become a Doomguard, and can be upgraded. Eye of Insight, Legend/Orange, a powerful magic gem that contains incredible energy. Chu Cheng moved his eyes away from the two legendary equipment with difficulty, looked up with a complicated face, and saw Sun Yu walking in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Leave this realm safely with my will. You can choose one of the 3 treasures above. I am very optimistic about you, so I will leave this opportunity to you. If you don't need it, this opportunity will be his." Chu Cheng was very clear in his heart, but his eyes were out of control and fell on the panel in front of him again. The legendary gem is fine, and the attributes cannot be seen before it is cut out, but the attributes of the 2 legendary equipment are really outrageous. The Ring of Almighty is fine, it's just an ordinary orange item. The key is the Blade of Doomguard. It's actually a legendary weapon with the suffix of ancient, and it also comes with a hero inheritance. Compared to the red and purple epic equipment, which only has light purple, purple, and the highest is dark purple, the orange equipment has 2 new levels than the previous ones. Light orange, orange, dark orange, ancient, and ancient suffixes. The first 3 levels are regular levels, and the last 2 levels are super levels, and most of them can be upgraded, at least 2 or 3 levels, and at most 4 or 5 levels. The basic attributes are already so outrageous, and if they are upgraded to 2 or 3 levels, the attributes will be even more abnormal. Damn it! I wanted so much! No matter how determined Chu Cheng was, when he saw the attributes of these 2 legendary orange equipment, his determination was like snow under the sun, melting rapidly. He was fighting fiercely in his heart, so that his expression was changing drastically. Emotar was not in a hurry, but just looked at him expressionlessly. He was very confident that no one could refuse this temptation. Chu Cheng couldn't refuse it either. He really couldn't refuse it. Legendary equipment, this attribute, and it was a legendary equipment with an ancient suffix and a powerful hero heritage. How could he resist it? How can I take you out of this realm? Sun Yu's stiff face finally showed a twisted smile, and Emotar's voice sounded from his mouth. It's very simple. This trace of my will be attached to you, and leave this realm with you. When the time comes, you can find a realm at will, and I will leave by myself. How do you give me what I need? When I leave this realm, I will give you a prop. At that time, you can directly teleport to one of my former palaces. With the token I gave, the guards inside will not stop you. How do you make me believe this is true? Witness in the name of Asmodeus, the supreme ruler of the wind of hell, and never regret it. Chu Cheng raised his eyebrows, which looked quite sincere. Asmodeus, this name can be regarded as thunderous. I have heard of his name before crossing. The legendary lord of the 9 hells. In the new era, there are no 9 layers of hell in the realms of the Chaos realm, but there is the wind of hell. The 7 winds of disaster, the wind of hell is the 9 hells. And the supreme ruler of the wind of hell is Asmodeus, an incredible god-demon level strongman. Swearing by the ruler of hell is almost the highest oath, and it is impossible to regret it. But Chu Cheng still didn't believe it. But he would not expose it, and decided to sign a contract with Emotar. He really couldn't resist the temptation of legendary equipment. Although the contract is 100% problematic, the orange equipment is also 100% real. Chapter 88. The Devil's Contract will only do something in places that ordinary people can't see, and it is impossible to fake it in places visible to the naked eye. The witnesses of the contract are not vegetarians. If Emotar dares to break the contract, Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, will punish him. As Emotar snapped his fingers, the light screen in front of Chu Cheng changed, and the 2 orange clothes disappeared, replaced by a contract screen. This is a contract. If there is no problem, sign your name, and you will soon get a powerful treasure. The exquisite parchment has exquisite patterns on it, and a contract is written in the center. It clearly states that Chu Cheng needs to take Emotar's consciousness to leave this realm within 1 day, and then he will get a teleportation item, which can be teleported to Emotar's palace at any time, and obtain it safely, and without any obstacles. You can choose which treasure you want. Doom Guardian Blade. No problem. Emotar snapped his fingers again, and the Doom Guardian Blade was filled in the item column on the contract. It needs to be marked as the ancient Doomguard Blade, which can obtain the Doomguard hero inheritance. Of course. In addition, delete all the patterns on the parchment, and all the embellished patterns. I only need a completely blank contract document without any interlayer, any decoration, or any hidden text or runes. Chu Cheng's expression was serious, and he stated his requirements word by word. Sun Yu paused slightly and explained, "These runes are runes to ensure the effectiveness of the contract, and have no other meaning." Chu Cheng shook his head and said, "You should know that we are not ordinary humans. We know the devil and the demon very well. You can't deceive me. Do as I say, otherwise I won't sign. Emotar was silent for a while, then waved his hand, and all the patterns and runes on the contract disappeared. Is it okay now? It's okay. Although he saw the loopholes in the contract, he didn't care. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the contract, and a faint stream of light appeared on the contract. The words on it suddenly burned, flew out of the contract, turned into sparks floating in the air, and quickly gathered into a vortex. Buzz! The void trembled slightly, and at this moment, he felt an indescribable gaze like the abyss swept over, and then quickly disappeared. Chu Cheng knew that this was the gaze of Asmodeus, the witness of the contract and the ruler of the wind of hell, which meant that the contract had come into effect and neither party could change it. When the vortex slowly disappeared, the contract also dissipated in the void, and a stream of light flew out from Sun Yu's brow and flew straight to Chu Cheng. He did not move, letting the stream of light sink into his brow. Soon, Emotar's voice appeared in his mind. Now, take me out of this realm. Chu Cheng nodded, of course. He saw Sun Yu lying on the ground with a stiff body and a pale face, and he didn't seem to be alive. He asked curiously, is he dead? Of course. That's a pity. Emotar's somewhat sarcastic voice sounded. This is a stupid human who thought he could control a devil so easily. I just cooperated a little bit, and thought he could borrow my power at will. Did you take his soul? No, I signed a contract with one of his tribesmen, and the price of summoning me was paid by his tribesmen. But he was disrespectful to a demon lord, so taking away a little bit of his soul as punishment is something that the contract cannot constrain. Chu Cheng said silently in his heart, return now. The contract stipulates that he will return within 1 day, so he can't go to Gear City to cut gems. There is not enough time. After a countdown, the space in front of Chu Cheng began to change, and he soon left the Golden Wasteland dungeon. As soon as he left the dungeon, the transmission was not over yet, and the stream of light in his mind immediately appeared, and exploded in his mind into a hideous demon head. Emotar laughed wildly and said, smart human, contribute your soul to me. The next second, the demon head pounced directly at the soul deep in his brain. Chu Cheng panicked and shouted, according to the contract, you can't attack me. Emotar laughed wildly. Look at the contract carefully, it says very clearly that we are not allowed to attack each other during the contract period, but it does not limit the duration and period of the contract. Now that we have left that realm, I think the contract has been completed. As soon as the voice fell, the contract appeared in front of Chu Cheng again and burned. Emotar's proud voice sounded in his mind. I thought you were different from other humans, but in fact there is no difference. You can't even see such a simple loophole. Oh! Chu Cheng's voice suddenly became very calm. Is the contract completed now? But according to the contract, you have not fulfilled the contract and given me the things. The contract item is with me. When our souls become one, mine will be yours. Is that so? Stupid human, merge with me, I will take yours. What is this? This is impossible, how can you? The voice began to intermittently, as if the signal was bad. Chu Cheng's eyelids drooped, and in his mind, a huge light ball cage emerged, with a stream of light inside that was madly colliding back and forth, just like the empty wheels that entered his mind at the beginning, and he could not escape. In a sense, there should be no difference between you and those empty wheels. He showed a trace of sarcasm on his face. If your projection is here, I really can't do anything about the level 50, but there is only a will left. Just be a part of my growth. He closed his eyes, and waited quietly for the transmission to end. After an unknown period of time, the space shook slightly, and a circle of light appeared in front of him. He raised his legs and stepped out, and he had returned to the college transmission square. Many students have already returned and are gathering in groups of 3 or 2 to chat. Many people greeted him enthusiastically when they saw him. He responded casually and turned to leave. I quickly returned to the dormitory, casually hung a do not disturb sign, and turned my hand over. A purple loot box appeared in my hand. This is the loot box obtained after destroying the will of Emotar. I opened the treasure box, and a purple light sprayed out. A closer look revealed that there were only 2 things inside, 1 purple epic ornament and 1 scroll. The will of the Devil Lord, epic/dark purple, equipment type, ornament. Equipment requirements, spirit 50, intelligence 50. Equipment attributes, intelligence plus 20. Equipment attributes, spirit plus 20. Skill/passive, the will of the Devil Lord. Each successful spell may activate the power of the Devil Lord, and the spell strength is increased by 400, which lasts for 20 seconds. Evaluation, the power of the Devil Lord remains, and it contains incredible power. Teleportation Scroll of the Hell Lord. After 15 seconds of casting, you can be teleported to the palace of the Demon Lord Immortor. With the blessing of Immortor's power, you will temporarily gain respect reputation and automatically teleport away after staying for up to 1 hour. Tips: whether teleporting there or teleporting back, it takes 15 seconds to safely cast the spell. Magic accessories. Chu Cheng scratched his head, a little disappointed. But it's normal. This is not a plot reward. It is impossible to tailor it to suit him best. The Demon Lord has both a strong body and a strong spellcasting ability. The probability of opening physical equipment and magic equipment is the same. Generally speaking, the value of the best magic equipment is far greater than that of the physical equipment. It's a good thing to open this. If you don't use it yourself, you can sell it or exchange it for physical equipment that suits you. You won't lose money. Chapter 89. As for this teleportation scroll, it is the teleportation item that Immortor mentioned. It can be used to teleport to Immortor's palace, where the orange legendary equipment is hidden. According to the scroll, use this scroll to teleport and gain temporary respect reputation, which means that you will not be attacked by the guards in the camp. But it does not mean that you can get the treasure smoothly. If Immortor allows it, it is possible. But his contract with Immortor is for different reasons. He never thought of taking out the treasure, so he had to find another way. Either steal or rob. Robbery is unlikely. The palace of the Devil Lord is heavily guarded. When Immortor is not there, there should be no legendary strong guards, but there must be many extraordinary devil guards. In addition, there are many magic traps in the palace. It is impossible for him to force his way in with his current ability. At least it is unlikely before he is promoted to the extraordinary level. Then he can only steal. But stealing is not easy. This kind of treasure must have various magic traps, and you must remove the traps to get the treasure. The traps set by the Devil Lord must be legendary, and he also needs a legendary level of trap removal scroll to open it. At least 1 or 2 legendary trap removal scrolls must be prepared, and several extraordinary level trap removal scrolls must be prepared. There must be more than one treasure in such a huge palace. It's so hard to go there. How can you only take one thing? For the time being, the teleportation scroll cannot be used, so you can only save it and seek the 2 legendary equipment after you are fully prepared. The other purple epic ornament can either be sold for money or exchanged for epic equipment that you can use. Overall, it's pretty good and worth a lot of money. Early the next morning, Chu Cheng woke up and saw a message from his class teacher. The joint exam has ended ahead of schedule. You have been confirmed as the first in this joint exam. The rewards are as follows. Please send me the list after you have chosen. Along with the communication came an attachment, which listed the rewards for the first in this joint exam. An original hero mark unique. Choose any epic quality equipment of level 30. There is another attachment behind it. Click to open a new page with a series of equipment names with purple names. It looks dazzling. Choose any weapon skill notebook to upgrade any weapon skill to expert level. 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. 50 gold. Chu Cheng made a choice quickly. For the weapon skill, he chose a two-handed sword. Then he spent almost 10 minutes checking these more than 20 pieces of epic equipment one by one, and chose a one-handed sword weapon. Eyes, epic/purple, equipment type, one-handed sword. Equipment requirements, level 25. Basic attack, 115/108 pierce. Additional attribute, strength plus 15. Additional attribute, agility plus 15. Additional feature, frost. Each attack adds an additional 30 points of frost damage, and slows down the movement speed by 30 points, and the attack speed by 30%, which lasts for 3 seconds. Additional special effect, freeze. If frost is triggered 30 times cumulatively on a single target within 1 minute, it will trigger a freeze, freezing the target for 3 seconds. During the freezing period, the target's frost resistance is reduced by 100, and the frost damage is increased to 120 points. Tip: freeze can only be triggered once within 3 minutes. Hole slots 3. Evaluation: the power of frost wraps around the sword, listening to the fierce cold wind from the north. Top quality. Deceleration and control coexist, and the burst is not weak. It is absolutely top quality. It's a pity that there is only one. It would be great if there were 2. Chu Cheng already has an idea, and is ready to replace the Devil Lord's power, an accessory, with an epic one-handed sword to pair with this Ice Seal. After completing the selection, Chu Cheng immediately sent the form to the class teacher. Wait a minute. Not long after, Chu Cheng received another message from the class teacher, Come to my office. He immediately went out to Duan Yuqing's office and knocked on the door gently. Come in. Pushing the door open, Duan Yuqing behind the desk stood up. Her face was radiant, and she looked very happy. You were able to get the first place in the joint exam, which was beyond the teacher's expectation. This time, thanks to you, the teacher's authority and treatment in the school have been increased by half a level. She took out a bag and put it on the table and pushed it in front of him, saying, with these resources, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. It should not be a problem for you to enter a first-class university in this college entrance examination, and even a top-tier university has a certain chance. At this point, she looked at Chu Cheng with a burning gaze and said, no one in our school has been able to enter a top-tier university for 5 years. If you can do it, the school will reward you with a true realm stone. Do you have confidence? True realm stone. Chu Cheng's eyes lit up and nodded. Yes. It must be said that as long as the reward is enough, the passion will come up immediately. The true realm stone is a good thing. This is not a resurrection scroll that requires others to save you. This thing will take effect when you put it on yourself. Once you die in battle, you can immediately revive with full health, full mana and full status on the spot, and add a super powerful buff to let you solve the danger in front of you and prevent you from dying again after resurrection. Moreover, there is no penalty for death with a true realm stone, and the impact is minimal. If you die only once, it will hardly affect the future. The only drawback is that it is too expensive and too rare. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Of course, it is better not to die, but things are unpredictable, and no one knows when an accident will happen. It will be more reassuring to always have one on you. After returning from the class teacher's office, Chu Cheng opened the bag and took out the items from it. Bing Feng immediately equipped it and replaced one of the swift scimitars. A great swordsman's handbook can upgrade the two-handed sword weapon skills to the expert level at one go, and he decisively used it. It is worth mentioning that he exchanged a swordsman's handbook for the worship reputation before, and the effect is to upgrade any sword weapon skill to the mastery level. His one-handed sword has long been mastered, and the two-handed sword is now at the expert level. It can't be used for the time being, so he can only sell it. Then, there are 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. With the stored ones, he now has a full 65 free attribute points and 62 skill points. Then, there was 50 gold, which was a solution to the urgent problem. Finally, there was the original hero mark, which was a bead covered with runes on the surface. It was the same as a stone bead when it was not activated. Now I dare not activate it casually. This thing is also a one-time use. If no hero inheritance is found within 24 hours after activation, the original hero mark will disappear. Once the money is in hand, it must be spent immediately. He first sold the useless things on his body, including the swordsman's notebook, and earned a total of 4 gold and 36 silver. Then he spent 29 gold to buy the remaining 10 free attribute points and 9 skill points of his purchase rights, leaving 38 gold. Then, the money is still not enough. Several rare equipment have slots that can be embedded with magic gems, and there are still 10 blank slots waiting to be embedded with gems. He now has a rare dense sky blue gem and 2 uncut epic magic gems called Dawn Star. Chapter 90. At points first, Chu Cheng glanced at the existing attributes and the remaining 75 free attribute points, thought for a while, and distributed them according to the method of 30 plus 30 plus 15, adding 30 points to physique, 30 points to strength, and 15 points to agility. After adding points to the attributes also changed accordingly. Name, Chu Cheng. Race, human. Level 27. Talent, Space Refraction LV2. Features, Extraordinary Physique, Epic, Extraordinary Agility, Epic. Main attributes, Constitution 37 plus 94 plus 21, 152, Strength 37 plus 71 plus 50, 158, Agility 37 plus 35 plus 35, 107, Perception 37 plus 2 plus 5, 44, Intelligence 37, 37, Spirit 37, 37. Secondary attributes, Toughness 15 plus 5, Reflex 10 plus 5 plus 1, Will 3, Life Regeneration plus 16 per second. Health, 1520 plus 500 points. Stamina, 1520 points. Mana, 370 points. Melee attack, 293/199, 286/198, stab. Ranged attack, 107 plus 20 plus 58, stab. Physical defense, 10% plus 40 points. Magic resistance, 33%. Movement speed, 197 plus 50 points. Skills, slightly. Not bad. This attribute is already stronger than many elite professionals. Chu Cheng is more and more satisfied. After adding points, Chu Cheng pinched his chin and thought about it, and decided to buy some gems. Don't count on epic quality gems. They are too expensive at 15 gold each. Just make do with rare quality ones. They are 3 gold each. I need 10 more. As for the gem types, they are unified as dense sky sapphires, all of which increase physical fitness. 1 gem can add 5 points of extra physical fitness, and 10 gems add 50 points of extra physical fitness. Note, the gem attribute has been adjusted. The original setting was to add 10 points for rare level. Later, it felt that the addition was too much. Now it is adjusted to 5 points. Don't say I am a bookworm. You don't need to go to the market for this, you can buy it directly from the school. The school has so many dungeons, and there will be a lot of harvests every month. The school also has a special high-level jewelry cutter, who can cut it in 1 step. A total of 30 gold, 10 dense sky sapphires are in hand, and then embedded in the equipment one by one, including the weapon ice is also embedded with physical gems. It looks weird, but it is actually very common. Gem inlay itself is very free. As long as you want, you can embed all gems that increase intelligence or spirit. The reason why it is so casual is mainly that gem inlay is not fixed. The holes that have been embedded with gems can take out the gems inside and re-embed new gems. For example, now all 12 slots are embedded with dense sky blue gems, all of which increase physical fitness. As long as you have money, you can take out the embedded gems at any time and re-embed them with gems that increase strength or agility. However, if the used gems are dug out, they will be scrapped and are disposable. More than 3,000 HP. Chu Cheng's current health and defense are already a very qualified tank. Next, replace the Devil Lords will ornament with an epic one-handed weapon, and then you can wait for the college entrance examination. Chu Cheng looked at the time. There are only more than 2 months before the college entrance examination. At most, there will be only 1 big class, or there may be no big class. According to past experience, the next 2 months are generally free activities. You can stay in school to practice various weapon skills, or enter the dungeon to accumulate some benefits. However, it is difficult to apply for the school dungeon, because at this time, it is generally individuals or teams that enter the dungeon, no longer in the form of classes, and the school does not have so many dungeons for them to apply for. So if you want to accumulate some more benefits, you can either enter the public dungeon or your family has a private dungeon. You definitely can't enter the public dungeon, and the family private dungeon. You definitely can't apply for a medium-sized or larger dungeon. With his current strength, the benefits of a small dungeon are limited. Chu Cheng feels that it is better to practice weapon skills than to spend a month on this. In 1 month, you can completely upgrade several weapon skills from entry to proficiency. More than 2 months, nearly 3 months, is enough to upgrade all newly learned weapon skills to proficiency. That's it. It is worth mentioning that Chu Cheng's attribute points have all been used up, but the skill points are useless. First of all, these skills are completely sufficient now, and there is no need to rush to upgrade. In addition, after being admitted to a higher education institution, he will definitely find a way to get a hero profession. At that time, he will need to reset points and redistribute all attribute points. Skills will be selected according to the newly acquired hero profession type. Some skills can be retained, but some skills may be deleted if they are incompatible with the profession. However, the skill points used will not be refunded after washing, so before the profession is completely determined, he dare not waste these hard-earned skill points. Early the next morning, Chu Cheng posted an exchange post on the campus network, exchanging the Devil Lords will for an epic one-handed sword of the same level. In addition, he asked the class teacher to help pay attention to whether there are any who meet the conditions. After finishing all these, I will focus on practicing weapon skills. However, this time I can't enter the advanced training room. I can only enter the ordinary room. Fortunately, the gold finger has been upgraded to a level, and the ability has been strengthened. Even if the training effect in the ordinary room is not worse than the previous advanced training room. One-handed hammer entry. Two-handed hammer entry. Two-handed axe entry. Scimitar entry. Scimitar broadsword entry. Staff entry. Crossbow entry. Javelin entry. Long-handled weapon entry. Alien weapon entry. There are 10 kinds of weapon skills in total. It takes about 3 days to master them from entry, 7 days from mastery to proficiency, and 10 days to master a weapon skill. He plunged into the training room and began to train day and night. Time passed, and he didn't know the day and night. He only stopped 3 times during this period. One time was when Zhang Chunlei invited him to form a team to brush the dungeon. They joined more than a dozen people and successfully applied for a small dungeon, and wanted to pull him in to do a big wave. He had no interest in this and politely declined. The other 2 times were when someone asked for the price of the Devil Lords, that he posted on the campus network. To avoid trouble, he set the setting that epic equipment must be available for inquiry, so there have been only 2 inquiries so far. But unfortunately, there are too few epic equipment, and there is not a single-handed sword that meets his requirements. The school has more than 20 pieces of epic equipment in stock, and there is no second epic one-handed sword. The last message came from Yishao, the head of Class 1. He asked Chu Cheng if he was willing to sell the original hero mark in his hand. Someone was willing to buy it at a super high price of 1,500 gold. He refused without hesitation. If I guess correctly, it is likely that Sun Yu asked Yishao to ask. It is quite interesting that Sun Yu's last joint examination results were cancelled, and he lost his top 10. But after the joint examination, he didn't know what he paid. As soon as the joint examination was over, he reapplied to enter the intermediate dungeon of the Golden Wasteland again. The Golden Wasteland dungeon takes 3 months to complete. There are exactly 2 months and 26 days between now and the college entrance examination. If you squeeze in some time, you can still pass it once. The joint examination used a true realm stone, which is worth 1,000 gold. You can also spend 1,500 gold to buy the original hero mark from him. Applying for the Golden Wasteland must cost a lot. The total investment is estimated to be no less than 3,000 gold. Chu Cheng can only sigh that the money power is so terrifying.